My name is Zhou Tai, and through this book, I shall recount the authentic experiences I've gathered over a decade in the realm of the Ghost Hall. Have you heard of the outgoing Immortal? If so, have you ever come across the Ghost Hall? At the tender age of 18, I dedicated myself to the Ghost Hall, serving the immortal ghost. The master of the hall is none other than my grandfather's deceased sister, who was deemed mad in her time. This narrative does not feature a heroine. It is neither fantastical nor a tale of cultivation. Instead, it is a genuine account of my own life, marked by a peculiar constitution, which led me to encounter a woman who bestowed upon me a name when I was merely 7 years old. It chronicles my entire journey of establishing the Ghost Hall at 18, filled with extraordinary encounters, coffins crashing down, ancient sages concocting elixirs, and a female, ghost demanding rent from the living. Each chapter unfolds a story, inviting you to experience the warmth and coldness of human emotions, as well as the tumultuous trials I faced along the way. All tales have been penned with the consent of the individuals involved. Furthermore, the book offers insights on how to address encounters with ghostly entities, allowing you to join me in reflecting upon the past decade of traversing the realms of the living and the dead, aiding the suffering and guiding souls. Chapter 1. What are these serpents? In September, the northeastern evenings had turned chilly. My grandfather, Zhou Tie, sat in the courtyard, a pipe clenched between his teeth, while his hands busily folded gold ingots meant for sale the next day. According to him, the underworld recognizes only gold ingots and paper money. The so-called ghost money inscribed with the Heaven and Earth Bank is utterly worthless. Father, Xiao Xia has a stomachache and can't hold her urine any longer. What should we do? My father, Zhou Jie, suddenly shouted. Why grandfather scolded him. What are you shouting about? However, he quickly realized the gravity of the situation and rushed into the house, where it became evident that this was no mere urgency. It was the onset of labor. Go quickly fetch Granny Zhang. Your wife is about to give birth. Granny Zhang was the village midwife. Upon her arrival, she shooed both men into the outer room, and my grandfather sat on a stool, drawing on his pipe while listening to the cries from within. Suddenly, an unusual sound emerged from outside. Observing my father pacing, my grandfather grew irritated and kicked him. Go see what that noise is, and bring me the gold ingots. I can't have the wind blowing them away. Rubbing his rear, my father reluctantly opened the outer door, only to let out a terrified cry. Father! Father! Blocking my grandfather's view, he had to be pushed aside. What are you making a fuss about? Did the gold ingots fly away? Before he could finish, my grandfather's voice faltered, and the pipe fell from his hand as he beheld the sight before him. The courtyard was teeming with snakes, so numerous that they intertwined with one another. The scene sent a chill down my grandfather's spine, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his back. My father trembled as he asked, Father, what is happening? Why are there so many serpents all of a sudden? My grandfather's expression darkened as he spat on the ground. Go fetch my scissors. Any snake that comes close, I will kill. The scissors he referred to were used for crafting paper effigies. According to him, they were extraordinarily sharp and laden with malevolent energy, causing even the most fearsome ghosts to retreat in terror. After a moment of hesitation, my father clutched my grandfather's leg. No, Father, we should go back and close the door, or I will seek help from the villagers. Help? Do you see any place in this courtyard where you could even stand? Stop talking nonsense. Faced with my grandfather's fierce demeanor, my father reluctantly retrieved the scissors. Feeling the cold metal, my grandfather found solace. Without further ado, he shoved my father back into the room, locked the door from the outside, and stood guard with only the scissors in hand. Fortunately, the serpents remained still, coexisting peacefully until midnight. Just past midnight, a wail echoed from within, followed by Granny Zhang's voice announcing, It's a boy. Mother and child are safe. My grandfather sighed with relief, but upon observing the scene before him, he dared not make a move, hoping the serpents would soon disperse. Granny Zhang's voice reached him again. Xiao Jia, bring the baby over and check on your wife. I must take my leave. My father stuttered, unable to articulate a complete sentence. My grandfather sighed and spoke up. Sister, as you can see, there are no women in our household. It would be quite inconvenient for us two men to care for Xiao Xia. Would you mind staying the night? I will offer you extra pay. In light of the financial incentive. Granny Zhang accepted without hesitation and took the baby with her. As a paper effigy craftsman, my grandfather, one of the 4 minorine sects, already faced much gossip in the village. If this incident were to spread, he could only dread the whispers it would incite. Meanwhile, the wind howled through the courtyard, sweeping some of the snakes away, while the swirling dust compelled him to squint. In the next moment, his eyes widened as he beheld two ethereal figures at the entrance, one black and one white. This sight instinctively reminded him of the two emissaries of the underworld. He glanced back at the brightly lit inner room, murmuring to himself, "Could this be the messengers of death?" The phantoms glided into the courtyard, halting just a meter away from the writhing serpents. Just as my grandfather thought they would not advance, the two figures stepped onto the serpents, and the scent of blood wafted into his nostrils with the wind. At that moment, the serpents began to thrash wildly, entangling with the apparitions, which slowed their movements. As dawn approached, my grandfather watched as the phantoms dissipated, leaving behind a mound of serpent carcasses in the courtyard. A few still alive slithered away through a small hole in the wall, and he finally understood that the serpents had gathered to intercept the two emissaries. He exhaled, stretching his sore back from standing too long, and turned to unlock the wooden door. Hearing the commotion, my father rushed out from the inner room, steadying my grandfather, and then gazed at the pile of snake bodies, his voice trembling. "Father, did you do all of this? Stop asking questions and find some bags to clean this up before you scare Granny Zhang." Just then, as if summoned by fate, Granny Zhang emerged from the inner room. My grandfather instinctively tried to shield her view, but seeing her face pale, he could only manage a wry smile. Without a backward glance, Granny Zhang departed, and my grandfather shot a glare at my father, shoving him outside to deal with the snake carcasses. Not long after, my grandfather heard a scream from the outer room, and he impatiently called out, "What now?" After a few minutes of silence, he stood up and made his way to the door, only to find my father sitting on the ground, his face ashen, pointing at the air with trembling fingers. Chapter 2. A fragile existence. My grandfather hurried over and saw a massive black python coiled in front of my father. The python raised its head and gazed at the scattered snake carcasses with a look of compassion, before finally shifting its attention to my grandfather. In that instant of eye contact, he understood that the multitude of snakes had gathered there under the python's influence. Kneeling on the ground, his hands clasped in prayer, he earnestly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, celestial beings, for your assistance in sparing my grandson's life. I shall bury them properly, and if you have other needs, please convey them to me in my dreams." The black python lowered its head slightly, and then raised it again, as if in acknowledgement, before departing, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. Whether it was its own or that of the slain snakes, one could not tell. As my father carried a woven bag to bury the bodies, my grandfather remained rooted in place, staring at the bloodstains in a daze. "Father, something is amiss." My grandfather snapped back to reality upon hearing my mother Xia's exclamation. He stepped cautiously over the slick snake blood and hurried into the inner room. He picked me up from the cradle, feeling my forehead, hot to the touch, suggesting a fever. Not daring to delay, he rushed out of the house with me in his arms, seeking the barefoot doctor. When my fever showed no signs of abating, he took a carriage to the county town. Upon understanding the situation, the county doctor prescribed some medicine. My grandfather waited in the hospital until my fever subsided before boarding the last bus back to the village. As he arrived at the village entrance, he noticed a small group of women gathered under a large tree, gossiping and cracking sunflower seeds. As he approached, their chatter abruptly ceased. He realized that the events in his yard had already spread through the community. Upon returning home, he was met with the sound of an argument. "Li Fengxiao, how could you let my son fall ill right after birth? Am I raising you to do nothing? The child was supposed to be born in November, yet you delivered him in September. You have no milk. What is my son to eat?" My grandfather, already simmering with anger, could no longer contain himself. He kicked open the door to the inner room, dragged my father by the nape of his neck into the yard, and began to beat him with a stick while hurling insults. From that day forward, my grandfather took me back and forth to the hospital, while rumors in the village proliferated. "Have you heard? Old Zhou's grandson is causing trouble every few days." I heard. It must have something to do with old Zhou making money off the dead. A turning point occurred one noon when my grandfather, holding me, fresh from a fever-reducing injection, boarded the return bus. The bus was nearly empty, and he chose a window seat. After traveling a short distance, the bus halted, and a woman boarded, sitting beside him. She spoke first. "Old man, what is wrong with the child?" My grandfather, interrupted from his attempt to rest, replied hoarsely, tinged with impatience, "He has a fever, just received a shot to bring it down." The woman reached out and pulled back the cloth that wrapped around me. My grandfather instinctively tried to stop her, but his hand froze mid-air. Death comes suddenly, celestial beings assist, frail and sickly, a light fate. Upon hearing this, My grandfather recognized that the woman before him was not ordinary. "Young lady, could you help the child? I will pay any amount. It's just that he suffers too much." The woman pinched my cheek and asked, "Has the child been named?" My grandfather, puzzled by her question, replied, "Yes, he is named Zhou Tie. Change the name. Just one character, Tai. Iron, representing young metal. This child's fate is light, and combined with an extremely keen disposition, it will perfectly balance him. He could take over your livelihood." Just as my grandfather was about to express his gratitude, he noticed the woman had vanished without a trace. The bus had not stopped, and it was as if she had disappeared into thin air, just when he thought it might have been an illusion. He looked down at me in his arms and noticed a red mark on my cheek, evidence of her presence. No longer hesitating, my grandfather changed my name that very day to Zhou Tai. After the name change, though my physique remained somewhat frail, I did not fall ill as frequently as before. My grandfather, relieved, resumed his paper-making business. On the day of my 7th birthday, my grandfather went to the county town to deliver paper figurines and promised to bring back a toy. Just as he left, I overheard my parents arguing in the outer room. "What are you up to now?" "I'm heading to the county town to find work." "Not lying around as you always claim." "Zhou Jie, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Why didn't you leave with your father if you're going to the county?" Amid the sound of shattering dishes and my mother's cries, I watched as my father stormed away. The door to the outer room opened and shut again, and I turned to see my mother heading into the fields with tools. I wiped my tears and attempted to reach for the remote control by the Kong. But as I moved, a sharp pain jolted through my heart. It felt as though a great hand had grasped my heart, causing me to double over in agony, struggling to breathe as tears streamed from my eyes. The world around me becoming a blur. Just as my face turned blue from the lack of air, a figure appeared before me. I thought it was my mother returning. But when I reached out to grasp her, my hand passed right through. Paralyzed with fear, my heart seemed to stop beating entirely. I struggled backward, attempting to distance myself from the apparition, yet no matter how I tried to evade it, the figure remained just a step away. Ultimately, I found myself pressed against the Kong, unable to retreat, forced to watch as the specter drew ever nearer. Chapter 3. The unsealed wine. I stared at the apparition before me and instinctively closed my eyes. A cool sensation brushed my forehead, and the suffocating feeling vanished. The pain in my heart subsided, and although my fear diminished somewhat, I sensed that the apparition regarded me with disdain. It bore no malice towards me. With the pain dissipated, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped me. My eyelids grew heavy, and just before I succumbed to slumber, an unsettling feeling lingered in my heart. I dreamed that I stood in the yard. Darkness had fallen, and from the mist emerged a figure. I could not discern his face, but his attire suggested he was a man, drenched in water, holding an open bottle of wine and 2 cups. The man filled both cups with wine and offered one to me. I intended to refuse, yet my body seemed to act independently, accepting the cup and sitting down on the ground. Just as I was about to drink, a thunderous rebuke echoed in my ears. "Wretched spawn!" My body jolted, spilling the wine from the cup, and the man stepped closer, intent on pouring the wine down my throat. In that moment, a thought raced through my mind. I cannot drink this. If I do, I will never return. With that realization, I felt an odd tugging sensation from within. When I awoke, it was nearly evening, and the sky had darkened. My mother had returned home, seated on the edge of the Kong, trembling slightly, surrounded by a few people. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, I approached her. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and upon seeing me, she enveloped me in a tight embrace. Weeping uncontrollably, I slightly turned my head, allowing my gaze to pass through the window into the yard. There, I noticed a wooden frame draped with a white cloth, fluttering eerily in the wind, creating an unsettling sight in the dim yard. As I tried to look away, the wind blew open a corner of the cloth, revealing a dark shape beneath. My curiosity ignited. I yearned to discover what lay within. At the same time, a pale, ashen hand slipped from beneath the white cloth, tightly clutching an empty wine bottle. This bottle resembled the one I had seen in my dream. I screamed in terror, drawing the attention of the adults, who had been sighing in resignation. My mother quickly covered my eyes. With my vision obscured, my hearing became acutely heightened. I could hear the cacophony of footsteps and shouts. "Where's old Joe? We need to tidy up the cloth. We can't have the child traumatized. Goodness, how can he still have his eyes open? It is truly eerie that he drowned in a puddle that barely covered his feet. And it is only natural for him to be unable to close his eyes. My father is dead." Upon realizing that the figure on the wooden frame was indeed my father, this singular thought consumed my mind. My grandfather hurried over, immediately spotting the white cloth at the center. Approaching it, he extended his gnarled hand and, with trembling slowness, lifted the cloth. Through the window, I witnessed my father's lifeless form, his face pale and swollen, hair matted and damp, eyes wide open, filled with terror and disbelief. My grandfather crouched down, attempting to close his eyes, but despite numerous attempts, they remained stubbornly open. Observing this scene, murmurs erupted once more. My grandfather ceased his efforts, replaced the white cloth, and stood up to meet the peculiar gazes around him, offering no explanations nor expressions. He first thanked the villagers for their assistance, then requested that they visit the paper shop to help retrieve the coffin from the back room. That coffin was meant for himself, and he never anticipated that he would be burying his own son. The coffin was soon brought out, and the villagers, without needing further urging, gently placed my father inside. Despite their fear, once these arrangements were completed, it was already deep into the night, and the villagers dispersed. My grandfather remarked that my father's death was sudden and, coupled with the circumstances of drowning in a puddle, was exceedingly strange. Therefore, he decided that my deceased father would rest at home for just one night before being buried the following day. It was nearly midnight when my grandfather set a brazier and incense burner before the coffin. During the vigil, incense must be burned continuously. Should it begin to extinguish, it must be replaced. Thus, my grandfather procured some joss sticks, which were significantly longer than normal, reducing the risk of being blown out by a gust of wind. From my vantage point outside the window, I observed my grandfather and mother burning paper offerings in the brazier. The acrid scent of smoke wafted through the window, and their faces, illuminated by the flickering flames, appeared sorrowful and somber. The three great tragedies of life, the elderly losing a child, the middle-aged losing a spouse, and the young losing a father. I fell asleep, but my slumber was far from peaceful. I drifted in and out of consciousness. Somehow, I sat up, my heart racing. Rubbing my eyes, my vision blurred, and I glanced outside. The flames still blazed intensely. Yet, amidst the haze, I saw countless shadows gathering around the brazier, as if searching for something. Some shadows hovered near the incense burner. I watched as the smoke from the burning joss sticks spiraled into their forms, visibly enlarging them. Beside the coffin stood another shadow, inching closer to my grandfather and mother, as if intent on merging with them. Instinctively, I cried out, "No!" At the sound of my voice, all the shadows froze, and in the blink of an eye, they converged outside my window, staring at me. Chapter 4. Good dogs don't block the way. My grandfather heard my scream and rushed into the room with scissors in hand, finding me trembling in fear. He approached me and gently reassured me. Through sobs, I recounted everything I had witnessed. My grandfather placed the scissors under my pillow, helped me lie down, and rhythmically patted my shoulder to lull me to sleep. I lost track of time, eventually succumbing to deep slumber, while he remained, gazing intently at my closed eyes. Secretly pondering, another one from the Zhou family is about to emerge. I felt my consciousness sinking, my body caught in a peculiar pull, as though I were sinking into a quagmire. I began to struggle, and the strange force vanished. Suddenly, I opened my eyes to find myself in an unfamiliar environment. The shadows I had seen before materialized before me, lunging at me. I flailed my arms, and then I felt a chilling sensation in my hand. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered it was my grandfather's dark scissors. I glanced at the scissors and then at the shadows, forming a hypothesis in my mind. Tentatively, I extended the scissors forward, and as expected, the shadows recoiled. I slept soundly until the next day. The sunlight awakened me, and upon rising from the bed, I realized the house was empty. Neither my grandfather nor mother was present, and the coffin was gone. They must have gone to bury my father. When my grandfather returned, I noticed my mother was not with him. I inquired, "Grandfather, where is my mother? Is Xia not at home?" In the evening, my grandfather, seeing me still waiting in the courtyard for my mother's return, felt a pang of sorrow and sighed, clutching a piece of paper tightly. It was only much later that I learned my mother had not gone away for work, but had abandoned us entirely. "Tai, the teacher said there's an exam next class. Is it wise for us to skip? If you're scared, you can go back. There's an event at the front line today. If we're late, we'll miss our spots." I was 15 that year, a half-eaten tashin in my mouth, casting a sidelong glance at the chubby Deng Xing before me. Upon reaching the internet cafe, Deng Xing managed to secure a seat due to his size. We played until 11 o'clock, and I stifled a yawn, glancing at the now sleeping Deng Xing with a chuckle, draping my school uniform over him. I left my seat, thinking it was still early, and decided to use the restroom before resting my head on Deng Xing's shoulder. The cafe's restroom was small, containing only a sink and a tiny stall. Even before entering, a pungent odor assaulted my senses. Pushing open the stall door, I found a person inside, clad in gray long sleeves, their bulky figure completely blocking the entrance. "Sorry, man, I didn't realize someone was in here." I closed the stall door behind me and waited for the person to emerge. After an indeterminate amount of time, my stomach twisted in pain, prompting me to knock on the stall door. Hey, how much longer? No response came. Just as I was about to pull open the stall door, footsteps echoed from outside. A man with dyed yellow hair shoved me aside and yanked open the stall door. I intended to intervene, but before I could utter a word, the yellow-haired man darted inside, and the figure in gray vanished without a trace. I swallowed hard, fixated on the stall door, recalling a haunting experience from when I was 7, feeling an inexplicable dread wash over me. I took 2 steps back and turned to leave. To my horror, I saw the man in gray standing at the sink. My heart raced, and the restroom lights flickered ominously. I could see that the gray-clad man had no legs, floating eerily in midair. Hey, move aside, good dogs don't block the way. A voice rang in my ears, and my nerves frayed. I bolted from the restroom. The yellow-haired man, just exiting the restroom, shook his hands, washing them at the sink while splashing water on his face to shake off his drowsiness. As he looked down, the reflection in the mirror revealed the figure of the man in gray. I shook Deng Xing awake, my tone frantic. Fatty, we need to go, quickly. Deng Xing rubbed his face, still groggy. What is wrong, Tai? Where are we going? The dorms are locked now. Panic coursed through me, causing my body to tremble uncontrollably. Deng Xing noticed my distress, standing up with a raised voice. Who bullied you, Tai? Tell me, and I'll take care of it. I lowered my voice. Quiet down. I know old Lou at the dorm. We can get in. So, are we going or not? Once outside the internet cafe, I briefly recounted the restroom incident. Upon hearing this, Deng Xing's face drained of color. Tai, don't scare me like that. Ghosts don't exist. At this moment, I fell silent. My gaze fixated intently on the figure behind Deng Xing, feigning shock with my mouth agape. Just moments ago, Deng Xing had declared that ghosts did not exist. Yet upon witnessing the scene before us, he let out a startled exclamation and dashed forward, leaving me in a fit of laughter as I chased after him. We scaled the wall into the school, and as expected, the dormitory door was locked from the inside. I approached the dormitory supervisor's window and lightly tapped 3 times, only to be met with an irritable shout from within. Who the hell is knocking on the window? Recognizing the voice of Supervisor Liu, I chuckled awkwardly. Uncle Liu. It's me, Zhou Tai. The window opened, revealing Uncle Liu, bare-chested and draped in a garment, brandishing a flashlight that momentarily illuminated my face. Zhou Tai, you rascal. You've been out gaming again, haven't you? And you, Deng Xing, why aren't you setting a good example? I raised my hand to shield my eyes from the flashlight's beam and grinned. Uncle Liu, look, we've returned, so let us in. It's quite chilly out here at this late hour. Deng Xing and I shielded our eyes, oblivious to the shift in Uncle Liu's expression from playful to grave. He spoke in a low voice. You two can come in, but he can't. Chapter 5. Where do children have waists? Who is he? I asked, perplexed, glancing back to find only Deng Xing beside me. Feeling as though I had been made a fool of, I turned back to Uncle Liu, my tone slightly annoyed. Don't scare us in the dead of night. It's just the 2 of us standing here. Who are you referring to? Uncle Liu remained silent, shooting me a stern glance before closing the window. Noticing this, Deng Xing tugged at my sleeve. Tai Ge, do you think he wants to let us in? Before I could respond, a sound came from the door. Uncle Liu stepped out of the dormitory, shining the flashlight at us. My heart leaped with joy, and I quickly pulled Deng Xing to run over. Just as we were about to enter the building, I felt someone tugging at the back of my collar. Uncle Liu, I promise I won't do it again. Please let go. We have classes tomorrow. Uncle Liu remained silent, gesturing to Deng Xing. You go in first. Uncle Liu, Zhou Tai and I won't behave like this again. Please let him come in with me, Deng Xing pleaded. Seeing that Uncle Liu had no intention of releasing my collar, I patted Deng Xing on the shoulder, signaling him to go ahead. After Deng Xing had entered, Uncle Liu finally loosened his grip on my collar and said, Did you not feel a heaviness in your back and a tightness in your waist? I adjusted my disheveled clothing, momentarily frozen by his words. Indeed, I had felt a peculiar weight on my back since leaving the internet cafe, but I attributed it to sitting for too long. Besides, my grandfather, Zhou Jianxia, often remarked, Where do children have waists? Noticing my silence, Uncle Liu sighed and continued. Tell me, when you went to the internet cafe, did you see a man in a gray long-sleeve shirt with a corpulent figure? At this, I looked up sharply to meet Uncle Liu's gaze. How do you know? How do I know? I also know where he is right now. Do you believe me? I shook my head, indicating my disbelief. Uncle Liu smirked and pointed behind me. Yes, right there, clinging to your back. Seeing my face turn pale with fear, Uncle Liu's tone turned serious. The restroom is inherently a filthy place, and coupled with staying up late, it's no wonder you can see ghosts. Yes, return with you, and it will be a bit troublesome to deal with. Come, let us go inside. I'll help you resolve this. Though I felt uncertain, I followed Uncle Lou into his single dormitory, which contained only a single bed and a metal table. Uncle Lou pulled out a chair for me, sitting on the bed while smoking a dry cigarette. His demeanor shifted, becoming icy. "Get off the child quickly, or don't blame this old man for taking action." His voice had transformed. Although I called him Uncle Lou, he was only in his 40s. At that moment, his voice resonated like that of a man in his 70s. Hearing his words instilled an inexplicable fear within me, and I felt a release on my back, as if what he had mentioned was indeed clinging to me. Uncle Lou glanced at my side, his tone softening slightly. "What are you doing with him? This child is already weak." I dared not move, for in my peripheral vision, I caught sight of the man in gray. His mouth was moving, as though he were speaking. "What do you want? Do you wish for me to burn you a paper temple? Enough of the nonsense. What connection do you have with this child?" If an outsider were to witness this scene, they would likely think that Uncle Lou was addressing me, but I understood he was speaking to the figure in gray. "Fine. You can go, but when I burn the offerings, I'll call for you. If you return after I finish burning the money, don't blame me for striking you." Upon uttering this, I felt the icy presence beside me vanish, and the figure in gray slipped out of my sight. Only then did I dare to breathe freely, my voice trembling as I asked, "Uncle Lou, what on earth is happening? How can you talk to him?" Uncle Lou glanced at me, shook his head, and gestured for me to leave. Watching Zhou Tie's retreating figure, Uncle Lou's expression darkened. This child has half of his spiritual gates open by nature. Once this vengeful spirit attaches itself, all gates may open, and he is likely to fall ill. As I opened the dormitory door, I heard Deng Xing whispering, "Tai Gu, you're back? Uncle Lou didn't do anything to you, did he?" "Not really. Just go to sleep. We have classes tomorrow," I replied, brushing off his concern. I lay down without changing my clothes, my mind replaying the events that had just transpired like a film reel. My sleep was restless. I felt a dryness in my nostrils, and my throat and stomach seemed connected by a fiery cord. In a hazy state, I sensed someone shaking me. With half-opened eyes, I saw Deng Xing looking worried. Tai Gu, wake up. Why are you so hot? Have you got a fever?" His words were muffled, as if I were listening through cotton, and his face swayed before me. When I opened my eyes again, Deng Xing had vanished, replaced by my grandfather's worried, wrinkled face. He helped me sit up and carried me on his back. My grandfather was thin, his spine clearly visible, yet he walked steadily, the gentle sway making me even drowsier. As we reached the entrance of the dormitory building, Uncle Lou blocked my grandfather's path. Seeing my condition, he sighed and uttered words I couldn't comprehend. "Get someone to take care of this. It's time, and you can't stop it even if you don't want to." My grandfather remained silent, but I noticed him clenching his teeth. Uncle Lou sighed again, pressing something into my grandfather's hand. My grandfather glanced down, seemingly intending to discard it. But upon sensing my gaze, he pocketed it swiftly, so quickly that I couldn't discern what it was. Once outside the school, I assumed my grandfather would take me to a clinic for an injection, but unexpectedly, he led me to the bus and took me directly home. He laid me flat on the Kong and administered 2 fever-reducing pills before leaving. As night fell, in a semi-conscious state, I caught a whiff of a pungent odor, the scent of inferior incense. I opened my eyes, illuminated by moonlight, and saw my grandfather holding 3 sticks of lit incense, waving them around me, occasionally pausing at certain points. Due to the prolonged fever, my throat was hoarse and dry. I coughed softly and asked, "Grandpa, what are you doing?" My grandfather's expression was grave, and he did not respond. I continued to watch the smoke rising from the burning incense before drifting back to sleep. When I awoke again, the acrid smell had dissipated, and my discomfort had largely subsided, leaving only a scratchy throat. My grandfather was no longer nearby, but I could hear the clattering of pots and the aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. Soon, my grandfather entered with a meal, and only then did I realize my hunger. As I ate, my grandfather watched over me, and after a while, he slowly began to speak. "Do you know you have a second aunt?" Chapter 6. A Life Without Hope. A second aunt? I know I have an older aunt. But didn't she pass away a few years ago? How is it that I suddenly have a second aunt? Observing my bewilderment, my grandfather stroked my head, his expression peculiar. "My second elder sister, who is quite beautiful, received many marriage proposals from neighboring villages when she turned 18. However, neither my great-grandfather, who is also my father, found any of them suitable. Eventually, a very honest man was chosen, and I often expressed my desire for my sister not to marry, resulting in her not marrying at all." My grandfather's expression turned remarkably forlorn, and I instinctively asked, "Did that man call off the engagement?" He replied that the man loved my sister until his dying breath. My grandfather let out a bitter laugh, as if recalling a sorrowful memory, and his hands trembled slightly as he rolled a cigarette and lit it. He took a deep breath and continued, "Your great-grandfather cherished your second aunt dearly. Before her wedding, he gave her some money so she and your eldest aunt could buy new clothes for the marriage." They returned home a bit late that day. Without streetlights in the countryside, my sister, eager to get home, took a shortcut with her elder sister. Halfway there, she suddenly stopped and asked if her sister had heard someone speaking. The elder sister shook her head, but my sister's pace quickened, and she eventually started running, leaving her sister behind. When they finally arrived home, my sister developed a fever that night. We called upon the village's barefoot doctor, who prescribed some fever-reducing medicine, but it proved ineffective. In desperation, we sought the help of a well-known shaman. Upon examination, the shaman proclaimed that my sister was fated to encounter spirits. But your great-grandfather refused to accept this and insisted the shaman expel the spirits from her. My grandfather finished his cigarette quickly, taking a sharp last puff that induced a dry cough. I patted his back and pressed, "What happened next? Did they manage to drive the spirits away?" After catching his breath, he explained, "No, the shaman was hesitant to use force against the spirit, partly due to a respect for karma, and partly because the spirit had already taken residence within my sister. If they harmed it, it could potentially harm her. They could only summon the spirit and communicate with it to see if it would leave, but no matter how they tried, it remained unyielding." Frustrated, your great-grandfather glanced around, worried about injuring my sister while trying to intimidate the spirit. He seized the silver needles that the shaman carried and declared, "If you don't come out, I will pierce you with these." The shaman panicked and attempted to snatch the needles back, but in the scuffle, one of the needles pricked my sister, causing her to faint instantly. From that moment on, she lost her sanity. Why would a mere needle cause such madness? I questioned, filled with incredulity. My grandfather sighed, his eyes brimming with tears, his voice becoming hoarse as he looked down in disguise of his sorrow. After my sister lost her mind, I sought out the shaman repeatedly, throwing stones at his window. Once, I was caught, and he recognized me. He claimed that my sister's madness was not his doing. The needle had not pierced her but the spirit instead, sealing it within her body. They became one, and although it would not die, it would drive her mad. Yet I had heard from the village women that shamans are meant to address such issues by channeling spirits. How could my aunt's predicament be so dire? I pressed on. I asked the shaman this, and he explained that the spirits he channeled could freely display their powers and leave their vessels. But the one within my aunt was like a prisoner locked away, with centuries of cultivation lost in an instant, forever trapped. What happened next? What became of my aunt? You mentioned that the man who promised her a lifetime of love remained devoted until death. Did they marry? They did not wed. He died the very day his parents came to our home to annul the engagement, having consumed pesticide before my eyes. Your aunt passed away at 30 as well. But before her death, she regained lucidity for a brief moment, preparing a meal for us. In the midst of our dining, she ran out and was later found dead at that man's grave. I still wonder how she found it. My grandfather chuckled softly, ruffling my hair and uttering a phrase I could not comprehend. Thus, in my eyes, those spirits are utterly irresponsible, having indirectly harmed my sister. I cannot allow such a thing to happen again. Just as my grandfather departed, a thought surged within me, and I inadvertently voiced, "It is fate. It is my aunt's destiny, and the spirit's calamity." Upon hearing this, my grandfather paused, his fists clenched, the veins on his hands bulging. I hastily changed the subject. "Grandfather, I am ready. When can I return to school?" I observed my grandfather's back rising and falling, as if he were gasping for air, and after a long moment, he finally replied in a cold tone, "You can go tomorrow. But if I hear from your teacher that you skipped class to visit an internet cafe, do not blame me for slapping you." His tone sent a shiver down my spine. That night passed uneventfully, and the next day, under my grandfather's watchful gaze, I boarded the bus back to school alone. Upon my return, it was just in time for class. The playground was eerily quiet. I first headed to the dormitory building to find old Lou and inquire about what he had given my grandfather that day. However, as I entered the building, a strange voice interrupted me. "Why aren't you in class?" Turning around, I saw a hunched old man in dormitory supervisor attire. I replied, "I was ill and took a leave of absence, but I left in such a hurry that I forgot my backpack." The old man nodded. "You're Zhou Tie from class 1, right? Hurry along to class." Just as he was about to turn away, I called out, perplexed, "Sir, why are you wearing the supervisor's uniform? What happened to Uncle Lou?" "He resigned. Apparently, there is some family matter. From now on, I'll manage this building." As I watched his retreating figure, I clicked my tongue, realizing I had no way of discovering what old Lou had given my grandfather. But I quickly dismissed the thought from my mind. Upon entering the classroom, I noticed the peculiar glances from my classmates, filled with fear and disdain. The bell rang, and I rose from my desk, red marks visible on my face from resting on it. I shook off the numbness in my arms and walked over to Deng Xing's desk, lightly tapping it. Let us go play basketball. Deng Xing wore a strange expression, remaining silent and seated, while his deskmate leered. Tai, you've seen quite a bit, haven't you? You saw a ghost at your father's funeral and another male ghost recently. Have you ever seen a female ghost? One that is beautiful. I detected the sarcasm in his words and, glancing at Deng Xing's face, realized he had spread rumors about my ghost sightings. Although I was not particularly concerned about it, I felt a sense of betrayal. I smirked disdainfully. I have seen one. She's right behind you. Don't you feel a weight on your back? Watching his expression shift from lewdness to sheer terror, I scoffed and shot a deep glance at Deng Xing before exiting the classroom. Before I could reach the playground, I heard footsteps behind me. Without turning around, I knew it was Deng Xing sure enough. His familiar voice called out, Tai, wait for me. I continued walking without pausing. And Deng Xing hurriedly explained, they kept asking me why you suddenly left school, so I recounted everything. You never told me not to share, did you? He was visibly irritated. Zhou Tai, are you being unreasonable? Stopping in my tracks, I faced him. When we first entered school, they bullied you because of your weight. I chased them off so you could play with me, and we became the outcasts together. Now that they gather around you, do you feel popular? You knew I left due to a sudden fever. Why bring up my ghost sighting? Was it to clarify my absence or to feed your vanity? You have now come to pursue me. Do you not realize the wrongs you have committed? Why do you feign innocence before me? Perhaps my words have struck a nerve. As Deng Xing's face gradually flushed with anger, Zhou Tai, you are a freak. When you were born, snakes crawled throughout the yard. A bad omen indeed. Perhaps your father was cursed by your very existence. I gazed at him, and strangely, my fury subsided, as if arguing with this person was an utter waste of time. I chuckled softly. Deng Xing, I suddenly find it not you who is laughable, but rather myself, for mistaking a dog for a human. Days passed, and Deng Xing and I ceased all contact. On the eve of a holiday, my grandfather called my teacher, stating that he would be away for 2 days, requesting that I return home a day later, for there would be no one to cook for me. My dormitory was on the 3rd floor, with 6 rooms, and I was the sole occupant. I welcomed the solitude, purchasing snacks and instant noodles to enjoy in my dormitory, intending to stay up all night watching a book I had bought long ago. As midnight approached, perhaps due to the variety of food I had consumed, my stomach began to churn. Grabbing some paper hastily, I opened the dormitory door. The motion sensor lights in the hallway were malfunctioning, flickering erratically, reminiscent of my previous experiences in an internet cafe. However, the pain in my stomach left no room for fear, and I dashed toward the restroom at the end of the corridor. Just as I finished and pulled up my pants, an eerie sound reached my ears. At that moment, I could not discern what the noise was. Furrowing my brows, I pushed open the restroom stall door and leaned my head out to peer into the dimly lit hallway. The sound emanated from the deepest part of the corridor. I called out, "Who is there? What are you doing awake at this hour?" The noise abruptly ceased, and as I turned to wash my hands, I inadvertently caught a glimpse of the mirror. In an instant, my hair stood on end, and my body froze in place. The mirror reflected a figure clad in tattered black clothing, bound by thin ropes, with a pole-like object protruding from the back of its head, inscribed with the words, "Executed at noon, the robber-murderer Wang Jun." My body involuntarily turned, and I found myself staring into the half-open eyes of the figure, which were fixated on me. I swallowed hard and glanced downward, noticing that its feet were shackled with iron chains. The noise I had heard earlier was the sound of those chains scraping against the floor. I screamed and bolted from the restroom, but my legs weakened from fright, and I stumbled to the ground. The sound of chains clattering behind me grew louder as I disregarded the dirt on the floor and scrambled toward the stairwell. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. It was only after climbing what felt like hundreds of steps that I realized something was amiss. With only 3 floors in total, why had I not yet reached the 1st floor? Ignoring the increasingly close sound of chains, I glanced at the number posted at the stairwell entrance, 3. I was still on the 3rd floor. I forced myself to calm down, recalling the tales my grandfather had shared about the ghostly wall. Realizing I could not escape this 3rd floor, I gritted my teeth and sprinted back to my dorm, slamming the door shut and locking it immediately. Listening as the sound of chains halted outside my door, I raised a stool above my head, paralyzed with fear. Thud, thud, thud. A knocking resounded from outside, driving me to the brink of collapse. I shut my eyes tightly and began to curse loudly, recalling my grandfather's words that ghosts feared wickedness. The worse, the better. I continued my tirade until my voice became hoarse, and just then, a radiant light illuminated the window, causing the knocking to cease. Like a deflated balloon, I dropped the stool to the ground, collapsing in tears. It wasn't until dawn that I dared to rise and slowly open the door. revealing overlapping footprints where someone had kicked the door. I could no longer bear to stay at the school. With my last ounce of strength, I packed my bag and fled, boarding the bus home. The house was empty. My grandfather had not yet returned. The silence was palpable, and I turned on the television, cranking the volume to the maximum, curling up on the bed. After a couple of program changes, I finally heard a sound at the yard gate. Peering out, I saw my grandfather returning with a discarded backpack slung over his shoulder. Unable to contain my tears any longer, I leaped from the bed and rushed to embrace him. I recounted the harrowing events of the previous night, declaring that I would never return to school and would stay by his side forever. My grandfather sighed, gently patting my shoulder. "Do not be afraid, it will soon pass. I will handle these matters." After that, I no longer attended school, instead helping my grandfather at his paper effigy shop. Those years were the happiest of my life, just as I thought it would remain that way indefinitely. Misfortune struck once more. Chapter 8. Why don't you just die? Zhou Tai. Hearing his voice, I set down the paper figure and responded, walking over. My grandfather sat on a chair outside the shop, a bulging backpack resting against it, seemingly filled with numerous items. Upon my arrival, he extended his hand, retrieving a plastic bag from his pocket, counting out several crumpled bills and handing them to me. "I need to step out for a while. I will return by the time you turn 18. Then, I shall present you with a special birthday gift." I accepted the bills, frowning as I glanced at his frail form. "Grandfather, you have been away too often lately. Where are you going? Can't I accompany you?" "No. You must keep the house." My grandfather and I spoke in unison. I pouted. "I knew you would say that. Just remember to return for my birthday. I will wait for you." My grandfather chuckled softly, supporting himself as he stood and slung the backpack over his shoulders, giving me a gentle pat on the head before heading towards the door. Just as he was about to step out, he turned back to me, opening his mouth as if to say something. I smiled and reassured him, "I know, after you leave, I will return home, not come to the shop, not take on work without permission, and not run around." As I watched my grandfather's figure grow distant, my smile faded, and I squeezed the money in my hand, feeling an odd sensation in my heart. On the day of my 18th birthday, I awoke early and prepared a bowl of noodles for myself. After eating, I fiddled with the new phone my grandfather had bought for me, estimating the time of his return. As noon approached, I called him, but the line was busy. I wondered what the old man was so occupied with. By evening, I prepared a feast from the remaining ingredients in the house, waiting by the door, gazing out at the yard until midnight. The dishes had been reheated multiple times, and the busy tone echoed in my ears again and again, yet the gate remained closed. Initially, I felt anger, but soon it turned to worry, as my grandfather had never gone silent on me before. Eventually, I could no longer endure it and fell asleep at the table. "Zhou Tai, Zhou Tai," a voice called to me, and I rose from the table to find my grandfather standing before me. I feigned anger, turning away in silence. "Zhou Tai, it was my fault. I can no longer accompany you. You must grow up healthy." His tone carried a hint of regret and a touch of relief. Hearing this, I turned to look at his face, watching as his clothes gradually soaked and began to drip water. His complexion shifted from rosy to pale, eventually taking on a dark hue. His appearance mirrored that of my father when he passed, except my father had died with his eyes open, while my grandfather bore an expression of relief. Realizing something was amiss, I panicked and cried out, "Grandfather, please don't scare me. What is wrong? Don't frighten me." The last words came out in a choked sob as my grandfather's figure receded. I reached out to grasp him, but my hand fell through emptiness, and I awoke with tears still on my cheeks. The outside world remained shrouded in darkness, and the food before me had long since grown cold and congealed with grease. I felt relieved that it was merely a dream, yet its vividness lingered, leaving my heart uneasy and aching. Sleep evaded me, and I sat there waiting for my grandfather's return. It was not until the following morning that a knock echoed at the gate. When the knock echoed through the air, I initially believed it to be a figment of my imagination. However, upon the second sound, I sprang to my feet, only to be hindered by the numbness in my legs from prolonged sitting. My vision darkened, and I instinctively reached for the table before me, only to grasp at emptiness and tumble to the ground, bringing the bowls and plates crashing down with me. As I gazed at the shards scattered across the floor, an unsettling feeling surged within me once more. Dismissing the fragments, I used both hands to push against the ground to rise, the jagged porcelain cutting into my palms. Though fortunately, the wounds were shallow, merely oozing a drop of blood. I rushed to the gate and flung it open, expecting to see my grandfather's aged yet gentle visage. Instead, I was met by a group of strangers and an ambulance. "Is this the residence of Zhou Jianxi?" inquired the uniformed individual with a formal tone. Numbly, I nodded. "Yes, I am his grandson. What seems to be the matter? Where are the adults? Please have them step outside." "It's just me," I replied. The The man's expression shifted to one of pity as he opened his mouth, hesitating before producing a sealed plastic bag, which he handed to me. Recognizing it as my grandfather's mobile phone, I was about to speak when he sighed, "My condolences. Your grandfather witnessed a child drowning yesterday, and he entered the water to rescue the child, but unfortunately, he succumbed to exhaustion and drowned." Emerging from behind him were a man and a woman, the latter with swollen eyes from crying, while the man's eyes were red-rimmed. They knelt before me, uttering apologies in a steady stream. Yet, at that moment, my ears rang, and the world felt as though it had come to a standstill, blurring around me as I stared at their moving lips in silence. My legs buckled, and with the assistance of the uniformed man, I caught sight of my grandfather lying on a stretcher, his complexion a ghastly shade of blue, his clothes damp, and his body cold. Upon touching his lifeless hand, the world resumed its chaotic motion, filled with a cacophony of voices. I turned to the couple and questioned their insincerity. Why did my grandfather have to die because of their child? I knelt before them, gripping the man's collar. "What are you crying for? What is this pretense? Are you not elated? It is not your child who has perished, but my grandfather, the one who stood by my side for 18 years. I shouted, "Return my grandfather to me. Why don't you go and die?" My voice crescendoed into a primal scream as I tightened my grip around his throat. The bystanders reacted swiftly, pulling us apart, and as I was forcibly restrained, he gasped for air. When my senses returned, the crowd had dissipated, leaving me face to face with my grandfather's corpse, his hand clutching a stack of crisp banknotes. I carelessly tossed the money aside and exited my home, heading towards the paper offerings shop. News of my grandfather's tragic drowning had already spread throughout the village. Along the way, villagers whispered amongst themselves upon seeing me. "Look at the Zhou family, the young one drowned, and now the old one too. It seems all began after Zhou Tie's birth. Perhaps it's all Zhou Tie's fault." I ignored their chatter and selected a fitting funeral garment for my grandfather, returning home to dress him in it. While changing his clothes, I felt something in his pocket, a black plastic bag. Inside, I found a note wrapped in the bag. But alas, it was damp, rendering the writing illegible, save for a faint character that resembled change. Chapter 9. The eerie black cloth. I had no desire to decipher what the note contained. After dressing my grandfather in his funeral attire, I stood there, lost in thought, unsure of what to do next. Just then, the gate was knocked upon, revealing the uncles and aunts who had spoken ill of me. Were they intending to drive me away? I furrowed my brow, preparing to voice my indignation. Yet, they ignored me entirely and entered the courtyard, two of them lifting a wooden stretcher onto which they placed my grandfather's body. The aunts carried vegetables and meat into the house, and soon, the aroma of food wafted from within. The village chief picked up the money that had been discarded on the ground and approached me, stuffing it into my pocket while patting my shoulder. I stood at the gate, watching them bustle about, my eyes stinging with unshed tears. "Zhou Tai, come eat." The funeral, cremation, and burial were smoothly conducted with the villagers' assistance. After they departed, I surveyed the empty courtyard, finally grasping the reality that my grandfather was truly gone. I picked up the leftover white liquor he had consumed in life, twisted off the cap, and the pungent aroma assaulted my senses. With a single gulp, I drained half the bottle, the burn causing my face to flush crimson. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in my grandfather's paper offerings shop. The liquor bottle empty in my hand, my face sticky. The paper figures of people and horses that grandfather had prepared lay shredded around me. I sat up, my head pounding as if it might split apart. As I attempted to leave, my peripheral vision caught sight of a door slightly ajar. There was a small room at the back that had always been locked, a place my grandfather forbade me from approaching. Yet now, the lock lay on the ground, accompanied by a cracked brick. Looking at my palm, I noticed faint red marks, likely from my drunken escapade the previous night. Sighing, I approached the door, peering into the dimness. I could barely make out something hanging on the wall and was about to close the door when a foul odor wafted towards me. Reluctantly, I pushed the door open and fumbled along the wall for the light switch. Click. The light illuminated the interior, revealing a table adorned with an incense burner and a tribute plate, along with my grandfather's dark scissors. The bananas on the tribute plate had turned entirely black, exuding a putrid scent. A black cloth hung on the wall, inscribed with golden characters. It read, "Yin Yang Crossing the World," with smaller gold letters noting the offerings to the Earth Goddess, Emperor of Fengdu, the Eastern Peak Emperor, and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, followed by a litany of ghostly deities, including the black and white impermanents, ox-headed and horse-faced, and even Meng Pe and Zhong Kuei. Frowning, I pondered the purpose of my grandfather's devotion to such spirits. After placing the spoiled bananas into a plastic bag, I exited the room, considering it a remnant of my grandfather's legacy. In the days that followed, I drank until I blacked out every night, always waking in the paper offering shop. Initially, I thought little of it, until the final instance, where I awoke in that small room, my neck aching, 3 incense sticks in hand, and a lighter in the other. The incense burner on the table was filled to the brim with sticks. I was not lying down. Rather, I found myself kneeling on the ground, and upon raising my gaze, the black cloth loomed above me, inducing a sense of inexplicable dread. The incense felt like a hot potato in my hands, and I flung it to the ground in panic. Frantically, I fled the paper offering shop, returning home to securely lock the door. That night, I abstained from alcohol, opting for a light meal before retiring early. In my dreams, a haze enveloped me, revealing a dirt path ahead. Following it led me to the dilapidated door of the paper offering shop. The events of the morning lingered in my mind, filling me with trepidation. Just as I was about to turn away, I heard a familiar voice from within. My grandfather's voice. Instinctively, I pushed the door open, encountering his frail silhouette. My voice trembled as I called out, "Grandfather? Is that you?" He turned, his brow furrowed, his expression unusually grave. "Zhou Tai, come with me." I followed him to the small room's entrance, where an old, rusted lock hung on the door. My grandfather produced a set of keys, and, after unlocking it, did not open the door immediately but turned back and said, "Zhou Tai, you open the door." His tone brooked no dissent. I stepped forward and pushed the door open, only to be forcefully thrust inside the dimly lit room. Upon entering the room, I suddenly found myself holding a stick of incense. My grandfather's voice echoed behind me, "Kneel?" Why should I kneel? Kneel. He repeated those 2 words, and a force pressed down upon my shoulder. Instinctively, I turned around, my shoulders shrugged, and the scene before me transformed. It morphed into the humble abode where my grandfather and I had lived, with him lying on the kong, gasping for breath, while I knelt beside him, still clutching the incense. "Grandfather, what is wrong with you?" "Zhou Tai, once you take it, you will be safe. And your grandfather will be well." "Take what? What should I take, grandfather?" I shook his frail body, but in the next moment, it turned cold and clammy, jolting me awake from what felt like a dream. Upon waking, I was again confronted by the ominous black cloth. Cold sweat trickled down my back, and the repeated appearance of that black cloth filled me with dread. I threw the incense to the ground and bolted outside, but this time, instead of returning home directly, I went to the village chief's house. Knocking thrice on the courtyard door, I heard the village chief's voice and footsteps from within. Upon opening the door, he looked perplexed to see me. "What brings you here so early, Zhou Tai?" I gasped for breath and recounted the events of the past few moments. "Uncle, what should I do now? I'm scared." The village chief's expression darkened as he scanned me from head to toe. "Zhou Tai, is it possible that your grandfather is reluctant to leave this world? I know a shaman. I can take you to see him. However, he wants he do it for free. It's 100 for the consultation and additional fees for the services. Do you have any money?" I nodded vigorously. The village chief wasted no time, instructing me to wait at the door while he fetched his electric scooter to take me to the shaman's residence. Chapter 10. The Remarkable Master Wang. After a half-hour ride, we arrived at Wangjia village. The village chief halted the scooter before a 1-story house with red tiles and white walls. A queue formed outside, with small groups whispering amongst themselves, while vendors sold snacks nearby. The village chief urged me to get off and pointed to the line. "Zhou Tai, you wait in line. I'll get you some buns. You seem flustered. You must not have had breakfast." I agreed and joined the queue, where 2 elderly women were conversing. "Have you heard? A man with a cane came to see Master Wang a few days ago, and guess what? What happened? When he left, he wasn't limping anymore, and didn't he need the cane? Oh my goodness, Master Wang is quite powerful. What do you expect? Look at all these people waiting, all seeking the shaman's help, whether for real ailments or mere illusions. Master Wang is twice as effective." As I listened intently, the village chief called out, "Zhou Tai, come here quickly. These buns are fresh out of the pot and still hot." The buns steamed in the bag as I took them, but instead of eating immediately, I pulled out 20 yuan and handed it to the village chief. "What is this for?" he asked sternly, but his hands continued to accept the money into his pocket. While munching on the bun, I asked indistinctly, "Uncle, what is the difference between real and illusory ailments?" Real ailments are physical problems that can be diagnosed at a hospital, while illusory ailments are like what you're experiencing, being haunted by a ghost. Haunted by a ghost? Is that ghost my grandfather? The thought weighed heavily on my heart as I continued to shuffle forward in line. From 7 a.m. to 10 a.m., I finally stepped into the courtyard and entered the room. To call it a realm of the divine would not be an exaggeration. Smoke swirled around, choking me as I entered. The village chief, familiar with the place, led me to the inner room. There sat a middle-aged man, appearing around 40. With small eyes and a flat nose, sporting a couple of tufts of beard. Along the wall, a long table displayed various Buddhist statues, with tin incense burners lit, emitting the smoke that filled the air. A red paper hung on the wall, densely inscribed with characters, alongside various decorative banners. Master Wang, this is my nephew Zhou Tai. He has encountered some issues and seeks your guidance. Master Wang squinted, producing a grunt from deep within his throat. Noticing I was still standing, he half opened his eyes, displaying some impatience. The village chief quickly responded, pulling me onto a lower bench beside him, forcing me to look up at Master Wang, which I found somewhat disconcerting. Your birth date and time? I cleared my throat, suppressing my emotions, and recited my birth information. Master Wang sat cross-legged on the Kong, his body beginning to sway as he murmured in an unintelligible tone. After a while, he abruptly opened his eyes, pointing at me and exclaiming, "Get out." I was startled, springing up from the bench. What? You want me to leave right after I arrive? Master Wang lowered his hand, his tone returning to a calm demeanor. I wasn't referring to you. It was the one behind you. Sit down, child. I turned to glance at the village chief, who winked at me and nudged my back. Taking a deep breath, I sat back down. Master Wang lit a cigarette and took 3 puffs before saying, "Now, tell me your situation. Why is there a ghost following you?" I recounted the events of the past couple of days, and when I mentioned the black cloth, Master Wang interrupted. Was Empress of the Earth or Emperor of the Underworld written on that cloth? I nodded, and Master Wang yawned and took another puff. You carry a connection. The ghost I just dismissed must be from your threshold. Seeing my confusion, the village chief whispered, the one from the threshold is a family ghost. Someone who has passed away in your family. What does it look like? I gazed at Master Wang with hope, wishing he would say it was my grandfather. Master Wang glanced at me but did not answer, crushing the burnt-out cigarette in the ashtray, lapsing into silence. The village chief nudged my back again, and I turned to look at him, noticing him rubbing his thumb and index finger together. Realizing, I took out 200 yuan, ready to hand it to Master Wang, only to see the village chief clear his throat and gesture toward the table beside me. I placed the money under the incense burner, and just as I finished, Master Wang spoke up. You need not concern yourself with the ghost's appearance. What you must understand is that you have a connection, albeit an unusual one. What makes it unusual? Master Wang pointed to the red paper on the wall. Do you see? A proper shaman's temple has red paper inscribed with names of deities and auspicious phrases. The one you saw was black, dedicated to ghost emperors and kings. In shamanic terms, that's a ghost hall. Your grandfather worshipped there, but now that he has passed, this connection has fallen upon you. And it is now your responsibility to accept it. Will you accept it or not? Master Wang's words reminded me of the dream where my grandfather said that if I accepted, he would be well, and I would be safe. Was he asking me to take over this temple? I gritted my teeth. I accept. Good. I will summon the old sage again to see how to establish your temple. Master Wang lit another cigarette, and as it burned halfway, he kept his eyes closed and said in a deep voice, Child, your temple will not be easy to establish. It is filled with ghosts, and you are too young to control them. What should I do? Master Wang pondered for a moment and said, Well, since I have a past connection with you, I have several yellow immortals and python immortals under my guidance. I will send them to assist you at your temple. At this point, Master Wang shivered, opened his eyes, and revealed a sense of helplessness. Since my old sage says so, it shall be. However, once those immortals leave, I will likely feel weak for a long time. Those old immortals possess considerable power. At this moment, there was no need for the village chief to confront me. I retrieved a stack of cash from my pocket. This was the gratitude money given by the family of the child my grandfather had rescued on the day of the incident. Gritting my teeth, I counted out 20 bills and offered them to Wang Daxian. However, he refused to accept them, instead lighting another cigarette, shaking slightly, and gravely declaring, You are not sincere, child. If you do not trust me, then you may leave. I glanced back at the village chief, then at Wang Daxian's tightly shut eyes. With a stomp of my foot, I counted out another 30 bills and respectfully placed them before him. Wang Daxian nodded. We are destined to meet. My esteemed elders will surely assist you well, child. Chapter 11. I will die here at 11 o'clock at night. Come to my place, and I shall establish your altar. After leaving Wang Daxian's home, I expected to return directly, but the village chief said, Zhou Tai, wait for me at the entrance for a moment. I have questions for Daxian. I nodded and waited 10 minutes at the door, finally seeing the village chief emerge, beaming with joy. What could he have asked to elicit such happiness? Noticing my gaze, he coughed twice, his smile fading significantly. We rode the electric scooter back home. The village chief left the scooter for me, saying, Zhou Tai, I won't accompany you tonight. Be careful riding home. I don't know when you'll return. I still have matters to attend to in the county tomorrow morning. I discerned the implication in his words and handed him 200 yuan. At 10:30 that night, I rode the village chief's electric scooter to Wang Daxian's house. The roads were pitch black, and I relied solely on the faint light of the scooter to navigate until I spotted the familiar bungalow, which brought me a sense of relief. The gate to Wang Daxian's courtyard was open. I pushed the scooter inside and secured it. As I gazed at the lit interior, an inexplicable sense of resistance filled my heart. Wang Daxian, seeing me through the window, waved his hand. I disregarded my odd feelings and hurried inside. The room was no longer shrouded in smoke. Upon my entrance, he gestured for me to sit on the kong and placed a layer of red cloth over my head. My view was obstructed, and I could only vaguely discern a figure before me, bowing and lighting incense. From now on, do not speak. Others will speak for you. Speak for me. Who would speak for me? Wasn't I the one establishing the altar? His words left me perplexed, yet I obediently nodded. I was unaware of where he procured a drum, which he began to rhythmically strike while singing. Oh, look at the grand drum of Wang. The sound reverberates like thunder. In front of the altar, I was called to serve in the army, while on this side, I am aware of the demon beasts. The old immortal has raised his troops. The old immortal descends from the mountain. I meditate as my eyelids twitch and my ears burn. His singing was rhythmic, and as I yawned, I noticed my movement seemed to invigorate him further, quickening his pace. After a while, I felt my body being shaken, and Wang Daxian exclaimed with an edge of annoyance, "Why are you snoring?" I pulled the red cloth from my head, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "But you told me not to speak." Wang Daxian took a deep breath. "The immortals from my family have already arrived at your altar and have brought back the names and abilities of your family's altar spirits. We will skip the formalities. I will write your altar list directly, and you may worship it at home, and gradually, you will begin to feel its presence." What is the presence? Every word Wang Daxian uttered was familiar, yet I could not comprehend them when strung together. The presence is what you feel when the immortal possesses you. The sensations correspond to the nature of the immortal. Wang Daxian ceased speaking and pulled a sheet of red paper from the side, writing names upon it. Huang Dafeng, Huang Xiaohua, the great python god. The paper quickly became covered with names. After receiving the paper, I felt somewhat deceived. Was that it? This was not right. My family's altar had been black before. Why was it now red? Wang Daxian's expression turned slightly unnatural. Previously, your family's altar was black because it was filled with ghosts. Haven T, I provided you with my family's immortal beings. Now that the 4 pillars are complete, it is red. He squinted at me. Are you doubting me? I stared at the red paper, my mind swirling like a fog. What were the 4 pillars? Wang Daxian trembled slightly. You have no experience in this area at all. I am merely your altar master, responsible for establishing your altar. I am not your skills instructor. At this, his small eyes darted. Of course, if you desire me to teach you skills, that can be arranged for a fee of 8,888. With 3 bows and 9 prostrations, we can proceed with the apprenticeship ceremony. During festivals, you must visit me, on the 1st and 15th of each month. Bring offerings for my family's immortals. Naturally, I can teach you much, including talismans, soul retrieval, and calming frightened children. If you become my disciple, you will be my sole apprentice. 8,888. A red paper cost me 5,000. And I had borrowed 200 from the village chief for the scooter. I was left with just over 10,000. Yet I would have to part with more than half. With this thought, I shook my head and forced a laugh. No need, Wang Daxian. I don't read fortunes and do not require such power. I shall take my leave now, and we can communicate again if necessary. Seeing his face darken, I hastily took my leave. While riding the scooter home, the lights suddenly went out. Instinctively, I squeezed the front brake, halting the scooter. Darkness enveloped me, and my heart raced with fear as I glanced at the scooter's display. It was out of battery. With no other choice, I trudged home, my clothes soaked with sweat, until I finally spotted my familiar gate. Once inside, I stripped off my damp garments and retrieved the red paper from my inner pocket. It was soaked with sweat, rendering the writing unreadable. With a sigh, I tossed the paper aside, resolving to return to Wang Daxian tomorrow for a new one. Lying on the cool kong, my body's heat subsided somewhat, and my breathing gradually steadied, leading me swiftly into slumber. In my dream, I found myself enveloped in black mist, the sound of blaring horns and shouts echoing in my ears. I walked toward the source of the noise, entering the dense fog. I was unaware of how long I walked, but the mist began to thin, revealing vague silhouettes and a black flag before me. Behind the black flag stood a tall horse, upon which sat a figure clad in shining silver armor, wielding a long spear with a flowing red tassel. I could not discern her face, only that she wore her hair in a high ponytail. Behind her stood rows of soldiers in ancient armor, swords at their waists and round shields in hand. I was drawn to her and instinctively stepped forward. At that moment, she leveled her spear across her chest, and her legion shouted in unison, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The overwhelming aura of death jolted me awake, yet the scene before me was not my home. I was back in the paper-making shop. I lay on the ground, the red altar list Wang Daxian had written for me yesterday, now scattered in fragments around me. I stood up, looking at the black cloth before me, and a surge of fear welled up inside me. I could not remain here. I had to leave, or I would surely perish. Stumbling and rushing home, I grabbed a woven bag from the cupboard, stuffing in a few of my clothes. Before heading to my grandfather's room to take some of his clothes as a memento, opening his wardrobe, I found only a few tattered coats. I hastily grabbed a few, causing disarray in the wardrobe, when suddenly, I discovered a rusted iron box. Chapter 12. The 18th birthday gift. I held the iron box in my hands and shook it, hearing a clinking sound from within. Opening it revealed only a worn notebook and a piece of paper, along with a faded photograph. The photograph, in black and white, featured my grandfather seated in the center, my father standing to the left, and my mother, who had abandoned me, standing to the right, with a slight bulge in her abdomen that I could barely discern. Behind them should be the newly constructed bungalows, with red bricks casually piled nearby. Their faces radiate joy, creating a scene of warmth and comfort. This must be a family portrait taken before my birth. I ponder if their lives would still be so delightful had I never come into existence. Shaking off the thought, I folded the photograph a couple of times, casting aside the notion of my father abandoning me and my mother, carefully tucking away only my grandfather's image into my inner pocket. Seated on the ground, I placed the iron box before me and picked up a crumpled note, as if it had been tightly clenched in someone's hand. A string of numbers was inscribed on it, accompanied by a name, Lu Shan. Lu Shan. This must be the phone number of old Lu, the dormitory supervisor for my previous residence. Why would it be with my grandfather? As I reflected, I recalled the fever I had after encountering a ghost, during which old Lu had intercepted my grandfather when he came to collect me. It must have been then that old Lu slipped this note to him. Why would old Lu leave his number with my grandfather? After saving the number in my phone, I set the note aside and opened the worn-out notebook. Within its pages, my grandfather's handwriting meticulously chronicled events following my birth, each stroke infused with a sense of helplessness. Upon reaching the final page, I found only a few terse lines. The ghostly hall has intertwined the lives of my second sister and me. I do not wish for Zhou Tai to become entangled. I desire for him to grow up in health and peace. Yet Lu Shan insists that if Zhou Tai does not confront this ghostly hall, he will perish. Thus, I shall alter his fate, this damned fate. The ink was blurred by 2 drops of water, and as I attempted to wipe it away with my sleeve, the stains only multiplied. I closed the notebook, drying my tear-streaked face. It dawned on me that the indistinct note I had seen while changing my grandfather's burial attire contained the method for altering my fate. The special birthday gift my grandfather had mentioned was this very thing. Had it not been for my quest to change my fate, my grandfather would not have ventured far, and thus he would not have died. Therefore, his demise was caused by my existence. It was true, just as they had said, that my grandfather and father had perished because of me, and that cursed ghostly hall. Rising to my feet, I was no longer gripped by fear, but consumed by a tempest of rage. I clutched the notebook to my chest and stormed out of the room, heading directly to the paper offerings shop. I kicked open the door to the shop and entered the small room at the back. Upon opening the door, I glared menacingly at the black cloth. Grabbing my grandfather's scissors from the altar, the dark blades gleamed, cool to the touch. I overturned the incense burner on the altar and stood atop it, aligning myself with the black cloth. Without hesitation, I snipped away, reducing the fabric to strips. Yet, my fury was not sated. I stomped on the remnants with fervor. I refused to be bound. I shouted, "If you have the power, then end my life." As I departed, my eyes fell upon the overturned incense burner, and in a fit of agitation, I smashed it to the ground, overturning the table as I kicked the door of the small room to pieces. Stepping out of the shop, my anger had subsided somewhat, and I intended to collect my belongings and leave. However, midway through my return, an extraordinary sight confronted me. A serpent, as thick as a person, coiled around a tree no thicker than a thumb, its head resting upon a branch, flicking its tongue and fixating its slit pupils upon me. The weight of the creature did not bend the tree. Even the branch showed no signs of yielding. Staring at the serpent, I recalled the entry from the first page of the notebook, which spoke of a serpent that aided my grandfather in intercepting the specter of death. In that instant of eye contact, I felt as if it could swallow me whole at any moment, a wave of terror paralyzing me. After a while, The serpent remained still, and as I cautiously moved my foot, its eyes followed my every motion. Finally, unable to endure the torment any longer, I fled home, darting through the yard to grab the lock and secure the door behind me. Pressing my ear against the door, I heard no sound of the serpent slithering. Returning to the inner room, I lay on the bed, clutching my grandfather's scissors. At midnight, I was roused from slumber by the howling wind outside. Glancing up, I noticed the window had been blown open, the chill penetrating the room, causing my body to shiver. I attempted to rise and close the window, but found myself unable to move, the drowsiness vanishing in an instant. Although my body was immobile, my vision remained clear. I could see the window swinging open and shut in the gusts, accompanied by a creaking sound. I recognized it as the noise of the window scraping against its frame. Yet the pitch-black night outside, where one could not see a hand in front of their face, combined with such sounds, quickened my breath. Suddenly, I heard footsteps approaching, growing ever closer. Fearful, I shut my eyes tightly, and as the footsteps reached the edge of the bed, I cautiously opened my eyes a sliver, only to be met by a monstrous face. Its breath was palpable, yet the air it exhaled was frigid. Dark circles surrounded its eyes, and it bared yellowed teeth in a menacing grin, the foul stench reaching me even from a distance. I jolted awake, the sunlight streaming through the window, which had been closed once again. Rising, I felt as though my entire body had been crushed and battered. Checking my phone, I found it was already 10 in the morning. I could not discern whether what I had experienced was dream or reality. I pulled at the window, which was locked tightly, ensuring it could not have been blown open. I dismissed it all as a dream, but just as I was about to step off the bed, I noticed two distinct footprints on the ground. My shoes lay beside them, a full size smaller, making it impossible for them to belong to me. Recalling my earlier act of tearing the black cloth, I naturally concluded that this was their revenge against me. If you have the ability, then frighten me to death. End my life. If you can't, then you are worthless. After enduring a week of this torment, I had grown visibly thinner. When I glanced in the mirror, I was startled by my pale complexion. I dialed old Lou's number, and after 3 rings, he answered. Who is this? His indifferent voice was my lifeline. Lu Shu, please save me. I feel like I am dying. Is this you, Zhou Tai? At last, I could no longer hold back my tears. It is me, Lu Shu. Please help me. I cannot hold on any longer. After hanging up, I sent old Lu my address, waiting from day until dusk. Finally, the sound of a car engine echoed outside. Without a second thought, I dashed out barefoot, flinging open the yard gate to see old Lu's familiar face. He looked just as he had before, but upon seeing me, his expression darkened, and his tone grew serious. What have you done? Why are you now haunted by vengeful spirits? I remained silent, and seeing me rush out barefoot, old Lu softened his tone. Where's your grandfather? Call him out. I need to speak with him. My grandfather has passed away, having saved a drowning child but lacking the strength to climb back up. Old Lu hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, sighing, it is all fate. Come inside, it is cold out here. He carried a black bag that concealed its contents, and as I led him indoors, he surveyed the space before settling on the bed, placing the bag beside him. I heard the sound of metal clinking within. Before your grandfather passed, he sought me out, wishing for me to alter your fate, but I refused. I lifted my gaze to meet his steady eyes, questioning, why? Because the practice of altering fate weighs heavily on karmic ties, and I cannot bear the consequences. I recalled the note in my grandfather's pocket, inscribed with the character for change. When I dressed him in his burial attire, there was a note, but it was soaked with water, leaving only the character change legible. If that is not your writing, then whose is it? Lao Lu shook his head, indicating his ignorance, but then his gaze sharpened. Speak up. What have you been up to these past few days? Normally, no vengeful spirits should be able to approach you. I recounted the events of the past few days, as well as the red talisman that Master Wang had inscribed for me, to Lao Lu. After listening, he smiled, yet the smile was devoid of warmth. Zhou Tai, you are as pure as a tiger, a genuine northeastern tiger. I was taken aback by the insult. What is wrong, uncle? Lao Lu tapped my forehead. Is there only water inside this head of yours? You possess a unique fate. Your destiny is extremely keen. Such a fate attracts spirits. And for over a decade, the Ghost Hall has been protecting you. Yet, you recklessly severed that talisman. Now they are furious and no longer safeguard you. Had I not come, you might have been scared to death in a few days. Moreover, that giant black python sought your life at your birth. It gathered its kin to protect you, and now you repay their kindness with betrayal? Seeing my pallid complexion, he hesitated to continue. Lao Lu then stood up and asked, do you have any rice, millet, sorghum, mung beans, or black beans at home? I shook my head. No rice at all. I nodded. So what have you been eating lately? I pointed to the noodles hanging by the stove. I've just been eating noodles. You haven't had any proper meals. Have you? The stove is cold, he remarked. I nodded, and Lao Lu sighed, beckoning me. Come, Uncle will take you out for a meal and buy some rice. During the meal, I felt Lao Lu's gaze fixed upon me. When I looked up and met his eyes, my mouth full of food, I mumbled, What is up, Uncle? You need to seriously contemplate this matter. If I may be frank, you will die. Without protection, you will be tormented by malevolent spirits and succumb to illness. At this, Lao Lu lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. If you die, your grandfather's efforts would have been in vain. Mentioning my grandfather made me swallow my food hard. My eyes slightly reddened. My grandfather's wish was to keep me safe. Whether you are protected or not is irrelevant to me. You need not seek me for a talisman. But you absolutely must not consult that Master Wang again. He is a complete fraud. I suspect the village head who took you there is in cahoots with him. I frowned, instinctively wanting to refute, but Lao Lu interjected. There is no need to rush into a rebuttal. Once we resolve your issues, we can investigate together. Upon returning home, Lao Lu mixed the grains he had just bought and instructed me to wait in the yard. He placed his black cloth bag by my feet and entered the house, first opening all the doors and windows. Finally, he pulled out a handful of rice and scattered it on the ground, murmuring something indistinctly. He continued until he reached the doorway, stopping at the stove, and called for me to bring the black bag. I lifted the heavy bag, which weighed about 5 pounds, and handed it to Lao Lu, who rummaged through it and retrieved a red cloth, an incense burner, and a box of incense. Lao Lu spread the red cloth on the stove, placed the incense burner upon it, and poured all the grains into the burner. He took out 3 sticks of incense, lit them, held them high above his head, and shouted, God of the stove, return to your place. Evil spirits, retreat. He inserted the incense into the burner, and I felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance as I watched the smoke billow. Lao Lu took the black bag and led me outside. Is that all there is to it, Uncle? I asked. Lao Lu nodded. This is merely a temporary solution. Your constitution remains unchanged, and this method won't last long. He walked out of the yard, placed the black bag in the trunk, and got into the car. I stood there staring at him, and Lao Lu frowned. Get in the car, what are you pondering? I thought you were leaving, I replied. Leave? Nonsense. I'm taking you to confront that fraud for your money. At this, Lao Lu glanced at me, his eyes filled with significance. We are fated to meet. At Master Wang's doorstep, Lao Lu parked the car steadily and pointed to 2 individuals standing at the entrance. If I am not mistaken, one is that fraud and the other is the village head, right? I nodded, observing them through the glass. That's them. They appeared to be engaged in jovial conversation. And just as I was about to exit the car, Lao Lu held me back, instructing me to remain calm. He rolled down the window, and their voices drifted in. I watched as Master Wang exhaled smoke, pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, and handed it to the village head. The thickness suggested it was not quite 10,000, but likely 5,000. You've introduced 15 clients to me during this time. Yet only that little brat set up a talisman here. The others merely purchased some charms. Not much profit to be made. Take this money. The village head accepted the cash, adjusting it with his hand. All right, there are 3 more this afternoon. Make sure to gather the line in front of the door, or else they won't believe if there are too few. Thinking back to the long wait I endured previously, I flung open the car door and rushed over. Chapter 14. 5,000 for apprenticeship. Upon my arrival, both the village head and Master Wang wore awkward expressions. The village head was about to stash the money away when I swiftly snatched it from him. I counted it and confirmed it was precisely 5,000. The village head, seeing the money in my hands, grew frantic. Zhou Tai, what are you doing? Hand it over. What am I doing? Do you think I'm still oblivious to the fact that you and this fraud are in league? You little brat, who are you calling a fraud? Master Wang yelled, his tone hostile, rolling up his sleeves as if to confront me. Just as I was ready to retaliate, a force pulled me back, and I stumbled 2 steps, only to find Lao Lu standing in front of me. At 47, Lao Lu was in the prime of his life, standing at 6 feet tall, with a muscular physique that exuded strength. He remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on Master Wang. The latter, feeling the weight of Lao Lu's gaze, seemed to lose his bravado. What are you staring at? Want to fight? Go ahead, see if I don't make you regret it. Have you been sleeping uneasily lately? Plagued by nightmares filled with the dead and paper money? Lao Lu inquired. I noticed Master Wang's complexion visibly pale, yet he feigned bravado. I have nothing to fear if I haven't done anything wrong. What nightmares? Have you been feeling discomfort in your lower back? An unnatural chill that isn't just a simple cold, but a chill that seeps into your bones? After Lao Lu spoke, I observed Master Wang. No? Master Wang the fraud, turning pale, his lips losing color. Lao Lu scoffed. You are truly despicable. Zhou Tai can only set up a ghost hall. Yet you insist on offering your family's elder spirit to him, writing a red talisman for him instead. Your family consists only of the Huang clan. Where do you get the excess elder spirits? And who told you that elder spirits can be transferred or borrowed? Surely, I need not teach you the basics of spirit summoning. I do not wish to say more. Consider this money a refund to Zhou Tai. Reflect on your actions. For those who commit wrongdoing will meet their demise. With that, Lao Lu took my hand and began to leave. Just as we were about to get into the car, footsteps and shouts approached from behind. Zhou Tai, wait for me. It was the village head chasing after us. I halted, casting a cold glance at the village head, while Lao Lu patted my shoulder, signaling me to get into the car first. The village head put on a congenial smile, his wrinkles nearly folding into one another. Zhou Tai, who is this? I did not respond, instead countering. Village head, do you still wish to drag me to another fraud? Zhou Tai, that is not fair. I'm still your elder. I was the one who helped organize your grandfather's funeral with the villagers. I let out a light laugh. Village head, I will always be grateful for that. I heard you even encouraged villagers to offer gifts. Pausing for a moment, I locked eyes with the village head. Noticing him avert his gaze, I continued. I'm uncertain where the money ended up, but if you push me too hard, I can certainly speak to the villagers about it. I climbed into the car, and Lao Lu drove away from the scene. In the car, I inquired of Lao Lu why Master Wang would have nightmares. Lao Lu replied, because of you. I furrowed my brow in confusion, and old Lu said, because you have been bullied by him. They have gone to avenge you. Don't worry, it will only make him uncomfortable for a few days. If he ceases to deceive and harm others out of fear, you will have done a good deed. The they that old Lu referred to must be the spirits of the ghost hall, right? A twinge of guilt inexplicably surged within me. I remained silent in the car, and old Lu glanced at me with a smile, asking, what is the matter? Feeling guilty? You used your feet to trample on someone who treated you with sincerity. He then inquired about the location of the hall your grandfather established, expressing a desire to visit. I pointed the way, and soon the car stopped in front of the paper offering shop. I led old Lu inside, and as soon as we entered the back room, he noticed the wooden door had been kicked in by me. You've got some strength, huh? He remarked, a hint of mockery in his tone. I turned my head away in silence, while old Lu slowly walked in, surveying the room. He picked up a black cloth strip that was stuck with footprints. Lifting the brass incense burner from the ground, which I had flattened, he touched the lotus pattern on it with a hint of regret. After wiping the footprints off the table with his sleeve, he placed the incense burner on it and turned to me, asking, have you made up your mind? I nodded and approached him, saying, I have decided, I will submit. Without warning, old Lu kicked the back of my knee, and the force made me kneel instantly. Bow your head and apologize. How many should I bow? I asked. Old Lu looked down at me, his expression serious. You will remain down until they forgive you. I had just bowed 3 times when old Lu kicked my backside. Get up. As I rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from my knees, I asked, have they forgiven me? Old Lu shook his head then nodded. Yes, they have forgiven you, but with conditions. You must establish the hall immediately. In a few months. You will be 19, there can be no delays. So, will you write me a black hall list? I asked. Old Lu looked at me as if I were foolish. Go buy some fruits and a suitable incense burner that resonates with you. You must carry this incense burner with you. Do not be stingy, but it should not be too large. Also, buy a black cloth and some ink. The cloth should be 3 feet 3 inches and of good quality. I nodded, turned to leave, but quickly returned, pulling out 5,000 that I had just retrieved from the swindler Wang and stuffing it into old Lu's arms. Looking at the money, old Lu pointed at it, saying, I don't need this much for establishing the hall, but since you have given so much, consider it as your apprenticeship. Seeing me stare at him, a faint flush appeared on his face. You rascal, don't take advantage of me. I haven't taken a disciple in over 40 years. If you don't want to, then forget it. I'm leaving, master, I exclaimed. After wandering around the county town, I finally chose an incense burner made of brass, with prominent ears, which felt substantial in my hands. After purchasing it, I carefully placed the incense burner in my bag, feeling an inexplicable joy, as if a heavy stone had fallen from my heart. I returned to the paper offerings shop, where everything was spotless. Even the door I had kicked in had been repaired by old Lu. Welcome back. Old Lu set down his tools and naturally came to take the items from my hands. Did you do all this, old Lu? I asked. He scolded me playfully. You're so young and yet so reckless. You didn't know to replace the broken lock and kicked the wooden door in anger. After glancing at the fruits in the bag, he smacked his forehead. I forgot to have you buy a tribute plate. There are some plastic plates in the trunk. Go grab one to use for now. Once everything was prepared, I sat on a stool while old Lu sat across from me, separated by a table. The black cloth lay on the table, with the ink nearby. Old Lu's expression turned serious. Establishing a ghost hall is different from a regular hall. Little Tie, are you ready? Now, close your eyes, clear your mind, and do not restrain yourself. Although half of your orifices are closed, the other half remains open. When the celestial beings or spirits descend, they will occupy the orifices, and their reactions will vary. Do not be afraid. I nodded and closed my eyes. Even with my eyes shut, some light seeped through until old Lu called out, "Why does the old immortal of the Zhou family not come down for a chat?" With his voice, the light before my eyes dimmed, engulfing me in darkness, as if I had plunged into a black mist. From the mist emerged a black python, the very one that had blocked my path before. The moment I saw the serpent, a chill coursed through my body, not a bone-chilling cold, but rather a sensation of pressure and pain on my left shoulder. Since the old immortal has descended, why not speak? Old Lu's authoritative voice echoed in my ears, and the black python vanished, replaced by a woman clad in armor, wielding a long sword. With red eyes and flowing hair, she bore a crimson mark between her brows. Sitting majestically upon a steed, her sword radiating a cold light. Upon seeing her, the chill in my body surged to the back of my head, as if an inexplicable, powerful force swiftly seized and occupied my being. Python Suehua. The name felt somewhat rustic. It seemed my thoughts were audible to the woman before me, as she looked down at me and rolled her eyes. Such great resentment from the old immortal is unacceptable. Why not release it? Upon hearing old Lu's voice, Python Suehua snorted coldly and dismounted, approaching me. With her sword poised at my neck, she spoke icily. What is there to discuss? For his safe birth, thousands of my kin have perished. And what has he done? Torn my hall list and destroyed my incense burner. I have nothing to say to him. Indeed, his actions were unjust. After about 10 minutes of negotiation, I could discern that old Lu's voice had grown hoarse. Only then did Python Suehua lower her sword from my neck, coldly huffing. Fine, we will proceed as you say. Offerings will be made on the 1st and 15th of each month. And remember, I only consume eggs and fruits, not meat or alcohol. I shall take my leave, she declared, riding away. Just when I thought it was all over, the black mist coalesced once more, giving way to a weasel. It stood nearly at my height, its body larger than mine. A ring of white fur adorned its mouth, while a mask-like pattern of black fur surrounded its eyes. It did not transform into a human form, but spoke directly. Huang Dachui, just bring me a roast chicken when you make your offerings. With that, it darted off, leaving me bewildered in the black mist. The Monument King should make an appearance now. The black mist solidified, resembling a curtain drawn back, revealing a woman. She wore a dress adorned with floral patterns, her long hair standing tall, yet her features remained obscured by a veil of mist. The moment she appeared, I began to feel a profound chill, distinct from that of Python Suehua. My hands and feet turned icy, as if a cold wind were blowing through my bones. She approached me slowly, her frigid hand caressing my face before moving to my ear. Suddenly, I felt a sharp tug on my ear, causing my features to contort in pain. Monument King Zhou Xiofan, unfilial descendant. If I had a spear, I would surely pierce you through today. Do you know how much effort I expended to summon Python Suehua? You are destined for calamity, had it not been for your connection with her. Do you think I could have summoned her? Old Lu's voice resonated at that moment. May I inquire about the relationship between the Monument King and Zhou Tai? I am his second aunt, Zhou Xiofan declared, and with that, the mist that had shrouded her face dissipated, revealing her countenance clearly. To say she was stunning would be an understatement. No wonder my grandfather remarked on how beautiful his second sister was, with willow leaf brows, apricot eyes, and cherry lips. If only those fiery eyes weren't filled with rage. Now, with my orifices occupied, I could only offer a forced smile. At that moment, my great-aunt sighed, and an overwhelming sense of sorrow enveloped my heart. Why must one cling to such illusions? It is inherently foolish to attempt to defy fate. Moreover, upon mentioning this, my great-aunt ceased her words and cast a deep glance my way. What more is there to say? Did she mean to imply, especially regarding this little rascal? My great-aunt seemed to perceive my thoughts, giving me a pointed look. If I wished to scold you, I would do so outright, not leave my words hanging. The time has not yet come. Matters you are not meant to know shall remain hidden from you. As she spoke, my great-aunt tilted her head slightly. And though I understood her words clearly, I recognized they were directed at old Lu. Your esteemed elder is quite capable. I entrust this young one to your care. He is still young and may be somewhat oblivious. I would appreciate your guidance. As a junior, I cannot impose. I shall diligently instruct Zhou Tai. And you need not worry. However, why is it that Zhou Tai has some of his apertures sealed? My great-aunt lamented. It is because my foolish brother wished to prevent this child from emerging, so he took it upon himself to seal part of it. You need not fret. Once the ceremony is completed, we shall unseal everything. Very well, then I shall respectfully invite the Spirit King to return home. Old Lu declared with a booming voice. My great-aunt nodded, and as she turned to leave, she playfully rapped my head. After her departure, the black mist before me began to swirl, revealing numerous shadowy figures, some stout and some slender. The only one I could clearly discern was a woman clad in a red floral cotton coat, her tongue long and distinctive. Names bubbled to the surface of my mind. I understood these must be the spirits of the hall. After a moment, the black mist dissipated, and when I opened my eyes, I found myself staring at old Lu's large face. I was taken aback, instinctively leaning against the chair. You startled me. Old Lu chuckled, settling back as he presented the completed Black Hall list for my inspection. As I gazed upon the rows of golden characters, an inexplicable sense of belonging surged within me. A comforting sensation. I picked up the Black Hall list, intending to hang it on the wall, when suddenly, a chill enveloped me, causing me to falter and kneel on the ground. Fortunately, this discomfort did not linger long. Old Lu helped me up. Just now, your great-aunt opened all your apertures. From this day forth, you shall officially become the successor of the Ghost Hall. Old Lu assisted me back into the chair, retrieved the fallen Black Hall list from the ground, and placed it on the table before saying, Zhou Tai, I must take my leave. Will you accompany me? Where to? My voice was still weak, my body trembling with cold, my face etched with confusion. To Ling County, I reside there long term. A devotee has requested my assistance with a matter, and since you have just been initiated, it would be a good opportunity for you to broaden your horizons. I nodded, glancing at the Black Hall list on the table. Old Lu seemed to sense my thoughts and continued. The hall list can be placed in the trunk. Once we return to Ling County, I will find a place for the offering. After packing a few articles of clothing and tucking my grandfather's old diary into my pocket, I climbed into Old Lu's car. Before departing, I cast a last glance at the village where I had lived for 18 years. To say I felt no reluctance would be a lie, for it held all my memories with my grandfather. As I passed the paper shop, an inexplicable feeling washed over me, assuring me that I would return here in the near future. On the road, I recalled the deities and spirits I had seen on my phone. I observed that they required the assistance of the secondary deities to summon the elder spirits. Why was this not necessary for me? According to custom, one should respectfully invite them over, and since you have already disrupted their hall, you ought to beseech them with utmost reverence. However, circumstances dictated otherwise, and since your elder spirit is not particular, we bypassed those intricate protocols. As I pondered this, Old Lu handed me his phone, instructing me to unlock it and open the first chat box. Upon doing so, I was met with a photograph of a man. He appeared to be in his 30s, yet dark circles shadowed his eyes, and his neck bore scratches, with chunks of flesh missing and blood oozing out. Upon seeing this image, a voice seemed to echo within me. The Yellow Weasel exchanges lives. Chapter 16, The Debt Collector's Son. This voice was chilling, devoid of any emotion, and I felt an icy sensation radiate from my lower back. After a few seconds, it faded away. Instinctively, I glanced at Old Lu, who was focused intently on driving. Stealing a glance back at me, his eyes narrowing into slits of mirth. Indeed, it is the Yellow Weasel exchanging lives. You discern this well, having just been initiated. But do you comprehend why he is experiencing such a fate? Just as I was about to shake my head, the chill returned, and the voice echoed again. He accidentally killed a Yellow Weasel. Expressing this thought, Old Lu nodded. Correct, he indeed struck and killed a Yellow Weasel. Not only did he kill it, but he also ran over the corpse multiple times, inciting the ire of the weasel's kin, demanding a life for a life. The voice in my mind vanished, yet my confusion remained. Why would he repeatedly run over it? Old Lu smirked slightly. This man's name is Lu Yunyang. In essence, he is a ruffian, nearly 40 yet still loitering about. However, his father is wealthy, owning many enterprises in Ling County. He is considered affluent in the region and has not committed any grave misdeeds, yet he has spawned a debt collector of a son. Old Lu then recounted the entire sequence of events. A couple of nights ago, Lu Yunyang was out at a bar with friends. As he traversed a secluded path, a message sounded on his phone, and in the brief moment he looked down, he suddenly spotted a shadowy figure appear not far ahead. The shadow appeared almost human, yet distinctly not. Lu Yunyang instinctively jerked the steering wheel, but it was too late. He felt the tires roll over something. The car crashed into a nearby tree, shattering the headlights. Although Lu Yunyang was a rascal, he dared not engage in any illegal acts. He hurriedly exited the vehicle, fearing he had struck a person. Upon inspection, however, he discovered the lifeless body of a weasel. This revelation only fueled his anger. He thought to himself that he had smashed the headlight to avoid that creature. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. In a fit of rage, he reversed the car and crushed the weasel's corpse repeatedly. After his fury subsided, he drove home, dismissing the broken headlight as trivial. Yet, upon arriving home, he suddenly went mad, insisting that a bloody weasel stood before him, claiming that the creature's flesh was continuously falling from its body. He then gasped for breath, as if something were constricting his throat, and began frantically scratching at his neck. His father, Lu Xing, sensed something was amiss and sought the help of several masters. Unfortunately, Lu Yuyang's condition worsened, until today, when Lu Xing, through acquaintances, managed to contact old Lu. As we spoke, we had already reached Ling County. After enduring a bumpy stretch of road, we finally arrived at a smooth path, devoid of apartment buildings, replaced instead by villas. The navigation system chimed in with a mechanical voice, announcing, "You have arrived at your destination." Old Lu parked the car outside, and we each carried a cloth bag toward the villa area. The security guard stopped us, and after old Lu provided his name, the guard pointed to a registration form. After a moment, he allowed us to pass, and we entered the villa district. The area was beautifully landscaped. As old Lu remarked, it was nestled between mountains and water, an ideal location according to feng shui. While walking, I inquired of old Lu, how should we handle this situation? He was ahead of me, his expression obscured, but his tone exuded a chilling intensity. We must find the weasel that demands a life. If we cannot locate it, then we shall have no choice but to let him die. I could not discern whether he referred to Lu Yuyang or the weasel. Soon, old Lu's menacing demeanor softened, and his tone returned to its usual gentleness. Observe and learn. Do not concern yourself with the rest. Lu Yuyang's residence was centrally located within the villa district, the largest in size and most imposing in appearance. At the entrance stood an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, his silver hair meticulously groomed. It was Mr. Lu. This elder was indeed Lu Xing, who nodded and shook hands with old Lu before leading us into the villa. We ascended directly to Lu Yuyang's room, where the curtains were drawn, shrouding the space in darkness. "We cannot turn on the lights," he cautioned. As he uttered the word lights, my finger had already pressed the switch beside me. It was unintentional. Before I could finish my sentence, a noise erupted from within, causing Lu Xing's expression to shift. The moment the lights flickered on, Lu Yuyang's eyes shot open, and he sprang from the bed. Chapter 17. Offering a beast. Old Lu reacted swiftly, rushing to Lu Yuyang and delivering a precise strike to his neck. Lu Yuyang's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Old Lu motioned for me to hand him the bag that had fallen to the ground. He rummaged through it, retrieving a sheet of yellow paper, a small vial of cinnabar, and a brush. Old Lu spread the yellow paper across the bedside table, carefully dipped the brush into the vial, and began to inscribe incomprehensible characters with vigorous strokes. But that was not all. He folded the now-inked yellow paper into a triangle and placed it in Lu Yuyang's hand. There, he should remain calm for a while. Old Lu sighed, putting away his items. I leaned closer to him and whispered, "Old Lu, is that little bit of cinnabar sufficient? Why not use more? It's not expensive. Cinnabar is not costly, but do you know what is mixed in? It is the blood of a rooster, a substance of utmost yang energy. To collect it, one must do so at noon when the yang is strongest." Pricking the comb with a small needle, only a drop can be taken from each rooster. This small vial contains blood from at least 99 roosters. Old Lu's voice was louder than he intended, and Lu Xing overheard. He stepped forward, standing at the bedside, gazing at his unconscious son. "As long as my son recovers, I will double the agreed-upon payment and add a bonus for your troubles." The little brother he referred to was presumably me. Upon hearing this, I lowered my head, not out of disdain for the offered reward, but because my lips felt constrained. The Lu family's wealth meant that the compensation should be considerable. Old Lu shot me a glance, cleared his throat to remind me to maintain my composure, and circled the bed to Lu Yuyang's left side. He sat down and grasped Lu Yuyang's left wrist, placing 3 fingers upon it. In that fleeting moment, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, his eyes devoid of joy or sorrow. It was as if, at that instant, he was not Lu Shan, the dormitory manager, but a seasoned traditional Chinese doctor. Old Lu's fingers glided over Lu Yuyang's wrist, his expression alternating between furrowing his brow and relaxing. After a while, he opened his eyes and exhaled softly. "He is currently stable, though somewhat weak. However, he suffers from kidney deficiency, with prostate issues as well. Is he experiencing frequent urination, sometimes with a pale pink hue?" Lu Xing shook his head, indicating he was unaware. He then stepped out of the room to retrieve his phone, dialing a number. I watched his retreating figure and leaned toward Old Lu. "Old Lu, Can I learn this technique? That way, I could treat myself in the future. Old Lu shot me a disapproving look. A physician should not treat themselves. As the saying goes, one cannot wield their own knife. Pulse diagnosis relies heavily on the teachings of one's master, and some masters specialize in different areas, some in traditional medicine, others in herbal remedies, and others in bone setting. It depends on whether there are qualified practitioners among your mentors. I was perplexed. How can I discern if there are qualified practitioners among my mentors? Old Lu feigned profundity, chuckling softly. You will know when you dream tonight. Before I could respond, Lu Xing re-entered, still clutching his phone. He approached and tucked the phone away. I just inquired. Yu Yang indeed visited a urology clinic, and his medical record matches exactly what you described. Old Lu, your skills are truly remarkable. What should we do for Yu Yang now? Old Lu fell silent, bending down to retrieve an incense burner and a stick of incense from the bag. He placed the burner on the bedside table, lit the incense, and respectfully inserted it into the holder. He then clasped his hands together, bowing toward the incense burner, before returning to his chair. His gaze fixated on the unconscious Lu Yuyang. Old Lu, why burn a single stick of incense? I crouched nearby, watching the smoke waft toward the bed. Even though the room was devoid of wind, one stick is for the ritual. Once lit, the elder spirits will sense it and come to assist me. 3 sticks are for regular offerings, to appease the spirits. What shall we do next? Old Lu glanced at the dwindling incense, his voice growing solemn. We wait. Once the incense extinguishes, we shall know whether to negotiate with the weasel and whether Lu Yuyang will live or die. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing hurried forward, his voice trembling slightly. Old Lu, my son cannot die. Old Lu remained silent, and the 3 of us, 6 eyes, focused intently on the incense. At the moment the last ash fell into the burner, Lu Yuyang stirred. He opened his eyes, devoid of whites, leaving only dark irises that resembled the eyes of a weasel. Lu Yuyang sat up in bed, his gaze fixed on Old Lu, radiating hostility. And when he turned to Lu Xing, it was filled with hatred. Yet, when his eyes fell upon me, there was a moment of surprise, and within them, I sensed a hint of nostalgia and softness. As he gazed at me, a flicker of surprise coursed through my heart. You are truly here. It has been ages since we last met. Lu Yunyang's voice was sharp and grating, his brow betraying an air of premature aging. I realized he was addressing me. And just as I was about to respond, Old Lu intervened, raising his hand to halt me. Esteemed elder, your profound wisdom is well acknowledged. I am aware of your grandson's tragic demise, and I understand your desire for vengeance. However, such centuries of cultivation could be obliterated in a moment of wrath. Why not allow his family to honor you properly, ensuring you receive the offerings of this mortal world? Lu Xing interjected, indeed, as long as you agree. The offerings will be plentiful, fine tobacco, and exquisite wine will flow continuously. Whatever you desire, we shall provide. Lu Yunyang let out a peculiar laugh. Honor? To treat us mere mortals as insects to be crushed at will? Starting with you. He turned his gaze towards Lu Xing. You think it's acceptable to crush a life so casually, dismissing it as merely a weasel, a lowly creature? And now you speak of honoring me? You wish to offer me this beast, accompanied by fine tobacco and wine? His tone dripped with mockery, and it was evident that Lu Xing's face flushed crimson. His mouth agape yet unable to articulate a single word, for Lu Yunyang had voiced his unspoken thoughts. At that moment, Lu Yunyang shifted his tone. If you wish for me to spare your son, I have conditions. Lu Xing abruptly lifted his head. Speak. I desire your home stripped bare, your old age bereft of support, and your body plagued by illness. Will you comply? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing appeared as though he had been nailed to the ground, the muscles in his face twitching uncontrollably. Just as Old Lu attempted to speak, I felt my heart racing, my body temperature rising. Chapter 18. The Enforcer. My lips underwent a transformation, becoming numb and tightly drawn. Old Lu noticed my distress, immediately discerning the cause. He admonished softly, do not resist. Relax your spirit. The Huang family lineage is preparing to speak through you. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and, with no exaggeration, the moment I relaxed, I felt my soul ensnared by an unseen force. The black mist reappeared before me, and there was Huang Dezhu, his fur gleaming even amidst the darkness, his black pupils radiating a dim light. He sat cross-legged, facing me, hands resting upon his lap. As I spoke again, my voice had altered. Grandfather. It is I, Dezhu. Lu Yunyang turned to me, his tone softening. Dezhu, why did you not come to speak with your grandfather sooner? My voice took on a sorrowful timbre. Grandfather. You must lodge a complaint, seek the higher authority. You cannot act unlawfully. Complaint? A complaint will not appease the hatred in my heart. I would willingly sacrifice centuries of cultivation for a life. Grandfather, The path of cultivation is fraught with trials. It is merely the destiny of the small weasel. The small weasel must refer to the one crushed to death. I mused silently. Yet my mouth continued to speak uncontrollably. Though the physical form of the small weasel is destroyed, its essence remains, and it can continue its cultivation. Grandfather, you have already tortured him to the brink of death, and he shall undoubtedly face retribution. Lu Yunyang fell silent, his dark eyes rolling. The death penalty may be avoided, but the living punishment is inescapable. Within 5 years, he will suffer from unrelenting headaches, impervious to any pain relief. During the full moon or the time of greatest yin energy, his entire body will ache as though crushed by a great weight. This is but one condition. Secondly, you must honor my grandson at home, kneeling in reverence on the 1st and 15th of each month, offering incense and repentance. Thirdly, I demand a cart full of gold ingots and the construction of a temple. I require everything tonight. There will be no extensions. Will you comply? Upon hearing Huang Gaoshan's first condition, Lu Xing's face flushed. By the time he reached the second condition, his complexion had nearly turned the color of pig liver. His breathing was erratic, and the veins in his neck throbbed ominously. I will comply. Huang Gaoshan lowered himself, and I emerged from the black mist, opening my eyes to see Lu Xing's grim visage. Before I could utter a word, old Lu winked at me, signaling me to remain silent. He cleared his throat. Mr. Lu, can you gather the cart full of gold ingots? Lu Xing, regaining his composure from the previous scene, glanced at the now unconscious Lu Yunyang and shook his head slightly. I know someone who can help you procure a cart of gold ingots, though in a rush the price may be higher. Lu Xing waved his hand dismissively. Cost is no object. As long as my son is well, I will pay whatever it takes. His gaze remained fixed on Lu Yunyang's face, devoid of any warmth or pity. In my mind, I heard Huang Dazhu's voice. He believes his son is unworthy, tormented by a beast. Moreover, he thinks you and Lu Shan are entirely useless. Why not simply kill the beast? I absorbed all the exchanges between Huang Dazhu and Huang Gaoshan within the black mist, and had expected Lu Xing to at least show a hint of remorse. Yet his thoughts diverged from my expectations. As old Lu and I exited the villa, he noticed my troubled expression. What's the matter? My voice was somewhat muffled. Why did Huang Gaoshan not simply kill Lu Yunyang? Old Lu chuckled softly. Did your Huang Dazhu not inform you of Lu Xing's thoughts? If Lu Yunyang were to be killed, Huang Gaoshan's centuries of cultivation would be annihilated, and he would be judged by the enforcers of that realm, facing severe penalties that could harm his very essence. The hardships required for these furred creatures to attain their goals are beyond our comprehension. It is not a matter of mere hours or days, but rather centuries of perseverance. Those who err and take lives will ultimately face punishment. But such retribution should not fall upon Huang Gaoshan. And do you believe Lu Yunyang will fare well in these 5 years? As he spoke, old Lu gazed skyward at the pitch-black heavens, clear of clouds, his mood appearing quite buoyant, a smile gracing his lips. Are there also judges in that realm? I inquired. Old Lu nodded. Indeed, it is akin to the mortal realm. There are homes, spirits, and some spirits must work if their descendants fail to provide for them. There are rules, and there are enforcers. I pondered old Lu's words, and before I knew it, we had reached the car. Upon entering, old Lu did not hasten to start the engine. Instead, he asked, where do your gold ingots come from? Do you have any suppliers? I was pulled from my reverie. The paper ingots are primarily folded by my grandfather. He claims that those folded by hand differ in value from those pressed by machines. However, someone has approached my grandfather about a potential collaboration. Old Lu's eyes brightened at this revelation. Do you have that person's contact information? I exited the car and rummaged through my bag for my grandfather's phone book. Old Lu joined me outside, observing as I flipped through the pages until I reached the last one, where I found that person's contact information. The individual's surname was Zhao, full name Zhao Dezhu, with a factory located near my grandfather's home. Old Lu dialed the number, and upon hearing the purpose, Zhao Dezhu's voice suddenly became alert, and after a pause, he spoke slowly. Under normal circumstances, the price is 20. But given your demand for a larger quantity and a long-term partnership, I can reduce it to 15. Old Lu engaged in further negotiations, and seeing Zhao Dezhu remain firm, he was satisfied with the agreement for a cart of gold ingots. A cart consists of 500 bags, and old Lu provided a portion of the deposit. Zhao Dezhu was prompt, accepting the deposit and immediately arranging for a driver to load the goods and dispatch them to Ling County, where we currently resided. Having settled the matter, old Lu's eyes narrowed into slits from smiling, and he smoothed the corners of his mouth before calling Lu Xing. Lu Xing entrusted old Lu to find a location to burn the gold ingots, and after hanging up, he transferred the funds. Lao Lu requested my card number, and promptly transferred half of the sum to me. Staring at the 4 zeros displayed, I was momentarily taken aback. You keep this money. Without your Huang Dezhu, I reckon this Huang Gaoshan would be a tough nut to crack. I pondered aloud. Lao Lu, are we perhaps taking a bit too much? Not at all, he replied with unwavering conviction. My life principle is to seize the opportunity when it arises. If I don't take it, someone else surely will. For those without wealth, I don't even demand payment, just offer my assistance. Lao Lu gazed into my eyes, devoid of any distraction. And by the time all was settled, it was nearly midnight. On our return journey, fatigue overtook Lao Lu, prompting him to pull over. Zhou Tai, do you have a driver's license? I yawned and shook my head, leading him to turn off the engine, lock the doors, and crack the windows slightly. I'll take a quick nap. Driving while drowsy is perilous. I nodded and leaned back, soon succumbing to slumber, only to awaken and find Lao Lu had vanished. Chapter 19. The tragic ghost. Upon reopening my eyes, I found myself enveloped in dense fog, disoriented and alone, with neither Lao Lu nor his vehicle in sight. Lao Lu. Lao Lu. I called out, but the only response was an eerie silence. The fog before me began to shift, and from its depths emerged 4 or 5 spectral figures. Some bore grotesque, disfigured faces. Others were headless, cradling their severed heads in their arms. Some appeared bloated, their legs entwined with aquatic vegetation, each a different shape and cause of demise. The instant I laid eyes upon them, a flood of childhood memories of ghostly encounters surged into my mind, prompting an instinctive retreat. As I stepped back, the fog behind me began to shift as well. Fear not, your brother Huang is here. The voice of Huang Dezhu resonated behind me, and my previously frantic heart gradually regained its composure. Yet, when I turned to face him, there he sat, cross-legged on the ground, munching on a handful of sunflower seeds, his eyes blinking at me with curiosity. Where's your weapon? What weapon? No weapon. How do you plan to fight? Who said I came here to fight? Then why are you here? To enjoy the spectacle. Seeing my serious demeanor, Huang Dezhu chuckled lightly. Rest assured, your sister Meng will be along shortly. These few ghosts won't even suffice for her to snack on. There's a saying that goes, one day, your savior will ride in on a high steed to rescue you from peril. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of galloping hooves echoed in my ears. From the fog emerged a steed, upon which sat Meng Zuohua, her long sword gleaming with a cold light. Huang Dezhu, quick on his feet, pulled me alongside him, and I seized a handful of sunflower seeds from his grasp. As Meng Zuohua tugged on the reins, the horse spun in place before halting. She dismounted gracefully, sword in hand, standing imposingly before the horse, her ponytail swaying with each movement. Meng Zuohua stepped forward, and the ghost recoiled. With a cold huff, she advanced, and in the blink of an eye, her sword had severed the head of one ghost. With a swift motion, she flung her sword, which soared through the air and embedded itself deep within another specter. The headless ghost retaliated, hurling its severed head toward Meng Zuohua. She sidestepped deftly, fist clenched, and closed the distance, delivering a powerful blow to the specter's face. I stood frozen, my sunflower seeds lingering at the corner of my mouth, utterly astonished. Huang Dezhu chuckled, reclaiming the seeds from my hand. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? I swallowed hard, rendered speechless, and could only nod vigorously. After dispatching the last of the ghosts, Meng Zuohua wasted no time, remounting her steed and sheathing her sword. As she passed by Huang Dezhu and me, she cast a cold glance in my direction, sending a shiver down my spine. Zhou Tai, wake up, we're home. I opened my eyes to find Lao Lu's bloodshot gaze fixed upon me, surrounded by the familiar interior of the vehicle, prompting me to spring up. Lao Lu, I just had the most vivid dream. I recounted the scenes and events from my dream in meticulous detail. This is the ghost grinding pass. Meng Zuohua and Huang Dezhu were there to protect you. Your fate is unique. Your 8 characters are extremely Yin, making you susceptible to attracting ghosts and absorbing Yin energy. Moreover, since you established a ghost hall, many spirits may seek to obstruct your path or wish to approach the hall themselves. But fret not. As long as Meng Zuohua and your second aunt remain in this realm, no ghost can harm you. Your second aunt holds a prestigious position in the underworld. At this, Lao Lu winked at me before stepping out of the car. I grabbed my luggage and followed him upstairs. We entered an old, dilapidated apartment building, where the corridor's sensor lights barely illuminated the way. The staircase was worn, and the handrails were rusted. A tantalizing aroma of chive-filled pastries wafted through the air, causing my stomach to grumble audibly. Upon reaching the 6th floor, the highest level, Lao Lu halted before an iron door plastered with various lock-picking advertisements. He produced a set of keys from his pocket and opened the door, causing the corridor to creak ominously. Before stepping inside, Lao Lu felt along the wall for the light switch. With a click, the lights flickered on, revealing the decor within. The apartment was a standard 3-bedroom layout, dominated by a large painting of mountains and rivers in hues of gold, creating an ethereal ambience under the dim lights, as if I were immersed in the scenery itself. Beneath the painting was a dark altar, adorned with a solitary offering plate. Lao Lu retrieved an incense burner from a black cloth bag, holding it with reverence as he placed it on the altar. Lao Lu, where's your hall list? He gestured to the mountain and water painting. It's behind there. Come in quickly and close the door. The cold wind is seeping in. I set my luggage down and closed the door, perplexed. Why is that? Shouldn't the hall list be displayed openly? The ghost hall is divided into the bright and dark halls. The bright hall displays the list openly, while the dark hall, like mine, conceals it behind a mountain and water painting. Lao Lu carried my luggage into a room and remarked as he left, tomorrow, I'll arrange for an offering table. It should arrive by the afternoon. I slept soundly without dreams that night. The following morning, after breakfast, I sat beside Lao Lu at the table. Lao Lu, am I in the dark hall or the bright hall? Yours is a ghost hall. I shot him an incredulous glance, and he chuckled, tossing his cigarette butt into the ashtray. You'll know the specifics when you dream tonight. I've had the offering table ordered from an acquaintance, and it'll be expedited for delivery this afternoon. What if I can't remember the dream? Lao Lu shot me a look. Don't worry. Even if you forget your own name, you won't forget the dreams they bring you. That night, I lay in bed and quickly fell asleep. In my dream, I found myself in a setting resembling an ancient military camp, facing a row of tents with a flag planted in the center. I recognized the flag from before. Behind it stood a tall platform, akin to a martial arts training ground, accompanied by a drum nearly as tall as a person. Wandering aimlessly through this military encampment, I passed by one tent and heard the voice of my second aunt, Zhou Tie. Come in. I lifted the curtain and stepped inside. She was clad in gleaming silver armor, her beautiful face expressionless. Flanking her were 2 ghostly generals, each towering at 8 feet, exuding an air of authority. Second aunt, it's been quite a while. Today a summons serves several purposes. First, we are not a dark hall. We are a bright hall. Thus no need for the mountain and water painting. Second, in the future, when offering incense, it should align with your hall master, Lu Shan. For regular offerings, 3 sticks will suffice. And here is something for you. Do not wait helplessly for others to come to your aid. As she concluded, she placed 2 items on the table. Chapter 20. Inviting the ghost's curiosity piqued, I stepped closer to examine the 2 objects resting on the table. One appeared to be made of jade, rectangular in shape, measuring approximately 5 centimeters on each side. As I picked it up, I felt its weight. Inscribed upon it were 3 characters, Ghost King's command. I glanced at another object on the table. It was a rigid whip, resembling bamboo, adorned with evenly spaced protrusions akin to bamboo nodes, approximately 1 meter in length. The grip was gilded, faintly engraved with a dragon, while the black whip bore an inscription, exclusive to the judge's office. Upon deciphering these words, they immediately dissipated. I was aware of the judge, Lu Zidao, known for his unwavering integrity and moral fortitude, who promotes virtuous deeds, vindicates the wronged, and ensures the wicked are punished. This emblem could summon thousands of ghostly generals and soldiers at my command. I had a cordial rapport with Judge Lu, who had provided me with a demon-slaying whip. With 3 strikes, a malevolent spirit would surely be subdued. With 5, it would undoubtedly vanish. However, one must be certain that the entity before me was indeed wicked. Should an innocent be harmed, I would reclaim the whip. We would not readily possess the living, but upon encountering malevolent spirits or vengeful souls, we would impart some sensations. As I scrutinized the whip in my hand, about to inquire further, I was abruptly interrupted by old Lu's voice. Rise. We have visitors today. In an instant, an inexplicable force surged, causing my spirit to tremble. I opened my eyes and sat up, sensing something in my palms. Raising my hands, I discovered a red birthmark on my left palm and a black line on my right. Clenching my fists, the sensation was peculiar, though my hands were empty. It felt as though I clutched something intangible. I glanced at the black list on the offering table, sensing an odd connection between the whip and the seal. If my great-aunt was concerned for my safety and bestowed upon me a demon-slaying whip, why would she also grant me a seal capable of commanding troops? Old Lu's voice echoed again, prompting me to shake off my disordered thoughts and exit the room. Knock, knock, knock. At precisely 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a knock resonated. Old Lu was at the offering table, burning incense, and he nodded at me as I approached the iron door, which creaked open. Outside stood a man and a woman, both in their 40s. The man appeared pale, leaning against the woman, who looked anxious and hastily ushered him inside. The man's right leg was slightly lame, and upon my first glance, a chill crept down my back. I realized that he must be haunted by a malevolent spirit. My gaze sharpened on him, revealing two ghostly shadows behind him, a male ghost, disfigured and clad in tattered clothes, oozing blood from his contorted right leg, and a female ghost in a red dress. Hair to her shoulders, head bowed. I stepped aside to allow them passage, while old Lu finished his incense ritual and settled onto the sofa. I provided chairs for the couple, who sat across from old Lu, while I stood nearby. The man introduced himself as Gao Jun, and the woman as Li Fengmei. Li Fengmei helped Gao Jun into a chair and anxiously implored, "Master, please, help my husband. What is wrong with his leg?" Old Lu maintained a nonchalant demeanor, and I noticed a spectral python shadow behind him. "You've consulted many masters for this ailment, yet your husband doesn't even believe. How can I assist?" Li Fengmei rubbed her hands, a look of embarrassment crossing her face, paired with a forced smile. "Master, it's not that he doesn't believe. He has just seen too many doctors, and his leg shows no signs of improvement. He may be having doubts." She nudged the silent Gao Jun with her elbow. Before Gao Jun could speak, old Lu interjected, his gaze fixed on him. "A month ago, there was a death in your family. It was your wife's elder brother. He was killed in an accident, and the impact affected his right leg, resulting in excessive blood loss leading to his demise. Moreover, your issues extend beyond your leg. You are unable to urinate, and if you do, it's blood. No medical examination has revealed any cause." Old Lu's tone was assertive, and Gao Jun's expression shifted as he urgently pleaded, "Master, please help me. My leg is nearly useless." Old Lu fell silent, and Li Fengmei, realizing the gravity of the situation, produced 200 yuan from her pocket and placed it on the offering table. She retrieved 3 incense sticks from a nearby box, ignited them, and reverently bowed 3 times before returning to her seat. "Master, in such cases, should we purify the residence?" "Purify? What is there to purify? It won't help. Your husband is not only haunted by a domestic spirit, but also an external one. He cannot urinate because he has been urinating inappropriately, desecrating graves. Would you expect the spirit to follow someone else?" Gao Jun awkwardly smacked his lips, slowly responding, "What should I do then?" Old Lu ignored him, focusing on the female ghost behind Gao Jun. "What must be done for you to depart?" Initially, only a single python shadow lingered behind old Lu, but as he posed this question, the shadows multiplied to 4. 2 celestial pythons flanked old Lu, while the other 2 approached the female ghost, weapons gleaming ominously. Gao Jun and Li Fengmei understood that old Lu wasn't addressing them, but if others were present, they might assume he was conversing with thin air. "Bow and burn incense, 5 bags of gold ingots." Old Lu relayed the female ghost's message, and Gao Jun nodded vigorously. "All right, where should I burn it?" "Burn it where you desecrated the grave, bow 3 times, and burn 3 sticks of incense while murmuring your apologies." After Gao Jun agreed, the female ghost dissipated into smoke. Old Lu then turned his attention to the male ghost behind Gao Jun. "And you? What do you desire?" The male ghost remained silent, his eyes bulging as he locked gazes with old Lu. The celestial python at his side stepped forward, sensing the pressure, causing the male ghost's essence to tremble involuntarily. "Speak your mind. What do you fear?" Old Lu's eyes narrowed, his temper flaring. "Zhou Tai, bring me that cloth bag." Once the bag was retrieved, old Lu extracted several silver needles. "Expose your right leg." I frowned at Gao Jun's right leg, grotesquely swollen, with some areas visibly rotting and emitting a foul odor. Old Lu approached with the silver needles, his eyes fixed on the male ghost. "If you remain silent, I will ensure your soul is scattered." He began counting, 3, 2. Before he could reach 1, the male ghost transformed into smoke, attempting to enter Gao Jun's body. The 2 celestial beings beside him reacted swiftly, capturing the smoke in their grasp. Observing this, old Lu sighed and turned to Li Fengmei. "Since your brother won't speak, I must allow him to possess Gao Jun to voice his grievances." Chapter 21. The mediator python. Upon hearing this, Li Fengmei instinctively objected, shaking her head vigorously. However, glancing at Gao Jun's swollen leg, she hesitated before consenting. Old Lu rose and moved aside to gather the items needed for the upcoming ritual. He had previously informed me that the celestial mediums are bound by karma. All things possess a spirit, and karmic ties must be resolved, or the cycle of life and death will remain unbroken. Li Fengmei's brother, Li Ming, was undoubtedly consumed by resentment, targeting Gao Jun, suggesting unresolved animosities between them. Old Lu positioned the incense burner before Gao Jun and retrieved a plastic plate from beneath the offering table, casually arranging various fruits upon it. Shortly, Your brother Li Ming will directly possess Gao Jun. Remember, do not scream, lest you disturb the spirits with your yang energy. Li Fengmei nodded fervently, gripping the chair and shifting aside. Old Lu lit an incense stick and placed it in the burner, sitting down beside it, hands resting on his knees. I distinctly observed one of the celestial pythons from behind him merge into Old Lu, becoming one with him. He did not open his eyes, but began to speak. His voice transformed. Release him. The tone was authoritative, deep, sending chills across my skin. An incense stick in the burner extinguished instantly, and at that moment, Li Ming had already possessed Gao Jun. Today, you are permitted to possess and speak. If you have grievances, voice them. Gao Jun suddenly opened his eyes, gritting his teeth. Instead of speaking, he swiftly grasped his own neck with both hands, the force and speed rendering his face a ghastly shade of purple. Lao Lu barked. Are you seeking death? At the same moment, I dashed forward, straining to pry Gao Jun's hands away. Yet, the strength was overwhelming. And a phrase echoed in my mind. Demon whipping whip. I recalled the whip gifted to me by my great-aunt, feeling its icy touch in my palm. With a sudden, forceful tug, I drew it through the air. To Li Fengmei's eyes, it appeared as though my hand had merely swiped at thin air, never touching Gao Jun. Yet, in the next instant, Gao Jun shrieked, releasing his grip and tumbling from his seat. Li Fengmei was about to step forward, but I raised my hand to stop her. Still clutching the demon whipping whip, silently marveling at its power. Two of Lao Lu's spirit companions approached Gao Jun, forcibly extracting Li Ming's spirit from him. Li Ming's spectral form was frail. His eyes burned with a fierce glare directed at me, but he quickly averted his gaze, wary of the whip in my hand. Today, even if my soul is shattered, I will drag Gao Jun down with me. Li Ming shouted, his resentment intensifying. What is the point of this? If he truly owes you something, you could simply inform me. I will pen a formal document to be sent to the underworld, and there shall be justice. But if you take a life now, do you think we will let you off the hook? Lao Lu's words balanced firmness with gentleness. I found myself curiously observing Gao Jun, who lay on the ground, momentarily unconscious from asphyxiation. What had he done to provoke such wrath from Li Ming? My life was lost because of him. Li Ming was a truck driver. A month ago, he had taken a job from Ling County to a county under Zhou City. A typical round trip would require 7 days. However, with his wedding anniversary with his wife, Wu Aishue, approaching, he drove recklessly, hoping to return home in time to celebrate. On the 7th day, just as he was nearing home, his phone rang. It was Wu Aishue. Expecting her to inquire about his arrival, he answered joyfully, only to be met with the sordid sounds of betrayal. The man who had wronged him was none other than his brother-in-law. Gao Jun's fury surged within him. He disregarded speed limits, flooring the accelerator, yet his focus faltered, consumed by thoughts of Gao Jun with Wu Aishue. He longed to rend the two of them to pieces. But fate had other plans. Distracted, he failed to notice a car ahead that had stopped. In a panic, he swerved, and in that moment, his life was extinguished. His body crushed, his right leg grotesquely contorted. After becoming a ghost, Li Ming was engulfed by bitterness. Why should he die, and not those two treacherous lovers? His resentment morphed into an obsession. He was determined to destroy Gao Jun. His spirit lingered at home. Witnessing Gao Jun and Wu Aishue exchanging longing glances at his own funeral, he felt the world had betrayed him. Only Lao Lu and I could hear Li Ming's words, while Li Fengmei could only gaze sorrowfully at her husband lying on the ground. After a moment, she could no longer restrain herself and asked, Great Spirit, why does my brother harbor such enmity towards Gao Jun? He treated him well, gifting him during festivals and even introducing him to work opportunities. What could possibly be the reason? I sighed and glanced at Lao Lu, intending to inquire whether I should reveal the truth to this grieving woman. Before I could utter a word, Lao Lu nodded slowly. I relayed every word Li Ming had spoken to Li Fengmei. Her expression shifted from confusion to shock, and finally to a pallid despair. Ignoring my attempts to stop her, she approached Gao Jun, retrieving his phone from his pocket and unlocking it with his hand. Upon seeing the disgraceful messages exchanged between him and Wu Aishue, she trembled with rage and slapped him awake. As Gao Jun came to, he saw his phone in Li Fengmei's hand and opened his mouth to protest, only to receive 2 more stinging slaps. Li Fengmei brandished the phone before him, demanding, Is this how you repay me? Nothing compares to your mistress? Just as they were about to erupt into a fierce argument, Lao Lu cleared his throat. Enough. Li Fengmei, you have paid for my services. You are the principal here. Do you wish to resolve this matter? Li Fengmei wiped her tears. If this issue remains unresolved, can my brother reincarnate? Lao Lu shook his head. No, even if resolved, he cannot. He died an unnatural death, his lifespan unfulfilled. He must linger until his time is complete. However, if this matter is left unsettled, His overwhelming resentment will surely render him a lost soul. Then let us resolve it, Li Fengmei said, glancing down at Gao Jun, whose face bore the marks of her anger. We have shared our lives as husband and wife. I have borne children and managed our home for years, only to discover your betrayal. When we return, I will initiate a divorce. Li Fengmei turned her back to us, her shoulders trembling with suppressed sobs. I had come to understand the entirety of the situation, and I would draft a formal document to be submitted to the underworld. When Gao Jun's time came, he would face the consequences of his actions. Li Ming, why sacrifice yourself? If you have other demands, speak freely. I will ensure Gao Jun compensates you. An eye for an eye will not bring peace. It is better to relinquish this grudge. Lao Lu took on the role of mediator. Although both of us recognized Gao Jun's significant faults, we were bound by the laws of the world above and the underworld's regulations. Compensation? Li Ming scoffed. How can Gao Jun compensate me? He has dishonored me and caused my untimely demise. A life for a life may be the only consideration. Chapter 22. Let us get a brain exam. Brother, this is Gao Jun's wrongdoing. Rest assured that from now on, during every holiday, I will visit you. If that is insufficient, I will set up a memorial for you at home and offer sacrifices on the 1st and 15th days of each month. Li Fengmei knelt, bowing 3 times to the void, her voice breaking with emotion. Seeing his sister kneel, Li Ming's stern visage softened slightly. His throat worked as he fought back tears, his eyes reddening. Li Ming, if you trust me, I will ensure justice is served. As for Gao Jun, let him meet his fate. You have already inflicted a lasting wound upon him, and he will suffer for it. Li Ming wept openly, his cries echoing with anguish. Lao Lu sighed. It is time for you to depart. I have one final request. I desire a home. Wandering the world without a place to stay is unbearable. Lao Lu conveyed Li Ming's request to Li Fengmei, who readily consented. Once Li Ming departed, Gao Jun felt strength return to his right leg, allowing him to rise and move, albeit with lingering pain. I observed them as they exited. Initially, Li Fengmei had supported Gao Jun, but now she walked ahead, leading him away. As if reading my thoughts, Lao Lu, or perhaps the spirit within him, assured me, do not worry. Li Fengmei is not one to dwell on past grievances. Her next partner will be far superior to Gao Jun. Having said this, Lao Lu shuddered, his eyes slowly opening as he stretched his arms, bones cracking with emotion. You reacted quickly just now, didn't you? His teasing tone cut through the air, and I remained silent, reflecting on his words. He rose, stretching his body. Zhou Tai, over time, one becomes desensitized. They say ghosts are terrifying, but the true horror lies within the human heart. Later that evening, as we dined, Lao Lu's phone rang twice. He glanced at the caller ID, his expression turning peculiar. After a moment of hesitation, he answered. The voice on the other end was loud enough for me to hear clearly through the receiver. Master Lu, not long ago, you mentioned that I had nodules and cysts, right? I finally found time to visit the hospital, and it turns out you were correct. However, I currently find myself grappling with a perplexing question. Is it I who possess this knowledge, or is it you who imparts it to me? Upon hearing the latter part of the question, I was in the midst of sipping water, and I promptly spewed it out in surprise. Lao Lu handed me a tissue, his expression one of mild resignation. I recall your ancestral grave was relocated once, correct? Indeed, I replied, but does my cyst have anything to do with my ancestral grave? Not directly, but the way your mind operates seems connected to it. If all else fails, perhaps a visit to a neurologist is in order. Lao Lu quipped before abruptly ending the call. I found myself laughing uncontrollably, while Lao Lu sighed in exasperation. If she weren't ill, where would I find the opportunity to help? Am I truly that remarkable, able to conjure what exists? Should I simply declare myself a billionaire? For this task, Lao Lu earned 200. He intended to share 100 with me, but I declined, as I was already benefiting from his hospitality. The ensuing days passed uneventfully, devoid of any visitors seeking divination. Lao Lu then began instructing me in the art of drawing talismans and summoning spirits. However, he mentioned that my establishment was a ghost hall, where spirits typically do not possess bodies but linger in the ether. Thus, most of those I was likely to summon would be the likes of Meng, Zuohua, and Huang Dachui. As the days unfolded, reality proved different. One does not encounter ghosts or demons on a daily basis. Were that the case, the world would descend into chaos. During this time, Lao Lu also assisted me in enrolling in a driving school, as lacking a license was indeed inconvenient. Every day, I traversed between the driving school and Lao Lu's residence. At the driving school, I met a portly fellow named Zheng Qiu. It was early winter when I first encountered him, wearing a thin cotton jacket. His complexion was dark, giving him the appearance of a standing bear. Zheng Qiu was not originally from Ling County. He had been assigned to work here after completing his university studies, making him only a few years my senior. At that time, the driving school still allowed for consecutive tests, and within a month, I had obtained my license. While Zheng Xiao, burdened by work commitments, was still struggling with the second driving test. Upon leaving the driving school, we exchanged contact information, promising to dine together in the future. Upon returning home, I discovered Lao Lu engaged in a telephone conversation. When he noticed my arrival, he switched the call to speaker mode. On the other end, a woman's voice emerged, filled with sorrow. "Brother, please help me once more. I refuse to believe he no longer cares for me. I have sought him countless times, yet he has been unyielding. Is he unwell? Or perhaps something has transpired in his family that he fears may burden me. What am I to do, brother?" I raised an eyebrow and silently mouthed, "How do we advise her?" Lao Lu smiled slightly, his expression one of assured control, and uttered a single phrase that prompted the woman to hastily end the call. "He curses you. Not only that, but you two are also incompatible financially. If marriage were to occur, your life together would be one of silence." After the call ended, I inquired, "So, does that mean there is nothing to worry about? What if they are truly meant for each other?" Lao Lu replied, "I never concern myself with marriage. In my view, there is little difference between a fated union and a karmic one. If a woman approaches me to inquire about her marriage, and she is subjected to abuse from her husband, yet I perceive it as a fated union, would you deem that correct? Conversely, if the same woman divorces and remarries a man who treats her exceptionally well, and I label it a karmic union, would that be accurate? I believe that as long as you find joy, happiness, and hope in your life with this person, it constitutes a good fate. Furthermore, I maintain that I am indeed correct. Their destinies do not align, and they are ill-suited for one another. Besides, she does not harbor genuine affection for him. It is merely a sense of unwillingness." Life continued in this tranquil manner. Lao Lu would consult a few oracles daily, with me assisting him. On days when our earnings were plentiful, we would dine out. On leaner days, we would eat at home. 3 days later, I received a call from Zheng Xiao. "Hey, brother, are you available? Could you bring me some food? I'm in the hospital receiving in 4, and I can't go out for fear of a reaction." I glanced at the clock. It was 11 in the evening, the witching hour. His voice sounded weak and feeble. Just as I hesitated, a voice echoed in my mind. "Go. Which hospital are you in? Let me know what you'd like, and I'll bring it to you." After confirming the hospital and the ward, I approached Lao Lu's room and heard the television playing inside. I lightly knocked 3 times, informing him of my intent to drive out. At the supermarket, I casually purchased some bread and milk, then drove to the county hospital where Zheng Xiao was located. Ascending to the 3rd floor, I checked each ward until I finally found Zheng Xiao. He appeared bedridden, sitting weakly on a stool, with a sinister-looking elderly woman seated on the chair opposite him. Zheng Xiao's ward was large, furnished with 4 rows of chairs. Only Zheng Xiao and the elderly woman occupied the room. The woman glared at Zheng Xiao with resentment, while he seemed oblivious, engrossed in his phone. I recognized her attire immediately, black clothing resembling a burial shroud. In that instant, I understood she was a spirit. Hearing footsteps, Zheng Xiao looked up, and upon seeing me, offered an embarrassed smile. "Thanks for coming, Zhou Tai. It's just that this antibiotic is hard on my stomach." As we exchanged pleasantries, I discreetly glanced at the elderly woman, noting that the color of her shroud appeared damp. "Brother Qiao, what happened to you?" I asked, tearing open a bread packet to offer him. He devoured it hungrily, and I opened a bottle of milk for him. After swallowing hastily, Zheng Qiao choked slightly, needing more milk to ease it down. Before saying, "It's all the fault of that unscrupulous boss," he insisted we embrace the winter atmosphere and organized a team-building hike. I returned home, only to fall ill with a fever that lasted 2 or 3 days. Initially, it was manageable. I left work early to get 4 treatment, and by now, I could have been home for dinner and sleep. But today he demanded I push a project forward, making me work overtime even while sick. Is he even human? I nodded in agreement, then shifted to the main point. "Have you dreamed of the elderly woman lately?" I briefly described her appearance, and Zheng Xiao's expression shifted as he moved the bread away from his mouth, eyes wide in surprise. "How did you know?" "That's my grandmother. She passed away many years ago, and in my dreams, I often see her watching me from a distance." "Look at my dark circles," Zheng Xiao added, pointing to his eyes. I examined them. They were indeed dark and marked, a clear sign of attracting spirits. I pointed towards the elderly woman. "She is right there, glaring at you." Zheng Xiao could not see her. He could only observe me pointing at nothing, but connecting it with my earlier description, he began to fidget. If not for the 4 in his arm, I suspected he would have bolted. I haven't wronged her. Besides, it's been so many years. My mother burns offerings for her during festivals. Why is she haunting me? Zheng Qiao's voice trembled, and his hands started to shake. At that moment, I had no time to comfort him, as the elderly woman stood up, glaring fiercely at me. I scoffed, summoning the ghost whipping rod that only she and I could see. The moment it appeared, her expression changed, and she retreated back to her seat. Speak quickly. Make it quick, I urged. Zheng Qiu looked dumbfounded, watching me converse with the empty air and gesturing, and if not for my precise description of the elderly woman, he might have thought I was insane. The grave is leaking. They all know, but refuse to fix it. Her voice brimmed with resentment, and she lifted her sleeve to reveal water stains. I conveyed the elderly woman's message to Zheng Qiu, who, disregarding the late hour, called his father. Yes, the grave is leaking, not just your grandmother's, but also your great-grandfather's. It has been raining heavily in our area, and we were planning to repair it tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zheng Qiu's grandmother stood up, letting out a cold huff before departing the room. As soon as she departed, Zheng Qiu immediately sensed a cooling relief wash over him. He requested a thermometer from the nurse, and upon checking, it registered a temperature of 36.5 degrees Celsius, indicating a return to normalcy. Zheng Qiu found it hard to believe. Could my fever over the past couple of days be linked to my grandmother? When she was alive, she showered me with affection and shared all her delicacies. Why is she now tormenting me so? I settled back onto the stool. If a spirit becomes too attached to the mortal realm, it gradually loses its emotions over time. Your grandmother, having passed away for several years and yet to be reincarnated, has likely shed all emotional ties. Although she recognizes you as her grandson, her feelings for you have diminished significantly. Moreover, those spirits who cultivate in the underworld and possess some level of enlightenment retain their emotions akin to the living. What if she seeks me out again? Must I endure this ordeal once more? Under usual circumstances, your vitality should be robust enough to repel her. However, your recent team-building hike may have left you slightly fatigued and susceptible to illness, which is why she was able to approach you. Do not fear. Regular exercise will bolster your immunity, and spirits will steer clear of you. After Zheng Qiu finished his 4-drip and we parted ways at the hospital entrance, he rummaged through his wallet and handed me 300 yuan. I understood the custom. For resolving this matter, I should typically offer more, but my funds were rather low. He admitted with a tinge of embarrassment. I took 2 notes from him, gestured for him to get into the car, and said, 200 is sufficient. It's merely a friendly gesture, no need for formality. Hop in, I'll drive you home. By the time I returned home after dropping Zheng Qiu off, it was already 3 in the morning. Yet, barely had I begun to drift into slumber when my phone rang once more. Blinking blearily, I was startled to see Zheng Qiu's name flashing on the screen. Upon answering, his voice sounded weak. Zhou Tai, why am I feverish again? At that moment, a vivid image flashed in my mind. Zheng Qiu lay in bed, his grandmother standing beside him, accompanied by a red fox of roughly 1 meter in height. Their expressions bore no animosity. Instead, they stood calmly at the bedside. I suddenly felt that this fox and spirit were approaching me. After confirming Zheng Qiu's address, I seized my car keys and dashed downstairs. 30 minutes later, I arrived at his doorstep. A soft knock on the door elicited a faint response from Zheng Qiu, who opened it to reveal his frail figure. Instantly, I spotted the old lady and the red fox seated beside the sofa. Upon noticing my presence, the fox dipped its head momentarily before raising it again, as if greeting me. What do you seek from me? I inquired, perhaps taken aback by my directness. The old lady hesitated for a moment before responding. This esteemed spirit and I wish to come to your hall for cultivation. I maintained a stern demeanor, positioning Zheng Qiu behind me, creating a barrier to alleviate his discomfort. If you wish to see me, why trouble your grandson further? Furthermore, not every spirit can simply enter my hall. My irritation at having my dreams interrupted was evident in my tone, which caused the old lady to lose her composure. I possess spiritual abilities. You've only been dead a few years. What powers do you hold? Before she could retort, the fox beside her turned, and a wisp of white smoke enveloped it. When the smoke dissipated, the fox had transformed into a striking young man, his flowing red hair cascading over his shoulders. The only incongruity was the axe he held, its gilded handle glinting ominously as it pointed towards me. How dare you speak to me like that? You've only just passed, and you're already looking down on others. I'll teach you a lesson. I scoffed, summoning my ghost-repelling whip, a chill radiating from its very core. As I lifted my gaze, a formidable ghost general materialized from the void before me, clad in black and gold armor, exuding an aura of darkness, his fierce tiger-headed epaulets glaring down. This general was one I had encountered in my second aunt's military camp. He was the guardian spirit of my hall. A proper hall must possess its 4 pillars and 8 columns, with the 4 pillars comprising the Hu Huang and Chong Meng, while the 8 columns include the sweep hall, watch hall, cross hall, guardian hall, ascend to heaven, return to earth, blockade, and scout. In my hall, although the 4 pillars were lacking, the 8 columns were all present, albeit all spirits. Additionally, as I had heard from old Lu, my second aunt held a respectable position in the underworld. Otherwise, my hall would not have been established. The guardian spirit radiated a dense aura, rivaling that of my second aunt, causing the fox and the elderly lady to fall silent. I jested. Hussein was right. I indeed lack prowess, but my guardian spirit is formidable. Seeing the fox still brandishing its axe, the guardian spirit slowly drew his sword. The fox's axe lowered as its bravado waned. I suddenly recall some matters I must attend to. Perhaps I should take my leave. With the fox's departure, the old lady found herself at an impasse yet refused to leave, incessantly berating me, claiming her abilities and her past service to the spirits. The guardian spirit, now unsheathed, fixed a chilling gaze upon her, articulating each word with precision. Zhangguing, you did serve the spirits in life, but that was within the protective hall, not the summoning hall. The fundamental distinction between the two is that the protective hall is a yellow register, while the summoning hall is a red one, used to recruit spirits for forthcoming endeavors, thus typically hosting legions. Conversely, the protective hall aims to ensure the safety and prosperity of its household, often featuring several spirits, possibly from this individual or their ancestors, who may have saved a creature that has yet to attain enlightenment. When a creature achieves enlightenment, it returns to express gratitude, usually retreating into the mountains after several lifetimes. The old lady remained obstinate. But I can draw soul-capturing talismans for children. That belongs to the protective hall. I can calculate and locate lost items, predicting fortunes. That is also from the protective hall. My hall's register is red. How can you claim it's a protective hall? Nonsense. The guardian spirit retorted earnestly. I do not speak in jest. You are only destined for the protective hall. The old lady glared defiantly at the guardian spirit and me, gritting her teeth before transforming into a wisp of smoke and vanishing. Zhongqiu, who had been watching in astonishment, must have thought I was conversing with thin air, gesturing animatedly. Had I not previously described his grandmother's appearance and the issue with the leaking grave, he might have presumed I was mentally unwell. As dawn broke, I bowed to the guardian spirit, allowing him to return to the hall before departing Zhongqiu's residence. He had intended to offer me some money, but since the old lady and the fox sought me out through Zhongqiu, his subsequent fever was, in essence, my doing. How could I accept his money? I used the 200 yuan to refuel old Lu's car before heading home, collapsing into bed and sleeping until well after the sun had risen. Upon opening the door, I found old Lu reclining on the sofa, engrossed in a dull television program. Noticing my prominent dark circles, he teased. What time did you sleep last night? Were you up to no good? His tone was playful, and I waved my hand, recounting the previous day's events in full detail. I had expected praise, but surprisingly, he straightened up, his brow furrowed, his tone turning serious. That old lady will return. She cannot access your hall, and if she desires to be worshipped for cultivation, who do you think she is most likely to target? Zhongqiu's image flashed through my mind, and I hurried back to my room to grab my phone, dialing his number. After 5 rings, he finally answered, his voice thick with congestion as he lowered it intentionally. What is up, Zhou Tai? I'm at work. Who used to serve your grandmother Zhangguing's register? My dad burned it. When my grandmother was alive, they didn't believe in her, so when she passed, they surely burned it. The phone was on speaker, and Lao Lu heard everything clearly. He said in a deep voice, in a moment, Zhou Tai will send you an address. Make sure to come over after work. Your grandmother will likely come looking for you tonight. After hanging up, I hesitated slightly and asked, is the urgency of that old lady's visit related to the burnt red talisman? Yes, Lao Lu replied. The talisman was burned, leaving the spirit no place to reside, which must have put pressure on her. Otherwise, she wouldn't confront your family's spirit so boldly. But why is her family associated with a protective talisman while using a red one? After a moment of contemplation, Lao Lu responded, there are 2 possibilities. The first is that the person who established the talisman made a mistake. It was supposed to be a protective talisman, but they misinterpreted it as a red one. The second possibility is that this old lady's ancestors established it this way, and it has remained a red talisman through the years. Although she has some minor abilities, I suspect her health has declined over time. This old lady lacks the affinity for this practice. Even if she used a red talisman, she would summon not genuine spirits, but rather wandering souls. That evening, while Lao Lu and I were dining, there was a knock at the iron door. I went to open it, finding Zhongqiu, panting and out of breath. Upon seeing the food in my bowl, he instinctively swallowed hard. I smiled and invited him to join me. Stay here tonight. We can squeeze into the same room. If the old lady comes, she won't be able to trouble you." Zheng Qiu buried his face in the bowl, nodding vigorously. He too did not wish to return to an empty room, fearing it. I recounted the situation to him and inquired if he would be willing to establish a talisman. He separated his face from the bowl, shaking his head vigorously. "Zhou Tai, Uncle Lu, I mean no disrespect. I have a proper job with room for advancement. Moreover, I have always been timid and have no real interest in these spirits. I consider myself a sort of agnostic. If I were to read fortunes or confront those spirits, I would surely be terrified." Lao Lu and I chuckled at his expression and chatted briefly about how he wished to resolve the matter. He looked down, his tone subdued. "My grandmother treated me well while she was alive. I hope we can spare her from harm and find a proper resting place for her." Just past 11 o'clock, I heard the voice of the guardian spirit. "The old lady is here, and she has brought quite a few people." As soon as I heard this, my eyes flew open. Zheng Qiu was already fast asleep, snoring softly. I rose quietly and opened the door. At the same moment, Lao Lu stepped out, exchanging a glance with me before both our eyes turned to the iron door. Lao Lu stood before the offering table and lit an incense stick. I stretched my limbs and summoned the demon-slaying whip, and the guardian spirit appeared behind me. The two guardian spirits flanked me, one on each side. After Lao Lu finished lighting the incense, numerous ethereal figures of spirits began to materialize behind him. "It's quite lively." The voice of Huang Dachui echoed in my mind. I rolled my eyes and thought, "Why don't you come out and take a look?" "No way. What if I get hurt? I still need to go back and gather herbs later." Lao Lu pulled up a chair and sat solemnly at the offering table. "Open the door to welcome our guests." I approached the iron door and slowly opened it, revealing the old lady's gloomy face. Behind her stood 8 spirits, each resembling the mythical beasts of Hu Huang and Chong Mang, their transformations startling me. The weasel had a beast's head and a human body. The red fox carried an axe on its shoulder, and the python indeed had a human head and body, but its skin was covered in white scales. The remaining figures varied in form, but none were fully human. They were either beast-headed with human bodies or human-headed with beast bodies. I took 2 steps back and raised my arm in a gesture of invitation. Huang Dachui's voice rang out again. "These few may not possess high cultivation, but they are excellent candidates for herb gathering. Lao Tai, can you bring them over later? We'll discuss it later." As the old lady and the spirits behind her entered the room, their gazes remained fixed on me. I smirked, revealing a knowing smile. "I must tell you. Today you must." Before the old lady could finish her sentence, her voice abruptly halted as she noticed Lao Lu seated calmly on the chair, surrounded by the swirling, ethereal figures behind him. 3 spirits emerged from the ethereal crowd, all donned in golden armor, their imposing presence accentuated by capes that flowed without wind, exuding an air of authority. Compared to the spirits accompanying the old lady, those behind Lao Lu appeared far superior, their cultivation levels significantly higher. The old lady took a step back, attempting to retreat through the iron door, but I blocked her path, and the 2 spirits beside me drew their swords, crossing them before their chests. She found herself at an impasse. Just as the 3 parties were in a stalemate, Lao Lu spoke up. "All guests are welcome. Why not sit and chat?" His tone was courteous, yet his expression carried an undertone of threat. The old lady took a deep breath, her face breaking into a faint smile as she took a few steps towards the sofa and sat down slowly. "I didn't expect this young man to have helpers like you. I concede, you may do as you wish, but these spirits behind me also have some cultivation. I only wish for them to find a suitable place." Lao Lu chuckled, leaning back in his chair. "To speak frankly, even without me, the spirits behind this young man could bury you alive. I have a proposal for you, old lady. Please listen. You wish to continue your cultivation, but with your current level, you are not qualified to join our halls." Hearing this, the old lady's brows furrowed, her expression turning slightly irate. "However, you are someone with great aspirations, and an ordinary hall would certainly not suffice for you." The old lady's expression softened, as if she found this agreeable. "Therefore, I can arrange for my spirits to escort you to the underworld for cultivation. When you have attained a suitable level, you may return." The old lady's eyes darted around as she realized she was surrounded by the spirits of our halls, unable to escape. She understood that she must agree to this arrangement, whether willingly or not. Yet, a flicker of concern appeared in her murky eyes as she asked, "What will happen to the spirits from my hall?" Lao Lu did not rush to answer but turned to me. "Zhou Tai, my hall is full. I am no longer accepting new disciples. How about you?" I recalled Huang Dachui's instructions. "It's fine, let them come to me." The matter was resolved perfectly. That night, I had a dream in which Huang Dachui led a group of spirits to a mountain range. He pointed to a peak, instructing them to gather herbs. Though they were reluctant, Huang Dachui's imposing figure instilled fear in them. He stated that as long as they gathered a sufficient quantity of herbs, they would receive appropriate rewards, which could be herbs or elixirs crafted by Huang Dachui, items immensely beneficial for cultivation. The scene shifted in my dream, and I found myself in a military camp, where the red fox, with whom I had previously exchanged barbs, was seen sorrowfully cleaning weapons and furniture with a basin in one hand and a cloth in the other. Suddenly, the sound of urgent drums echoed outside, causing the red fox's expression to change. He dropped the basin and cloth, seizing his axe before rushing out. Outside, the spirits were lined up, and the red fox stood at the back, determination in his eyes. Just as I was about to awaken, the spirits and the red fox returned from outside, their clothes tattered, yet their faces radiated joy. The red fox, shouldering his axe, camaraderie evident with the spirits, seemed to have cultivated further. Upon waking, I found Jing Qiu had already left, and on the offering table beside me lay 400 yuan, which I promptly took out and gave to Lao Lu. What is this for? Old Lu was cooking, the sound of the range hood masking his voice. It took me a moment to realize what he was saying. Without you here to keep them in check, I doubt they'd submit to me. So this money is rightfully yours. Old Lu put the food on a plate. The range hood noise subsided, and he smiled. Little Tai, you still don't understand just how powerful your shrine is. If you weren't powerful, would the spirits behind those old ladies be willing to join your shrine and cultivate with you? Don't let their appearance fool you. They're quite capable in other shrines. These spirits are only focused on cultivation. If you were nothing, they wouldn't stay with you even if it meant dying in battle. You're just insecure right now. All right. Put the money away. You're coming with me after dinner. Where to? To Chaojiao village. Someone's treating. At the dinner table, old Lu showed me a photo. It was of a girl who looked about my age, around 17 or 18. She had her hair in 2 pigtails, wore a tracksuit, and had a beaming smile. But I always felt a golden light flickering between her brows. A child spirit. I subconsciously protested in my mind. How can a little girl be a child spirit? The inner voice disappeared, but I still spoke the words aloud. Old Lu nodded in satisfaction. That's right, she's a child spirit. She's 17 now. If she doesn't resolve this before she turns 18, she will die. Chapter 26, A young girl's misbehavior. She's clearly a girl. How can she be a child spirit? My tone was full of doubt. Her primordial spirit is a child spirit, originally a celestial attendant under a deity, but out of curiosity about the human world, she ran away, but by a twist of fate, mistakenly entered into a female body. There are also true child spirits and false child spirits. True child spirits are like her, while false child spirits simply have some unique aspects to their fate. Some false child spirits also need to be resolved. Old Lu was constantly teaching me about this field. I continued, they all say a day in heaven is a year on earth. Can't we just let her live out her life peacefully? Why do we have to call her back? Old Lu rolled his eyes at me. Are you crazy? She serves a righteous God. If she doesn't go back to work, are you expecting the righteous God to do the work? The righteous God can't possibly have only her as a servant, can he? The duties of each servant boy and girl are already arranged. It's impossible for her to live a peaceful life experiencing the human world while the other servant boys and girls have to work twice as much, right? Besides, there are rules above. Without rules, there's no order. If one runs away today and another runs away tomorrow, what happens above? What happens when things stop? What happens when things aren't handled? She's breaking the rules. Thinking about it, old Lu was right. My tone softened. Then how should we handle this? If we can't resolve this, will she really die? What about her parents? Old Lu's expression was serious. After a long pause, he sighed helplessly. If we can't resolve this, the higher-ups really need her to go back. She'll die after her 18th birthday. If things aren't so urgent, we can send a substitute to her place first. That substitute can do odd jobs for the righteous God, and when the child's lifespan ends, she'll naturally go up to be punished. Everyone's fate and life are predetermined. If this girl's parents are destined to lose a child, there must be a reason, either karma or something they did wrong in their past life. After a quick meal, old Lu and I got in the car and drove towards Qiao Family Village. The road to Qiao Family Village wasn't paved, so the drive was a bit bumpy. At the very edge of the village, old Lu stopped the car. Before us was a double iron gate. Old Lu and I got out. He knocked on the gate, while I opened the trunk and slung our cloth bags over my shoulder. Coming, came a reply from inside, followed by a dog barking, then a man's scolding voice and footsteps. The iron gate opened, and a man's head emerged. He had a buzz cut, wore a military overcoat, and cotton slippers. Is this Master Lu? His voice was polite but slightly hoarse, and a faint handprint was visible on his face. Old Lu nodded and introduced me and the man to each other. I learned his name was Qiao Xingyuan. Qiao Xingyuan initially tried to take the cloth bag from my shoulder, but seeing me slightly step back, A moment of awkwardness crossed his face. Uncle Xiao, there's too much stuff in here, so please don't trouble yourself. Xiao Xinyan chuckled twice, seemingly unconcerned about what had just happened, and led us into the house. The house was warmer inside, and Xiao Xinyan told us to sit on the Kong, heated brick bed, to warm up. Northeast winters are dry and cold, capable of freezing a person to the bone. Old Lu and I sat on the Kong. There was an older woman there, about the same age as Xiao Xinyan. She looked at us with hostility. Seeing me staring at the woman, Xiao Xinyan introduced her as Huang Yuling, his wife. Old Lu and I exchanged a glance. And combined with the slap mark on Xiao Xinyan's face, we learned two things. First, Xiao Xinyan had been beaten. Second, Huang Yuling didn't believe in this. Old Lu gave me a wink, and we both stood up simultaneously, a move that startled Xiao Xinyan. Oh, right, Brother Xiao, since your wife doesn't believe in this, there's no need for us to make trouble here. We'll be leaving. Before Xiao Xinyan could say anything to stop us, Huang Yuling sneered. What kind of tricks are you playing with me? People in your line of work are all swindlers. Speaking so eloquently, all you want is money, right? And what are you saying? That my daughter is a virgin? Can't you tell if she's a boy or a girl? Xiao Xinyan rushed forward and grabbed Huang Yuling's arm. But Huang Yuling slapped him, cursing, You Xiao, how the hell could I have been so blind as to marry you? How could you believe these swindlers? Our daughter was always weak when she was little, and you insisted on going to witch doctors. We spent so much money, listened to so many disgusting things. And when did she ever get better using their methods? It was only because I accompanied her to the hospital for treatments and acupuncture that she survived to this age. Our daughter has grown up. Every time she's been sick, I've been with her to the hospital, and all you do is burn incense and pray to Buddha? I finally understood. Huang Yuling's anger and resentment weren't just directed at us, but also at Xiao Xinyan. She resented him. Old Lu didn't listen any further. Turning and stepping out the door, I remembered what Old Lu had told me. If this isn't resolved, she'll definitely die at 18. I, who had intended to leave with him, stopped. Looked at Huang Yuling, my eyes devoid of any ulterior motive. Annie, I can help your daughter out without taking a penny, okay? Old Lu stopped when he heard me. Turning to look at Huang Yuling. We don't want this person to die. She's only a teenager. I scolded him. Not you, didn't I? Such a young age, and already so bad. I don't know what your parents taught her. Get out. Hearing her insult my family, my fists clenched, and anger surged within me. Just as I was about to say something more, Old Lu grabbed my hand and led me away. We were in the car, about to start the engine, when Xiao Xinyan chased after us. He was holding 2 unopened boxes of cigarettes, trying to hand them to Old Lu. But Old Lu refused. His expression was indifferent. As we backed out, we saw Xiao Xinyan standing there watching us leave. We were silent for a long time in the car. When we were almost home, Old Lu smiled. Zhou Tai unhappy? My throat tightened, and I gave a muffled Don't think about it anymore. It's all fate. Old Lu suddenly changed the subject. Do you know why people charge for fortune-telling? I shook my head, indicating I didn't know. Because of karma. Telling someone's fortune is like getting involved in their karma, or rather, taking on their karma. So, at that time, they need to pay you to settle this karma. The greater the karma, the more money they need to pay. What was destined to happen to him did not come to pass, and as a consequence, he was to lose something significant, reminiscent of the saying losing wealth averts disaster. Would this girl truly meet her demise? Chapter 27. The shadow of misfortune. Old Lu remained silent. The only sounds that filled my ears were the roar of the automobile and the rush of the wind. Time became indistinct, and eventually, Old Lu gently brought the vehicle to a halt, his gaze filled with compassion as he softly stated, Yes. The days that followed were rather mundane. Time flew by so swiftly that I nearly forgot the tale of the girl, until the eve of the new year arrived. Old Lu, tonight, I desire sauerkraut braised with pork belly. Old Lu chuckled while scolding me lightly, grabbing a basket of vegetables to head out for shopping. As he opened the iron gate, a figure stood before us. It was Xiao Xinyan. His eyes were bloodshot and slightly swollen, resembling someone who had recently wept. He wore a cotton coat with a black cloth wrapped around it, inscribed with a character for mourning. At that moment, both Old Lu and I comprehended the gravity of the situation. We invited him inside, and I poured him a cup of hot tea. He slowly began to speak, his voice hoarse, as if forcibly extracted from his throat. A few days ago, that girl passed away. She was struck by a car. It seemed straightforward. Yet on that day, the roads were covered in snow, and it was a tricycle that could hardly travel quickly. According to the tricycle driver, as he approached the girl, he suddenly felt as if a cloth had obscured his vision, rendering everything in front of him invisible. When his sight returned, he found a girl lying in the snow, as if in a deep slumber, yet when he reached out, she had already lost her breath. At this juncture, Xiao Xinyan broke down in tears. Shaking Old Lu's sleeve in despair, My daughter is not yet 18. Her life has barely begun. Why must it be this way? The heavens are unjust. Observing Qiao Xinyuan's staggering silhouette, my heart sank to its lowest point, and I could sense that old Lu was equally pained. That evening, we dined under a heavy atmosphere. And as I gazed at the steaming sauerkraut and pork belly on the table, I found no inclination to eat. It was my first moment of contemplation. What is the purpose of our existence, beings such as ourselves? Is it merely to foresee the demise of this girl, yet remain utterly powerless? On New Year's Day, old Lu and I idled at home, watching uninspiring television programs. As dusk approached, we presumed no visitors would grace us with their presence, when suddenly, the iron gate was knocked upon with great force, prompting me to spring from the sofa. I hurriedly opened the gate, and before me stood a woman of middle age, with a neat shoulder-length bob and clad in a black down coat that reached her knees. She appeared remarkably capable. I stepped aside to welcome her in. Initially, a flicker of hesitation crossed her face as she tightly gripped her bag strap. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, she stepped inside with a pale countenance, her footfall resolute. The woman settled onto the sofa just as the kettle in the kitchen began to whistle. I poured her a cup of hot water and placed it before her. She touched the glass with her hand, her color improving slightly, yet she remained silent. You have not been sleeping well lately. You often feel a heaviness in your head and a lightness in your body, struggling to concentrate on anything, old Lu began. The woman nodded and slowly spoke. I have been plagued by nightmares these past few days. Old Lu, sitting across from her, responded, not merely nightmares, I presume? At this, the woman's expression grew awkward, and she took a small sip of hot water, her cheeks flushing slightly. Yes, there are other dreams as well. Just as I was about to inquire further, a voice echoed in my mind. Isn't it obvious? She speaks of dreams laced with desire. I instinctively scratched my head in realization. In your dreams, there is always a scene. There is a man who whispers sweet words to you, urging you to seek him out. Is that correct? Old Lu's voice occasionally paused, as if he were considering his words carefully to avoid provoking her resistance. The woman fell silent for a moment before nodding. Yes. He even provided me with a phone number, urging me to call him. I could not help but interject. Did you call him? The woman nodded. I did not desire to, but upon waking, that number feels engraved in my very bones. I cannot forget it. This number must be disconnected? Yes, moreover. I had a friend check, and this number has been out of service for 5 years. This is a manifestation of misfortune, yet your visit today must hold deeper significance. Correct? Upon hearing old Lu's words, the woman's expression turned to one of terror. Last night, I dreamt of him again. He demanded that I come with him. What should I do, master? Fearful and trembling, the woman pleaded, and old Lu lit a stick of incense, his voice cold. Calm yourself. Provide me with your name, birth date, and time. After a moment, old Lu's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. He will come again tonight, bringing drums and gongs to escort you away. The woman, Lin Yueling, froze at this revelation, trembling uncontrollably. What should I do, master? Do not panic. Shortly, I will draw a talisman for you. Place it beneath your pillow before sleep, along with a pair of scissors. The rest we shall handle. Remember this, during your dreams, regardless of what anyone says. Do not respond, utter not a word. As Lin Yueling departed, she intended to leave some money for old Lu, but he declined, stating she should offer it once the matter was resolved. After her departure, old Lu turned to me. Come with me tonight. I will familiarize you with the process. I was puzzled. Where are we going? What will we do? When shall we leave? Old Lu offered no reply, and I could only retire to bed laden with questions. In my dreams, I opened my eyes to find myself in a modest dwelling adorned with wedding decorations. Through the window, I observed a woman seated on a bed, clad in vibrant red bridal attire, her face a mask of terror, drenched in tears. It was Lin Yueling, the very woman who had sought out old Lu. Why are you dawdling? Move. A familiar voice rang in my ears. I turned to find old Lu, clad in black armor and wielding a long sword, flanked by 2 serpent spirits. What is happening, old Lu? I instinctively inquired. Just as old Lu was about to respond, a cacophony of drums and gongs erupted behind us. Old Lu's expression shifted dramatically, and he seized me by the collar, guiding me into the modest dwelling. Upon seeing us, Lin Yueling attempted to speak, but old Lu gestured for silence. At that moment, a male voice echoed from outside. My dear, I have come to take you away. We are finally to be wed. Old Lu and I concealed ourselves behind the serpent spirits, who conjured an invisible barrier that separated us from Lin Yueling. The footsteps grew closer, and a man dressed in red bridal attire appeared before me. Chapter 28. Pillage and plunder. The man in the red bridal attire was strikingly handsome. adorned with a large red flower, a smile brightening his face as he approached Lin Yueling. Yet, as he drew near, his smile vanished as he glanced in our direction. After surveying the room, he detected no anomalies, likely due to the barrier established by the serpent spirits. His smile returned, and he leaned closer to Lin Yueling. My dear, come with me, and I shall lead you to a better life. Why do you not open your eyes to behold me? Are you weary of this face? The man furrowed his brow, observing Lin Yueling tremble uncontrollably, his tone laced with confusion. With a mere flick of his hand, his appearance transformed entirely, shifting from handsome to rugged and coarse. My dear, do you find this face appealing? Receiving no response from Lin Yueling, the man's countenance darkened as he seized her chin, his voice menacing. If you remain silent, I shall dismantle you piece by piece. Lin Yueling quaked in fear. Unable to bear the sight, I summoned the demon-slaying whip, gripping it tightly, and emerged alongside Old Lu. As the man sensed our presence, Old Lu began to speak, but I had already lunged forward. The whip aimed directly at the man's face. Do not strike her. Old Lu's voice echoed behind me. The man regained his senses, and, in the split second before the ghost whip descended upon him, rolled to the side. Lin Yueling, are you secretly meeting with that pretty boy behind my back? Today, I shall make you pay dearly. His teeth clenched, his eyes turned crimson, and a dark aura emanated from his body. Lao Lu and the two serpent immortals intended to assist me, but a multitude of malevolent spirits clad in red burst into the room, ensnaring them. I let out a cold snort, summoning the Ghost King seal bestowed upon me by my great aunt, and thrust it into the void, shouting, Ghost generals and soldiers, where are you? At your service, echoed a thunderous voice from outside the house. The man's gaze was drawn to the sound, and he beheld a throng of armed soldiers outside, instinctively swallowing hard. Let us have a one-on-one duel. Very well, but you shall face us all alone. You are no match for our numbers. Before his words could settle, I surged forward, and the ghost generals and soldiers charged in, joining the fray. The malevolent spirits that had ensnared Lao Lu were swiftly dispatched by the two valiant serpent immortals, each with a single strike of their swords. Time passed, and Lao Lu alongside the two serpent immortals sat upon the bed. I took a rope from the ghost general and bound the man securely. I waved my hand, and the ghost general, bowing in salute, vanished. Now speak. Why have you been haunting Lin Yueling? Lao Lu gently caressed the gleaming sword in his hand, his tone laced with an unmistakable threat. The man's face was bruised and purple from my blows. He gazed at the still unconscious Lin Yueling and sighed, revealing a century of regret. His name was Sun Qingyi, a man from the Guangxu era, originally a teacher who had pledged his life to Lin Yueling. However, the Lin family scorned him, locking Lin Yueling away and arranging a more suitable match for her. Upon learning the news, Sun Qingyi succumbed to despair and, unable to bear the pain of separation from his beloved, took his life with a knife in the wilderness. After all my efforts to find her again, why can't we be together? Sun Qingyi's voice was hoarse, imbued with sorrow. Just as I was lost in his tale, one of the serpent immortals beside Lao Lu sneered. Your name is Sun Qingyi? Indeed. I shall give you one last chance. What is your name? The serpent immortal drew their sword, the tip aimed directly at Sun Qingyi's face. I was momentarily taken aback by the immortal's words, about to speak on Sun Qingyi's behalf when he transformed from a figure of lament into one of sinister mirth. TSK, TSK, TSK. I never thought you would see through me so easily. How boring. Sun Qingyi raised his head defiantly, looking down upon the serpent immortal. What of it? Did I lie? Will you kill me for it? She owes me nothing. It is only right that I seek her out. Do you dare take my life? I sat at the edge of the bed, wishing I had some sunflower seeds to munch on, when I felt Lao Lu nudge me with his elbow. I looked over to see him producing a bag of seeds from seemingly nowhere and handing it to me. Thus, Lao Lu and I sat aside, watching the exchange between the serpent immortal and Sun Qingyi. Sun Qingyi, do you have no shame? The serpent immortal, usually composed and reserved, was clearly provoked by Sun Qingyi's brazen attitude. In your past life, you were nothing but a bandit. What kind of teacher were you? What are you trying to portray as a lover? What of being a bandit? Is survival as a teacher any different? In these chaotic times, all I want is to live. What is wrong with that? What is wrong? You pillaged and burned. Lin Yueling was a humble farmer's wife in her past life, and you abducted her to your lair, making her your captive. Now you dare claim she owes you? Where do you find the audacity? Is there no cause and effect? She consumed my food, wore my clothes, and used my possessions, all of which I fought for. In the end, she left me with nothing before taking her own life. Does she not owe me? As I listened intently, a cold wind swept past me, prompting me to turn instinctively. Before me appeared a woman with disheveled hair and an extraordinarily long tongue. I was startled, my body trembling. As I looked up, I saw her tongue was half the length of her body. Just as I was about to summon the ghost whip to strike her, Lao Lu stopped me. Are you a fool? This is a ghostly immortal from your family's records. Upon hearing Lao Lu's words, a name surfaced in my mind, Zhang Xiaocui. Zhang Xiaocui paid no heed to my rudeness as she passed by me, stepping before Sun Tiniu, and began to violently shake her head. Her long tongue traced circles in the air, while Lao Lu and I ducked to avoid it. The two serpent immortals, shielded by their natural barriers, were unharmed. But Sun Tiniu was not so fortunate. Again and again, her tongue slapped his face, and a feminine voice echoed in my mind. Little Tiniu, berate him. I unleashed a torrent of the foulest insults upon Sun Tiniu. Although we shared the same surname, his actions were inhumane. He had committed countless atrocities, and any punishment he received was lenient. Sun Tiniu, having endured the relentless strikes of the long tongue, ultimately could not withstand the humiliation and began to plead for mercy. The two serpent immortals coughed lightly, signaling Zhang Xiaocui to cease her assault. I pulled Zhang Xiaocui aside, noting that Sun Tiniu's face had swollen to that of a pig's head. The serpent immortal formed a seal, and a golden light enveloped Sun Tiniu, causing his form to dissipate. I awoke from the dream, and as I did, Zhang Xiaocui's figure appeared before me. Chapter 29. I am not idly passing my days. I was startled awake by the long tongue of Xiaocui, springing out of bed. Xiaocui, why are you still here? I have been dispatched by the Tomb King to guard you from this day forth. Her voice was cold, yet beneath it lay a hint of grievance. I quickly explained. I did not mean to offend. It was merely your sudden appearance that startled me. For now, return to my spirit realm and await my call when needed. After Zhang Xiaocui withdrew, I exhaled deeply and stepped outside. Youth truly brings vitality. I felt invigorated early in the morning. Lao Lu yawned as he emerged from his room. I rolled my eyes at him. Had he awoken to find a long tongue before him, he too would be wide awake. Swallowing the water in my mouth, I asked, what exactly happened in the dream yesterday? Was it real? Will Lin Yueling be all right? Where has Sun Tiniu gone? Will he return to haunt her? I fired off a barrage of questions, leaving the freshly awakened Lao Lu somewhat flustered. He accepted the cup of water I offered and gulped it down before addressing my inquiries one by one. Do you remember the talisman I gave Lin Yueling? It was meant to calm her. If she does not sleep, how can we enter her dreams? Last night, it was as if our souls ventured forth, entering Lin Yueling's dream. In reality, if a ghost possesses someone, we can drive that malevolent spirit away. However, Sun Tiniu is Lin Yueling's shadowy love. He only appears in dreams at night. If Lin Yueling remains awake, he does not manifest, leaving us no choice but to enter her dreams to confront him. Sun Tiniu has been sent to the underworld by my master, the serpent. He has evaded capture for nearly a century, and now he shall face his reckoning. Before Lao Lu could finish speaking, a notification pinged on his phone. He opened it to find a message from Lin Yueling, accompanied by a 1,000 yuan transfer and a voice message. Master Lu and Master Zhou Tai, I slept exceptionally well last night without any dreams. Here is the payment for yesterday's services. Lao Lu was not the type to feign politeness. He accepted the transfer and promptly sent half of it back to me. Why didn't she dream last night? I inquired. Lao Lu, multitasking by responding to Lin Yueling's message while answering me, replied, of course. My serpent immortal erased her memories of last night's dream. If she knew too much, it would do her more harm than good. During a meal, Lao Lu suddenly spoke to me with utmost seriousness. Zhou Tai, if you ever find yourself independently interpreting hexagrams, remember this one thing. Even spirits can deceive. So do not take everything at face value. If you are ever uncertain about the truth, have your family's spirit investigate the individual's past. Such records are maintained in the underworld. As I listened to Lao Lu, I sensed something amiss. Lao Lu, you're not planning to abandon me, are you? He chuckled lightly, his tone tinged with helplessness, and tapped my forehead. I cannot teach you forever. You must eventually learn to interpret on your own. In the end, the only spirits you can trust will be those in your family's temple. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon. Lao Lu's phone rang, and on the other end was a frail voice. Is this Master Lu? Yes, it is. My daughter has passed away, but before she died, her eyes were wide open and could not be closed. Would you be able to come and take a look? Upon hearing this, Lao Lu declined. Sir, I'm not in that line of work. You have the wrong person. I am a spirit medium, not a yin yang master. After the call ended, I inquired. Why not go see her? Clearly, there's a grievance. Couldn't we consult a master for clarification? Lao Lu replied earnestly. First, I never take on cases that are not related to my practice. This matter pertains to the great host, and is not within my purview. Secondly, Zhou Tai, you must remember 3 things to avoid. First, do not inquire about lifespan. Second, do not look at those who are dying. Third, do not read for those who do not believe. The reason for not inquiring about lifespan is that it is a heavenly secret. We already bear enough karmic burdens in our profession. Revealing celestial secrets can shorten one's life. As for the dying, if Yama decrees their death at midnight, who would dare to delay it until dawn? They have their own fate to resolve, and we cannot assist them. It is simply their destiny. Lastly, if a person does not believe, they will reject us. Even if we speak accurately, they may oppose us or even fabricate stories. I nodded to indicate my understanding. Just as I thought this matter was a mere interlude, the same number called again 3 days later. Master Lu, my daughter established a temple before she died. But no one in our family believes. Could you help us with this? To this, Lao Lu agreed, asking for the address, and we set off to our destination. Half an hour later, we arrived, and without needing to inquire further, we saw 2 flower wreaths placed before a bungalow. Lao Lu and I entered, carrying a cloth bag. The yard was in disarray, littered with remnants of uneaten food and cigarette butts. Noticing our arrival, a middle-aged man approached us. Are you Master Lu? His voice did not match that of the caller. Lao Lu merely nodded in acknowledgement. Follow me. The man led us into an inner room, where we learned he was the deceased's brother, named Qian Sheng, and the caller was his father, Qian Duo Bao. Inside, an elderly man, presumably Qian Duo Bao, rose from his bed upon our arrival. Come, sit down, warm yourselves. Once we were comfortable, Lao Lu surveyed the room, but did not see the spirit tablet. Sir, where's the tablet? Qian Duo Bao, now in slippers, led us to the room where it was kept. The spirit tablet was located in a small room, its curtains drawn, blocking out sunlight. I pulled the curtains aside, allowing some light to enter. Lao Lu stood before the tablet, a look of perplexity crossing his face as he furrowed his brow in contemplation. I too gazed at the tablet, sensing an odd feeling. There was a lingering presence of a celestial being, yet only wandering spirits remained. The voice of Zheng Xiaocui echoed in my mind. I approached Lao Lu and whispered, "What is going on?" Understanding my inquiry, Lao Lu shook his head slightly and turned to Qian Duo Bao. May we see the deceased? Chapter 30. The strange death. After establishing the temple, Qian Duo Bao led us to the spirit hall, where the body lay on a wooden frame, its face covered by a white cloth, dressed in ceremonial garments. The temperature in the spirit hall was frigid, nearly matching that of the outside, causing the corpse to stiffen, with frost forming on exposed areas. Lao Lu offered 3 sticks of incense and bowed 3 times in reverence. Then, in a rather disrespectful gesture, he stepped closer and lightly touched the deceased's wrist. Visibly, his hand appeared pale from the cold, yet the face flushed red. He withdrew and sought a place to wash his hands. Noticing his pallor, I asked, "Is there a problem?" All her orifices are sealed. At first, I didn't grasp the gravity of the situation. So what if they are sealed? She has already passed. After a moment, I gasped, "What? How did this happen?" Lao Lu shot me a sidelong glance, his expression laced with exasperation. Why are you so slow to understand? After establishing the temple, she should have been able to connect with all spiritual channels, but shortly after, she died with her eyes wide open, and all her orifices were sealed. Who did this? Was it done after her death, or before? I pieced together what I knew. If she was sealed before death, her inability to close her eyes would make sense. Who could have done this? Lao Lu shook his head in uncertainty, his demeanor serious, with a hint of menace in his gaze. If it was sealed before her death, it is highly likely that the person who established the temple did this. I glanced at the tablet, sensing the presence of an elder spirit. Yet that spirit was now absent. Had it departed to another temple? If so, that might be manageable, but if it sought retribution, that would be problematic. Lao Lu sighed. Back in the main room, Qian Duo Bao brought in 2 cups of hot tea, asking, "Master Lu, how can we resolve this?" "It can be handled when I leave. I will take the tablet with me. Your daughter seems quite young. How could this happen?" Before I could finish, Qian Duo Bao understood Lao Lu's implication and began recounting the story of his daughter, Qian Yanhong. Yanhong had been mentally unstable for some time, experiencing fits of madness. Once, while I was asleep, she sneaked out and got lost. I found her in a neighboring village, and on our way back, we encountered a woman who looked unfamiliar but spoke clearly about Yanhong's condition. She claimed that Yanhong's madness could be cured by establishing a temple. I returned home and discussed it with my son, who did not believe in such things. To be honest, I had my doubts too, but I held on to a glimmer of hope for Yanhong's recovery. So, without telling him, I took Yanhong to that woman and established the temple. After it was set up, Yanhong indeed seemed to improve. Her mental state was much better, and she no longer had sudden episodes. However, just days later, while I was asleep, I heard a piercing scream. I woke to find Yin Hong with her eyes wide open, frantically scratching at her neck. No matter how I called her, she remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the spirit tablet. Before long, she passed away. Lao Lu inquired about the person who established the temple for Qian Yin Hong, and then we left the Qian family with the tablet. As I turned to glance back at the spirit hall, I saw Qian Yin Hong's body lying there all alone, and I vowed to seek justice for her. After getting into the car with Lao Lu, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, as if heralding her injustice. It became evident that the woman had sealed Qian Yin Hong's orifices. Just as the temple was established, the elder spirit had just begun to emerge after 30 years, only to have Yin Hong's channel sealed, leaving her with no chance for liberation. Not only was the elder spirit frustrated, but so was Yin Hong, who died without having a chance to take a breath. My heart felt heavy, and I asked Lao Lu for a cigarette, lighting it without smoking, lost in thought as I watched the smoke drift upwards. Before long, old Lu's vehicle arrived at the neighboring village, finding a vacant space to park. Just before we disembarked, old Lu cautioned me, "When we enter, remember I am your father. Do not let her touch your wrist or the top of your head. Just handle her casually. And avoid revealing your birth date and time. You deal with her. I will investigate her family's background." Although I recognized his earnestness, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was taking advantage of me. After exchanging a few banter-filled remarks, we reached the woman's doorstep, where an iron gate stood firmly closed. Old Lu approached and knocked assertively a few times. Pressing my ear against the gate, I heard no sound from within. Just as we were about to turn away, a voice emerged from behind us. "Who are you looking for?" Startled, I turned to see a woman, appearing to be in her 30s, holding 2 plastic bags filled with household items. Old Lu replied, "We are looking for the great deity Chun. It seems she is not home." In the past, mediums were referred to as either the great deity or the second deity. The great deity was the one possessed by the spirit, while the second deity was the one who wielded the whip and drum to summon, honor, and dismiss spirits. The woman passed between us, unlocking the iron gate with her key. "I am she, come in." As we walked inside, old Lu remarked, "You truly look quite young." The great deity Chen glanced back at old Lu with a hint of impatience in her voice. In this line of work, age is not the primary factor. It is all about fate. Even a younger person with a strong connection can see things clearly, while an older person without such a connection may falter. Don't you agree? Old Lu nodded vigorously, chuckling in agreement. "Indeed, we came today to seek your assistance regarding my son. He has been plagued by nightmares lately, and we are unsure of the cause. Have a seat. Let me take a look." I sat across from Chun, while old Lu stood to the side, his eyes scanning the room. I could see his brow furrow as his fists clenched, revealing the tension within him. Unlike our usual methods, Chun did not light incense but instead ignited a herbal roll, a euphemism for smoking. Halfway through, her body began to sway rhythmically, accompanied by deep breaths. Watching her yawn repeatedly, I feared her jaw might dislocate. "Name and date of birth," she demanded, her voice deliberately hushed, sending a shiver down my spine. Reminiscent of Zheng Xiaocui's taunts. What a charlatan! Even a minor spirit with decades of cultivation dares to play the part of a grand figure. Zheng Xiaocui's words nearly made me laugh aloud, prompting me to quickly bow my head and clear my throat. "I don't know. Do you, father?" "I have no idea either. I was busy at the plow when you were born, and your mother left shortly after giving birth. Your grandmother raised you, but she also passed away a couple of years ago. No one has informed me." This revelation left Chun momentarily speechless. "Great deity, can you still see without a date of birth?" Chun hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I can, but it won't be as precise as with a birth date. As I said, if there is a connection, clarity can still be achieved." Her eyes, slightly slanted, appeared menacing as she half opened them. "What is your name?" "Zhou Tai. Age?" 19. I assume gender is unnecessary to ask. Chun ignored my question, her lips moving as she uttered incomprehensible syllables. I glanced at old Lu, who gestured for me to remain calm. "You are an extraordinary child, imbued with fate. You should establish a foundation. You were originally a celestial crane, banished to the mortal realm for your transgressions, which is why you are favored by the heavenly spirits. Your grandmother has passed, correct? I sensed an elderly lady hovering near you, wishing to be honored. Thus, you must first establish a foundation. Otherwise, it would be unfilial." Her claims were utterly unfounded. If I were to refute her now, she would either argue or declare that we lacked a connection. The practice of divination indeed hinges on the presence of fate. Yet Chen's assessment of connection seemed to be based on whether she could successfully deceive her clients. I looked at old Lu. He gave me a no sign with his hands, and I understood. I spoke up. "Great deity, are you certain the person you see is my grandmother?" Chun mumbled a few more words before stating, Your grandmother is dressed in a burial garment, quite meticulous about cleanliness. Her clothing is neatly arranged. She spoke to me, claiming you are her grandson. Who else could it be? Her tone was unwavering, yet I burst into laughter. My grandmother has been gone for so many years. Is she returning to visit me? I shall honor her, and I will establish a foundation soon. Then, great deity, you say I am a celestial crane, which implies a significant connection to the heavens, correct? How do they share this connection with me? Is it through touching the crane's head or treating me as a steed? Chen suddenly opened her eyes wide, glaring at me. If you do not believe, then we lack a connection. Farewell. I promptly stood up and left with old Lu. Before departing, I caught a glimpse of Chen's perplexed frown in the mirror, which struck me as amusing. She is attempting to deceive you, believing you cannot leave. Even if you wish to, your father would not allow it. Who could have anticipated that you both would depart so swiftly? Old Lu and I hastened to the vehicle, and as he revved the engine and pressed the accelerator, we sped away. In the rearview mirror, I saw Chen storming out, her face flushed with rage as she shouted something. Old Lu, is she always this temperamental? Why wasn't she establishing her foundation? A hint of pride crossed old Lu's face. It has nothing to do with that. She has realized that the ancient spirit she imprisoned in her foundation has been rescued by me. What? Imprisoned ancient spirit? Is it from Qian Yanhong's household? Before I could inquire further, he continued, once we return home, we will summon that spirit to ask what has transpired. Additionally, Zhou Tai, be prepared. If she learns your true name, I suspect she will come to confront us tonight. Although the medium who possesses her is a minor figure, there are still formidable spirits in her foundation. Upon our return home, without even changing clothes, old Lu summoned the ancient spirit. Before us appeared a white python, its scales partially shed, its body marred with blood, and a deep wound slicing through its eye. A cloud of white smoke enveloped the scene, and before us stood a middle-aged man with flowing white hair and garments of white. He bowed to old Lu and me, expressing his gratitude. Thank you both for your assistance. The ancient spirit is gravely injured. You possess significant powers, yet how did you sustain such severe wounds? Old Lu returned the gesture respectfully. I placed a bottle of white liquor and cigarettes on the table, and simultaneously, the python spirit produced an identical bottle of white liquor, placing it beside mine. After taking a few sips, his complexion reddened, whether from the liquor or the memories of sorrow. He shed 2 tears. I have been with Qian Yanhong since her childhood, shielding her from numerous calamities due to the kindness her ancestors showed me. Furthermore, we share a bond. And once she establishes her foundation, I can accumulate merit as well. Recently, her father, upon hearing that this Chen fraud could cure madness, was persuaded to establish a foundation. But it was far too early for Qian Yanhong. The connections had not yet formed. Even if established, it would only attract wandering spirits. The Chen fraud, seeing my abilities, drew a talisman, deceiving her into believing that a protective python spirit was following her, but having me around would only bring her illness. She proposed to include me in her foundation's list, asking whether they agreed. Once they consented, the household accepted, and the Chen fraud could directly capture me. Outnumbered, I was imprisoned, and she intended to tame me for her own use. So, all those injuries you bear were inflicted by the ancient spirit from Chen's household? The white python immortal nodded slightly, stating that those were not her family's old immortals. Originally, her household consisted solely of the Huang family, the one that had provided the divination earlier. The others were guardians she had managed to recruit from different families. While they lacked the ability to divine or foresee events, they were skilled in combat. Was the essence in Qian Yanhong's body sealed by her? The white python immortal finished the remaining wine in the bottle and confirmed, indeed, it was she who sealed it. She wished to profit from Yanhong's establishment while simultaneously preventing her from encroaching on her business, thus sealing all of her abilities. There is also a newly ascended Huang immortal within Yanhong, who was sealed away shortly after being discovered. The thought struck me that Qian Yanhong's restless spirit was closely tied to this Huang immortal. Decades of diligent cultivation abruptly halted, sealed away with no hope of emergence, truly a death born of suppression. I could almost hear Zheng Xiaozui's sigh in my mind. After chatting with the white python immortal for a while longer, he announced his departure, expressing his intention to return to the deep mountains to continue his cultivation. He promised to return for vengeance once his powers had increased. Before leaving, he raised the wine bottle in gratitude. Thank you both. Once he had departed, I uncorked the white liquor on the table and took a whiff. The initially pungent aroma had softened considerably. I poured a small sip, finding it akin to water. Old Lu playfully slapped the back of my head, chiding, "You should have chosen a cheaper wine. Now look, the immortal has drunk it all." By 9 in the evening, fatigue overtook me. Just before I entered my room, Old Lu cast a meaningful glance in my direction, saying, Zhou Tai, be cautious. I understood his unspoken warning, waved him off, and soon fell into a deep slumber. In the military camp, I adeptly made my way to the tent occupied by my second aunt. Upon my arrival, she placed a notebook on the table, stating, Xiao Chui has informed me about the events of the day. I did some digging, and it turns out Chun Yu has a long history of causing harm. Sealing others' abilities is merely the tip of the iceberg. She even inflicts calamities upon her clients. When clients consult Chun Deshun for imaginary ailments, they may initially feel better, but soon after returning home, they experience discomfort again. The actual cause is that a Huang immortal from Chun Deshun's household follows the client home, leading to their discomfort. Thus, Chun Deshun earns money twice or even thrice. It is crucial to be discerning with one's birth date, as it should not be carelessly given away. If those who divine were guided by professional ethics, such matters would not arise. But what if they lack such integrity? I flipped through the notes with mounting anger, questioning, is there truly no way to deal with such individuals? My second aunt smiled gently, placing a golden scroll upon the table, gesturing toward it with her chin. There is a way, but it depends on your courage to accept it. I grasped the scroll in my hands, slowly unfurling it to reveal a single character inscribed, Seal. What does this mean? I asked, perplexed. My second aunt stood, the clinking of her armor resonating as she pointed at the character with a serious tone. I have reported this matter truthfully to the higher-ups. They conveyed a single character to me. What do you think it signifies? Understanding dawned upon me. This was an order to seal Chun Deshun's establishment. Initially, I felt anger, but hesitation crept in as I said, but second aunt, I have never done this before. Moreover, some immortals are coerced into such actions. Should I kill or spare them? My second aunt, exasperated, seized my ear. Are you a coward? We currently possess a sealing order. We have yet to receive a killing order. Naturally, we should capture them alive for questioning. Clutching the scroll tightly, I surveyed the multitude of ghostly soldiers surrounding us, feeling a mix of trepidation and resolve. I turned to my second aunt and whispered, will you accompany me? Old Lu is absent today. I could use your support. With a cold laugh, she kicked me lightly and turned to leave. The ghostly generals on either side of me stifled their laughter as they hoisted me up. Upon exiting the military camp, the scenery transformed, and I found myself standing outside Chun Deshun's abode. We traversed the courtyard and entered the inner chamber, where silence reigned, save for the illuminated hall. 2 red lanterns cast a warm glow within the hall, and as the ghostly generals set me down, I ventured forth, quickly expanding the space. The lanterns morphed into red lanterns, and the red drapery transformed into 2 red iron gates. 2 python immortals, brandishing large swords, stood guard at the entrance. Upon seeing us, they brandished their weapons and bellowed, who dares intrude? I summoned my ghost fighting whip, and the ghostly generals brandished their weapons in unison, exuding an air of deadly intent. With a swift motion, I unfurled the golden scroll, proclaiming, I have come today under orders to seal this establishment. Surrender now, and you may avoid unnecessary suffering. The 2 python immortals exchanged glances, their voices dripping with mockery. You haven't even grown your fur yet. Don't come crying to your mother when you get hurt. Witnessing their contemptuous expressions, I finally grasped the truth in Old Lu's words. What kind of immortals attract what kind of people? Regardless of whether they initially aided Chun Deshun willingly, they had now become as wicked as her. The ghostly soldiers surrounded them, swiftly overpowering and pinning them to the ground. Ignoring their pleas, I approached the iron gate and kicked it open, revealing yet another transformed scene. Before me lay a landscape of mountains and waters, adorned with pavilions. However, this once peaceful vista was now marred by the sudden appearance of a dozen scowling immortals wielding sharp weapons. It was evident that they would not heed the scroll's authority. I secured it at my waist, raised my ghost-fighting whip, and signaled the ghostly generals to charge, while I maneuvered deeper into the heart of the establishment. The further I ventured, the more sinister the surroundings became, with occasional cries of anguish echoing through the air, accompanied by pleas for mercy and curses. Spare me. I will sign. I will cooperate. Chin Yu, you vile creature, may you suffer a miserable fate. Following the sounds, I discovered a wooden cabin, flanked by 5 iron cages containing various immortals, a Hu immortal, a python immortal, and a Huang immortal. Emerging from the cabin was none other than Chun Deshun, her eyes bloodshot and fierce. I knew I disliked you. Turns out you're my competition, a mere whelp daring to intrude. I drew the scroll from my waist and tossed it to her. She unfurled it, and upon seeing the seal, her expression momentarily froze before erupting into laughter. Who do they think they are, assigning this task to you? Are they underestimating me or overestimating you? Her laughter quickly dissipated. replaced by a deadly glare as a pitch-black spear manifested in her grasp. She tossed the scroll to the ground and stomped on it, declaring, "Today, let us see who dares to seal me." I felt a chill run down my spine, gripping my ghost fighting whip tightly as I charged toward Shun. She countered with a flourish of her spear, intercepting my strike. The clash of our weapons echoed sharply in the air. As she pivoted, her spear twisted, causing my whip to lose its momentum, and I instinctively stumbled forward, unaware of how to evade as I faced away from her. Just then, a voice from the iron cage shouted, "She's attacking from the right." Reacting on instinct, I ducked to the left, narrowly avoiding the glinting spearhead that passed just inches from me. Shun glared at the Immortal who had spoken, threatening, "Just wait until I get my hands on you." Seizing the opportunity of her distraction, I sprang to my feet and aimed my whip at her face. She continued to block with her spear, but with a forceful shove, I managed to push her back 2 steps. Just when I felt my strength waning, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from behind. My second aunt's ghostly generals had arrived. Shun sensed the ominous aura and recognized that her situation had grown dire. I sensed her grip on the spear weaken, and with a swift flick of my ghost-slaying whip, I disarmed her. Instinctively, she closed her eyes. Yet the anticipated pain never came. When she opened her eyes, I was standing before her, having retracted the whip. Under the ghost general's restraint, I approached her, placing my hand gently on her wrist, sealing the powers of the formidable Shun as instructed by my great-aunt. Did you ever contemplate this fate while you were ensnaring others? Rest assured, this is merely the beginning. Chapter 33. A bloodbath. After Shun was taken away by the ghost general, I approached the nearby cage, its iron bars gleaming, with a faint scent of blood lingering in the air. I struck the lock above with my whip, and with a sound of metal splintering, the lock shattered, allowing the imprisoned old sages to emerge and take on human form. "Thank you, young master, for your assistance. Otherwise, we would have been trapped here indefinitely." Their clothing was tattered and stained with blood, a testament to the torment they had endured. "Forgive me, esteemed sages," I said. After escorting them away, I returned to the military camp where my great-aunt resided, returning the token at my waist. "Well done." My great-aunt rarely praised me, which left me feeling somewhat bashful. However, I soon remembered something and inquired, "Great-aunt, what will happen to Shun now that her powers are sealed? She has committed numerous heinous acts, resulting in 3 lives lost and 5 driven to madness. Her remaining days will be spent in atonement. Today, I can seal her powers. But does that mean I can seal anyone's powers in the future?" I yearned for such extraordinary authority, but my great-aunt's words doused my enthusiasm. "If that were the case, you would surely go mad. Zhou Tai, you are still young and do not comprehend the implications of such power. As you mature, you will come to understand." As the time came, I slowly opened my eyes, awakening from my dreams. I rose, feeling sore and weak, and stepped outside where old Lu was on the phone. "Yes, I've elevated the status. Your family no longer holds any power. Right? Don't dwell on it. Just take care of your father." After hanging up, old Lu said, "I just spoke with Qin Sheng. Guess what I heard?" "What?" "Shun has gone insane, right after you sealed her powers." Old Lu pronounced each word with an unusual gravity. I stood frozen, a chill creeping up my spine. "She has gone mad. Is this the consequence of sealing her powers?" Noticing my stunned expression, old Lu asked, "What's wrong? Do you feel you've made a mistake?" I shook my head, indicating that I hadn't. The chill was merely a reaction to shock. Old Lu chuckled. "Everything is cause and effect. She has sown evil and shall reap its consequences. Besides, you acted under orders." After dinner, old Lu and I prepared to venture out for the ingredients needed for the new year. Just as we donned our attire, a sudden, urgent knock echoed on the iron door, and we exchanged glances. Upon opening the door, we found a man and a woman waiting. The man appeared to be in his 30s, clad in designer clothes, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, exuding impatience. The woman looked to be in her 50s, her hair streaked with gray, carrying a bag with one hand. Upon a brief glance, I sensed she would be difficult to deal with. As expected, the moment she saw me, she shoved me aside and entered with the man. Upon spotting old Lu, a forced smile appeared on her face. "Master Lu, it's been quite the ordeal to find you. Your phone was unanswered, and messages went unreplied. What does that mean?" Old Lu sighed, visibly irritated. "Hijia, I've told you numerous times, I don't handle marriage matters, and there are others in Ling County who can." Hijia, whose real name is Hifeng, had previously consulted old Lu regarding her fortune. After some advice, her supermarket business flourished, even leading to the opening of a branch the following year. However, today, Hifeng was not there for herself, but for her son, the man beside her, Yang Chongli. "Master Lu, everything is illusory. Only this is real. Hifeng made herself comfortable on the sofa, retrieving 3 stacks of crisp 100 yuan bills from her bag and placing them gently on the coffee table, gazing at old Lu with an air of calm confidence. Judging by the thickness, it was likely 30,000. I glanced at old Lu, whose expression remained unchanged. Jia, this has nothing to do with money. You should seek someone else. Old Lu's words were exceedingly polite, but before Hifeng could respond, Yang Chongli, standing beside her, grew impatient. He spat his smoldering cigarette onto the floor, crushing it underfoot, and derisively remarked, "What airs are you putting on? Just a fortune teller. Do you really think you're something special? Do you believe I can call over a dozen brothers to smash this rundown place? Let us see if you'll still be so defiant then." I clenched my fists, ready to unleash a torrent of foul language when old Lu merely smiled, seated on the sofa, and casually nudged the neatly arranged bills on the table. Jia, while I cannot assist with marriage, I can offer insights regarding your son. Before I could utter another word, old Lu interjected, "Your son is in grave danger." In an instant, Yang Chongli grabbed old Lu by the collar. Leaning down and hissing through clenched teeth, "You dare repeat that?" I stepped forward, channeling all my strength into my arms, and forcefully pulled Yang Chongli down to the ground. Taking a seat beside old Lu, "My master speaks the truth. Your son is indeed in peril, and he might lose half his life." I wasn't fabricating tales. Just moments ago, Zhang Xiaocui had conveyed to me, his calamity is linked to water. He might lose half his life. Yang Chongli rose, ready to retaliate. But Hifeng abruptly changed her previously arrogant demeanor, standing up and delivering a sharp slap to his face. "Apologize to Master Lu and this young man." Yang Chongli, stunned by the slap, held his face in bewilderment but still mumbled an apology. I withdrew 400 from the 30,000, placing the remainder back on the table. "This 400 is for the consultation for my master and me. We won tea except more. You may leave now. Don't go too far, you little brat." "Is it just 2 words that can't be said?" Yang Chongli spat, while Hifeng's expression shifted to one of suspicion as she regarded me and old Lu, wondering if we were simply leveraging our status to annoy her. She was overthinking it. I chuckled softly, believe it or not. "But let me offer you one last piece of advice. Your calamity is associated with water." The next time old Lu and I encountered the mother and son was at the hospital. Ever since they left, Hifeng had ceased allowing Yang Chongli to stay out all night. She not only imposed a curfew, but also forbade him from approaching anything related to water, except for washing his face or bathing. Half a year flew by, and Yang Chongli could no longer endure the monotony, seeing no incidents for 6 months. Hifeng began to doubt the accuracy of old Lu's and my words. Noticing Yang Chongli's escalating restlessness, Hifeng relented and allowed him to go out for leisure. But before he left, she still cautioned him to avoid rivers and any bodies of water, even puddles. However, fate is often unpredictable. At 1 o'clock that morning, Hifeng was roused from sleep by the ringing of her phone. It was the hospital, informing her that Yang Chongli had been struck in the head by a bottle and was in critical condition, unconscious. Upon hearing this news, her phone slipped from her grasp, and a singular thought surged in her mind. Does alcohol count as water? Chapter 34. The Ethereal Master Ma. Of course, this is merely a side note. After Hifeng and her son departed, old Lu regarded me with a knowing smile. "You certainly know how to seize opportunities." She could never have anticipated it was water-related. I divided the money in my hands with Lao Lu, gazing at the pristine banknotes with a hint of mockery in my smile. "Surely, this isn't a breach of the divine secret, is it?" If Yang Chongli had refrained from engaging in unscrupulous deeds, he could have entirely evaded this calamity. Lao Lu rose, casting a glance at the incense-filled altar behind him, his voice turning somber. They tend to realize the need for repentance only when they find themselves at their wits' end, seeking a solution to their troubles. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Lao Lu and I were at home, watching a rebroadcast of a program. He was busy wrapping dumplings for dinner while I peeled garlic at the coffee table. At that moment, I felt the long-missed presence of Huang Dachui in my heart. "My friend, someone is about to arrive." I paused, placing the garlic down, and turned to scrutinize the rusted iron door. Noticing my unusual demeanor, Lao Lu was about to inquire when the door was knocked on 3 times. I stood up and took a few steps to open the door, revealing a well-dressed man sporting gold-rimmed glasses. His hair was meticulously slicked back, and his body trembled slightly, unable to utter a coherent sentence. "Come in, warm yourself. How can you be so underdressed in this cold?" Lao Lu's unexpected words made me raise an eyebrow as I ushered the man inside. "Uncle, I never anticipated the Northeast would be this frigid. Had I known, I would have worn the military coat you gifted me." His accent was peculiar, honestly somewhat unrecognizable, as if it belonged to no particular place. After inviting the man in, Lao Lu introduced him. This is my sister's child, Zhao Yuxuan. He runs a company and often travels for work, which has altered his accent quite strangely. You can just call him brother. Xiao Xian is my apprentice, Zhou Tai. In the northeast, winter presents a stark contrast between indoors and outdoors, with every household typically equipped with heating. Zhao Yuxuan quickly regained his composure, shedding his heavy coat and getting straight to the point. Uncle, I'm here not only to wish you a happy new year, but also to seek your guidance. My business has been in a steep decline these past few years. Many companies refuse to renew contracts once they expire, resulting in substantial losses for my company. Please help me find a solution. Lao Lu brushed off the excess flour from his hands, looking at Zhao Yuxuan, his previously cheerful demeanor turning grave as he shuddered. You have been afflicted by borrowed luck. I observed Lao Lu's spectral form transform from that of a serpent spirit into a fox spirit, several tails swaying, exuding an air of majesty. I felt a pang of envy. My ghostly realm comprised only the serpent spirit Sihua and Huang Dachui, lacking a fox spirit. Huang Dachui, it's futile to envy the seemingly useless. Our realm is no less than any other, and your path diverges from Lu Shan's. I inwardly retorted, where have you been of late? Abandoning your post, are you? No more little roast chickens for you in the future. Huang Dachui conjured a vision before me, a mountain peak, where he stood in a clearing surrounded by spirits he had previously encountered. They were busily gathering herbs, tossing their harvest into baskets behind them. Huang Dachui, I've been observing them collect medicinal herbs. Today, I gave them a day off to check on you. If you don't provide me with roast chicken, I'll summon Sister Tsuhua to deal with you. The mere mention of Tsuhua conjured her icy gaze in my mind, sending a chill down my spine as I silently begged for mercy. Huang Dachui, enough of this nonsense. Zhao Yuxuan's fate is exceptionally auspicious. He is destined for a life of ease and prosperity. He has indeed been robbed of his fortune. As he spoke, Huang Dachui conjured another vision. It depicted a man in his late 50s or early 60s, clad in a white Tai Chi outfit, sporting a goatee, high cheekbones, narrow eyes with slightly upturned corners. I understood. Zhao Yuxuan was contemplating who might have borrowed his luck. At that moment, Lao Lu's phone rang, prompting him to rise and answer it. I noticed Zhao Yuxuan had already suspected over 100 individuals and could no longer contain my urge to interject. An elderly man, dressed in a white Tai Chi outfit, sporting a goatee, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom, thin and with high cheekbones. How do you know Master Ma? Zhao Yuxuan's tone bore a hint of confusion. I turned my head slightly, rolling my eyes in the shadows before facing him again. I do not know Master Ma. My ability to describe him indicates he has borrowed your fortune. He instinctively refuted, impossible. Master Ma has requested my birth date twice to adjust my feng shui. How could he possibly harm me? I spoke softly. Consider this. Is it not possible that one does not require a birth date to read feng shui? Zhao Yuxuan's expression became blank, as if he did not fully grasp my words. This time, I openly rolled my eyes at him. And Lao Lu fortuitously returned at that moment. I succinctly recounted our previous conversation to Lao Lu. After accepting this unsettling truth, Zhao Yuxuan began to narrate the entire sequence of events surrounding his encounter with Master Ma. During the summer, for various reasons, Zhao Yuxuan had taken a leave of absence and returned to Ling County. His residential complex faced a square where elderly individuals gathered daily to exercise, sing, and the sound of whips striking the ground echoed through the air. This incessant noise tormented Zhao Yuxuan. One day, he could no longer endure it and resolved to confront these individuals at the square. Once there, he began to argue passionately. Excuse me, sir. You've been cracking that whip since 5 in the morning. It's now 9 o'clock, and the ground remains unscathed after 4 hours. He continued, and you. Stop looking around. Yes. You. Why have you brought out that loudspeaker? It's morning, not evening. It's not yet time for your dance. Just as Zhao Yuxuan was embroiled in this heated exchange, a hand landed on his shoulder. It was Master Ma, clad in a full Tai Chi outfit, with long hair tied in a bun atop his head. He exuded an ethereal presence. Young friend, do not harbor such wrath. In his anger, Zhao Yuxuan grasped Master Ma's hand in an attempt to shake it off his shoulder. But in an instant, Master Ma twirled the hand in midair and pressed down, causing Zhao Yuxuan to feel a sharp pain in his shoulder. Reacting instinctively, he attempted to retaliate, but every move he made was effortlessly countered by Master Ma. Frustrated, Zhao Yuxuan delivered a kick aimed at Master Ma's lower body, only to find his ankle firmly gripped. With a push, Master Ma sent Zhao Yuxuan tumbling to the ground, where he found himself illuminated by the light behind Master Ma, who extended a hand to help him up. From that day forward, Zhao Yuxuan became Master Ma's disciple in Tai Chi, rising early each day to practice with him in the square. Master Ma had two disciples, one male and one female. The latter was Yi Qing, a strikingly beautiful woman. Chapter 35. A groom. Every day Zhao Yuxuan's home was in close proximity to the square. One day, Master Ma suggested bringing Yi Qing over for tea and conversation. Zhao Yuxuan had no objections, as Yi Qing fit his aesthetic preference, an oval face and almond-shaped eyes, and the Tai Chi outfit accentuated her figure beautifully. However, upon entering Zhao Yuxuan's home, Master Ma frowned and sighed repeatedly. When Zhao Yuxuan inquired about his distress, Master Ma remained silent and left hastily with Yi Qing. This left Zhao Yuxuan feeling somewhat uncomfortable, and after much contemplation, he decided to call Yi Qing. On the other end, Yi Qing's voice was deliberately lowered. Xian Ge. You may not be aware of Master Ma's other identity. He is also a feng shui master, skilled not only in graveyards, but even more adept with residences. Master told me that your home has exceptionally poor feng shui. While ordinary individuals may only feel uncomfortable or suffer from insomnia, someone like Master, who possesses spiritual roots, experiences this discomfort magnified tenfold. Thus, Xian Ge, do you understand why Master was in such a hurry to leave? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuxuan began to reflect on his recent insomnia, and, coupled with his feelings for Yi Qing, he did not delve too deeply into the truth of her words. Xiao Qing, what should I do now? Could we invite a master to come and make some adjustments? The following morning, Master Ma and Yi Qing diligently finished their Tai Chi practice in the square and were subsequently invited to Zhao Yuxuan's home. Upon entering, Master Ma maintained a furrowed brow and requested Zhao Yuxuan's birth date and time. Initially, Zhao Yuxuan hesitated, recalling that his uncle Lu Shan had advised against sharing such information casually. Noticing Zhao Yuxuan's reluctance, Master Ma snorted in displeasure and prepared to leave. However, Yi Qing intervened. Addressing Zhao Yuxuan, Brother Xian, I went to great lengths to persuade the master to come here. Do you doubt me or the master? Her playful reproach captivated Zhao Yuxuan's heart, and coupled with his recent insomnia, he gritted his teeth and revealed his birth details, presenting a red envelope containing 20,000 as a token of goodwill. Master, please don't be upset. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. After accepting the envelope, Master Ma inscribed Zhao Yuxuan's birth details on yellow paper and circled the room 3 times with it. Your feng shui is exceedingly poor, but fortunately, my skills are quite substantial, allowing me to make adjustments. However, it cannot be done immediately. You lack too many elements of the 5 elements. I must procure some high-quality items infused with these elements for you. Hearing this, Zhao Yuxuan grew anxious. How long will it take, Master? I have a flight the day after tomorrow and 1 tea return for a week. At this moment, Yi Qing interjected. The items the Master will find for you will surely be exceptional. If you trust me, Brother Xian, you could give me a spare key to your house, and I will accompany the Master to resolve the issues. Unable to refuse Yi Qing's earnest gaze, Zhao Yuxuan handed over a spare key. The next day, he secured his valuables and returned to his out-of-town company. Upon his return to Ling County a week later, the arrangement of his furniture had drastically changed, with some dilapidated items added. The vase's original position was now occupied by a dusty, broken porcelain jar, and the landscape painting had been replaced by a shabby wooden window. After spending a few days in the room, Zhao Yuxuan felt uncomfortable and uneasy, sensing an eerie atmosphere. Whenever the clock's hour hand reached 11, he would catch a whiff of burning paper money. Initially, he thought it was merely the scent wafting in from outside, but after searching the neighborhood, he found no signs of it, not even a single person. Eventually, he realized the smell originated from within the house. He inquired about this matter with Master Ma, who sounded assured, with a hint of glee in his voice. Xian, I never expected you to possess such insight. This sense signifies that the feng shui array I established is working. It is purging the foul energy from your room. Believing in Master Ma's words, Zhao Yuxuan remained hopeful. Yet, not long after, a woman began to appear in his dreams, dressed provocatively. In these dreams, he found himself as the groom, and upon waking, he often experienced pain in his left arm, sometimes unable to rise from bed for an extended period. Afterward, he attempted to call Master Ma, but his calls went unanswered. When he reached out to Yi Qing, she initially offered vague reassurances before eventually blocking him entirely. Realizing he had been deceived, Zhao Yuxuan disposed of the shabby items, changed the locks, and restored the previous arrangement. Just as he planned to report the incident to the authorities, Master Ma appeared, clad in a Taoist robe, with Yi Qing standing behind him. Zhao Yuxuan refused them entry, but Master Ma, upon seeing the disarray in the house, gasped in shock. Xian, how could you disrupt the array I established? Noticing Zhao Yuxuan's dark expression, Master Ma displayed a moment of disbelief. Yi Qing and I have not answered your calls because we were engaged in rigorous training in the mountains. Do you suspect us of being frauds? Very well. Let us wager. Tomorrow, you will face a calamity, and then you shall know whether I am a charlatan. The next day, while driving, Zhao Yuxuan momentarily lost focus and crashed into a telephone pole, shattering his glasses and injuring his face. He recalled Master Ma's warning, but when he attempted to call again, it was met with a busy signal. Filled with regret, he sought to apologize to Master Ma, hoping for forgiveness, but after waiting for days in the square, neither he nor Yi Qing showed up again. After hearing the entire story, both I and old Lu stared at Zhao Yuxuan as if he were foolish. Can't you see they were playing you? One took on the role of the good cop, the other the bad cop, all to exploit your fortune. Zhao Yuxuan, must you not be so naive? Old Lu chastised him, tapping his forehead in frustration. It's pointless to scold him now, old Lu. At that moment, he might have acted without thinking, but we must focus on retrieving his fortune. With a sigh, old Lu approached the offering table, opened a drawer, and retrieved a rectangular piece of yellow paper. He wrote the date on the right side and began detailing the events. Halfway through, old Lu looked up and asked Zhao Yuxuan, "Do you know what Master Ma's real name is?" After some reflection, Zhao Yuxuan awkwardly chuckled, "I don't think I do. I never asked." Upon hearing this, old Lu dropped his pen, rushed over, and struck Zhao Yuxuan. Thankfully, I quickly intervened, holding old Lu back. Ask if there is a photo of that old man. Chapter 36, An Unfathomable Package. I relayed Huang Dajua's words to old Lu. However, he was too enraged to pay attention, while Zhao Yuxuan, clear-headed, pulled out his phone to show us a picture. I have it. Here is his photo. In the image, Master Ma bore a striking resemblance to Huang Dajua's description, with the only distinction being a small mole at the corner of his mouth, enhancing his fierce appearance. In the picture, Zhao Yuxuan stood beside Master Ma, while a young and beautiful girl, presumably Yi Qing, stood to his right. Although Yi Qing was indeed attractive, my first impression of her was that she was callous and primarily concerned with self-interest. Her concern for profit is secondary. Nowadays, who doesn't prioritize their own gain? However, Yi Qing is ruthless. She was the one who suggested borrowing your fortune. She is entangled with Master Ma romantically. Upon hearing Huang Dajua's words, I felt a wave of disbelief wash over me. Could you be a bit more tactful? So, she is the mistress. Does that suffice? All along, she was merely luring Zhao Yuxuan. I exchanged glances with old Lu, and we both understood that he recognized Yi Qing was simply manipulating Zhao Yuxuan. Now, go to the Lianhua temple in the outskirts. I know the abbot there. He will allow you to stay for a few days. Turn off your phone during this time. I will inform your mother, and once I resolve this matter with Zhou Tai, you can return. Uncle, but they only serve vegetarian food there. And you know I work non-stop throughout the year. I need my phone to contact clients. Seeing Zhao Yuxuan's reluctance, I ultimately did not stop old Lu as he kicked Zhao Yuxuan. Is meat more important than your life? You should be cautious. You might have the means to earn, but will you have the chance to spend it? After kicking him out, old Lu demanded Zhao Yuxuan send him the photos from his phone. After he left, the two of us sat across from each other, with him checking Master Ma's whereabouts while I searched for Yi Qing's location. After a while, we simultaneously opened our eyes, and old Lu's gaze sparkled with intensity. Hua Fui Hao. We both exclaimed in unison. This community happened to be where Zhao Yuxuan lived, and it seemed they would stop at nothing to exploit his fortune. Old Lu's expression turned cold, and I could see he was genuinely furious. The array they set to borrow your fortune is likely not far from Zhao Yuxuan. We dressed and headed out, with old Lu deciding to go to Zhao Yuxuan's home first. Half an hour later, we arrived at the entrance of Washington 1, nestled close to the commercial district, where shopping malls, markets, and schools abound. The property values are steep, yet the environment is exquisite. Zhao Yuxuan's residence is on the 13th floor, unobstructed by tall buildings, offering a panoramic view of the square. Standing at his doorstep, I felt an ominous aura seeping through the crack of the door. At that moment, a spectral figure materialized before me. Even with her long hair obscuring her face, I recognized her as Zheng Xiaocui. I exchanged a glance with old Lu, who was accompanied by a serpentine figure clad in armor. Gently pushing the door open, I was met with a swirling black mist that only old Lu and I could perceive. The ghost hunting whip appeared in my hand without summons. I gripped it tightly and stepped forward, scattering the black fog, which soon reformed. Following the trail of the mist, we reached the wardrobe in the bedroom, where the source of the darkness emanated from behind it. Old Lu shifted the wardrobe and discovered it was movable. With a forceful shove, a blood-red formation emerged before us. Old Lu, though I lack understanding, this seems rather sinister, I remarked. Old Lu's expression grew serious as he retrieved vermilion powder from the cloth bag he carried. Dipping a brush into it, His next move took me by surprise. He traced a straight line within the formation, effectively severing it. Old Lu, is that advisable? I questioned. Puzzled. I haven't broken the formation, I've merely disrupted it. Master Ma resides in this community, and searching for him individually would be arduous. By alerting him to the formation's disturbance, he will come to us. The black mist diminished slightly, yet still lingered. Zheng Xiaozue interjected. This room contains an object that resonates with the formation. Only by locating it can we truly dismantle the array. Old Lu and I commenced our search, with Zheng Xiaozue joining in. Dressed in a floral cotton coat, she scoured the room energetically. Zhou Tai. I heard her call, peeking from the bathroom. I saw her pointing beneath the sofa. The object is here. Old Lu reacted swiftly, crouching down and retrieving a bundle from beneath the sofa. The outer layer was a black cloth, and I could faintly detect a whiff of something foul. As Old Lu unwrapped the cloth, he revealed a sheet of yellow paper, and the source of the stench became apparent. Before us lay a dark, amorphous mass, leaving Old Lu at a loss. I fetched a pair of chopsticks from the kitchen and handed them to him. You lad, all the dirty work falls to me, doesn't it? Old Lu jested as he accepted the chopsticks and began to separate the black substance. The outer layer was soil, its color unusual and reeking of decay, encasing a bone. The shape suggested it was a dog bone. This must be mixed with black dog blood, right? But isn't black dog blood supposed to be a yang essence? How could it possibly be an object of this sinister formation? Not only black dog blood, but also ashes. This combination turns the yang into yin. Old Lu's serpentine companion explained, elucidating how to dismantle the object. After repackaging the object, Old Lu and I settled onto the sofa. Just as I was about to inquire about Master Ma's whereabouts, a knock echoed at the front door. I approached the peephole and glimpsed a figure outside, presumably a man. His face mostly concealed by a cap. Turning back, I noticed Zheng Xiaozue, and the serpent apparition had vanished. Old Lu gestured for me to open the door. As I swung the door open, the man looked up, and at first glance, I sensed a connection to Master Ma. He seemed momentarily taken aback and blurted out, "Is Zhao Yuxuan here? Who are you?" I retorted brusquely. The man raised the parcel he held. "I'm a courier. Mr. Zhao has a package." I blocked his view with the door. "He no longer resides here. Contact him by phone. I've purchased this property." Before he could respond, I slammed the door with a resounding thud. After the door shut, Old Lu stood, signaling me with a gesture. He pressed his ear against the door, faintly hearing the man's voice as he appeared to make a call. "Dad, that Zhao fellow no longer lives here. What should we do? Should we forget about the object? Didn't you say it wouldn't work for someone else?" This revelation confirmed our suspicion. The man was Master Ma's son. Old Lu thrust the door open, startling the man, whose phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. As he attempted to flee, I swiftly subdued him, whispering a threat, "If you don't comply." I possess some knowledge of martial arts. Although I had been frail in my youth, I had never lost a scuffle with peers, thanks to my strength and Old Lu's generous meals that had significantly bolstered my physique. The voice on the other end of the call continued to murmur, and Old Lu picked up the phone, placing it to his ear. "Master Ma, it's an honor." The call was abruptly terminated. Unperturbed, Old Lu helped the man I had pinned down to his feet and forcibly dragged him inside. He tossed him onto the sofa, and I casually removed the man's cap. Noting he appeared to be in his 30s, his eyes darting nervously. At that moment, Zheng Xiaozue reappeared beside me, her long tongue swaying with her movements as she sat next to the man. His exposed skin was visibly covered in goosebumps. He fidgeted with his clothing, chuckling awkwardly. "Isn't it a bit cold in here without heat?" I chuckled lightly. "We're warm enough. See, we've both shed our down jackets." "Is it possible that a female ghost is sitting right next to you?" Sweat beaded on the man's forehead as he turned to face Zheng Xiaozue. "Brother, stop joking. This isn't funny at all." I scoffed. "Haven't you heard? Those who commit no wrongdoing need not fear the knocking of ghosts. Look, here comes a ghost to find you." 3 minutes later, the door was knocked upon once more. I opened it to find Master Ma and Yi Qing, as depicted in the photograph. "Dad." Master Ma pushed past me into the room, noticing his son's timid demeanor, his eyes reflecting disappointment. "You are engaging in illegal practices." Yi Qing followed him inside, approaching Ma Chun and gently comforting him. Old Lu picked up the wrapped dog bone and tossed it at Master Ma's feet. "The door is right there. I haven't prevented him from leaving. You should properly explain this object to me. And what about the fortune borrowed from Zhao Yuxuan? It should be returned, yes?" Master Ma scrutinized Old Lu, smirking. "What are you talking about? I don't understand. How could Yuxuan's fortune be borrowed? Even if it were, what could you do about it? Once this trick is foiled, there will be another. As the saying goes, each chicken has its own way of peeing. You can control Zhao Yuxuan for a moment, but can you control him for a lifetime?" I observed his insincere smile, recognizing the veiled threat in his words. In the photograph, you resemble a peculiar creature, yet in person, you appear nothing but a dog. Master Ma squinted, two shadowy figures emerging behind him, their dark aura indicative of malevolent spirits. He scanned the room, then sneered. Only a long-tongued female ghost remains, and you dare to boast here? Master Ma was unable to discern my true nature. He performed a series of strange gestures, resembling Taoist hand signs, before retrieving a black flag inscribed with the character for soul. As he chanted incantations, an endless stream of black mist poured forth from the flag, coalescing into innumerable spectral figures. With a downward sweep of the flag, the apparitions surged toward me. Zhang Xiaocui stepped in front of me, preparing to swing her long tongue when I suddenly heard the sound of a horse neighing in my ear. A majestic steed galloped past me, upon which sat the formidable Mang Zuihua, brandishing a long sword, scattering countless malevolent spirits beneath her blade. Master Ma's face froze in shock at the scene, and taking advantage of his daze, old Lu and I ambushed him from both sides, toppling him to the ground. I seized the flag from his grasp, and with a decisive snap, it split into two halves in my hand, eliciting a wail of anguish from Master Ma. The phantoms dissipated along with the torn flag, vanishing within the confines of the room. Mang Zuihua mounted her horse, casting a sorrowful glance in my direction before riding away. I pondered her expression. Had she not fought enough? Was she angered? I sensed that the flag, once brimming with ghostly energy, was now devoid of it. Observing Master Ma's sorrowful demeanor, it was evident that the malevolent spirits contained within the flag had consumed much of his vitality. Yet, I felt no remorse. Upon breaking the flag, the trapped spirits had escaped, suggesting that Master Ma had placed some binding curse upon it to ensnare them. Zhang Xiaocui approached me, her long tongue lolling. P.S. finished. These vengeful spirits have been pent up in that tattered flag for who knows how long. They will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon him. Old Lu continued to restrain Master Ma, extracting a set of silver needles from his pocket and deftly piercing 3 of his acupoints. This caused Master Ma to shudder violently, his body slackening as if aged 5 years in an instant. Master Ma continued to bellow. You have destroyed my cultivation, stolen my fortune, and shattered my flag. But so what? I am a Taoist. I can still perform divinations. Yi Qin and Ma Chun helped Master Ma to his feet, with Ma Chun attempting to retrieve the items scattered on the floor. I stepped forward, pressing my foot down upon the items. What? Planning to reuse them to harm others? Moreover, that fortune is not yours. It belongs to Zhao Yushuan. Seeing your techniques and gestures, I have a fair idea of your sect, and I will report you to your master. Let him bring you to justice. Old Lu chimed in. To seize another's fortune is a grave sin, and coupled with the fact that you will inevitably be tormented by vengeful spirits, you should first tend to your own affairs. After they departed, old Lu and I cleansed the malevolent array on the wall, and dealt with the wrapped package, which contained a trace of a black dog spirit that had been imprisoned. Once released, the black dog stood beside Zhang Xiaocui, both panting with tongues lolling. On our way home, I glanced in the rearview mirror, spotting the black dog resting next to Zhang Xiaocui. Why did you bring it back? I like it. I sighed, as I could never bring myself to speak harshly to Zhang Xiaocui. Her long tongue hinted at a tragic fate. Old Lu chuckled awkwardly. If she likes it, let it follow her. This dog doesn't eat dog food. Thus, we chatted idly until we reached home. It was already 8 p.m., and old Lu and I, weary, planned to cook some dumplings for dinner. Just as we reached the doorstep, a shadow emerged from the darkness, lunging towards us. Instinctively, I kicked out, and with a thud, the sound-activated light flickered on. Before me stood a man in his 30s, his features contorted, clutching his stomach. Who are you? What do you want? He steadied himself on the railing, his demeanor oily. Master Lu, I've been feeling something lately. Am I about to embark on a journey? Chapter 38. Troubling Shoes. Old Lu recognized the man before us. His name was Zhong Lu, who harbored a persistent belief that he had a calling and needed to embark on a journey. I noticed old Lu's expression, revealing a hint of impatience, and I was about to dismiss Zhong Lu. Come in. Old Lu's unexpected invitation left both Zhong Lu and me taken aback. What was old Lu thinking? Wasn't he reluctant to assist him? Once inside, I leaned in to whisper to him, casting a wary glance at Zhong Lu. He moved with the familiarity of a regular, retrieving 3 incense sticks from beneath the offering table, lighting them before producing 200 yuan to place under the incense burner. Old Lu witnessed this and quietly said, I won't look. You should. Though this fellow seemed a bit dim-witted, he was financially well off, and if left to his own devices, he would surely be swindled. Consider this a form of salvation for him. Observing old Lu's expression, I felt as if I had been ensnared in a scheme. He moved to the side to boil dumplings, leaving me face to face with Zhonglu. Upon seeing me, Zhonglu's expression soured, perhaps harboring resentment for my earlier kick. Why isn't Master Lu here? I remained silent, my gaze fixated on the two dark shadows perched upon his shoulders. Have your shoulders been feeling unusually heavy lately? I discerned that he bore no celestial presence, as the shadows were clearly spirits. Zhonglu's eyes brightened. Indeed, Master, my shoulders have felt unbearably heavy, as if I were carrying 100 pounds of cement. But I've never done such labor. Is this what Master Lu refers to as a sensation? Why are you fixated on embarking on a journey? Why not just live a good life? Who willingly delves into this profession? At last, I comprehended why old Lu was reluctant to assist him. This man was nearly obsessed with his aspiration. Zhonglu chuckled, wearing a knowing expression. Who doesn't understand the financial benefits of embarking on such a journey? One needn't work daily. Simply stay at home, glance at divinations, and the money flows in effortlessly. So your desire to embark on this journey is purely for profit? His words ignited my frustration. What else would it be? I suppressed my irritation and replied, embarking on a journey is not as simple as you think. You must possess the requisite faith. Even if your foundations are solid, you must accurately discern matters for others. Otherwise, you would simply be causing harm. Zhonglu pursed his lips, displeased. Master, I didn't come here for a lecture. If you can't provide clarity, let Master Lu come over. Zhang Xiaocui appeared before me, accompanied by the large black dog. She reached out, grasping the dark shadows upon Zhonglu's shoulders, one in each hand. Is your shoulder still particularly heavy? I asked Zhonglu in a low voice. He shifted his shoulders, reluctant to admit but ultimately conceding. It seems to have lightened considerably. It doesn't feel as heavy anymore. Zhang Xiaocui placed the shadows back upon him, and I could visibly see Zhonglu's face darkening. Master, why has it become heavy again? I could definitively tell him that he lacked the fate to embark on a journey, and the shadows upon his shoulders were not celestial beings, but rather two infant spirits. Noticing his puzzled expression, I continued to explain. Infant spirits are children who died prematurely or before birth. Do you understand? Zhonglu nodded. I see what you mean. But my wife and I have never terminated a pregnancy. Why are they following me? Old Lu had informed me that infant spirits could attach themselves not only to their parents, but also to individuals with close blood ties. For instance, if Zhonglu and his wife had not terminated a pregnancy, it was possible that his mother had, and thus the spirits followed him instead of her. What about your mother? Master, why are you still insulting me? I was exasperated to the point of laughter. Taking a deep breath to reorganize my thoughts. Has your mother ever terminated a pregnancy? I don't know. Let me pinch your finger and see. Though Zhonglu did not comprehend my words, he obediently extended his hand. I grasped his middle finger with 2 fingers. This was the method to probe the ghostly pulse, which is divided into root, middle, and tip segments. As soon as I pinched the root segment, a vision emerged in my mind. 2 twisted faces of infants. They lunged at me, only to be thrown back by Zhang Xiaocui's swift hands. Judging by the intensity of their ghostly energy and resentment, they had likely been bound for 6 or 7 years. Yet, before Zhang Xiaocui, they were mere trifles. No, think again. 6 or 7 years ago, they did not belong to your wife or your mother, but these 2 infant spirits absolutely belong to you. Zhonglu appeared to recall something. Slapping his thigh. Now I understand, Master. 6 years ago, I had a girlfriend. We were quite good at first, but after she became pregnant, she insisted on marrying me. How could I marry her? Wouldn't that lead to bigamy? Eventually, I pressured her into terminating the pregnancy, but I did give her money. I provided her with several tens of thousands for nutritional support. By all accounts, it was a mutual decision. Why are these 2 infant spirits haunting me? Did that girl know you were married? Zhonglu retracted his hand and scratched his head, saying, At first, I didn't know, but later I found out. Unable to contain the fury within me, I stood up abruptly, pointing at his nose and scolding, Have you no shame? You have a family, yet you engage in such disgraceful affairs. It would be one thing if you were merely having an affair, but this girl, unaware of your marital status, devoted herself to you, dreaming of a future together. Then you throw her a few thousand yuan and pressure her to terminate the pregnancy. Do you understand the profound harm that inflicting such a fate on a girl can cause? All you care about is your own gratification, isn't it? You are not only irresponsible to that girl, but also to your family. With someone like you, why are you not suffering the consequences? Zhonglu, incensed by my scolding, retorted, I gave her money. I provided her with support. What is wrong with asking her to terminate the pregnancy? I didn't run away. I didn't abandon her. Seeing his shamelessness, I approached the altar, withdrew his money, and threw it on the ground. Take your filthy money and get out. The type of man I despise the most is someone like you, who who is irresponsible to his family, wishing to maintain a facade at home while seeking pleasure elsewhere. Do you think that throwing money at the problem absolves you? What you are harming are 2 innocent lives, 2 children who never even had a chance to be born. To call it murder would not be an exaggeration. Zhong Lu stormed out just as old Lu emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming plate of dumplings. "Come eat," he said in a calm tone, as if nothing had happened. "Old Lu, how could you remain silent while I was scolding him?" I questioned. "You are not wrong. He has indeed committed murder. The cycle of reincarnation in the underworld is not so simple. It requires a long wait. Zhou Tai, I bet he will return," old Lu said. "After all I've said to him, you think he will come back?" True to old Lu's prediction, Zhong Lu reappeared before me a week later. However, unlike before, he was now accompanied by 2 infant spirits and a female ghost. This time, it was old Lu who faced Zhong Lu directly. Zhong Lu's eyes were shadowed, radiating resentment. He glanced at me, then quickly lowered his gaze, speaking in a muffled voice, "Master, I was wrong about what happened a few days ago. I shouldn't have scolded you. Can you remove the curse?" "Curse? What curse?" I wondered if he meant I had placed a curse upon him. The thought left me feeling misunderstood, and just as I was about to speak, old Lu interrupted. "Have you been feeling particularly unlucky lately, even struggling to drink cold water?" Zhong Lu nodded vigorously. "Yes, Master Lu. Please, have him lift the curse. I can't continue like this. I keep stumbling." Old Lu chuckled. "We want to do such things. You're overthinking it. Your misfortunes have nothing to do with us." "Then why am I so unlucky? How coincidental that I started facing misfortune right after leaving you." Zhong Lu's agitation was evident. Old Lu raised his hand to calm him. "There's a female ghost now following you. Let me describe her appearance, and you can see if you recognize her. Oval face, willow-like eyebrows, a larger mouth, slightly chubby cheeks, a turned-up nose, and a black mole on her left ear, appearing to be in her 30s. At first, Zhong Lu's expression remained unchanged, but when old Lu mentioned the mole, he froze, his demeanor stiffening as his hands trembled. "She's dead? No, that can't be. When did she die? I understand. You must have investigated me, right? You know what she looks like. You're just trying to scare me." Cold sweat broke out on Zhong Lu's forehead. Both old Lu and I recognized he was merely putting on a brave front. If we possessed such abilities, we would be private detectives, wouldn't we? Old Lu lit a cigarette, handing one to me, and we sat on the sofa, watching Zhong Lu mutter to himself. After a while, he exhaled deeply and asked, "How did she die?" I glanced at the female ghost behind him, covered in blood, her entire body deformed. Even her face caved in. "She jumped to her death, a suicide," came Zheng Xiaozui's sorrowful voice, her eyes fixated on the ghost. "She died by suicide. Drenched in blood. Her head is caved in. Just think about how tragic that is." I lowered my voice intentionally, aiming to frighten Zhong Lu. Old Lu interjected. "You'd better clarify the origin of this situation. Otherwise, she will continue to follow you. Not only you will suffer, but your wife and child will as well." In my heart, I scoffed at the notion. Would he even care about his wife and child? To my surprise, Zhong Lu's expression shifted. "No wonder my son has been ill lately. I thought it was just a trial, but it turns out it was her doing." Although Zhong Lu's family was not wealthy, they were comfortably off, and a suitable wife had been arranged for him. However, she was not particularly attractive, and Zhong Lu was unwilling. After their marriage, he spent his days indulging in debauchery, and during a gathering, he met Fang Qiu. Zhong Lu was adept at charming girls. Yet Fang Qiu did not immediately agree to him. After months of pursuit, she finally consented to be with him, initially only holding hands and taking walks. Eventually, Zhong Lu promised to marry her, and Fang Qiu gave him her virginity. However, happiness was short-lived. Fang Qiu became pregnant. Zhong Lu felt he could no longer maintain the relationship and handed her 30,000 yuan, urging her to terminate the pregnancy. When she pressed him for the truth, he confessed he was already married. After that, Fang Qiu disappeared without a trace. "I truly don't know how she died, Master Lu. Just resolve this matter for me. I will pay you whatever you ask." I looked at Fang Qiu. Although her features were now entirely sunken, the malevolent aura surrounding her was palpable, indicating her rage. "If you still conceal anything now, even the King of Hell cannot save you." Old Lu extinguished his finished cigarette, his gaze piercing through Zhong Lu. After much hesitation, Zhong Lu finally confessed, "It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with my son. Let her come for me. Don't harm my son." Old Lu and I remained silent, and the atmosphere in the room grew eerie. Finally, Zhong Lu could no longer contain himself and divulged the entire truth. After learning of Fang Qiu's pregnancy, Zhong Lu was elated and went to the hospital for confirmation, discovering she was expecting twins. This filled him with joy, and he revealed the truth to Fang Qiu, promising to divorce his wife if she carried the children to term. At that time, Fangxiu was already 3 months along, and despite her reluctance, she could not bear to part with the 2 children within her. Upon returning home, Zhonglu did indeed discuss divorce with his wife, but she was also pregnant at that moment. He found himself in a dilemma. He returned to comfort Fangxiu, giving her 30,000 yuan as support and promising that if the child was a boy, he would give her 100,000, and if a girl, 50,000. Fangxiu accepted the money. Just when Zhonglu thought he had appeased both parties, Fangxiu vanished. There was no trace of her in the rental apartment, and her identification and clothes had disappeared. I only know this much. I truly don't know how she died. At this point, Zhonglu broke down. I just came to see if there were any spirits. How did it lead to Fangxiu's matter? Old Lu lit another cigarette, the smoke obscuring his face. Let me tell you what happened next. After accepting the 30,000 yuan, Fangxiu recognized Zhonglu's true colors. Even though she was reluctant, she decided to terminate the pregnancy. Just after leaving the rental apartment, she encountered Zhonglu's wife. It turned out his wife had always known about Fangxiu's existence, but had previously ignored it, thinking Zhonglu was merely playing around. However, upon hearing that Zhonglu was seeking a divorce due to this woman, she felt threatened. His wife, along with 3 or 4 others, assaulted Fangxiu, threatening her to disappear from Ling County forever. After they left, Fangxiu discovered blood stains on her pants. She had miscarried as a result of the beating. The miscarriage, accompanied by excessive bleeding, resulted in Fangxiu's uterus being removed, leaving her unable to bear children for the rest of her life. Overwhelmed by despair, she lost control of her emotions and leapt from the hospital rooftop, her body stained with blood. The documents and belongings from her rented apartment were taken by her parents. Zhonglu, you have caused Fangxiu's suffering. You not only harmed her, but also her child. The weight of 2 lost souls now rests upon your conscience. Along with a life extinguished, Lao Lu's voice was cold, and Zhonglu felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, trembling uncontrollably. He knelt before Lao Lu, pleading, Master Lu, I had no knowledge of these matters. Please, do not let her seek me out. It was my wife who caused her miscarriage. What does this have to do with me? Chapter 40. Right and wrong. Seeing his desperate expression, neither Lao Lu nor I moved. Master Lu, Junior Master, please help me. I will pay you 30,000, 50,000. Whatever you desire, I will give. You brought this upon yourself. Consider the 3 lives you have recklessly jeopardized, Lao Lu replied, his tone unwavering. Zhonglu, on his knees, tears streaming down his face, began to ramble. I didn't cause the child to be lost. It was my wife. They should not seek me. They should go after her. Yes, yes, Junior Master, tell them to go after my wife. This has nothing to do with me. With a muffled groan, Zhonglu began to claw at his own face, struggling to breathe as his face flushed with desperation. Finally, Lao Lu stood up and delivered a sharp slap to Zhonglu. The unexpected blow stunned him into silence, allowing him to breathe normally once more. The prolonged suffocation had left his throat itching. Cough, what just happened? I seemed to lose control of my hands. As he spoke, he touched his face and exclaimed, blood. Blood. His hands were covered in crimson. I can assist you. 6,000 for the 2 souls. What do you value Fangxiu at? I regarded Lao Lu with disbelief, as he had just been my ally in condemning Zhonglu, yet now appeared to be swayed. I will give you 30,000, but you must wait for me. I will surely gather it within 3 days. Is that acceptable? Lao Lu tapped the table. I require it now. You have half an hour, 30 minutes, no more. Grinding his teeth, Zhonglu called his wife and recounted the entire situation. On the other end, his wife's furious voice erupted with curses. Zhonglu, incensed, retaliated with equal fervor, and their exchange of insults lasted 20 minutes, escalating to a point where both were hoarse. As they hurled accusations back and forth, I leaned back in disbelief, while Lao Lu and I exchanged glances. Finally, Zhonglu's wife demanded the address, her final words before hanging up dripping with contempt. Zhonglu, you scoundrel. Just wait. 8 minutes later, a series of loud knocks echoed from the iron door. I approached and opened it to reveal a woman, approximately 160 pounds, with small eyes and a sunken nose. She appeared outwardly strong, yet her eyes were red, indicating she had likely cried on her way over. This was indeed a pitiable woman. Her husband's infidelity had forced her to shoulder the burden of their household alone. How can one discern right from wrong in such tangled circumstances? I sighed and invited her in. Upon seeing Zhonglu, she charged at him, delivering a resounding slap that sent him sprawling to the ground. As the two seemed poised to engage in a physical altercation, I intervened, receiving a couple of punches from the woman that left my back tingling. It was Lao Lu's authoritative voice that finally brought her to sit on the sofa, momentarily subdued. Feng Xiao, trailing behind Zhong Lu, sensed the woman's presence and was enveloped by a dark energy. Lao Lu's protective spirit manifested, shielding him. Zhong Lu's wife, Luo Minwen, pointed accusingly at him. You waste your days idling away. Now you want 3,000 from me because of that wretched woman's demise? Do you have no shame? Her words flowed effortlessly from her lips. Turning her gaze toward us, she continued, I don't understand. Why do you charge so much? Hundreds of dollars elsewhere, yet here it's 3,000? Are you deceiving my Zhong Lu? Lao Lu's expression darkened. Those who take their own lives do not descend to the underworld willingly. If their time on earth ends without a guiding spirit, they become lost souls. The temple for infant spirits does not accept them. The smaller temples reject them too. Their resentment is immense, and atonement is exceedingly challenging. The 3,000 you offer will not be kept by me. I will pass it to the temple for the purpose of salvation. If you doubt this, you may leave. Lao Lu was clearly agitated. Luo Minwen laughed. How could I not believe you, Master Lu? Zhong Lu speaks of you often. She retrieved 35,000 from her bag and placed it on the table. This is the amount I brought. The excess is for your trouble. I have but one request. Let their souls be freed. In that instant, as the words left her lips, 2 infant spirits lunged at Luo Minwen, their dark little hands gripping her throat. Watching her face turn red, Zhong Lu cheered, strangle her. After you avenge yourselves, do not come back to me. It was only when Luo Minwen's face turned a deep purple that I stepped forward, pretending to grasp at the spirits before successfully seizing them. Luo Minwen began to cough violently, finally believing that Lao Lu and I were not fabricating tales to extort money. In that moment, she had no thoughts for anything else but the profound disappointment directed at Zhong Lu. Zhong Lu, once this matter concludes, let us divorce. Her words fell from her lips. Heavy with tears, I sighed, feeling as though a great weight pressed upon my chest, casting a disapproving glance at Zhong Lu, the man who had cost 3 lives and wounded 2 women. Lao Lu spoke gently. Luo Minwen, why do you harbor such hatred for Feng Xiao? Is it because you believe she has shattered your family and marriage? Is that why you came to confront her? Wiping her tears, Luo Minwen replied, yes. The moment I became pregnant, Zhong Lu wanted to divorce me. I was pregnant too. Why should I bear this injustice? Lao Lu turned to Feng Xiao, softly stating, Feng Xiao, do you feel deceived by Zhong Lu, believing you did not intend to disrupt their marriage? When the original wife confronted you, your child was lost, and you could no longer be a mother. This led to your tragic decision, correct? To Zhong Lu and Luo Minwen, Lao Lu appeared to be speaking to the air. Yet I noticed Feng Xiao nodding slowly. Lao Lu then addressed Luo Minwen again. But Luo Minwen, considering Zhong Lu's nature, even without Feng Xiao, there would be others, Qin Xiao, Wang Xiao, Li Xiao. The root of all this turmoil lies with Zhong Lu, not Feng Xiao. Initially, she was unaware of Zhong Lu's marriage. And on the day you sought her out, she had already resolved to terminate her pregnancy. Listening to Lao Lu, Luo Minwen could no longer contain her tears, and they streamed down her face. She stammered, unable to form a complete thought. What? What can I do? Zhong Lu was never home, and I thought it was her seducing him. Without acknowledging Luo Minwen further, Lao Lu turned back to Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao, you feel deeply wronged. Firstly, you were unaware of Zhong Lu's marital status, giving him your heart, but receiving betrayal in return. Yet, on the day the original wife approached you, you were unaware of the deception and were seen as the destroyer of their marriage. You had already decided to terminate your pregnancy, but the ensuing tragedy of excessive bleeding was unforeseen. Chapter 41. Someone is acting unruly. Feng Xiao looked at Luo Minwen and then at Zhong Lu. Her voice, hoarse and grating like metal scraping against glass, broke the silence. I can overlook the matter of the child, but because of her, I can never be a mother again. How can I not harbor hatred? However, Feng Xiao, have you ever contemplated that everything is a result of cause and effect? Even if Luo Minwen had not existed, you would still be unable to become a mother in this lifetime. Lao Lu's words left everyone present perplexed. Even Zhong Lu appeared dazed. Yet, I noticed that beside him, Mang Xian held a booklet with Feng Xiao's name inscribed on it, diligently flipping through its pages. Upon reaching a certain page, Mang Xian paused, her lips moving as if uttering something. At that very moment Lao Lu spoke. The karmic ties between you are not confined to this life. In the previous life, Zhong Lu was a prosperous merchant, blessed with a beautiful and virtuous wife, Feng Xiao. After many years of marriage, they remained childless, and Zhong Lu grew weary of her, often frequenting brothels. There, he developed an infatuation for a dancer, who became pregnant. This dancer was none other than Luo Minwen. Zhong Lu brought Luo Minwen home, intending to take her as a concubine, which incited jealousy in Feng Qiu, yet she reluctantly acquiesced. Time passed swiftly, and when Luo Minwen was about to give birth, Feng Qiu bribed the midwife, resulting in the unborn child's demise. From that moment, Luo Minwen descended into madness, clutching rags as if they were her child. Zhong Lu, though pained by the loss of the child, found himself repulsed by Luo Minwen's madness and distanced himself. Feng Qiu, however, remained unsatisfied. She derived amusement from tormenting Luo Minwen, subjecting her to frigid conditions in winter and forcing her to wear heavy clothing under the summer sun. Ultimately, one day, Luo Minwen could no longer bear it and took her own life, swearing to return the grievances to Feng Qiu. After recounting all of this, Lao Lu cast a profound glance at Feng Qiu. Do you believe this is the cycle of karma? In your past life, you caused her child's death, compelled her to suicide, and drove her to madness. In this life, you have faced punishment, retracing her path. Feng Qiu stood frozen, the malevolent energy around her dissipating slightly. I am unaware of the events of the previous life, nor do I comprehend them. I only know of this lifetime. Besides, who can ascertain the truth in your words? Feng Qiu remained obstinate, yet Lao Lu sensed a chink in her armor. I can summon my celestial beings to escort you and the two infant spirits to the underworld. Then you shall know the truth. If there is anything you desire now, speak, and I shall convey it to Luo Minwen. Allowing your enmity to cease here. When will the cycle of vengeance ever end? At this moment, Luo Minwen interjected. Sister, in our past life, you wronged me. In this life, I have wronged you. Thus we are even. State your desired compensation, and I shall fulfill it within my means, but I implore you to spare my son. He has been ill lately, please leave him be. Feng Qiu's tone lacked the previous animosity, replaced instead with a hint of grievance. I did not seek your son. I have been following Zhong Lu all along. Lao Lu relayed Feng Qiu's words to Luo Minwen, adding, Feng Qiu speaks the truth, yet she is indeed a spirit, burdened with heavy resentment. Children are not like adults. Being surrounded by such negative energy will undoubtedly lead to ailments. But once Feng Qiu departs, all will be well. Through negotiation, Feng Qiu requested 50 bags of gold ingots and a paper house. Lao Lu's Mangxian could transport them to the underworld, yet rebirth was not yet possible. They needed to follow certain protocols, and a paper house would provide them shelter. Luo Minwen insisted that we retain the 35,000, but Lao Lu declined, taking only 5,000. Lao Lu once explained to me that assisting patrons in divination equates to bearing their karma. Accepting payment minimizes the karmic burden. Without this understanding, I suspect Lao Lu would not have accepted even that 5,000, as we held Zhong Lu in disdain. In both lifetimes, he was merely a catalyst, inflicting harm upon two women. A week later, Lao Lu received a call from Luo Minwen. On the phone, she shared two pieces of news. First, she had divorced Zhong Lu, gaining custody of the child, having preserved evidence of his infidelity, leaving him with nothing. Second, her son had recovered, no longer plagued by illness. After hanging up, Lao Lu and I exchanged sighs. Just as we believed we would have no further ties to Zhong Lu, half a year later, during summer, Lao Lu and I, clad in tank tops, were jovially enjoying chilled watermelon when a knock echoed on the iron gate. Slipping on my slippers, I approached the gate, grumbling about Lao Lu's forgetfulness in not bringing the key. Upon opening the gate, I was met not by Lao Lu, but by a disheveled man. He wore a once white shirt now faded to yellow, his unshaven face suggesting neglect, and an unpleasant odor emanated from his hair. Who are you? I expected him to introduce himself, but instead, his bloodshot eyes hinted at tears. He scratched at his lower body incessantly, prompting me to frown and step back. Shouting to Lao Lu, get the kitchen knife. Someone's harassing me. Upon hearing this, the man quickly exclaimed, I am Zhong Lu, young master. Don't you recognize me? Zhong Lu? I had a fleeting recollection, and just as I was pondering, Lao Lu stood behind me and delivered a light smack to my head. In that moment, memories of Zhong Lu, Luo Minwen, and Feng Qiu flooded back. Lao Lu scrutinized Zhong Lu, whose hands continued their frantic scratching. What is wrong with you? Lao Lu inquired. Puzzled, Zhong Lu managed a bitter smile. May I come in first? I assure you, it's not a venereal disease, but rather a peculiar affliction. Lao Lu and I exchanged glances, reluctantly permitting him entry. Once inside, Zhong Lu attempted to unbuckle his pants to show us, but I sternly halted him. Speak plainly. What is the matter? Are you unaware of propriety? Zhong Lu sat on the stool, legs tightly crossed, a look of distress upon his face. Master Lu, young master, please help me understand this situation. Ever since my divorce from Luo Minwen, I have let myself go, and soon after, I began experiencing an itch in my lower region. Initially, I thought it might be a disease. However, after numerous visits to various hospitals, no diagnosis was found, and each time I emerged, the itch intensified. Now, I can hardly sleep, as the itch awakens me. On average, I only sleep 3 hours a day, broken into more than 10 segments. Chapter 42. The grave holds secrets. Zhou Lu's voice was hoarse, and his dark circles revealed that he spoke the truth. I cannot assist you. This is the consequence of your misdeeds, and you must bear it. Only when you have atoned will this affliction cease. As Lao Lu spoke, he moved toward the iron gate, which creaked as he gestured for Zhou Lu to leave. Zhou Lu attempted to plead once more, but seeing Lao Lu's stern demeanor, he ultimately departed. That night, I lay in bed reflecting on the entire affair. The enmity between Fang Xiu and Luo Minwen was predestined from their previous life. How could they meet without having debts to settle? The grievances spanning 2 lifetimes have finally reached resolution. Zhou Lu's bizarre affliction is a punishment long overdue. As all things are traceable, with causes and effects intertwined, and debts to be repaid. So, who owes whom between Lao Lu and me in our past life? A week later, a patron invited Lao Lu to perform divination, intending to take me along, but I was afflicted with a cold and felt utterly drained. So he left alone. In the afternoon, I lay in bed, drowsy, when I vaguely heard a knock at the iron gate. Assuming it was Lao Lu, I got up to open the door, muttering about his forgetfulness in not bringing the key. However, upon opening the gate, I found not Lao Lu, but a woman. She was slightly plump, with a bun hairstyle, possessing a delicate appearance, dressed in a flowing white gown, seemingly around 25 years of age. Who are you looking for? My voice carried a distinct nasal tone, and my expression reflected a hint of impatience. The woman peered inside a couple of times. Her voice slightly timid. Is Master Lu here? I called him earlier. Upon realizing she was a visitor, my demeanor softened a bit. Old Lu isn't here. Did you have an appointment for today? The woman nodded affirmatively. Yes, we arranged this a few days ago. Given her statement, it would be impolite to dismiss her. I welcomed her inside. Leaving her alone in the living room seemed rather rude, so I fetched a bottle of water and kept her company. An hour passed, then 2, then 3, stretching into the evening, yet old Lu had not returned. The woman made several calls, each resulting in a busy tone, and I noticed a shadow of fatigue beginning to cloud her features. Realizing we couldn't remain in limbo, I suggested, I am an apprentice of old Lu. I am uncertain when he will return, but if you don't mind, I can offer you a reading in the meantime. The woman gazed at me in mild astonishment. You are so young. I thought you were his son, but it seems you are also a young master. There it was again, old Lu benefiting from my youthful appearance. Well, I must pick up my child soon, so if you could assist me first. Is your fee the same as Master Lu's? Sensing her skepticism, I refrained from asking for the fee right away. How about this? You provide me your name and birth date, and I will give you a reading. If I am accurate, you may offer me the fee from your heart. If I am mistaken, consider it a sign of my inexperience. You can still wait for old Lu. How does that sound? The woman nodded and shared her name and birth date, Wang Xinqiu. Upon hearing the name, my heart tightened, as I recognized the sensation of the Huang family's presence. Indeed, Huang Dachui's voice resonated in my mind. She has been plagued by nightmares, often dreaming of unclean things. Her father passed away not long ago, and there is an issue with the grave. You have been experiencing nightmares frequently, filled with foul imagery, I stated gravely, my tone serious despite my lingering nasal voice. Wang Xinqiu's skepticism diminished significantly, and a look of distress crossed her brow. The young master is correct. I have indeed been dreaming of filth, which disgusts me. I often wake up gagging. Did your father pass away recently? Upon hearing this, Wang Xinqiu nodded fervently. My father passed away less than a year ago. Young master, your calculations are quite accurate. He succumbed to illness at a relatively young age, only in his 50s. What do my nightmares have to do with my father? Wang Xinqiu's tone held a note of confusion. There are issues with your father's grave. The feng shui is poor, and it is improperly oriented. At this point, Huang Dachui provided me with a vision. In the vision, I saw a solitary grave surrounded by trees, situated on a hill, littered with the droppings of unknown creatures. After relaying the description of her father's grave's general location to Wang Xinqiu, she exclaimed, Yes, young master, that is precisely it. However, this grave was procured at great expense by my brother, who claimed it would ensure prosperity and good fortune for our descendants. Upon hearing this, an image of a man formed in my mind. Analyzing his features, it appeared that he had recently come into ill-gotten gains. Connecting her brother's actions with Wang Xinqiu's words, I began to piece together the truth of the matter. You might consider inquiring with him. If the grave is indeed fine, you wouldn't be haunted by such sordid dreams. Wang Xinqiu grasped my insinuation, her expression shifting, and she pulled out a 100 yuan bill, placing it on the table. Young master, once I clarify this matter, I will return to provide you with the fee. With that, she rose to leave, and I watched her silhouette until she reached the iron gate. It wasn't until 8 in the evening that old Lu returned, his face etched with fatigue. Upon seeing me reclined on the living room sofa with no one else present, I paused, recalling something, and asked, "Did a woman come by today?" I turned to recount the events of the afternoon to old Lu, including Wang Xinqiu's birth date. "Could you verify if my insights were correct?" Old Lu shook his head. "Little Tai, remember 2 things. First, never doubt their abilities or believe you lack insight. They will only reveal what they wish for you to see. You will never fully grasp another person. It's not that your spiritual guides are weak, but rather they are safeguarding you. Knowing too much of the heavenly secrets can be detrimental. Second, never compare notes with another medium, as each one has their own methods of inquiry. For instance, what I uncover may pertain to the southern hemisphere, while your findings could relate to the northern hemisphere. As long as you resolve the visitor's concerns and alleviate her nightmares, your reading is valid." That night, I experienced no dreams. Upon waking the next morning, I found my cold had nearly dissipated. While sharing breakfast with old Lu, his phone rang, and on the other end was Wang Xinqiu's voice, filled with anger. Chapter 43. A trouble brews. It turned out that Wang Xinqiu could no longer contain herself and had sought out her brother, Wang Guodong. Initially, he denied the matter until his wife inadvertently let it slip. "What is going on? Did the old man pass away because he was worried about his eldest grandson's financial situation? Otherwise, why would he die at this time?" The old man was concerned for his eldest grandson. "Is there any issue with our use of this money? If you have the means, then move the old man's grave. We have no objections." Upon hearing this, Wang Xinqiu's hands trembled in anger. She could see that Wang Guodong had no intention of arguing, and she understood that he and his wife shared the same mindset. Wang Xinqiu's mother had passed away during childbirth due to complications. Wang Guodong, being over a decade older, had looked after her during their childhood when their father was too busy. He was both a father and a brother to her. However, everything changed once Wang Guodong married. He transformed into a different person, showing no compassion for his sister and losing respect for their father. When his child entered elementary school, he borrowed the last of their father's savings and never repaid it. Wang Xinqiu had never held this against him. Before their father's death, he had summoned them to his bedside and urged them to love and respect one another, promising that they would always be each other's closest family. As she recounted this, Wang Xinqiu couldn't hold back her tears. "I don't understand why he has changed so suddenly." "Why?" Her voice was filled with confusion and grievance. Old Lu and I remained silent, as family matters can be difficult to navigate. After a moment, Wang Xinqiu's emotions calmed. "Master Lu, how should we resolve this? Should we move my father's grave?" But old Lu shook his head. "No, the grave cannot be disturbed. Instead, come back this afternoon. I will give you a talisman that will protect you from nightmares for 1 year. After that, we can discuss moving the grave." After hanging up, old Lu began to quiz me. "Do you know why I advised against moving the grave?" "For some reason. I had a strong premonition that Wang Guodong's son would encounter trouble, and it would occur within a year." "Wang Guodong's son will face a crisis a year from now?" I tentatively expressed. Old Lu nodded approvingly. "Exactly. If Wang Xinqiu were to relocate the grave now, Wang Guodong's family would blame her for any misfortune that befalls them. The fault lies with Wang Guodong. Yet in this scenario, Wang Xinqiu would find herself in a precarious situation." In the afternoon, Wang Xinqiu returned, collecting the talisman old Lu had given her and offering us an additional 300 yuan. "I'm not sure how much this talisman is worth, so here are 200. The remaining 100 is for the reading fee I promised the young master." Observing her tear-streaked eyes, I felt an urge to offer words of comfort, but was at a loss for where to begin. Just as I believed such days would stretch on indefinitely, I was abruptly awakened the following morning by the insistent ringing of my phone. Without opening my eyes, I picked it up and pressed the answer button. The voice on the other end belonged to the village head. "Is this Zhou Tai?" I recognized his tone, tinged with displeasure. "It is I." The village head, Zhou Guanqian, is the chief of Zhoujia village, and there exists a familial bond between us. Initially, when he introduced me to Wang Daxian, I had placed my unwavering trust in him, never imagining that they would conspire to deceive me. Zhou Guanqian chuckled awkwardly on the line, sensing my reluctance to engage. Nevertheless, he pressed on. "Zhou Tai, we had quite a heavy downpour recently, and when I passed by your old house, I noticed the walls were soaked. You should return to address it, or I fear the house may collapse over time." Upon hearing his words, my eyes snapped open. That old house held all my memories with my grandfather, and I could not neglect it any longer. With this thought, I softened my tone. Understood. Uncle, I shall return today. Just as I was about to hang up, Zhou Guangqian's voice rang out once more. By the way, could you bring that great master along? My leg has been causing me considerable pain lately, and I thought perhaps he could take a look. The great master he referred to must be old Lu. After hanging up, I exited my room and relayed the situation to old Lu. The leaking house was likely just a pretext. He wanted me to bring him back to seek assistance. Old Lu, stroking his newly grown stubble, accompanied me back to Zhoujia village after we had eaten. By the time we arrived, it was already afternoon. Under the shade of a large tree at the village entrance, many villagers were seeking respite from the heat. As I disembarked from the vehicle, several recognized me. Yet none extended a greeting. I chose to ignore them. I could faintly hear snippets of conversation. It's him. His father and grandfather both drowned. I hear he's back because of a leak in his house, still related to water, exclaimed one voice. Goodness, after he repairs the house, he won't be able to leave. Will he? Another chimed in. I swear, I feel uneasy just looking at him. I bet he is involved in something sinister. Having grown immune to such scornful remarks, I nonetheless paused as I passed by them, wearing a smile. Ladies, it's been quite some time. Their expressions stiffened, instinctively shifting aside. They managed a forced smile. No one dared approach me, as if I were a harbinger of misfortune, and proximity might taint them with bad luck. With no response forthcoming, I smirked coldly. Ladies, we have plenty of time ahead. I do not intend to leave again after this visit. When Zhou Tai finds the time, I shall pay a visit to each of your homes. Without waiting for their replies, I departed with old Lu. Their sarcastic remarks had oddly lightened my heart. We continued on to the village head's residence, where the gate stood firmly shut. I knocked gently, prompting a response from within. Soon, I heard an unusual shuffling sound drawing near. The gate swung open to reveal Zhou Guangqian, his face pallid, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. I glanced down to see him leaning heavily on crutches, his right leg grotesquely swollen, with signs of possible decay. Zhou Tai, great master, you have finally arrived. Come in. Come in. Old Lu and I exchanged glances, both recognizing that something was gravely wrong with Zhou Guangqian's leg. We followed him inside. Each step he took was laborious, as though he bore immense pain. Unable to bear it any longer, I quickened my pace and lifted Zhou Guangqian into my arms. He was taken aback by my gesture, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, lips parting without uttering a word. After a moment, he pinched my arm lightly, whispering, "You seem to have grown stronger." Upon entering the house, a foul odor assaulted my nostrils, nearly causing me to regurgitate my breakfast. It was an indescribable stench, and following its source, I spotted several bloodied snake skins piled in a corner. "Why isn't Annie here? It must be inconvenient for you to be alone," I inquired as I placed Zhou Guangqian on the bed. He sighed, the former vigor gone from his countenance. "Annie has gone to tend to the fields. In my current state, I can't be of any help, and didn't he want to be a burden? Come, sit on the bed. Why are you standing?" Zhou Guangqian urged as he noticed old Lu and me still standing. I perched on the edge of the bed, glancing at his crippled leg. "What happened all of a sudden? I remember you were fine before I left." Mentioning this sorrowful topic filled Zhou Guangqian's murky eyes with tears. "Who knows? It just happened suddenly. I went to the hospital, consulted traditional doctors, but there has been no improvement. It was Auntie who suggested seeing if it was a deficiency issue. Great master, please, can you help me understand what is wrong with my leg?" The second sentence was directed at old Lu, but he turned to me. "Zhou Tai, you take a look." Zhou Guangqian appeared bewildered. "Zhou Tai, you're also going to perform?" I nodded, saying nothing further as I rolled up his pant leg, the stench intensifying. Faintly, I perceived a spectral giant python coiling around Zhou Guangqian's leg. Upon realizing I could see it, the python bared its fangs at me, its expression fierce. I glanced at old Lu, who remained absorbed in his phone, seemingly unfazed. It was clear he wanted me to handle this matter independently. "Uncle Zhou, there seems to be a python coiled around your leg." "A python? How could that be? I've never harmed the 5 great masters," Zhou Guangqian exclaimed, bewildered. In Northeast folklore, there are 2 interpretations of deities, one comprising foxes, weasels, hedgehogs, snakes, and mice, while the other includes foxes and pythons. The former is a folk belief, where the white deity is associated with healing and the gray deity with wealth, both belonging to the external 5 elements. The legitimate exorcists are those of the second classification. Snakes evolve through various stages: snake, python, serpent, dragon. The topic strayed far off course. Zhou Guangqian's tone was one of confusion, his agitation palpable. Although old Lu had allowed me to independently handle several cases recently, I had yet to encounter something of this nature, which filled me with self-doubt. I instinctively glanced at old Lu. His demeanor remained unchanged, providing me with some reassurance. If I were mistaken, he would not retain such composure. With this thought, I spoke with conviction. I cannot be mistaken. I retrieved my incense burner from my bag and placed it on the bed, lighting a stick. Soon, I felt a heaviness from my lower back to my shoulders, a chill enveloping my ears. This was the sensation of the python spirit, coiling around me with its head resting on my shoulder. Easy now, you seem to be squeezing the life out of me. I protested internally to the python spirit. Python spirit, be quiet. This is a complex situation. His ancestors were fur traders and skinned many animals. At this point, the python spirit's voice abruptly ceased. What happened? Why did you stop speaking mid-sentence? After a brief pause, the python spirit resumed. They also skinned many snakes. Python spirit, the pain in his leg is just the beginning. Soon he will be unable to consume any meat or endure even the faintest scent of grease. Thereafter, it will feel as though his bones are being shattered. How do we resolve this? I looked at Zhou Guanxian. Despite his past transgressions, I remembered how he had assisted me when my grandfather passed, and I felt a twinge of compassion. After all, it was his ancestors' deeds, not his. Is there a way to help him? My voice wavered with a tinge of sorrow, my heart constricting. Python spirit, first, have a conversation with the entity residing in him, gauge the situation. Zhou Guanxian, sensing my silence and my gaze fixed upon him, grew uneasy. Zhou Tai, please don't be silent. I truly never harmed any deities. Why don't you believe me? I sighed. You may not have harmed them. But what of your ancestors? My ancestors never had such a thing. Before he could finish his sentence, I pointed to the pile of snake skins in the corner. If they have never been harmed, where did those skins come from? The blood and flesh on them have already turned black, and the skins are nearly dried. They must be quite old. Wouldn't you agree? Zhou Guanxian licked his parched lips, remaining silent. Trembling, he retrieved a cigarette from nearby and slowly lit it. His voice heavy. What do you suggest we do now? I remained silent. The incense in the burner had already extinguished. I lit another stick, and the smoke ascended towards the ceiling, sending shivers down my spine, a chill piercing through me. This coldness was not the typical chill of winter, but rather the sensation of someone cutting into your flesh and placing ice upon your bones. The intensity of this reaction indicated the profound abilities of the serpent, Salon. I took a seat on a stool in front of the Kong, directly facing the incense burner, placing my hands neatly on my knees, and gazed at Zhou Guanxian. In this moment, my mind was empty, my body felt light, and everything around me appeared surreal. This was the state of binding the half-portal. The disciple experiences a palpable sensation, still cognizant, yet I was no longer myself, but rather a celestial being speaking through me. There exists another state, the binding of the dead portal. Good and evil ultimately reap their rewards. The wheel of cause and effect turns. Those who do good will reap good fruit, while those who commit evil will sow evil seeds. The serpent spirit, Salon, is present here. If you have grievances, speak of them. If you have sorrows, express them. My mouth opened and closed, as Tsuelon used my voice to convey her thoughts. After she finished, I observed the incense stick in the burner. The smoke began to swirl in the air, as if guided by some unseen force, drifting towards Zhou Guanxian's injured leg. But before it could reach him, the smoke was dispersed by a strange wind. The window behind Zhou Guanxian was completely closed. Witnessing this, I understood that the serpent spirit in his leg did not wish to communicate, intentionally scattering the smoke to assert its position. I sensed that Tsuelon was growing agitated. Immediately, my mouth opened and closed, producing an odd tone filled with anger. The meaning of this utterance echoed in my mind. If you do not come forth, I shall destroy you. Once this matter was addressed, I inquired about the peculiar tone I had emitted. Lao Lu explained that it was their language, akin to a dialect among humans, which humans cannot comprehend, requiring the celestial being behind us for translation. Normally, Tsuelon could speak human words, but she resorted to dialect to spare the serpent spirit's dignity, preventing it from losing face. After this strange intonation, my vision blurred, and I saw a patterned python descend from Zhou Guanxian's leg. Though robust, it paled in comparison to Tsuelon. Subsequently, the patterned python coiled into a shape and transformed into a humanoid figure. This figure bore a handsome face, with sharp yet crimson eyes, and its scarlet robe mirrored the colors of its true form. His face flushed, exuding a murderous aura. Observing his demeanor, I felt a twinge of anxiety, wondering, can we reach an understanding with one who seems ready to devour? Not only I, but Lao Lu had also noticed this patterned python. He casually extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, completely relaxing his body. Zhou Guanxian sensed the temperature around him dropped several degrees. The pain in his leg diminished, and he held his breath, afraid to exhale. The atmosphere grew tense. Only Tsuolan, upon his emergence, spoke in a softened tone. "What is your name?" "Python Qingyun." The voice of Qingyun was grim, teeth clenched as he gazed at the bag of snake skins, seemingly forgotten in time. "I understand your grievances. But Zhou Guangxian has done no wrong. Why torment him?" Qingyun scoffed coldly, waving his hand, and an eerie wind swept through the room, toppling the bag of snake skins. The already dried skins shattered upon hitting the ground, some disintegrating into powder. Am I to torment him? Those skins contain my kin, my wife and children. Did they consider their fate when they skinned my kind? As he spoke, Qingyun, a man of iron will, shed tears like pearls falling from a broken string. Tsuolan sighed deeply. Zhou Guangxian's ancestors wronged you. I can have him offer an apology, yet he is unaware of the wrongs committed by his forebears. Your torment of him is unreasonable. Tsuolan's words were intended to placate, to discover what Qingyun desired, to resolve the matter. At times, the celestial beings are not as formidable as people believe. In certain situations, they act as mediators, reconciling the realms of yin and yang. Hearing Tsuolan's words, Qingyun remained unmoved. Scoffing once more. There is not a single good person in the Zhou family. Zhou Guangxian unearthed these items merely to sell them. Once he sees the money, will he not still slaughter us? I am protecting my kin. What is wrong with that? Tsuolan did not directly respond to him, but turned to Zhou Guangxian, demanding, "Why did you search for this bag of snake skins?" Zhou Guangxian trembled at her inquiry, his voice quaking. "I intended to sell them. My son is to be married, and I thought we might still have a bag of snake skins left at home. I hoped to sell them to gather some funds. But I had no idea they had been stored for too long, and upon touching them, they crumbled. Did you ever consider the idea of skinning them again?" Tsuolan continued her inquiry. Zhou Guangxian shook his head fervently, like a rattle drum. No. Even if I had such intentions, I lack the courage." Tsuolan regarded Zhou Guangxian intently before turning back to Qingyun. Is it not clear whether he harbors such thoughts or not? Qingyun remained silent, sorrowfully gazing at the fragments of snake skins on the ground. Tsuolan too refrained from pressing further. She was, after all, a python. When I was born, there were emissaries of death seeking my life, and she summoned countless kin to save me. She understood this sorrow. Moreover, her kin had been skinned and flayed. I can spare him, but I have 3 conditions. Qingyun's eyes were bloodshot, and he exerted great effort to articulate this statement. Tsuolan did not immediately acquiesce, but conveyed Qingyun's words to Zhou Guangxian. "Present your requests. I shall fulfill what I can, even if it means living a life of vegetarianism." Zhou Guangxian nodded vigorously. Qingyun turned, grinning grotesquely at him. "Very well. The first condition is that you may only consume meat reared at home. And you must not touch any external flesh. Should you even encounter a whiff, a splitting headache will ensue." Tsuolan relayed this. Zhou Guangxian's expression stiffened visibly. He glanced down at his swollen leg, gritting his teeth in agreement. "Secondly, you must worship me, offering 3 sticks of incense on the 1st and 15th of each month. Thirdly, your land must yield no harvest for 3 years, but cannot be left fallow. It must be cultivated as in previous years." Zhou Guangxian consented to the first 2 demands, yet he could not agree to the third. Addressing him as a celestial being, "You asked me to refrain from eating outside food, and I have agreed. You desire incense offerings, and I have acquiesced." As he spoke, Zhou Guangxian's emotions surged. "But that land is our family's means of survival. How shall we live if it yields nothing?" Tsuolan gazed at the smirking Qingyun. 3 years is too long. Do not be excessive in your demands." Sensing the chill in Tsuolan's tone, Qingyun paused. "If that condition is unacceptable, so be it. I shall also ensure his leg heals, no longer swelling or festering, but he will limp for 3 years. Whenever it rains, his leg will be immobile. How does that sound? Choose one of these 2 conditions. If neither is acceptable, then reconciliation is impossible." At this juncture, Zhou Guangxian had no choice but to concede. Qingyun bowed respectfully to Tsuolan, then departed. As he left, he uttered a final remark. "His leg will be well in 3 days." Zhou Guangxian felt reluctant, but resigned himself to the situation. He buried the snake skins properly, forbidding any exchange for money. Upon finishing these words, Tsuolan descended from my body, and I instantly felt a wave of weakness, as though I had just fought a battle, my bones cracking under the strain. The next matter at hand was the discussion regarding the supply of the spirit serpent, a topic with which I was unfamiliar. So I observed old Lu's steps from the sidelines. By the time we resolved this issue, evening had fallen. Zhou Guangxian had intended to invite both old Lu and myself to dine at his home, but the unpleasant odor within the house had dampened my appetite. After departing from his residence, old Lu and I walked back to the car. As we passed the village entrance, The gossips had already returned home. Upon reaching the county town, we chose a modest eatery where old Lou and I sat across from one another. The atmosphere at the table was peculiar. Both old Lou and I understood that this was likely to be our final meal together. After several rounds of tea and various dishes, old Lou raised his glass. One should not drink and drive. Today, let us substitute tea for wine. I wish you safety and smooth sailing in the days to come. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. My eyes welled with emotion as I clinked my glass with old Lou's, and I downed the fiery liquor in my cup. After our meal, he accompanied me to the village entrance before driving away. Watching his diminishing taillights, I felt a profound sense of loss. Glancing at the 3 bundles on the ground, I recalled that I had arrived at old Lou's with only one. Now, as I prepared to leave, I found myself with 3 large packages filled with clothing he had procured for me. After composing myself, I hoisted the bundles, letting out a tipsy belch, and staggered along the narrow path toward home. Zhou Tie village lacked streetlights, relying solely on the moonlight to illuminate my way. Halfway through my journey, the moonlight was obscured by clouds, diminishing visibility considerably. Yet, I perceived a shadow emerging in the middle of the path. Squinting at the figure, I soon discerned that it was none other than a standing yellow weasel. Chapter 46. My name is Gaoshan. At this moment, although my body was unresponsive, my vision remained clear. I recognized that the creature, adorned with a tattered hat seemingly acquired from nowhere and leaning on a twig as a crutch, was indeed a weasel. However, this particular weasel was larger than usual, standing upright. What era is this that such a yellow creature still seeks a title? One should not resort to trickery in their cultivation, I muttered as I took a couple of steps forward. Are you perhaps wondering whether you resemble a human or a deity? If you claim to be human, you might resent me for your failure to attain a title. If you assert you are a deity, should you succeed and encounter a heavenly tribulation, would I not also suffer the consequences? I chuckled softly and continued my unsteady advance, opting to ignore it. As I walked, I felt a heaviness in my right leg. Looking down, I realized that the weasel had discarded its twig and tattered hat, now clinging to my leg, its teeth gripping my pants. Instinctively, I shook my leg, but it remained steadfast, displaying an intent to accompany me. I was astonished and stood still, saying, "Let us speak civilly. Please dismount, and I shall not proceed." The weasel's small black eyes darted around before it released my leg but climbed onto my bundle instead, its dark bushy tail obscuring the handle. I intended to crouch down, but the effects of the alcohol rendered me unsteady, and I collapsed onto the ground. Gazing at the weasel before me, I understood that its repeated obstruction of my path was for a reason. Yellow immortals are known for their cunning. They bear grudges that should not be provoked. Yet if one shows them kindness, they will repay it tenfold. Observing the weasel's seemingly sentient demeanor, it was evident that it possessed some level of cultivation. Some immortals maintain their true forms for cultivation, while others, whose true forms have perished, cultivate with their primordial spirits. My family's ghostly hall serpent, Sui Hua, is among those with a true form, occasionally manifesting to check on me. Thus, it seemed that I might share some connection with this little yellow immortal. Contemplating this, I shook my head to clear my thoughts. What is it that you wish for me to do? The weasel leaped down from my bundle, placing its forepaws upon me and closing its eyes. I was unsure of its intentions when I heard Huang Dachui's voice. It has just attained enlightenment and cannot yet speak. Now that its primordial spirit has exited its body, you can communicate with it. No sooner had Huang Dachui spoken than the previously lively weasel collapsed to the ground. In the moonlight, I saw that its fur was stained with blood, and there was a small wound at the tip of its tail, as if something had taken a bite out of it. I intended to lift its body, but Huang Dachui's voice rang out again. Do not touch it. It is not dead, merely in a state of primordial spirit exit. If it comes into contact with your vital energy, it may be unable to return. Simultaneously, a strange voice echoed in my mind. Help me. This voice was unfamiliar and raspy. I realized this must be the little yellow immortal's voice. May I inquire your esteemed name, venerable immortal? Today, what brings you to intercept me? I asked politely. Deep down, I sensed that aiding it would somehow benefit me, though I could not articulate how. My name is Gaoshan, it replied. Do not be alarmed, little incense boy. I have come to seek your assistance. Yellow Gaoshan, you have seen the wounds upon my body. I have come for this reason. Venerable immortal, I am not skilled in healing. Perhaps I could escort you to a veterinary clinic? I suggested in my mind, immediately feeling a tingling in my tongue. Huang Dachui, are you being polite? The tingling in my tongue was a punishment from Huang Dachui for my inappropriate words, yet in some respects, he was protecting me. After all, this yellow immortal bore no prior connection to me, and it would be unfortunate for it to harbor a grudge due to my careless remark. Yellow Gaoshan, No matter. What the little incense boy said holds merit, but that is not the purpose of my visit. As my tongue gradually regained its normal sensation, I complied. I hope the immortal will enlighten me. With a sigh, he began to narrate his tale. Gaoshan had recently attained enlightenment and dwelled with his wife and daughters in the deep mountains behind Zhou Tie village. His daily existence was simple, filled with either cultivation or foraging for food. However, one day, while seeking sustenance, he became the target of a hawk, a natural enemy of the weasel. Even with his newfound powers, he instinctively feared it, especially since his abilities were not yet fully developed. After running 200 meters, he dove into a burrow, while the hawk circled outside, waiting for an opportunity. Realizing this was unsustainable, as his family's food supplies dwindled. He considered fasting, but remembered that his wife and daughters still needed to eat. At that moment, he recalled hearing of a little incense boy who had taken over the ghostly hall in Zhou Tie village, but the boy had not returned for over a year. After some calculations, Gaoshan discerned that the incense boy, meaning me, had returned to the village that very day. Stealing himself, he decided to venture out under the cover of darkness to seek my help. Little did he know that the hawk was lying in wait. And as soon as he emerged from the burrow, it had him in its sights. Utilizing his knowledge of the terrain, Gaoshan evaded the hawk numerous times, but ultimately, he made a critical error. The hawk's sharp beak caught hold of his glistening tail. Suspended in midair, he fought back, scratching at the hawk's eyes. The hawk, in pain, released him, but he fell to the ground, injuring himself and forcing him to use a stick as a crutch. With a rueful smile, Gaoshan lamented, "This true form is no longer viable. Yellow Gaoshan, I have come to implore the incense boy for assistance. I cannot return. I wish to spare my wife and daughters from the hawk's wrath. I only need help relocating them to a safe place in the mountains. There is no need for the little incense boy to care for them." I was intimately familiar with the mountain Gaoshan referred to. It was not merely from my own explorations, but also from countless stories recounted by my grandfather and the village elders. This mountain was known as Tsongshan. Its name derived from ancient times when a corrupt official amassed tremendous wealth at the expense of the people. When the emperor sought to execute him, he bribed the judge and fled into this mountain with his riches. Since then, the corrupt official vanished without a trace, and the mountain was named Tsongshan. In my youth, I had seen many venture into the mountain, lured by tales of elusive treasures, yet none ever returned. The mention of Tsongshan stirred memories of the stories I had heard. Huang Gaoshan, I am well acquainted with the mountain path and will ensure your safe return. Can you accept this responsibility, Xiaoxiang? With a sigh, I acquiesced. In that instant, I felt an intangible energy detach from my body and merge into the essence of Huang Gaoshan. Soon, Huang Gaoshan awakened. Seeing it limping and eager to lead me into the mountains, I hastily stopped it. Don't rush. I must first return my luggage. Moreover, it's quite dark now, and I cannot see the path. I need to find a flashlight at home. I placed Huang Gaoshan atop my belongings and quickened my pace back home. Upon opening the door, a cloud of dust caused me to cough. Chapter 47. Chaotic magnetic field. An unusual odor permeated the room, reminiscent of dampness and prolonged stagnation. Wrinkling my nose, I set my luggage aside and cradled Huang Gaoshan in my arms. Forgive me, old sage, for carrying you like this in haste. Clutching it, I rummaged through the room. I distinctly remembered where the flashlight was. How could it be missing? Just then, I heard the flickering of a flashlight and shouts from outside the yard. Thief! Don't move. The voice sounded familiar. Squinting against the flashlight's beam, I strained to see. Zhou Tai? His voice carried a note of surprise. I stepped outside, and upon noticing my lack of recognition, he waved the flashlight in front of his face. It's me. Have you forgotten? I am Fu Chun. Hearing the familiar name, his appearance merged with the memories of my childhood. Fu Chun had always followed me when I was younger. Unlike other children who bullied me, he was the one who played with me. He moved away before I started primary school, and I had been quite saddened by it. Brother Fu Chun, when did you return? Fu Chun scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. I returned a year ago, but you were not in the village then. I am now a forest ranger in Tsongshan, patrolling daily to prevent people from wandering into the mountains out of curiosity. You have no idea. I have dissuaded many who ventured in seeking adventure. As I contemplated my impending entry into Tsongshan, a twinge of guilt washed over me. What made you come back to do this? He shrugged. I grew up here and am familiar with the area. When I saw the opportunity, I came back. Wait, where did you catch that yellow weasel? Quickly release it. It's a protected species. Fu Chun exclaimed, eyeing Huang Gaoshan with urgency. I quickly shifted the topic. Yes, the yard has been neglected for quite some time. It's a bit chaotic. What are you talking about, Zhou Tai? It reeks of alcohol. Have you been drinking? I chuckled awkwardly. Brother Fu Chun, look behind you. Seizing the moment while Fu Chun turned, I snatched the flashlight from his grasp and fled. Zhou Tai, I'll take it back when you return, I called out as I sprinted down the path, cradling Huang Gaoshan, until I reached the outskirts of Tsongshan. I gazed at the mountain, where trees obscured the view, and the wind howled through the foliage, creating a cacophony that seemed to veil the sky. It instinctively evoked a sense of fear in comparison to nature. Humanity felt insignificantly small. Just as I was lost in thought, Huang Gaoshan scratched my hand with its forepaw. Looking down, I noticed its spirit had waned since earlier. I knew I could not delay any longer. Rest assured, I promise I will fulfill my word, I whispered. Huang Gaoshan blinked, understanding my words. With flashlight in hand and determination in my heart, I ventured into Tsongshan. I vaguely perceived Fu Chun's voice, but, upon glancing back, found no trace of him. I pressed deeper into the mountain. The entangling vines slowed my progress, and the unusual sounds heightened my anxiety. A sudden misstep led to sharp branches scraping my face and hands, but I held Huang Gaoshan tightly, shielding it from harm. Following the direction Huang Gaoshan pointed, I trudged onward, though I lost track of time. Before me loomed a towering tree, beside which lay a cave. Observing Huang Gaoshan's reaction, I knew I had arrived at the right place. I approached the cave cautiously, placing Huang Gaoshan down. Just as it hesitated to enter, a piercing eagle's cry echoed, followed by the sound of rapid descent. Reacting swiftly, I scooped Huang Gaoshan back into my arms, evading the eagle's attack. The eagle, witnessing this, quickly ascended into the sky. I set Huang Gaoshan inside the cave, using my body to shield it, aware that the eagle had not left. I could still hear the faint rustle of its wings. Huang Gaoshan called out twice, and I glanced down to see two weasel figures, one large and one small, emerging. Upon their appearance, Huang Gaoshan nudged my arm with its head. I gathered them both in my embrace, covering them with my clothing. Oh, old sage, please direct me. Where should I place them? My chest heaved from exertion, and my words came in gasps. Huang Gaoshan raised its forepaw, pointing ahead. I ran in the direction it indicated, weaving through countless fallen branches, until the sound of the eagle's wings faded behind me. Only then did I halt, kneeling to place Huang Gaoshan and its family on the ground. Huang Gaoshan bowed to me and, with a limp, led its mate and offspring deeper into the cave. Just as I contemplated returning, I heard Fu Chun's voice call out, Zhou Tai. Turning back, I saw Fu Chun sprinting towards me, flashlight in hand. His clothes caked with mud and leaves, appearing quite disheveled. Brother Fu Chun, how did you come in here? I stepped forward to meet him. His tone was a mixture of anger and relief. Do you not realize the danger we're in? Dawn is approaching. We must head back before the mist descends. The magnetic field will become chaotic, rendering our compasses useless. And what of that weasel in your arms? You cannot be so careless as to be entranced by it. To wander into Tsongshan? Fu Chun's words grew increasingly absurd, prompting me to interject. Brother Fu Chun, let us leave at once. I will explain everything once we are outside. Fu Chun nodded, and we proceeded in the direction we came. My estimation suggested an hour's journey, yet after 2 hours, we found ourselves still lost within the mountain. Pausing, we exchanged glances, and a grim realization struck us. We were lost. I tore a piece of cloth and tied it to a nearby tree, continuing onward through the dense foliage. Just when we thought we had escaped the endless circles, we encountered that very tree adorned with the fabric. Fu Chun gasped, his nerves taut as he retrieved his compass. It spun wildly, showing no signs of stabilization. The magnetic field is chaotic, Zhou Tai. We may perish here. I sat cross-legged on the ground, striving to calm myself. Brother Fu Chun, do not panic. Let me think about our route. How can I not panic? My wife and children are waiting for me. What should we do? I cannot simply perish here. Fu Chun's agitation mounted. Ignoring him, I silently prayed. Is there a master present? Please assist me, or this young, capable disciple shall meet his end here. Chapter 48. Now that I am here in that moment, a chill ran down my back as a phantom emerged before me. Recognizing her signature long tongue, I knew it was Zheng Xiaozue. Beside her stood a black dog. I sprang to my feet, gazing at Zheng Xiaozue, who stood next to Fu Chun. Though he could not see her, Fu Chun, noticing my fixation on his side, called out, Zhou Tai, what's wrong? Are you excited? Have you found the way back? Zheng Xiaozu, it gently swept aside the hair that obscured her face and cast me a knowing glance before turning to proceed ahead. I followed her and said to Gao Fuchen, stay close to me, Brother Fuchen, I will guide you out. After walking for quite some time, the surroundings began to feel familiar. I spotted the cave where Huang Gaoshan and his family had once resided, and my heart leaped with joy. Little Tai? I saw this upon my arrival. We can escape at last. Gao Fuchen's voice rang with excitement. We continued onward until a glimmer of light emerged before us, and Zheng Xiaocui, along with the black dog, vanished from sight. At long last, Gao Fuchen and I emerged from the hidden mountain. I collapsed onto the ground, the tension that had gripped me for so long finally dissipating. Gao Fuchen retrieved a compass from his pocket, and as we exited the mountain, the erratic needle steadied. Glancing at my phone, I noted that only 3 hours had passed, far shorter than the eternity we had felt. I gazed back at the concealed mountain, inwardly exclaiming, "How eerie! I shall not return." After receiving a few admonitions from Gao Fuchen, we parted ways. I headed home, while he continued patrolling the area around the mountain. Upon returning home, I opened the doors and windows, tidied up the dust-laden bed, and fell asleep. In my dreams, I found myself back at the hidden mountain. The towering trees that scraped the clouds filled me with dread. I called out, "Brother Fuchen, Xiaocui, the big wolf dog." No matter how long I shouted, no one, not even a ghost, responded. Just as despair began to engulf me, I heard a faint rustling sound nearby. Turning toward the sound, I saw Huang Gaoshan emerge from the bushes. "Old Immortal." I rushed toward Huang Gaoshan, expecting him to wait for me. To my surprise, he turned and fled. I chased after him, but as I did, I stumbled and fell into a pit, the impact causing stars to dance before my eyes. Looking up, I saw Huang Gaoshan standing at the edge of the pit, silhouetted against the moonlight, staring down at me. "Old Immortal, you cannot treat me this way. This is pure betrayal. I saved you." Huang Gaoshan ignored me and walked away, leaving me alone at the bottom of the pit. Suddenly, a strange male voice broke the silence. Who was making a commotion outside? My senses heightened. I stood and surveyed my surroundings. To my astonishment, a golden iron gate appeared at the bottom of the pit, inscribed with the words, "General's Manor." From the gate emerged 2 soldiers, brandishing long spears aimed at my throat. Following them was a man clad in a black robe, with a countenance as fair as jade and adorned with a golden crown, radiating an air of authority. He scrutinized me with a puzzled expression. The scent of a living person? How can a living soul be found here? I was utterly bewildered. Glancing between the iron gate and my surroundings, this was indeed a pit, a vast earthen pit. How could a general's manor suddenly materialize? Seeing my silence, the spear pressed harder against my neck. I, too, am uncertain as to why I am here, I stammered. Though confused, I could discern from the ghostly aura surrounding them that they were certainly not human. The 2 soldiers exuded a lighter ghostly essence. Yet the man before me radiated a presence comparable to that of my second aunt. "I apologize for intruding. I shall take my leave." I chuckled nervously and attempted to step back, but the pressure from the spear intensified. It was then that the man commanded, "Lower your weapons." The soldiers complied, though their vigilance remained unwavering. The man approached me, halting just half a meter away. "Little brother, since you have come this far, why not enter the manor for a brief respite and share a cup of tea with me? It has been quite some time since anyone visited my general's manor." Even if I were not surrounded by soldiers, the absence of any means to climb out of this pit left me with no choice. I forced a smile and accepted the man's invitation. He laughed heartily, draping his arm around my shoulders as we walked inside, the doors of the general's manor swinging open. Before us lay a courtyard with a pond surrounded by intricately arranged rockeries and winding corridors. The man led me to a pavilion in the courtyard, where a stone table was adorned with delicate pastries and steaming tea. "You must be the master of the general's manor," I ventured cautiously. The man nodded noncommittally as he poured me a cup of tea. I hesitated to lift the cup to my lips, uncertain if what Ghost consumed would be safe for me. The man laughed heartily. "Do not be afraid, dear brother. I harbor no ill will toward you." He sipped his tea lightly. "A few days ago, a gentleman informed me that a distinguished guest would arrive today. See, I have prepared these pastries for your arrival." I placed the teacup back on the table. "Might I inquire as to your name, General? Surely a person of your stature has accomplished great deeds." "Lu Rong," he answered in a flat tone. My eyes widened in disbelief. "General Lu? Lu Rong, the defender of the border, who led 5,000 elite troops to pacify the frontier and established an impregnable defense. Yet historical accounts state that he fell ill in his 30s and vanished without a trace." "You have heard of me?" Lu Rong replied, a melancholic smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, I have heard that you fell ill and disappeared without a trace at that young age. How could you be here now?" I stammered, my voice growing faint as I sensed the escalating ghostly aura surrounding Lu Rong. He slammed his palm onto the stone table, shattering it into pieces. "That accursed dog emperor. Suspecting me of overshadowing him, he poisoned me, despite my Lu family's efforts to establish and support his reign. In the end, I was cast aside like a broken porcelain vessel. And still, that dog emperor remains unconvinced, confining me to this hidden mountain for eternity. My throat felt dry, and I swallowed hard. General, please temper your anger. Your name will echo through the ages, while that dog emperor will be remembered with infamy. Upon hearing this, Lu Rong's interest was piqued. Upon hearing that name, he scrutinized my features intently, and after a moment of realization, he exclaimed, "So it is, so it is." He then took a couple of steps towards me and placed his finger gently on my throat. A wave of warmth surged through me, prompting me to instinctively cover my throat with my hands and step back, eyeing Lu Rong warily. Despite his formidable reputation as a general of great renown, in that moment, he seemed utterly carefree. What was the purpose of suddenly touching my throat? Could it be that he intended to place some sort of restriction upon me? Was he planning to confine me within the general's residence, forcing me to engage in endless conversation? As my thoughts spiraled chaotically, Lu Rong appeared to discern my concerns and chuckled lightly. Fear not, fear not. I have no proclivities for Dragon Yang. Meeting you today, there is an undeniable sense of familiarity. Only after learning your name did I realize you are an old acquaintance. We share a profound connection, and in truth, I owe you a life. Upon our reunion today, I grant you a promise. Should you find yourself in peril in the future, simply utter the name Zhenbian Wang, and regardless of the time or place, I shall come to your aid. Upon hearing this, I hastily inquired, General, you mentioned we have a connection. What is that connection? Can a promise truly suffice? Lu Rong smiled and turned away. You remain as clever yet forthright as ever. One promise is ample. Realizing I could not press for further advantages, I felt a twinge of disappointment, yet a thought struck me, and I continued my questioning. Didn't you say that the Dog Emperor had you confined here? How will you manage if I require your assistance? At the mention of the Dog Emperor, Lu Rong scoffed. While I am alive, I am Zhenbian Wang. Even in death, I shall be the Ghost King. Such petty tricks of the rogues I unraveled decades ago. It is merely that I have grown accustomed to residing in this general's house and have no desire to relocate. Seeing that I was about to continue speaking, Lu Rong tapped my forehead lightly, his tone laced with exasperation. Still so many questions. It is time for you to awaken. I jolted awake, finding myself still lying on the Kong in the old house, with the sun shining brightly outside. I sat up, feeling invigorated and entirely at ease. Glancing at myself, I noticed no peculiarities, and I rose, preparing to wash up. However, as I gazed into the mirror, I was startled to discover a red mole on my neck, not black, nor pink, but a hue reminiscent of vermilion. I recalled Lu Rong's touch yesterday, precisely at that spot. This realization confirmed that my experience had indeed been an out-of-body encounter rather than a mere dream. At that moment, I was unaware of the weight a promise from a Ghost King could carry. Soon enough, I cast the matter aside. What mattered most to me now was the renovation of the old house. As fate would have it, while I was eating, Gao Fuchen's voice resonated in the courtyard. When I stood up, I glanced at my phone. It was 11 o'clock. Brother Fuchen, have you eaten yet? In the northeast, it is customary to inquire, have you eaten? At mealtime. If not, come and eat. We have more than enough plates and chopsticks. If you have eaten, next time, let your sister-in-law prepare some dishes, and we shall enjoy a drink together. Thus, my first words upon stepping outside were quite similar. Not yet, just woke up. When I visited your house yesterday, I noticed the courtyard was in disarray, so I thought I'd come by today to lend a hand. Gao Fuchen's hearty voice responded, and I pulled him inside, insisting, First, let us eat. You can't work on an empty stomach. During our meal, Gao Fuchen inquired about my sudden venture into Tsongshan the previous day. I scratched my head, unsure of how to articulate my response. I heard from the villagers that you've established a hall. Gao Fuchen lowered his voice deliberately. I chuckled softly and recounted the incident with Huang Gaoshan. I watched his expressions shift from shock to bewilderment, and finally to astonishment. Wow, Zhou Tai, you've become quite formidable. His words were devoid of any disdain, remaining as sincere as ever. Sensing his embarrassment, I surmised his thoughts. Would you like me to take a look for you? Gao Fuchen chuckled awkwardly, retrieving his wallet from his pocket. I want to let you do it for free. Zhou Tai, I understand the rules. I want you to help me with my marriage. He mentioned that he and his wife had been experiencing difficulties recently. Noticing my hesitation, he handed me his wallet. Zhou Tai, just tell me how much. I trust you. I pushed the wallet back, saying, under normal circumstances, I should indeed charge a fee. But between us, let us forego that. Just treat me to dinner tonight. My reluctance stemmed not from monetary concerns, but because I do not typically delve into marital matters. Then how about this, Zhou Tai? You can take a look at my work situation. I recently met an uncle who wants to partner with me in business. Is this reliable? I placed my bowl down and rested my hands on my lap. Please provide me with your birth date and time. After Gao Fuchen shared this information, my heart raced, for Huang Dachui's voice soon echoed in my mind. Ask him if that uncle is a bit portly, with a receding hairline, and always carries a small leather bag. I relayed Huang Dachui's words to Gao Fuchen. Yes, that is him. Unreliable. That person is not trustworthy. His words are frivolous, and not one can be taken to heart. If you agree, he will ask you for travel expenses, at least several hundred, if not thousands. After conveying this to Gao Fuchen, he shuddered and quickly retrieved his phone, tapping a few times before handing it to me. The chat window he had opened bore the name Zhang Zhou. The first message read, I can help you with business, but you need to give me 5,000 for travel expenses. I can't be expected to cover the cost myself. Zhou Tai, you're truly accurate. I met him this morning, and just after agreeing to go with him, he sent me a message asking for travel expenses. This 5,000 is too much. I haven't even made a decision. Do not agree. In a while, he will encounter someone, a man with a buzz cut and a mole on the corner of his mouth, who has a righteous demeanor. He will be your benefactor. After relaying this to Gao Fuchen, he decisively took back his phone and promptly rejected this so-called Zhang Zhou. With Gao Fuchen's assistance, the renovation of the old house was completed. Brother Fuchen, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. This braised beef is exquisite. In the newly restored house, I purchased some ingredients, intending to cook a meal for Gao Fuchen. Yet, he insisted on showcasing his own skills. After an hour of bustling about, we finally sat down to eat. At that moment, his phone rang. What is up? Didn't we agree to have dinner at Zhou Tai's place today? What? The conversation on the other end prompted Gao Fuchen to spring to his feet, rushing outside. I watched as he exited the courtyard only to return. Zhou Tai? Something has come up on my end. Let us reschedule. Go on. We have plenty of time ahead. He did not elaborate on the matter. And seeing his urgency, I refrained from asking further. Days passed without any news from Gao Fuchen. Nevertheless, I kept myself occupied, reorganizing the paper-cutting shop left behind by my grandfather and opening it for business. On the day of the grand opening, I sat at the entrance with the ancestral scissors, attempting to craft paper figurines in the manner of my grandfather. Passers-by, upon witnessing my actions, would change their expressions and hastily depart. I understood that they regarded these things as inauspicious. Yet, the cycle of life and death is a natural phenomenon. Only deities can achieve immortality. Even these celestial beings face tribulations that may lead to their demise. How much more so for mortals? For 3 consecutive days, there was no word from Gao Fuchen. It was not until the 4th day that I received his call. His voice was hoarse, and it took me a while to decipher his words. Zhou Tai, can you come over? Although I was unsure of the situation, I asked for the address and rode my bicycle there. The location Gao Fuchen provided was not far from the paper-cutting shop, merely a 10-minute ride. Before me stood a single-story house, its gate ajar, with vegetables and fruits flourishing in the garden. It appeared to be well-maintained and looked exceedingly tidy. As I stepped into the yard, a stray dog rushed out, barking excitedly. At that moment, a chill ran down my back, and I saw Zheng Xiaocui alongside a large black dog. The phantom of the black dog and the little mutt howled at each other on 2 different planes. Zheng Xiaocui bent over, her tongue drooping onto the little dog's head. She seemed to have a great fondness for dogs, and this deceased black dog was also left behind by her. The barking of the little dog drew people from the house. It was Zhou Tai, and the person approaching was Gao Fuchen. He appeared disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, and his beard looked like it hadn't been shaved in quite some time. Upon seeing me, Gao Fuchen rushed forward as if I were a lifeline, grabbing my arm without offering any explanation and pulling me into the house. Brother Fuchen, what's wrong? I stumbled, somewhat bewildered by his forceful grip. As soon as we entered, a medley of odors hit me. There was the smell of smoke mixed with an unpleasant medicinal scent. A woman sat by the Kong, appearing to be of similar age to Gao Fuchen, and beside her lay a child of about 7 or 8. The woman, named Chen Hong, was Gao Fuchen's wife, and the child was their son, Gao Shuwen. I had heard about them from Gao Fuchen after he had been drinking. Gao Shuwen's face was shrouded in a pallor. His eyes were dark-circled, his lips a shade of blue, and his skin had a reddish hue, indicating a fever. He mumbled indistinct words, barely audible, but I could discern a single word. No. The python spirit, Sawa. He was frightened. A ghost wouldn't leave, persistently clinging to him, causing the fever to linger. That pesky black dog should stay away from him, not approach again. The python spirit, Sawa. This woman doesn't believe you. You can ask her if there's a black handprint on the child's left ankle. I glanced down and noticed the phantom of the black dog circling around the child, sniffing at something. Xiao Cui, quickly call your big black dog back. Zheng Xiaocui. He says this child should go to the water's edge. Look how keen my black dog's sense of smell is. Gao Fuchen, do you not have the time to take the child to the hospital for an antipyretic injection? What good does it do to bring him here? Moreover, If you believe in such superstitions, you might as well summon someone powerful. Why would you call a child here? Upon seeing my arrival, Chun Hong angrily scolded Gao Fuchen. Gao Fuchen, now agitated, retorted, "Shut up. Haven't we been to the hospital enough? Which doctor has cured my son? This is not a real illness. How many more times must I say it?" Listening to the woman's derogatory remarks, I felt a pang of discomfort but could understand her feelings. After all, it was her child, born after 10 months of pregnancy, lying unconscious on the comm. I called out to Fuchen, "If I address you as brother, then I should call you sister-in-law. I'll say this. If you still don't believe me, I will leave immediately." Upon hearing this, Gao Fuchen's tone turned pleading. "Zhou Tai, please don't go. She doesn't know your capabilities, but I do." Chun Hong scoffed, "You think you can leave? The time you've wasted is enough to make 2 trips to the hospital. If my son suffers any harm, you can expect a lawsuit." Seeing Gao Fuchen about to lose his temper again, I gently stopped him and said, "There is a black handprint on his left ankle." Upon hearing this, Chun Hong laughed derisively, not looking at me, but at Gao Fuchen. "Look at what you found." She continued, "I've changed my son's clothes these past few days and never saw any handprint." She spat in disdain and cursed, "Fraud." As she refused to check Gao Shuwen's left ankle and continued to insult me, I too felt a surge of anger and coldly laughed before turning to leave. After I walked out, Chun Hong didn't hold back her stream of profanities. Seeing Gao Fuchen following me, she wore a contemptuous expression. "You can't rely on him for anything," she muttered while picking up Gao Shuwen, intending to tidy his clothes before taking him to the hospital. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a dark mark on Gao Shuwen's left ankle. Chun Hong's heart raced. She set Gao Shuwen down, recalling my words, and tremblingly rolled up his pant leg. Indeed, as I had said, a dark, bruised handprint was clearly visible. In a panic, Chun Hong rushed outside. Meanwhile, I was still in the yard grappling with Gao Fuchen. Upon seeing her emerge, I quickly shook off Gao Fuchen's grip. "Brother Fuchen, I'm truly leaving. I have matters to attend to at home." Chapter 51. Memories from 1985. Chun Hong jogged to me, gripping my arms tightly. As I felt my knees nearing the ground, I quickly pulled her up. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing? If you don't believe me, we can find someone else. There are many shamans within 100 miles. Chun Hong began to cry, panicking, and broke free from my grasp to strike herself. "Zhou Tai, please don't blame me. I was wrong. Can you help Shuwen, please? I beg you." Her words reminded me of my childhood when my grandfather cared for me during my high fevers, softening my heart. Back inside, I sat beside Gao Shuwen. Without any complex rituals and having hurriedly left my bag behind, I summoned the python spirit, Tawa. In an instant, her phantom appeared before me. This time, she did not ride a horse nor wield a weapon, but simply reached out her hand toward Gao Shuwen. I witnessed a shadow being pulled from Gao Shuwen's body by Cuehua. Once the shadow was extracted, Gao Shuwen's skin visibly returned to normal. Chun Hong moved to check on him, but was halted by Gao Fuchen. Cuehua presented the shadow before me. It was a young girl, seemingly quite youthful. She wore simple clothing, her skin pale, with some areas starting to decay, yet her eyes were large and strikingly beautiful. "Why have you been clinging to him?" I asked in a low voice. Chun Hong and Gao Fuchen instinctively stepped back as they noticed me speaking to the void. "I want to go home." It seemed she had been attached to Gao Shuwen for some time, but she didn't appear to be a water ghost. However, Gao Shuwen had indeed been to the water's edge, and the black handprint on his ankle was likely left by a water ghost. I found myself momentarily perplexed. "Why do you cling to him if you wish to return home?" "I'm not clinging to him. He nearly got dragged into the water by a water ghost, and I attached myself to him to save him, but once I entered, I didn't know how to get out." I glanced at Cuehua, and from her expression, I discerned that the girl was not lying. I realized that, in a way, this girl was Gao Shuwen's savior. "You've saved his life. What do you lack? Gold ingots? A house? Clothes? Have his parents burn some for you as a form of repayment." The girl shook her head. "I just want to go home. Then seeking me is futile. I have no knowledge of where your home is." The girl's expression shifted, and she moved as if to re-enter Gao Shuwen's body. Fortunately, Cuehua skillfully intercepted her. Recognizing her plight, I understood I had to help her find her home. Otherwise, she would continue to haunt Gao Shuwen. She had saved him and had not committed any wrongdoing. If I were to kill her, it would sow the seeds of malevolence, inevitably leading to dire consequences. Moreover, I could not remain by Gao Shuwen's side indefinitely, doing nothing but capturing her. With a sigh, I said, "We share a connection, otherwise, we would not meet here. First, explain how you died and why you cannot return home, and I will see how I can assist you." The girl, named Fang Jixia, revealed that she was unaware of her death or why she appeared by the river. She only remembered an accident by the river 30 years ago and had been wandering there ever since, yearning to return home and see her parents. However, she could not recall where her home was, and if not for possessing Gao Shuwen, she would be forever bound to the riverbank. If you remember nothing, how can I help you? Fang Zhixiao remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. I do not recall where home is, but I remember that I died in 1985, and there was a path home near the riverbank. I scratched my head and murmured, 1985? I wasn't even born then. How would I know? Shuwen, have you finished your studies? Chen Hong inquired. I glanced at Chen Hong and then at Gao Shuwen, lifting him up and handing him to Chen Hong. His temperature isn't high anymore. My son is finally better. Zhou Tai, don't think I'm nagging, but why is Shuwen still not awake? Watching Gao Shuwen's temperature drop, Gao Fuchen felt relieved, yet his heart tightened seeing him remain unconscious. Could he have suffered brain damage? I shook my head. He is just sleeping. I believe he will wake up soon. Sister-in-law, why don't you prepare some food for him? I suspect he will be hungry when he wakes. Chen Hong nodded repeatedly before taking the child to the kitchen. Seeing my gloomy expression, Gao Fuchen asked, what is wrong, Zhou Tai? Didn't we resolve this matter? I recounted my recent conversation with the female ghost. She is still waiting there. If we do not resolve this, she will likely seek out Shu Wen again. I pointed towards the edge of the Kong. Fang Zhixia and Meng Zuohua were seated there, preparing to speak. Meng Zuohua sat cross-legged, while Fang Zhixia, fearing Meng Zuohua, shrank timidly in the corner. Upon hearing my words, Gao Fuchen stiffened. Died in 85? This reminds me of something. Zhou Tai, do you think it connects? I had heard from my father that there was a family named Wei in this village. They were not locals, but had come from afar during a famine. The village chief, feeling pity for them, allowed them to stay in an empty house. Years passed, and Old Wei settled in the village and had children. Initially, Old Wei was a decent man, honest and straightforward. However, the villagers still kept their distance because of his son, Wei Ning. Wei Ning was a delinquent, stealing and causing trouble in his youth, and eventually fell into a life of crime. He was executed in 1985. Executed? For petty theft? I questioned, puzzled. Gao Fuchen sighed. It wasn't he for that. He committed murder. There was a very beautiful girl in the village, and he took a liking to her. Her surname was Fang. At this, I glanced at Fang Zhixiao beside Meng Zuohua. She seemed to be recalling something. Old Wei, aware of his son's character, thought that marriage might reform him. So he indulged his son's wishes and sought a proposal. Naturally, the girl's family refused and said some unpleasant things, which made Wei Ning hold a grudge. Did he kill that girl? Gao Fuchen paused for a few seconds, his expression peculiar, and lowered his voice. There are rumors suggesting so. Wei Ning was indeed executed in 85 for murder. Old Wei spoiled his son and went to great lengths for his marriage, but no one wanted to marry him, leading Old Wei to entertain devious thoughts of coercion and abduction. During one attempt to force himself upon someone, he accidentally strangled her. Unable to resist his son, Old Wei lured several others, and after killing the first, it was as if a switch flipped, leading him to kill 5 in total before his execution. Chapter 52. Struck by the abduction staff before Wei Ning's execution, the family with the surname Fang visited him for the last time. A coachman named Ma reported having seen the Fang girl conversing with Wei Ning by the river before her disappearance. Ever since the girl vanished without a trace, the Fang couple had aged overnight, their hair turning white. They sought out Wei Ning to uncover the truth regarding their daughter's fate. I observed Fang Zhixia's complexion worsening, a surge of ghostly energy enveloping her, and I pressed. What happened next? What did Wei Ning say? Gao Fuchen shook his head. I do not know, but after that, the Fang family left the village and moved to the county. Brother Fuchen, do you know their exact address? I wish to visit, I inquired. Gao Fuchen shook his head, but quickly added, there is a family named Li in the village. They should know. I stood up, ready to leave. Just then, Gao Shuwen murmured and gradually awakened. Upon seeing his son awake, Gao Fuchen felt a mix of joy and anger. Gao Shuwen, at his father's reprimand, Gao Shuwen's dazed eyes widened. Father? Why am I in your arms? His voice was filled with confusion, seemingly unaware of the events of the past few days. Did you go to the river? Gao Fuchen asked, suppressing his anger. Gao Shuwen chuckled nervously. How did you know, father? I went fishing. Do you remember what happened? Only then did Gao Shuwen seem to recall, bursting into tears. I went fishing, and an old man said he had something delicious for me. I told him I didn't want it, but he kept pulling at my clothes, not letting me go. I got anxious and pushed him down. He grabbed my ankle and dragged me into the water. When I woke up, I saw you, father. Watching Gao Shuwen sob uncontrollably, Gao Fuchen could no longer bear to scold him, suppressing his anger. Hearing the cries, Chen Hong, who was cooking outside, rushed in, embracing Gao Shuwen and soothing him as one would a child. Taking this opportunity, I stepped outside, with Feng Zhixia and Zheng Xiaozui following me, while Mang Cuihua returned to my mind. As I crossed the courtyard and walked some distance away, Gao Fuchen's voice called out behind me, "Zhou Tai." I stopped and turned to see him running toward me, panting, with a bag of fruit in hand, which he thrust into my grasp. "You should go to old Li's house, right? You can't go empty-handed. That old man won't budge. This is from my own garden, pesticide-free." Then he pulled out 1,000 yuan from his pocket, insisting, "Take this." I quickly refused. "What is this for?" No, this is too much. I haven't done anything." Seeing Gao Fuchen persist, I reluctantly took out 2 bills and tucked them into my pocket. Fine, just a token. Hurry back, Brother Fuchen. And tell the child not to go to the river again. That old water ghost doesn't discriminate between young and old when seeking a substitute." After bidding farewell to Gao Fuchen, I followed the direction he indicated. As I walked, I glanced at Feng Zhixia, whose beautiful face bore a hint of confusion. "I think I remember this place." I remained silent. She had lost her memory and drifted in this world. So I could only seek her parents in hopes of triggering her recollection of the cause of her death. Once her memory returned, I could guide her to the underworld for rebirth. Eventually, I arrived at old Li's house, as Gao Fuchen had mentioned. The yard appeared somewhat dilapidated, with overgrown weeds suggesting it had not been tended to for quite some time. The gate stood wide open, yet there was no fear of theft. Even thieves might leave behind bags of rice. Before I could step inside, the door swung open, revealing an elderly man. He was thin, with graying hair, and his clothes were relatively clean. Upon seeing me, he angrily jabbed the ground with his cane, demanding, "Who are you?" I waved the fruit in my hand. "Are you Uncle Li?" Old Li's wariness lessened somewhat. "Which family do you belong to? You look a bit unfamiliar." I smiled and took a few steps forward, offering him the fruit. "Uncle Li, do you know Feng Zhixia?" Upon hearing the name, old Li's expression shifted, and he scrutinized me closely. "What is your relation to Wei Ning? You can't be his son, can you? I've heard he left behind a seed before he died. And you look about the right age." Before I could respond, he raised the bag of fruit, hesitated, then set it down, subsequently swinging his cane toward me. As he struck, he cursed, "A family full of scoundrels. I'll beat you to death, you little bastard." I dodged while shouting, "I don't know him. I'm here to inquire about Feng Zhixia." Old Li pursued me for a few steps, then set down his cane, panting heavily. "You have no ties to Wei Ning. Why are you inquiring about Feng Zhixia?" I had a dream in which a woman claimed to be Feng Zhixia, urging me to seek her parents in this village. Instinctively, I told a lie, unsure of this old man's views on the shamanistic practices. If he despised such things, he might drive me away, leaving me without any leads. Old Li eyed me suspiciously. "Really?" I nodded vigorously, touching the spot where his cane had struck me. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial wound. Using his cane for support, Old Li sat down, rummaged through his bag, and pulled out an apple, wiping it briefly on his clothing before taking a hearty bite. "I know her. She's the daughter of the Feng family, missing for over 30 years. If you dreamt of her, she must be dead," Old Li said with a tone of lamentation. I settled beside him. Did they always believe Feng Zhixia was still alive? After taking a couple of bites from the apple, Old Li returned it to his bag and produced a pipe, knocking out the burnt ashes. He filled the pipe with tobacco, lit it, and after a slow inhale, he began to speak. "When Wei Ning was executed, I accompanied old Feng to see him for the last time." As he spoke, a glimmer of intensity sparked in Old Li's eyes. That scoundrel didn't even disclose whether Zhixia was alive or dead. Old Feng had 2 children, a son and a daughter. The daughter was Feng Zhixia, whom Old Feng had spoiled since childhood. With her fate uncertain, Old Feng fell ill after meeting Wei Ning and soon passed away, all while calling out for Zhixia. His wife, overwhelmed by grief, went blind from weeping. Fortunately, they had a dutiful son and daughter-in-law who took her to the city to care for her. I felt a wave of sorrow wash over me and quickly inquired, "Do you know where their family is located?" Chapter 53. A request for assistance. Old Li glanced at me and then at the fruit on the ground, remaining silent. Understanding his unspoken thoughts, I retrieved the 200 yuan I had just earned and pressed it into his hands. Old Li's face lit up with joy as he revealed an address. I followed a narrow path back, intending to catch a ride to the county when I encountered Gao Fuchen. Upon learning I had given Old Li 200 yuan, he was outraged but sighed. Old Li is indeed a man of misfortune. His wife had passed away 2 years prior due to illness, and his 2 sons worked far away, leaving him estranged and seldom visited. Mobility was a struggle for him. Each day he scavenged for scraps to sell for sustenance. After bidding farewell to Gao Fuchen, I boarded the bus to the county, watching the scenery change slowly outside. Feng Zhixia occupied the empty seat beside me. while Zheng Xiaozue and the large black dog pressed their faces against the window, gazing at the passing sights. Things are better now, Zheng Xiaozue remarked. In the past, there were only horse carts and ox carts. Now we have this big metal one, and it runs faster. As Zheng Xiaozue and I exchanged light banter, the bus gradually came to a halt. I disembarked, taking in the bustling crowd, and casually stopped an individual to inquire about the direction to the address. 10 minutes later, I arrived at the base of an apartment building. The complex appeared newly developed, with clean and tidy units. I ascended to the 5th floor, halting before the security door of apartment 501. Just as I was about to knock, a male voice called from behind, "What are you doing?" Turning around, I saw a man clad in police uniform, his gaze sharp. Assuming he was a neighbor, I was taken aback when he continued, "What are you doing standing at my door?" It turned out to be Fang Zhixia's brother, old Fang's son. "I am here to find Wu Rumei. Is she home?" When the man remained silent, I took a chance and addressed Fang Zhixia, saying, "I was sent by Fang Zhixia. She wishes to reunite with her parents." The man's cold snort cut through the air, his eyes narrowing as he clenched his arm, the veins standing out. "What nonsense are you spouting? Speak. What are you here for?" "I can truly see her." I quickly described Fang Zhixia's appearance and voice. "She longs to return home and see her parents. I learned your current address from Old Li. I am not a bad person." After my earnest explanation, he relaxed his grip. "I don't know if what you're saying is true, but since you mentioned Uncle Li, I'll give you a chance to see my mother. However, I have 2 conditions. First, do not mention Zhixia to my mother. Not a word. She has cried herself blind and is in a fragile state. If you cause her distress, you will leave immediately. Second, you may only stay for 10 minutes. I readily agreed. She is right here beside you. Once she returns home, she won't bother me again. I would be more than happy to never return." The man paused for a moment. "My name is Fang Mingli. If my mother asks who you are, tell her you are my colleague, here to visit her." I shared my name, and he scrutinized me before stepping past and unlocking the security door. The interior was warmly decorated, and the sound of a television filled the living room. Fang Mingli placed his belongings on the dining table and led me into the living room. An elderly woman sat on the sofa, her hair gray and her eyes a pale blue. Hearing our approach, she turned her head in our direction and asked, "Who is it?" Upon hearing her voice, Fang Zhixia beside me began to weep. It was an agonizing sound, piercing my ears. The elderly woman seemed to sense something, reaching her hand out into the void. "Zhixia? Is that you?" Fang Mingli and I exchanged glances, both taken aback by the situation. I was astonished by her acute sensitivity, immediately perceiving Fang Zhixia's presence in the room. Fang Mingli looked at Zhou Tai, who stood nearby, then back at his half-risen mother, thinking, could it be true? Could he be here on behalf of my sister? This was all too surreal for Fang Mingli. "Mom, what are you saying? Today, my colleague came to visit you. What does that have to do with Zhixia?" I detected the underlying shock in Fang Mingli's tone, and, fearing he might dismiss me, quickly interjected, "Auntie, I am Zhou Tai, a colleague of Li Ji's. Just here to check on you." Yet the elderly woman shook her head solemnly, standing up and reaching out toward me. Her steps were hurried, and I saw her about to trip over a nearby trash can. I rushed forward to steady her. Her gnarled hand grasped mine, and what she said next left me in utter astonishment. "Zhou Tai? Yes, it's me. Li Gu has always taken good care of me. I just came to see how you are. Do you know a girl named Fang Zhixia?" I glanced at Fang Mingli, who nodded, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, urging me to reveal the truth. Yet, looking at the frail old woman, I felt a pang of hesitation. At that moment, I was torn. I didn't know how to convey the truth. It seemed that no matter how I framed it, it would be cruel to her. "How much longer does she have?" "Zhang Xiaozue. I can check. I'll go find the grave master right now." A shaman can inquire about one's lifespan, but it is rarely done, as the implications are vast. There are many unforeseen circumstances. For instance, a person destined to die young might extend their life through good deeds before passing, while someone who should live to a ripe old age could meet an early demise due to their malevolence. My request for Zheng Xiaozue to check her lifespan was a means of making a choice, whether to speak or remain silent. Considering it would take some time for her to return, I couldn't just stand there. So, I guided the elderly woman back to the sofa. "I do know someone named Fang Zhixia, but there's a chance it's a common name. Can you describe her appearance to me? I'll see if it matches." Madame Wu Rumei tightened her grip on my hand, her voice tinged with excitement. As she reminisced about Fang Zhixia, a smile always danced on her lips. She spoke of Fang Zhixia's life from her birth until her mysterious disappearance. At that moment, Zheng Xiaozue returned, stating, "There are still 10 years. Upon learning of the lifespan, my heart grew heavier. I glanced at Fang Zhixia, who was choked with emotion beside me, and inwardly pleaded, "You must." Fang Zhixia replied. Do not inform her of my death. With my father gone, it is a comfort that my mother and brother are still alive. I wish to spare her further sorrow. Then, she added, but I have one request. Chapter 54, The Life I Took. Could you restore her eyesight? Even if she could see just a little, it would ease her life. Fang Zhixia continued, my brother and sister-in-law cannot always be by her side. If she could see even a bit, her life would improve. She wept, and I found her 2 requests impossible to decline, yet she had just claimed to have only one request. Indeed, one should not trust the words of a ghost, especially a beautiful one. As I hesitated, Zheng Xiaozui's ethereal form appeared before me. Restoring her sight is a challenging matter. It has been too long, and no one in our family possesses medical skills. She added, as for how you died, I can inquire in the underworld and have Zhou Tai provide you with an answer. Just as I was about to speak to Fang Zhixia, an aged voice resonated in my ears. Do you not see that she resembles the Fang Zhixia you know? Madame Wu interjected. I paused and replied, indeed. What you say aligns with what Zhixia mentioned. She said her father used to beat her brother, but never laid a finger on her. Upon hearing this, Wu Rumei's expression changed to one of fervent excitement. Really? Why does she not return home? Where is she now? How is she faring? Does she have a number? Why has she not contacted us for so long? As her voice trembled, her emotions began to unravel again. Fang Mingli had not anticipated my words would elicit such a reaction from their mother, prompting him to step forward and gently pat her frail back. Mother, please do not become agitated. Allow Zhou Tai to finish speaking. Your health cannot withstand this distress. Hearing Fang Mingli's voice, Wu Rumei seemed to find an outlet for her frustrations, striking his arm with urgency. Speak. How have you, a police officer, failed to find your sister after all these years? If Zhou Tai had not come today, I would be unaware that my daughter is still alive. Fang Mingli wore a look of helplessness, but witnessing his mother's tears, he refrained from saying more. Zhou Tai, you must speak. Wu Rumei reached for me, and I grasped her hand, my mind racing to formulate a response. Just then, the security door swung open again. Fang Mingli's wife, Su Minghua, returned and, seeing a stranger, asked, who is this? Fang Mingli pulled his wife aside to explain in hushed tones. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I could allow Fang Zhixia to possess her sister-in-law. This would enable a phone call, would it not? Aunt, please wait a moment. I shall call Zhixia and see if she is busy. Finding an excuse to step away, I approached them with my suggestion. Fang Mingli was the first to object, his voice low. What nonsense are you speaking? Setting aside whether you are a fraud. According to your claims, Fang Zhixia is dead. She has become a ghost. How can a ghost possess someone so casually? I turned to Su Minghua, who had remained composed, her gaze passing over me to meet Wu Rumei, who awaited on the sofa. I consent, she declared. The words left Fang Mingli momentarily stunned. He looked at his wife, his eyes glistening. Minghua, you need not take such a risk. Su Minghua smiled serenely. Mother has treated me well, like her own daughter. Besides, a deceased sister-in-law is still family. Ignoring Fang Mingli's protests, she turned to me. Then I entrust this to you, Xiao Shifu, accompanied by Su Minghua. We entered the bedroom and drew the curtains, casting the room into dimness. She sat on the bed while I took a seat opposite her. What do we do next? I did not bring an incense burner. Huang Dachui's voice interjected, allow me. Before long, Huang Dachui's spectral form appeared, and he swiftly propelled Fang Zhixia into Su Minghua's body. Moments later, Su Minghua began to weep, and I understood that it was no longer Su Minghua, but Fang Zhixia. Please do not cry, otherwise, your mother will worry even more. Su Minghua nodded slowly, eyes closed. I dialed the number, and soon the phone rang outside. It was not long before the call connected, and I heard Wu Rumei's aged, trembling voice. Zhixia, is it you? It is I, mother. I am Zhixia. Su Minghua spoke softly, her voice now mirroring Fang Zhixia's perfectly. If I had closed my eyes, I would have believed Fang Zhixia had returned to life. Oh, my daughter, how could you be so heartless? Not reaching out to us all these years. Fang Zhixia's voice trembled. Mother, how is your health? Do not worry about me. I have married and have a child, but it is too far for me to visit. After 10 minutes of conversation, Fang Zhixia found a reason to hang up the call. Before I could speak, Huang Dachui pulled Fang Zhixia out of Su Minghua's body. Su Minghua opened her eyes in astonishment, gazing at me. Xiao Shifu. It felt as if I were in a pitch-black space, so cold. That is normal. I refrained from offering further explanation, ensuring Huang Dachui examined Su Minghua's body for any abnormalities before stepping outside. Wu Rumei sat on the sofa, her demeanor noticeably improved since my arrival. A smile graced her face. Zhou Tai, I truly thank you for allowing me to communicate with Zhixia. As I settled beside her, she held my hand tightly. It was the least I could do. Zhixia has thought of you fondly all these years. but she simply did not know how to reach you. I merely built a bridge. She pondered aloud. I wonder how she is faring. I did not sense anything amiss. She is doing well. Did she not mention that she has had a child? Wu Rumei's smile twisted into a grimace. She is dead. Her soul wanders beyond. How could she be well? I was taken aback, my voice faltering. What are you saying? Did you not just hear her voice? Wu Rumei turned her gaze to me, her green eyes glinting with a strange smile. I said Zhixiao is dead. She has been dead for 30 years. How do you know? I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back, struggling to pull my hand free, yet she held on tightly. Fang Mingli stepped forward, bewildered, gripping Wu Rumei's hand. Mother, what are you saying? Release Zhou Tai's hand. Wu Rumei uttered a statement that left us all frozen in disbelief. Because I was the one who killed Fang Zhixia. I looked at Fang Zhixia beside me, her expression equally astonished, though the confusion in her eyes began to fade with those words. What? Do you not believe me? Wu Rumei released my hand and leaned back on the sofa, her tone chillingly indifferent. Zhou Tai, let me guess where you saw Zhixia's spirit. It must have been by the river, correct? Fang Mingli's gaze toward me was filled with inquiry, while the cold sweat on my back had already soaked my clothing. Chapter 55, The Vengeful Spirit. I numbly nodded twice. I had thought that Wu Rumei's shock at hearing Fang Zhixia was alive was one of reunion. Yet it was instead the fear of her sins being revealed. But why reveal it now? Brother Fang, is there something wrong with our matriarch? I gestured toward my head. Before Fang Mingli could respond, Wu Rumei scoffed. Do not worry. I am of sound mind. From her words, we learned the truth of the matter. In 1985, Fang Zhixia was 18 years old, the only university student in the village. However, Wu Rumei had arranged a betrothal for her daughter several years prior, receiving a monetary gift, and refused to allow her to pursue her studies. With the assistance of Fang Zhixia's father, she managed to sneak away. After some time, believing her mother's anger had subsided, she returned home during the holiday. However, as she passed along a narrow path by the river, Wei Ning obstructed her way. Initially, their conversation was civil, but soon Wei Ning began to act inappropriately. It was not until Wu Rumei passed by, wielding a hoe, that she swiftly drove Wei Ning away. The reunion of mother and daughter should have been heartwarming, yet Wu Rumei greeted Fang Zhixia with a cold demeanor, intending to chastise her at home. Overwhelmed with grievances, Fang Zhixia turned to leave. Wu Rumei, in a fit of rage, pulled her back, and in a moment of uncontrolled fury, accidentally pushed Fang Zhixia, causing her to strike her head against a rock, rendering her unconscious. In a panic, Wu Rumei contemplated seeking help to take Fang Zhixia to the hospital. However, she soon realized that should this incident become public, her eldest son's job would be jeopardized. Resolute, she scanned her surroundings for witnesses, and finding none, she dug a shallow grave with the hoe, pushed Fang Zhixia into it, and covered the fresh earth with a large stone. In her reckless act, she inadvertently sealed Fang Zhixia's spirit by the riverside, condemning her to an eternal rest. Upon hearing this, my initial reaction was one of bewilderment, my voice trembling. I do not understand why your anger is directed at her desire for education. Why leave her alone by that frigid riverbank? Do you not realize her only wish was to return home? Just moments ago, she pleaded with me to help restore your sight, so your life could be made easier. How can you, a mother, be so heartless? Each word I spoke was imbued with profound disbelief and simmering anger. Wu Rumei scoffed. What use is education for a girl? In the end, she will simply marry and waste money. Fang Mingli, unable to meet Wu Rumei's gaze, choked on his words. Mother, she is my living sister. You are burying her alive. I will report this matter truthfully. I will sacrifice my own safety. With those words, Fang Mingli stood to leave, yet hesitated, uttering softly to the void, I'm sorry. I understood that this apology was directed towards Fang Zhixia. I looked at Wu Rumei, who remained steadfast on the sofa, and questioned, if you could keep this secret for so long, why reveal it today? If I am not mistaken, despite inadvertently sealing Fang Zhixia's spirit, you later learned of this through certain channels. Wu Rumei gazed into the distance with her blind eyes and replied, you are correct. I did intentionally imprison Fang Zhixia's spirit there afterward. A fortune teller foretold two things. First, that I would go blind, which has come to pass. Second, that decades later, I would meet Fang Zhixia again, and upon seeing her, my death would be imminent. I must not take this secret to my grave, lest I fail to reincarnate. It became clear that her confession was not a matter of conscience, but rather fear of the fortune teller's prophecy. At that moment, my heart felt as though grasped by a powerful hand, constricting my breath. I stood to bid farewell to Fang Mingli. As I exited his home, dusk had settled. I found myself in a nearby park, seated on a bench, observing the bewildered expressions of Zheng Xiaocui and the dazed Fang Zhixia. In solitude, I murmured, Fang Zhixia. Now you understand the cause of your demise. Every occurrence has its roots and reasons. I know this truth may cause you pain, but I hope you can find peace. Allow me to guide you into the afterlife. Fang Zhixia, regaining her composure, replied with a bitter laugh. I should not have died. You speak so lightly of it. Her tone shifted, and the blankness on her face vanished, replaced by malice. Do you comprehend the agony I endured in death? When I awoke, my nostrils were filled with dirt, suffocating me. I was buried alive. In an instant, her complexion darkened to a ghastly hue. Her once beautiful features transformed into something horrifying, and a malevolent aura enveloped her. Zhang Xiaozue shouted, she is about to become a vengeful spirit. Instantly, her tongue elongated, attempting to ensnare Fang Zhixia's spirit. Reacting swiftly, I summoned the ghost-busting whip. Fang Zhixia, do not lose your true self. True self? What is that? I honored my parents and revered my brother, yet in the end, my mother buried me alive, and I met a tragic fate that day. What is true self to you? Fang Zhixia roared, lunging towards me. As her spectral form drew near, I tightened my grip on the whip, reluctant to inflict further harm upon this wretched soul. Just as her dark essence approached, Zhang Xiaozue's elongated tongue ensnared her spirit. A shadowy figure appeared before me, and I recognized it as Mang Zuo. Wielding a long spear that gleamed ominously in the moonlight, she thrust it forth, and with a mournful wail, Fang Zhixia transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing before my eyes. Mang Zuo intended to pursue her, but was already too late. She turned to me, and I expected reproach. Yet she imparted a weighty lesson. This incident is not your fault, but remember to investigate thoroughly in the future. This responsibility is for others and for yourself. With that, Mang Zuo retreated into my being. Left alone with Zhang Xiaozue, we exchanged glances, a mix of concern and uncertainty. What now? The vengeful spirit has escaped. Have we stirred trouble? Zhang Xiaozue lamented. I was reminded of my own death that day. I failed to investigate properly, and this is my fault. She should be hiding and recuperating now. That spear inflicted considerable damage to her spirit, but once healed, she will undoubtedly seek revenge. Wu Rumei mentioned that once she encounters Fang Zhixia again, her end will be near. Could this be related? I turned towards the still-lit apartment building. You speak truth. However, we cannot remain vigilantly protecting Wu Rumei at all times. Moreover, should we even protect her? Chapter 56. Possession. After much contemplation, I dialed Old Lu. The call was quickly answered, and the first sound that reached me was the clamor of a television. Following that was Old Lu's voice. What's up, Zhou Tie? What is the urgent call about? I recounted everything that had transpired to Old Lu. Do you think I should save Wu Rumei? The line fell silent. Several times. I feared Old Lu had hung up. At last, his voice emerged, low and grave. Zhou Tai, you must understand one thing. A spirit of this magnitude, once driven to madness, will not stop at Wu Rumei alone. The consequences for you will multiply. Should you allow her to kill Wu Rumei, two outcomes may arise. Either her anger dissipates, or it intensifies, leading us back to the dire consequences I just mentioned. Reflect carefully on whether you can bear either of these outcomes. I fell into deep thought. The night deepened, and an ominous wind began to blow. I could no longer bear the weight of it. I was unwilling to let an innocent person perish due to my momentary weakness. Old Lu's voice came through, filled with reassurance. Moreover, the dead are dead. No matter the extent of their suffering in life, the underworld governs them and will pass judgment. They cannot take vengeance themselves, or chaos will ensue in the mortal realm. Our role now is akin to that of enforcers in the human world. Should our momentary compassion lead to greater repercussions, we will bear greater punishments. I had just calculated that Fang Zhixia could not wait any longer. She would come to kill Wu Rumei by dawn. After ending the call, I let out a heavy sigh. Every event stemmed from Gao Shuwen, yet there seemed to be an inexplicable bond between myself and Fang Zhixia. This matter can only be resolved by me. I returned to Fang Mingli's home. He appeared somewhat surprised to see me. Little master, why are you back? I cast him a glance and elucidated the entire sequence of events. At this moment, our tones had swapped from our first encounter. He was courteous while I remained indifferent. I was invited inside. Wu Rumei was still seated on the sofa, having naturally overheard my words. Yet, she exhibited no remorse. Continuing to shout, that little girl dares to do that? If she were a bit more formidable, it would be me, not her, who would be dead. Do not utter such terrifying words. Mother, please say less. Fang Mingli interjected, attempting to quell her. I regarded them with a cold stare. Didn't you claim to uphold righteousness by condemning your kin? Why the silence now? Fang Mingli offered an awkward smile and refrained from further comment. Time passed swiftly. Fong Mingli and I remained in the living room. While Wu Rumei had gone to sleep early, seemingly unperturbed, I felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but suppressed my emotions, conserving my energy for the inevitable confrontation with Fong Zhixia. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Fong Mingli succumbed to drowsiness, dozing off on the sofa. Just as I thought Fong Zhixia would not appear tonight, Zhang Xiaocui unexpectedly materialized before me, her expression grave as she glanced toward Wu Rumei's room. I sprang to my feet, sensing something was amiss. Simultaneously, a ghastly, aged scream reverberated through the house. Fong Mingli bolted upright, while I dashed to the door of Wu Rumei's room, forcefully kicking open the locked door. What greeted my eyes was Wu Rumei, enveloped in dark energy, her face contorted as she grasped her own throat. Wu Rumei, go to hell. I observed a shadowy figure overlapping with Wu Rumei's form, unmistakably Fong Zhixia. Summoning the ghost whipping rod in my hand, I waved it, and Zhang Xiaocui darted out from behind me, intent on extracting Fong Zhixia from within Wu Rumei. However, Fong Zhixia, now filled with resentment, was beyond Zhang Xiaocui's reach. Wu Rumei's cries became incessant as she desperately tugged at her hair, her wails provoking the neighbors to peer out of their windows, cursing. At that moment, should I employ the ghost whipping rod, I risked harming Wu Rumei's soul. I could only beckon the dazed Fong Mingli nearby. Quick, hold her down. We cannot allow her to continue self-harming. We both lunged forward, one on each side, restraining Wu Rumei. In essence, we restrained Fong Zhixia, who struggled violently, crying out, Why? Why must you kill me? Her voice was haunting, sending chills down my spine. Simultaneously, I shouted in my mind, Mang Tsuehua, Mang Tsuehua, come quickly. A languid voice responded. What is the hurry? In the blink of an eye, she appeared before me. With a swift motion, she extracted Fong Zhixia, causing Wu Rumei's body to collapse like a deflated balloon. I released my grip, observing Fong Zhixia, now restrained by Mang Tsuehua. Her eyes radiated defiance and hatred. Fong Zhixia, I comprehend your anger and your unwillingness to accept your fate. However, this is your karmic retribution. She who harmed you will receive her comeuppance. Yet, if you take the life of a living being, you shall never reincarnate. Why sacrifice yourself? Fong Zhixia trembled with rage. You speak so easily. Try being killed by your own mother. See if you would remain as composed as you claim. I sighed. My father drowned after drinking too much and falling into a puddle. My mother left after his death. I do not know if she is alive or dead. The only one who loved me, my grandfather, drowned on my coming-of-age day. I have always been regarded as an ill-fated existence. But this is my destiny, and I accept it. Fong Zhixia, you should release your obsession. I will send someone to guide you to the underworld, facilitating your reincarnation and the commencement of a new life, if you will. Fong Zhixia glared at me, speechless. Fong Mingli, overhearing my words, wore a look of shock, taking deep breaths before speaking to me. Where's my sister? I turned to him, indicating a direction. Unexpectedly, Fong Mingli knelt in that direction. I know you can hear me. Since childhood, your health has been poor. I remember once when you had a high fever, and with our parents absent, I carried you to get in for. That day, I did not sleep, watching you improve little by little. At that moment, I wondered why it wasn't me who was sick. Fong Mingli spoke slowly, recounting memories unrelated to his grievances with Fong Zhixia, yet they caused her to cease struggling. Quieting down, her breathing steadied, her eyes softened, and the ghostly energy surrounding her seemed to dissipate significantly. I understand that our mother wronged you, but Zhixia, do not squander your chance at rebirth because of her. Your brother still wishes to meet you again. If you are to be reincarnated, may it be within your sister-in-law's womb. I will take care of you. At this point, Fong Mingli was in tears. Fong Zhixia also began to weep softly. Chapter 57, The Dead Resurrected. It is almost ironic. Fong Zhixia's resentment erupted due to her mother, yet it was her brother's few words that dissipated that very anger. Murdered by familial ties, yet ultimately saved by them. Observing this scene, Mang Tsuehua released her grip, no longer restraining Fong Zhixia, though her tense body still hinted at her readiness to act. Fong Zhixia, amidst tears, approached Fong Mingli, slowly kneeling and reaching out to touch his face across the void. She was taken away by Zhang Xiaocui, led down to the underworld. Before her departure, she looked at me and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, little master. Though I cannot accept the cause of my death, I understand now. In your next life, you will surely be born into a happy family and live a peaceful life. With my blessings, she vanished. I also departed from the Fong household, feeling a sense of revulsion lingering. Wu Rumei's eyes were left vacant, a part of her retribution. Some time later, while out on the street, I encountered Fong Mingli and his wife. They approached to greet me. informing me that Wu Rumei had passed away unexpectedly after a fall while using the restroom. He shared that his wife was pregnant, uncertain if it was his sister returning. Before leaving, I looked him in the eye and said, "I hope it is not her. She deserves a better life." Without waiting for his reply, I turned and departed. Neither Wu Rumei nor Feng Mingli could be considered virtuous. Knowing someone's face does not equate to knowing their heart. Both are equally flawed. After resolving the matter of Feng Zhixia, I returned to the paper shop, diligently honing my craft with my grandfather's scissors. One day, upon opening the door, I was met by a middle-aged man, his face etched with anxiety. "Oh my, why did you take so long to open the door?" I was taken aback by his words. "It's only 8 o'clock. Why would I open my paper shop this early?" Through his account, I learned that his elderly father had suddenly passed away that very day. Though there was a coffin at home, they lacked paper offerings, which were essential for proper customs. The county town was too far, and this was the only paper shop nearby. There was no telephone, and he had been waiting at the door for half an hour. If I did not open soon, he would have to make the trek to the county. Upon hearing this, I quickly invited him inside. He scanned the room. "Give me one of each." I attempted to dissuade him. "That won't do. You cannot purchase them like that. The colors and types have their significance. Men are offered horses, and women, cows." I explained some of the rules of this trade. Though he appeared impatient, he did not interrupt. After I finished my explanation, he threw a wad of cash on the table. "Just get me what I can with this. Money is no object." The items he was purchasing quickly piled up into a small mountain. "How are you going to carry all this back?" "No returns." Seeing the regret flicker across his face, I hurriedly added. "Sure enough," he chuckled awkwardly. "Well, there's no other option, my friend. You'll have to accompany me for a while. It's not far. Otherwise, I won't be able to take all this stuff." Considering the generous payment, I had no choice but to lock up the paper shop and accompany him. On the road, during our casual conversation, I learned the other person's name, Lu Zhonghan. Lu Zhonghan was straightforward, but whenever he spoke about his father, a look of guilt crossed his face. "I'm usually busy and don't return home often to accompany him. I took a few days off to help my father with some work." Little did I expect that the very next day, he would be gone. Unable to take another breath, I sighed, offering a few words of comfort, but such sentiments felt hollow. Who could remain unaffected by such experiences? As we spoke, we arrived at our destination, a grand courtyard that appeared to have been constructed in recent years, featuring 2 stories adorned with red bricks and white tiles. The courtyard was filled with people, but the most jarring sight was the redwood coffin placed in the center. I had just set my belongings down and was about to leave when Zheng Xiaozue and a large black dog appeared before me. I glanced at them, internally questioning. "Why are you two still out here? You should go back." Zheng Xiaozue ignored me, her expression solemn as she stared at the coffin, while the black dog barked at me before licking Zheng Xiaozue's exposed tongue. I frowned at the scene, exclaiming, "Black dog, if you keep this up, don't blame me for kicking you." At that moment, I heard strange sounds nearby, akin to the grinding of bones. Turning to where the noise originated, I noticed it was coming from the coffin. Not only I, but everyone in the courtyard heard it as well, instinctively stepping back in fear. Yet, I took a couple of steps forward, eager to see what was happening inside. "Zhou Tai, come here quickly. This might be a case of a corpse rising." Lu Zhonghan called to me in a hushed tone. I placed my finger to my lips, signaling him to be quiet. Zheng Xiaozue followed me closer to the coffin. Just as we were about to step closer, the corpse inside suddenly appeared before me, mere inches away. A faint odor of decay invaded my nostrils, causing my stomach to churn. A few nearby, already timid, screamed. "Ah!" I staggered back, dry heaving, relieved that I hadn't had breakfast yet. Otherwise, I might have lost my composure entirely. As the nausea subsided, I leaned closer to inspect the corpse. Its eyes were wide open in fury, fists clenched tightly. I nudged it, but it remained motionless. This was clearly a manifestation of malice. The deceased bore grievances, and if left unaddressed, it could lead to dire consequences for future generations. Fortunately, I carried a cloth bag with me. I retrieved cinnabar and yellow paper, and with my skill, I inscribed a pacification talisman. I placed it on the forehead of the deceased. Under the influence of the talisman, the body gradually softened, and I gently pushed it back into the coffin. However, this was not sufficient. Although the talisman could dispel the corpse's malice, the resentment lingered. Grievances give rise to malice, and if the deceased's anger was not resolved, it would not be a long-term solution. While I pondered this, a voice reached my ears. Had I not turned to Lu Zhonghan, I would have thought it was a malevolent spirit attempting to frighten me. "Little brother, I didn't expect you to have this skill. What has happened to my father?" I composed myself and explained the situation. Lu Zhonghan stroked his stubble, contemplating. "My mother passed away early, and my father wished to find a companion in his later years. Could that be the reason? It's possible. Among those paper offerings, there is a paper figure. Burn one for him now. Let us see if that alleviates his resentment. Lu Zhonghan took my advice. After he burned the paper, I noticed a shadow materialized beside the corpse. It was the paper figure just burned. However, the deceased's resentment remained, and even the ghost had yet to appear. This left me perplexed, prompting me to call Lu Zhonghan over for further inquiry. This doesn't add up. Is there anything else we should know? Chapter 58. Do you deserve to be a father? Lu Zhonghan scratched his head, perplexed. I don't know. Aside from this, I can't think of anything. Just then, a scream pierced the crowd. A middle-aged man standing at the edge let out an eerie laugh. Ha ha ha. To be honest, the sound resembled a hen preparing to lay an egg. Alone, it wouldn't seem too strange, but combined with the sinister look he cast toward Lu Zhonghan and me, we both instinctively took a step back. Little brother, why are you retreating? Aren't you the professional? Lu Zhonghan's reminder jolted me back to reality. You're right. Why am I running? This is my expertise. It's merely a floating spirit. I stepped forward, locking eyes with the middle-aged man. But Lu's father? The middle-aged man fixed his gaze on me, his mouth twisting into a grotesque grin. You've long since departed. Why linger in this realm? Speak, and let your son help you resolve your issues, and you can proceed to the cycle of reincarnation. Lu Wenjia, Lu Zhonghan's father, swayed slightly. He wants to find me a companion. He even intended to sell the house I spent a lifetime saving for after I died. Not to mention, when I fell ill, he didn't even bring me medicine. He is nothing but an unfilial son. Today, I will cleanse my family line. Stay out of my family affairs. These words were laden with implications. What did he mean by not bringing him medicine? Should Lu Wenjia not have died? I was not the only one. The others in the courtyard cast various expressions toward Lu Zhonghan, each likely sharing my confusion. Lu Zhonghan grew agitated but could not bring himself to address the middle-aged man as father. After some thought, he finally spoke up. Father, you can't say that. It would lead the villagers to misunderstand me. Yes, I was wrong for not finding you a companion. But what do you mean by not bringing you medicine? Lu Wenjia swiftly approached Lu Zhonghan and struck him twice with such force that Lu Zhonghan fell to the ground, his cheek visibly swollen. As Lu Wenjia prepared to strike again, I seized his arm and forcefully pulled him back, summoning my ghost-hitting whip in hand. In a cold voice, I declared, I will give you one last opportunity to clarify the situation. If you continue to cling to your grievances and harm the living, do not blame me for the consequences of my whip. Lu Wenjia trembled, frozen in place. Though fear coursed through him, he remained defiant, fixating his gaze on Lu Zhonghan. This unnerved Lu Zhonghan, who scrambled to his feet and hid behind me. Little brother, as long as you help me resolve this matter, I will pay you whatever you ask. I whispered back. Normally, for looking into matters, it's 200, but if I have to fight him, that counts as a job, and you'll owe me 3,000 to take on the karma. Lu Zhonghan agreed without hesitation. I'll pay you. Right now? Just make him leave. I shook my head, indicating that it was not that simple. No, he approaches with malice. If I drive him away without addressing the matter, I would be acting unjustly. My second aunt would be furious if she found out. Besides, I do not yet know the truth of your conflict. I cannot act impulsively. With that, I regarded Lu Zhonghan, sensing something was amiss. I addressed Lu Wenjia loudly. Lu Wenjia, I will give you one last chance. I will count to 3. If you do not voice your grievances, I will strike. 3. I took a step closer. 2. I was now nearer to Lu Wenjia. 1. Just as I raised my whip to strike, Lu Wenjia finally spoke. I will speak. I will tell all. From his lips, I learned of Lu Zhonghan's character and the source of Lu Wenjia's grievances. Lu Zhonghan presents a facade of glamour, yet behind the scenes, he has committed numerous immoral acts, accumulating significant gambling debts. For instance, every year, as harvest time approaches, he would return home to pilfer the money earned from selling corn, which his father had diligently cultivated. Consequently, Lu Wenjia was left with no choice but to seek work in the county to sustain himself. During his time working, he developed a fondness for a woman in her 50s, also single, who treated him with kindness, preparing meals and purchasing groceries for him without any ulterior motive. This kindness ignited Lu Wenjia's desire to marry her. When he returned home to retrieve his household registration book, he encountered Lu Zhonghan demanding money. Upon learning of his father's intention to marry, Lu Zhonghan vehemently opposed it, fearing that his father's finances would no longer solely support him, but also a woman from outside. A fierce argument ensued, culminating in Lu Zhonghan threatening to take drastic measures to prevent Lu Wenjia from pursuing her. Lu Wenjia, in a moment of compromise, severed ties with the woman and refrained from returning to the county. However, he harbored a deep-seated resentment that began to take a toll on his health. Recently, After returning home intoxicated, Lu Zhonghan unleashed years of pent-up grievances, lamenting, "I grew up without a mother. You were my only parent. I sold this house and paid off my gambling debts. Can't you come live in the county with me? In marriage? You are unworthy. She is unworthy of being my mother." That night, Lu Wenjie was so enraged that he suffered a heart attack, pointing to the medicine on the shelf and pleading with Lu Zhonghan to hand it to him. Yet, in his drunken stupor, Lu Zhonghan staggered to retrieve the medicine but instead began recording a video, saying, "Father, if you agree to let me sell this house, I will give you the medicine." Lu Wenjie remained silent, ultimately succumbing to his anger. Lu Zhonghan, mistaking his father's silence for indifference, cursed and threw the medicine on the floor before leaving. When he returned the following day, he discovered his father's lifeless body. Lu Wenjie recounted this with tears streaming down his face. His voice aged and incongruent with his youthful appearance. I glanced at Zheng Xiaocui, inquiring if he spoke the truth. She nodded, affirming, "Indeed. I just checked Lu Wenjie's cause of death and life in the underworld. It aligns perfectly." The large black dog bared its teeth and growled at Lu Zhonghan. I sheathed my demon-repelling whip and turned to the pale-faced Lu Zhonghan, exclaiming, "You are truly a beast." I sincerely rebuked him, and the onlookers began to murmur. Lu Zhonghan's face, initially ashen, flushed with anger, resembling a monkey's rear. "You old fool, what nonsense are you spouting? I am your only son. When you die, everything here is mine. What difference does it make whether it happens sooner or later? While you live, you guard against me, and in death, you slander me. Do you deserve to be called a father?" Chapter 59. A substitute in the zoo. Lu Wenjie raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. "You ungrateful wretch. Have I not given you enough? How many troubles have you caused since childhood, all of which I have resolved for you with humility? When you grew older and wished to venture out, your mother was still alive, but we had no money. You insisted on not remaining in this rural area, waiting to die. Your mother and I worked day and night to fund your travel. Yet, after only a short time away, you returned, claiming to have found a project and needing more money. Lu Zhonghan, do you not know how your mother died? Are you unaware of who caused her demise?" Listening to Lu Wenjie's words, heavy with sorrow, Lu Zhonghan was engulfed in memories. It was the day he was supposed to pay off his gambling debts. But lacking funds, he had to hide in the countryside. Unbeknownst to him, the debt collectors had found his home. His mother, already frail, succumbed that day. Unable to catch her breath, the collectors, realizing the situation, decided to let the matter go. Initially, Lu Zhonghan resolved to quit gambling after his mother's passing. But that determination quickly faded into the recesses of his mind. Now, with Lu Wenjie's words echoing, he found himself ensnared in a whirlpool of strange emotions, guilt and remorse. But what use was that? He knelt, head bowed, and cried out, "Father, I was wrong. I know I was wrong." Though others could not discern it, I observed the 2 damp spots on the stone tiles beneath him. Zheng Xiaocui remarked, "This time, he truly seeks repentance." I also investigated the intertwined fates between Lu Wenjie and Lu Zhonghan while in the underworld. She continued, "Lu Zhonghan is here to settle debts from their past lives. Now that Lu Wenjie's debts are cleared, their ties have been severed." I looked at Lu Wenjie. Lying in the coffin, my heart a tumult of emotions. Encounters between people are predestined. Debts accrued in past lives are repaid through a lifetime in this one. Lu Wenjie still harbors feelings for his son. Even if he turns away, his expression softening considerably. "Old man, Lu Zhonghan has genuinely repented this time. But your resentment cannot solely stem from him. Speak your mind, and I shall assist you in resolving it. Then you may depart. To continue occupying another's body is fundamentally unjust." Lu Wenjie stood, yet his demeanor became somewhat awkward. "I am not only here for this ungrateful son, but also for Chuanxiang." I was perplexed, yet Lu Zhonghan understood. He abruptly stood, startling me. "Father, are you worried about Aunt Ding? If she agrees, I will be her son. I will care for her in her old age." Lu Wenjie shot him a disdainful glance. Somewhat irritated, "Leave Chuanxiang alone. Are you planning to bring her down here for me to reunite with her?" Lu Zhonghan pouted, falling silent. "Old man, just speak your intentions plainly. I wish to see her one last time." Lu Wenjie's voice was hoarse. I kicked Lu Zhonghan, who was crouched down, asking, "Do you have money for travel expenses?" That afternoon, we boarded a bus to the county. Upon reaching our destination, following Lu Wenjie's lead, we found Ding Chuanxiang's home. I knocked on the door, calling Aunt Ding. "Aunt Ding." The security door opened to reveal a slightly hunched older woman, neat and tidy. Her hair gray but well kept. "Zhonghan." Ding Chuanxiang appeared surprised at the sight of Lu Zhonghan, but quickly invited us in, saying, Come in, come in." We entered the house. The room was rather old-fashioned but immaculately clean, filled with the comforting scent of soap. Lu Zhonghan and I seated ourselves on the sofa, while Lu Wenjie trailed behind Ding Chuanxiang, watching her pour water and brew tea. Chuanxiang, you've lost weight. Is your stomach still bothering you? Lu Wenjie's concern was palpable, his words laced with affection. Ding Chuanxiang placed the teacups in front of Lu Zhonghan and me, then sat across from us. Her head lowered, and silence enveloped the room. Unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere any longer, I was about to speak when Ding Chuanxiang lifted her head. Her eyes were slightly red, her voice quivering. How is your father? She forced a smile, adding, is he doing well? I went to bed early yesterday and had a strange dream where he was in pain, clutching his chest and telling me he hurt. I never expected you would come today. If I've spoken out of turn, please forgive me. After all, at his age, you must take care of him. He often mentions you, reminiscing about your mischievous childhood and those amusing stories. Ding Chuanxiang gazed vacantly into the distance, her words trailing off, as if the one she longed to see the most was within that void, yet forever out of reach. Lu Zhonghan knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times to Ding Chuanxiang before standing up and pulling me away. As we were about to leave, he glanced back at Ding Chuanxiang's figure and said, Aunt Ding, whether you like it or not, from today onwards, I am your son. I owe apologies to both you and my father, and I will make amends slowly. Upon closing the security door, I could faintly hear Ding Chuanxiang's sobs. Back at the paper shop, I numbly cut out paper figures, her words echoing in my mind. It turned out that she had sensed something on the very day Lu Wenjie passed away. The next morning, I was awakened by a video call. Looking at the screen, I saw Lu Zhonghan's large face. His actions were peculiar, one hand covering his left eye, his voice somewhat timid. Zhou Tai, has my father stopped being angry with me? I nodded impatiently. Of course, you didn't see it, but I took care of it yesterday. The resentment has dissipated, and your father's eyes have closed. Get to the point, I'm still half asleep. Just as I was feeling drowsy, seeing Lu Zhonghan's appearance made me chuckle. His left eye was bruised, as if someone had punched him. Brother Han, you seem to have a serious matter at hand. Have you quickly found a part-time job at the zoo as a stand-in? Hearing my teasing, he looked somewhat embarrassed. Zhou Tai, what happened to my eye? At that moment, a voice and an image of Huang Dazhu appeared in my mind. Huang Dazhu, I'm back. In the vision, Lu Zhonghan lay asleep on a bed while Lu Wenjie stood beside him, grinning as he punched him in the eye. Your father Lu Wenjie did that. As soon as I spoke Lu Wenjie's name, my vision blurred. Lu Wenjie appeared before me, his expression unexpectedly shy. Beside him stood another shadow. Chapter 60. Preparing to walk the Yin path, huh? Why did my father hit me again? Lu Zhonghan's face was filled with panic, his voice trembling. I looked at Lu Wenjie, who was accompanied by a woman whose attire seemed familiar, gazing at her rosy cheeks and pale face. I suddenly recalled. Isn't this the paper figure I crafted? Lu Wenjie, didn't you go down? Why haven't you reincarnated and returned to punch your son? He replied that he hadn't reached his lifespan yet, and had to stay in the underworld for a while. Lu Zhonghan, aware that I was conversing with his father, remained silent. I continued to inquire. Then what are you doing back? Didn't your son burn you a house and money? He even prepared a beautiful paper figure for you. Isn't that sufficient? You can't just come back and hit your son for no reason. Upon hearing my words, Lu Wenjie's expression turned awkward. He quietly said, Little master, could you have that ungrateful child burn me another paper figure? This one doesn't look good. Squinting, I asked, you think this paper figure is unattractive? You can't stop speaking human words just because you're a ghost. What is wrong with this paper figure? It has big eyes, a high nose, a cherry-like mouth, and rosy cheeks. Lu Wenjie chuckled bitterly. Little master, I know you made this paper figure, but you shouldn't flatter it without conscience. One eye is bigger than the other, the mouth is nearly as long as my face, and the cheeks are as red as a lantern. I was somewhat indignant, but still conveyed Lu Wenjie's request to Lu Zhonghan. All right, little master, I understand. I'll burn him another. If one eye isn't enough, I'll make 2 for my father. After ending the video call, Lu Wenjie chuckled awkwardly and vanished. He hadn't taken the paper figure with him. I exchanged glances with the paper figure, deeply sighing, and summoned my ghost whipping rod, waving it casually. The paper figure vanished. No taste at all, I muttered. Huang Dazhu, I must say, your craftsmanship truly cannot compare to your grandfather's. His paper figures were lifelike, while yours resemble mere paper figures. What have you been up to lately? Have you been supervising herbal collection again? Huang Dazhu had a mountain where spiritual herbs occasionally appeared. Previously, I had collected a few novice immortals from an old woman. He took those immortals to gather herbs and concoct pills. Huang Dazhu, it's been quite busy. I returned just to tell you something. After I finish telling you, I must leave. I'll give you a pill once it's refined. What is so important that it's worth your trip? Huang Dazhu, within a month, visit Inshio Mountain. a pseudonym for a real location. As a fateful encounter awaits you. What kind of fate? Daju? Daju? Zhang Xiaozue, stop calling. He leave after finishing his words. Scratching my head, I pondered Huang Daju's mention of fate. Just then, I heard voices outside the paper shop. I put on my shoes and stepped outside, squinting against the sunlight. The paper shop was not far from the village entrance, where I saw 3 or 4 elderly women gathered beneath a large tree, chattering animatedly. I crept closer to eavesdrop. Have you heard? The old man from the Zheng family. He's now in a state of exhalation without inhalation. Seems like he's nearing the end. How could that be? I saw him working in the fields with a hoe just a couple of days ago. He seemed quite sturdy. I think he should find a fortune teller. There's clearly something to it. Who to find? That Wang Daxian was a fraud and moved away long ago. Who else can we look for? I heard that the young man from the Zhou family seems to have established a fortune-telling business. Let us ask him. That. A mere child. What can he understand? I was behind them, grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds from the stone table, munching while chiming in. Right. That Zhou Tai is no good. Anyone would be better than him. Yes. You're Zhou Tai? The old lady who had spoken ill of me turned around, intending to continue her mockery, but was taken aback as I appeared right behind her. Watching her expression change, I remarked, Aunt, it's truly a loss for you to be a housewife. You should practice face changing. You have quite the talent. With that, I cracked some seeds and left. However, instead of returning to the paper shop, I headed to the Zheng family. Old Zheng was a longtime friend of my grandfather. When my father passed away, he helped immensely. He also contributed greatly during my grandfather's funeral. Now that he was in trouble, I couldn't ignore it. A drop of water shall be returned with a fountain, was a lesson my grandfather always taught me. I arrived at the Zheng household. The iron gate was tightly closed, and as I approached, I felt a sudden shift in the air. Zhang Xiaozue and the large black dog appeared again. Do you feel it? Zhang Xiaozue, there's a presence of a ghostly emissary here. I was about to knock on the iron gate, but I noticed it was not locked. Pushing it open, I was greeted by the lingering ghostly energy in the yard. Uncle? Aunt? Are you home? Through the window, I saw Uncle Zheng lying on the bed, while Aunt Zheng sat beside him, wiping her tears. Upon seeing me enter, Aunt Zheng's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly waved me over. Stepping into the inner room and approaching Uncle Zheng, I could see he was in a state of exhalation without inhalation, suggesting his time was short. What happened to my uncle? Wasn't he fine just a couple of days ago? Aunt Zheng, upon hearing this, began to cry again. He has been complaining about feeling cold lately. His hands and feet are cold, and nothing can warm him. Sometimes he shouts and cries out at night. I didn't think much of it, but today, I don't know what happened. He collapsed in the yard, mumbling something about hearing the sound of chains, saying a ghostly emissary was coming to take him away. And then he became like this. Zhou Tai, what is going on? Could you help your Uncle Zheng and see what is wrong with him? I leaned in to check Uncle Zheng's breath, and indeed, as Aunt Zheng said, it seemed his time was running out. Xiao Chui, go to the underworld and check how much lifespan Uncle Zheng has left. Zheng Xiaozue acknowledged with a soft sound and departed. 5 minutes later, she returned bearing both good and bad news. The good news was that Uncle Zheng had 3 more years to live. The bad news was that she had seen him in the underworld, imprisoned by someone. And according to a familiar ghostly messenger, he seemed to have committed some offense, as a ghost had accused him before the judge. Hence, the messenger had come to retrieve him. What shall we do now? I inquired. Zheng Xiaozue replied. It seems you must venture into the underworld to seek assistance from your second aunt. Why don't you go directly? I asked. Zheng Xiaozue explained. I am now a protective spirit. If I abandon you to seek the King of Tombstones, I would only invite punishment upon myself. I conveyed Zheng Xiaozue's words to my aunt. Upon hearing this, she grasped my hand tightly, her palms clammy with anxiety. Zhou Tai, no matter the cost. Bring my husband back. Aunt, let us not discuss money right now. Uncle Zheng is in dire straits. I must descend promptly to assess the situation. He had taught me the method to traverse the underworld during my time at Old Luz, but I have never practiced it before. This is indeed my first experience. Aunt, prepare me a large rooster. The comb needs to be prominent, and the beak sharp, and gather 5 grains of rice. What? You want me to dress your uncle in funeral attire now? Isn't that a bit premature? My aunt's expression froze. As I stepped outside, I remarked, what does it matter to my uncle? The funeral attire is for me. Living souls must don funeral garments when traversing the underworld, according to Old Luz teachings. It serves to suppress the living's yang energy. The 3 flames within would extinguish 2 of them the moment the shroud is worn. A living person venturing into the underworld is against the rules, and should a ghostly messenger discover it, punishment is inevitable. After imparting the method to me, Old Luz's final admonition was, only traverse the underworld if absolutely necessary. I hurried to the paper shop and acquired a set of blue funeral garments embroidered with the character for longevity, along with 5 pairs of longevity shoes, which I placed into a cloth bag containing an incense burner. I rushed back to Uncle Zheng's house. My aunt awaited me in the courtyard, beside a small cage in which the rooster flapped its wings energetically. I set down the cloth bag from my shoulder and rummaged for yellow paper and vermilion powder, sketching the symbols old Lu had taught me. After igniting the symbols with a lighter, I clasped them between my fingers and circled the iron cage twice. The ashes of the symbols drifted downward, and the once lively rooster ceased its flapping, its comb visibly tilting to one side. I opened the cage and cradled the rooster in one arm while holding the cloth bag with the other. My aunt followed me inside. I laid the rooster on the Kong, retrieved the incense burner and a stick of incense from the bag. After lighting the incense, I refrained from proceeding immediately. Old Lu had instructed that if the incense remained its natural color at this stage, one should not traverse the underworld. The incense must emit black smoke, indicating that the celestial beings consent. After counting to 10, I observed the incense producing black smoke. At that moment, I felt a wave of fatigue wash over me, a sign that 2 of my 3 flames had been extinguished. Gazing at Zheng Xiaocui and the large black dog beside me, I understood that it was time to descend. I donned the funeral garments, removed my shoes, and positioned them, one facing forward and the other backward. I slipped on the longevity shoes and handed the remaining 4 pairs to my aunt. Aunt, when I lie beside Uncle Zheng, you may touch my clothes and shoes, but do not touch any exposed skin. Also, do not touch Uncle Zheng. If he passes away while I am in the underworld, do not touch or weep for him. Furthermore, these 4 pairs of longevity shoes are for you. Change them for me every hour. Regardless of how worn my shoes become, do not concern yourself with that. Remember to change them every hour and burn them in the courtyard afterward. I reiterated my instructions to my aunt until she had them memorized. Embracing the rooster, I lay down beside Uncle Zheng. Before closing my eyes, I glanced at Zheng Xiaocui, who nodded reassuringly. Slowly, I shut my eyes, feeling my body descend, a chill enveloping my soul, accompanied by a sensation of being torn apart. Upon reopening my eyes, I found myself no longer beneath Uncle Zheng's ceiling. Instead, I was surrounded by dense fog. I was astride the rooster, its sharp eyes and pointed beak seemingly capable of piercing through all illusions. Zheng Xiaocui stood beside the rooster, saying, "Do not be afraid. As a living person, you need not complete the entire journey. Upon passing through this fog lies Golden Rooster Mountain. Toss the grains from your shroud towards them, and they shall not peck at you." I nodded, feeling a sense of security in this strange environment due to Zheng Xiaocui's presence. As we traversed Golden Rooster Mountain, a village emerged before us, bustling with activity. "What is happening ahead?" I whispered. "Now close your eyes. No matter what noises you hear, do not open them. Before you lies Ghost Village, inhabited by shattered souls transformed into phantoms. If you become entranced, your spirit shall be devoured," she cautioned. I closed my eyes, hearing only the howling wind. The earlier sounds of merriment faded into silence. "Zhou Tai." It was my grandfather's voice. Just as I contemplated opening my eyes, Zheng Xiaocui's cold huff reached my ears. What an unseeing wretch. The wind intensified around me, and I felt a wave of dread. That voice must have been a ghostly illusion attempting to lure me into opening my eyes. I had no notion of how long we traveled, but then Zheng Xiaocui urged, "Open your eyes now." Yet, I hesitated, only daring to do so when the large dog beside her barked twice, granting me a sense of safety. Before me stood a grand city gate, which opened to reveal a row of ghostly soldiers observing the throngs of souls entering. "Descend, we have arrived." Before me loomed a city, its plaque inscribed with the characters, East City. In front of the city, my second aunt, Zhou Xiofan, sat atop a tall steed. Not in armor this time, yet her presence remained formidable. Beside her stood a figure in a long robe, wielding a folding fan. "Aunt," I rushed forward, with Zheng Xiaocui leading the rooster alongside me. "We pay our respects to the King of Tombstones." Zhou Xiofan nodded. "I already know your purpose for coming. This is the lawyer, Tang Ziyuan, whom I have procured for you. In life, he was a silver-tongued magistrate, known for his integrity. Take him to rescue Zheng Chengliang." Uncle Zheng's birth name was Zheng Chengliang. I nodded in agreement, bowing to Tang Ziyuan. "I am deeply grateful for your assistance." With a wave of her hand, a thick fog enveloped Tang Ziyuan, Zheng Xiaocui, and me. As the fog dissipated, we found ourselves before a building with the words Punishment Office inscribed above. Inside, voices of reprimand echoed. Tang Ziyuan slightly bowed to me, unfurling his fan as he stepped into the punishment office. I was about to follow when Zheng Xiaocui stopped me. "Are you courting death? Do you know who judges cases inside?" "You." A living person dare to intrude? Stay here. With Lawyer Tang present, if Zheng Qingliang hasn't committed a grave error, he will surely return to the living world first and face punishment after his time is up. Observing Zheng Xiaozui's unwavering demeanor, I could only suppress my anxiousness and await the return of Tang Yuan and Zheng Qingliang. Meanwhile, my aunt gazed at the 4 pairs of longevity shoes in her hands, her thoughts filled with doubt. These shoes are perfectly fine on my feet. How could they possibly break? An hour later, she stared in astonishment at the tattered longevity shoes on my feet and hurriedly replaced them with a new pair, taking the damaged ones to burn in the courtyard. Chapter 62. Silver-tongued faintly, I could still hear a few words spoken by Zheng Qingliang. I had no idea how long I had been waiting. Before me stood a rooster whose comb was slightly askew. I assumed it too had grown weary. However, Zheng Xiaozui's expression changed abruptly as she exclaimed, "Time is running out. If that rooster's comb falls completely, you will never return." At her words, I sprang to my feet and approached the rooster, noticing the fatigue in its eyes. "Why don't you return first? I will wait here and inform you of any developments," suggested Zheng Xiaozui. Her large black dog barked twice in agreement. Yet, I shook my head resolutely. "No, I have promised my aunt to return with Uncle Zheng. If I wake up and he remains in slumber, no matter how eloquently I speak, she will never feel at ease." Just as Zheng Xiaozui was about to argue further, inside the punishment office, Tang Yuan fanned himself with a folding fan, a smile gracing his face. I hurried towards him. "Master Tang, how is Uncle Zheng? Will he be able to return?" Tang Yuan closed his fan and toyed with it in his palm. "Do not worry, he has been acquitted. But he must complete some procedures here. He cannot return with you today. You should go back. If you linger too long, it will be detrimental to your soul." His words brought me a measure of comfort, and after bidding him farewell, I mounted the rooster. Upon opening my eyes again, I found my aunt carefully changing my shoes. I sat up, startling her. "You scared me half to death. Shout out, you're back," she exclaimed. After that, her gaze shifted to Zheng Qingliang, who remained unmoved. "Why hasn't T. Qingliang woken up?" Her voice trembled, and she looked at me in despair. I removed the ceremonial garment I wore and reassured her, "Aunt, do not worry. Uncle Zheng will awaken shortly." Time passed, and the sun dipped beyond the mountains. While my aunt and I shared a meal in the outer room, I heard a commotion from within. I set down my bowl and walked into the inner room to find Zheng Qingliang sitting up. Upon seeing my aunt, he wept profusely. "Xiaoli, I thought I would never see you again." My aunt also shed tears. Once their emotions settled, she called me over. "Thanks to Zhou Tai, otherwise your life would have ended today." I approached Zheng Qingliang. "Uncle Zheng, what exactly did you do to get arrested?" He grasped my hand. "Zhou Tai, that Master Tang must be the one you summoned, right? He is a master from my circle. I owe him my gratitude. Otherwise, this old man would have faced an undeserved calamity." From Zheng Qingliang's account, I finally understood what transpired in the punishment office. On that day, he heard the clanking of chains and turned to see 2 ethereal figures, one black and one white, drawing closer. Before he could react, his soul was ensnared by the chains, leaving his body immobile. Zheng Qingliang believed he was at the end of his life, despair enveloping him. Yet, when he was brought before the judge, he learned someone had accused him of failing to repay a debt. "Your Honor, I truly do not understand to whom I owe money." Zheng Qingliang's voice trembled. The judge struck the wooden block. "Do you remember Li Sichuan?" Zheng Qingliang indeed recalled the name, but the man had been dead for a long time. Wasn't he long gone? The judge struck the block again. "Li Sichuan accuses you of borrowing a bowl of rice, a bowl of yellow beans, and a bowl of flour 30 years ago. Do you acknowledge this?" Zheng Qingliang, intimidated by the judge's authority, stammered, "I remember, but I have already repaid the debt. He died unexpectedly, so I returned the items to his son." The son refused to accept them, claiming they had lost value. Yet, burdened by guilt, Zheng Qingliang calculated the worth of the items based on the prices from when he borrowed them, ultimately giving the son nearly 10 times their original value. I pleaded with him for days before he finally accepted. "Your Honor, you are mistaken. If you do not believe me, can I confront Li Sichuan directly?" The judge pondered this and decided to summon Li Sichuan while dispatching messengers to verify Zheng Qingliang's claims. Li Sichuan arrived swiftly. Listening to the judge's account, he protested. "When I lent you food, what year was it? How could prices remain the same? Even if you returned tenfold, it would not suffice. I lent you food when your family was on the brink of starvation, with an infant in your arms. Yet you chose to repay only after my death. What does that mean? You acted without conscience." They stood at an impasse, each asserting their righteousness. Just then, a messenger announced that Tang Yuan had come to plead Zheng Qingliang's case. The judge stroked his beard and summoned him, expecting him to defend Zheng Qingliang. I was taken aback when he instead chastised Zheng Qingliang, questioning why he did not repay Li Sichuan while he was still alive. Both Zheng Qingliang and the judge were momentarily bewildered. Isn't he supposed to be defending me? Tang Ziyuan then turned to Li Sichuan and asked, brotherly, do you know when you will die? Taken aback, Li Sichuan replied, who knows when they will die? If you do not know, how could Zheng Qingliang possibly know? Tang Ziyuan continued, it seems you still do not grasp the cause and effect of this matter. Let me clarify it for you. An hour later, Tang Ziyuan managed to ease Li Sichuan's grievances. However, as Zheng Qingliang was a living man detained in the underworld, it had affected his lifespan. The judge was firm, guiding Zheng Qingliang through the necessary procedures to restore his lost years. Upon hearing that Uncle Zheng was well, I prepared to take my leave. Zhou Tie, it's late. Don't make the trip back tonight. Stay here for the night. It's fine, Uncle Zheng. It's not far, just a few steps. Exiting the house and into the courtyard, I observed Uncle Zheng and my aunt quietly conversing at the edge of the Kong, their expressions shifting, yet the joy of reunion remained evident in their eyes. On my way home, a sense of melancholy welled within me. Zhang Xiaocui, am I not here too? How about I let my big black dog play with you for a while? Chapter 63. You are in danger. I was startled by her voice, causing me to shudder. Xiaocui, it's late at night, and I'm walking alone. Please refrain from speaking. Zhang Xiaocui fell silent, her hair disheveled, trailing behind me with her tongue out. Upon returning to the paper shop, I packed my belongings, preparing to visit the Hidden Show Mountain tomorrow as suggested by Huang Dachui. Eager to discover what fate awaited me, I slept soundly without dreams. Rising early, I took a taxi to the train station. My luggage was minimal, just a backpack containing an incense burner and a few garments. Once aboard the train and settled in my seat, I embraced my backpack, gazing out at the swiftly passing scenery, trees and landscapes, allowing my thoughts to drift into emptiness. Excuse me, young man. I felt a tap on my shoulder. Turning, I found a middle-aged woman cradling a sleeping child. Noticing my puzzled expression, she shyly explained, my seat is in the aisle, and holding the child makes it a bit inconvenient. Would you mind switching seats with me? I gazed at the woman, noting her triangular eyes, thin lips, and prominent cheekbones. To put it kindly, she possessed a remarkably harsh countenance. To speak less graciously, her visage was quite sinister. Cradled in her arms was a boy. Yet despite her bearing a son in this lifetime, he was destined to be a girl. Rising from my seat, I switched places with her, seizing the opportunity to scrutinize the boy closely. He appeared to be about 5 or 6 years old, his complexion flushed, and his brows slightly furrowed, suggesting he was unwell. His features hinted at a life of great fortune, indicating a loving and harmonious family. However, the pairing of this adult and child exuded an air of strangeness. I sat back down, feigning interest in the scenery, while my peripheral vision remained fixated on the woman. Her eyes frequently darted toward me, betraying a hint of anxiety. I stretched my legs, reclining in my seat, and whispered to Zhang Xiaocui, Xiaocui, why do these two appear so peculiar? Zhang Xiaocui replied, that woman is in dire trouble. That little boy is not hers. She must have stolen him. The revelation sent a shiver down my spine. I had not anticipated encountering such an incident during my travels. I pondered how best to seize the boy and hand him over to the train police. Sister, this child seems a bit unwell. Why is his little face so red? I raised my voice slightly, attracting the attention of those around us. The woman, visibly flustered, chuckled nervously. P.S. probably just too warm. It's nothing serious. Suddenly, I reached out to feel the boy's forehead, but the woman sharply pulled away. What do you mean? You've been covertly eyeing my son for quite some time. Now you want to touch him? Are you involved in child trafficking? I warn you, if you lay a hand on him again, I will call the police. This proclamation incited murmurs among the surrounding crowd. She looks quite young. Surely she can't be trafficking children? Let me tell you, appearances can be deceiving. I saw her fixated on the child in the sister's arms. Keep an eye on her. If she shows any unusual behavior, we'll take action. Listening to the whispers around me, I felt a sense of disdain and smirked. I haven't even accused you yet here you are, throwing the first stone. That child clearly bears the countenance of wealth and harmony, whereas you possess an undeniably fierce and cruel visage. You could not have borne such a child. Upon uttering these words, the surrounding chatter intensified. See, didn't I tell you? Not only does she harbor ill intentions toward the child, but she is also a fortune-telling fraud. Yet, hold on, look at that woman's triangular eyes. They do seem menacing. Why does the child's wrist appear bruised? The collective gaze of the crowd turned toward the boy's wrist, which bore multiple dark marks. The middle-aged woman rose abruptly. Step aside. I too stood, blocking her path. You can leave, but I'll be calling the police. Once the child awakens and calls you mother, I'll let you go. A portion of the onlookers shared my sentiments. Sister, if you truly have nothing to hide, let us summon the police. If you're not worried, why should we be? In this day and age, most families have only one child, and especially in the Northeast, people detest such matters deeply. You'd best clarify this situation. How did the child sustain those injuries? Another faction held differing opinions. The child is sleeping soundly in her arms. How could it be a ruse? You can't just take this boy's word for it and insist the child was abducted. Just as the two sides remained at an impasse, the train came to a halt. Step aside. I need to get off. The middle-aged woman shouted at me, even reaching into her bosom. Xiaozue, be careful. She might have a weapon. You're in for a calamity today. My body tensed, ready to evade. At that moment, numerous individuals entered the train, all clad in uniforms, inspecting each seat. Upon spotting the middle-aged woman, the leading officer shouted, Yu Yuqing. Upon hearing her name, the woman's expression turned vicious as she drew a dagger, aiming to stab the boy in her arms. Simultaneously, a woman's anguished cry echoed, Son. I reacted swiftly, grasping the dagger, firmly clutching the blade in my palm. Blood trickled down my hand, staining the boy's clothing. Xiaozue, you should talk less next time. Are you playing a game of words with me? Look at what has happened to my delicate hand. I warned you. You can't go unarmed against a blade. Don't blame me. Big black dog, woof woof. The dog's tone indicated it was indeed supporting Zheng Xiaozue. Following that, I landed a punch on Yu Yuqing's cheek, causing her to momentarily stagger, allowing me to snatch the child from her grasp and hand him over to the arriving woman. The woman embraced the child, weeping uncontrollably. The police officers promptly restrained Yu Yuqing. Good grief, that young man is remarkably brave, unarmed against a blade. Is it possible he truly can read faces? Just look at the child's biological mother. She's adorned in all designer brands. I should have asked him to read my fortune earlier. Who knows when I might encounter someone so formidable again. I followed the officers off the train and made my way to the police station to provide a statement. As I brushed past Yu Yuqing, she cast a sidelong glance at me, her eyes filled with malice. I raised an eyebrow and made a face at her. After completing my statement, I exited the police station. There remained about an hour's journey to my destination. Just as I was about to hail a vehicle back to the train station, a car halted before me. I took 2 steps back, my mind racing with countless possibilities. Could it be an accomplice of Yu Yuqing? Surely not. Chapter 64. The room at the end of the corridor, the car door swung open, revealing a somber-faced middle-aged man. He bore the marks of prosperity, with a full forehead, square jaw, bright eyes, and notably thick earlobes. At first glance, he did not resemble a trafficker. However, upon seeing me, he hastily exited the vehicle. I stepped back. What do you want? I warn you, the police station is right behind me. Don't do anything reckless. Honestly, fear gripped me at that moment, yet I did not regret reporting the trafficker. The middle-aged man halted a step away from me, tears brimming in his eyes as he grasped my hands, choking with emotion. Thank you, young man. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know when I'd see my son again. Through his words, I clarified the sequence of events. Both he and his wife were busy with work, unable to care for their child adequately. Thus, they sought a reliable nanny service nearby and hired a woman from the countryside. The woman appeared honest and diligent, managing all household chores and caring for the child with great skill. This reassured the couple, allowing them to relax. However, one day, the nanny suddenly claimed that a relative needed to stay at their home for a few days. Though they felt uneasy, they acquiesced upon seeing the nanny's pleading expression. That relative turned out to be the very woman who abducted their child. After the child was taken, the seemingly trustworthy nanny vanished. The couple only realized their child was missing upon returning home from work. After much searching, they finally discovered a lead on their child. Had I not intervened to prevent the woman from departing, they would have likely missed their chance once more. The child had undergone medical checks at the hospital, revealing traces of sedatives in his system and an elevated body temperature. Had they delayed any longer, he could have suffered severe consequences. Observing his tear-streaked face, I comforted him. It's all right. The important thing is that we found you. You must be more vigilant in the future. How could you allow a stranger to be alone with your child? The man wiped away his tears and retrieved a red envelope from his pocket. Gazing at the thickness of the red envelope, it was evident that it contained a substantial amount of money. My young friend, you've injured your hand. This is our heartfelt gesture. You must accept it, he insisted as he handed it to me. I hastily declined, saying, I haven't done anything worthy of this. I cannot accept the money. It's just a minor injury. Truly, I cannot accept it. I reiterated. Noticing his persistent insistence, I reluctantly accepted the envelope. Upon opening it, I discovered a thick stack of cash, likely around 10,000 yuan. I extracted 2 bills and promptly returned the envelope to the man. To be frank, I intended to head to the evening market, but due to this incident, I might need to rebook my ticket and stay the night, so I'll take 200. This way, I can accept your good intentions without discomforting either of us. The middle-aged man, seeing my compromise, ceased his insistence and tucked the envelope away. He then pulled out his phone, saying, "Let us exchange numbers. If anyone around me needs assistance regarding metaphysical matters, I shall refer them to you. Does that sound agreeable?" I readily agreed and shared my number. Sure, the fee for inquiries is 200, while for services, it will depend on the complexity of the task. Rest assured, I am honest in my dealings. After exchanging contact information, I also learned his name, Jiang Lixian. Upon arriving at the train station, I was fortunate enough to secure the last ticket to the evening market. By the time I arrived, it was already 7 in the evening. The Inshio mountain had closed its gates, so I found a nearby inn to stay for the night. After dropping off my luggage, I ventured out to savor a local delicacy, lamb chops. The meal was quite satisfying, though I regretted missing out on the signature lamb soup. A leisurely stroll brought me back to the inn. The weariness from my travels soon enveloped me, and I fell into a drowsy slumber. Sometime later, I was abruptly awakened by a pressing urge to relieve myself. Upon checking the time on my phone, I noted it was 2 in the morning. The room was dark, so I groped my way to the bathroom, switched on the light, and was about to relieve myself when a heart-wrenching scream pierced the silence. The sudden sound nearly caused me to lose control. After finishing, I opened the bathroom door and found Zheng Xiaocui standing at the entrance. Her expression grave. "There's a malevolent spirit outside." My brow furrowed as I opened the door. To my right, from the end of the corridor, came a cacophony of shouts and the sound of doors being yanked open. When staying in an inn, it is advisable to avoid rooms at the end of the corridor, as they often harbor heavy energy and weak human presence, making them susceptible to unwelcome entities. The commotion had awakened other guests, prompting one shirtless man to voice his irritation. "What is all this shouting in the middle of the night? Let us sleep." Another bald man called out to the innkeeper from the staircase. The innkeeper, bleary-eyed and barely awake, rushed upstairs while mumbling, "Coming, coming." He reached the door at the end of the corridor and attempted to unlock it with a universal room card, but to no avail. I realized that a malevolent spirit was blocking the door. Stepping forward, I kicked the door twice to warn the spirit not to obstruct us further. I took the innkeeper's card and swiped it. With a click, the door swung open, and a young man and woman stumbled out, disheveled and visibly shaken. The onlookers were taken aback by the scene. A curious aunt quickly retrieved a blanket from her room to wrap around the frightened girl. At this point, no one was inclined to return to sleep. We all stood in the corridor, awaiting an explanation of the recent events. After a while, once the couple had somewhat regained their composure, the bald man who had initially called for the innkeeper asked, "What happened to you? Why were you screaming in the middle of the night?" Upon hearing his question, the young couple seemed to recall something horrifying, visibly shuddering. The young man, Ji Yuan, slowly began to recount their experience. "We just saw a ghost." His voice was low, and at that moment, the corridor's motion sensor lights dimmed, causing a stir among the crowd. I sighed, stamped my foot to reactivate the lights, and the commotion subsided. In the faint light, I noticed the bald man and the shirtless man awkwardly embracing each other before they pushed apart, both looking embarrassed. Observing their reactions eased the tension in the corridor somewhat. "We truly witnessed a ghost. Please believe us," the girl wrapped in the blanket pleaded, her anxiety palpable. "Then do share how you encountered this ghost," I prompted, allowing the girl to narrate their harrowing tale. The young man's name was Ji Yuan, and the young woman was Wang Xijia. They had been a couple since their university days and were about to celebrate their 2nd anniversary. They decided on a spontaneous trip to visit Inshio Mountain. But due to their late arrival, all other inns were fully booked, leaving only the last room at the end of the corridor. Wang Xijia had read online that such rooms were ill-advised, suggesting they seek another inn or splurge on a more expensive hotel for just one night. However, Ji Yuan dismissed her concerns, insisting on staying to save money for more enjoyable activities. Eventually, Wang Xijia relented and agreed to stay. Initially, all seemed well, though the room felt cold and carried a musty odor due to the lack of windows. They decided to endure it for the night. After a day of exploration, fatigue overcame them, and they soon fell asleep. After an indeterminate time, Ji Yuan was stirred awake by a strange sound. Initially, he thought it was Wang Xijia talking in her sleep, but as the sound persisted, it became increasingly unsettling. It was evident that the sound was not coming from Wang Xijia. He jolted awake to find the tone of the noise had shifted to a piercing wail, tinged with sorrow. This immediately reminded him of Wang Xijia's earlier warning about the dangers of staying in a room at the end of the corridor. In a panic, he shook her awake, Sijia, wake up. Wang Sijia, groggy and irritated, soon heard the eerie noise and clung to his sleeve in fear. What is happening, Yuan? I'm scared. The weight of terror descended upon them. Ji Yuan, gripping Wang Sijia's hand, attempted to leave the room without considering their belongings. But the door resisted all efforts to open. At that moment, Ji Yuan felt a chilling breath against his ear. Assuming it was Wang Sijia playing a prank, he instinctively remarked, Sijia, what are you doing blowing in my ear at this hour? However, the response that came was Wang Sijia's terrified cry, Yuan. There is something behind you. Ji Yuan froze, his head turning involuntarily. Just an inch away from him, a ghastly pale face with blood-red eyes loomed ominously. Ji Yuan let out a primal scream and grasped Wang Sijia's hand, frantically twisting the doorknob. Yet, Wang Sijia's voice echoed again. Yuan, who are you holding? Ji Yuan glanced down at the hand he was clutching. The icy touch and the dark, mottled skin sent a shiver through him, as if his very soul were on the verge of escaping his body. What followed was a harrowing struggle against sheer terror, culminating in their escape from the room. Ji Yuan concluded his tale, and silence enveloped the crowd, the weight of fear palpable. We truly cannot stay in that room. Is there a kind soul willing to accommodate us? We can even sleep on the floor and promise not to snore. The expressions of the surrounding crowd flickered with uncertainty. After all, we are merely strangers to one another, sharing only a fleeting acquaintance. Who would be willing to harbor two unfamiliar souls in their own abode? It would be quite unsettling to sleep under such circumstances. Moreover, how could one ascertain the veracity of their claims? Observing the silence of those around, Wang Sijia's voice trembled with desperation as she pleaded, Please, we are not deceiving you. We can pay. 200. 300. I implore you. I glanced at Zheng Xiaocui beside me, then at the two trembling figures whose expressions had morphed into a grotesque display of fear. As soon as Ji Yuan and Wang Sijia heard my voice, their eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope directed towards me. However, I made it clear that I would not share a room with them. The crowd around me rolled their eyes in exasperation, silently thinking, if you one T stay together, then why speak? The light in Ji Yuan and Wang Sijia's eyes dimmed again. Noticing their confusion, I carefully chose my words and explained, what I mean is, I will switch rooms with you. I will take that room, and you shall occupy mine. Without awaiting their consent, I returned to my room to pack my backpack. As I stepped out, Ji Yuan and Wang Sijia realized I was not jesting. Are you really going to switch with them? Aren't you afraid of ghosts? Someone in the crowd remarked, their tone laced with derision. I shot them a glance, but remained silent, turning to enter the room at the end of the corridor. Indeed, upon entry, I felt a noticeable drop in temperature. The hair on my arms stood on end, stimulated by the chill. I gathered Ji Yuan and the others' belongings. Placing them before them, check if you are missing anything. If so, I will fetch it for you. After a brief inspection, they confirmed nothing was amiss. Ji Yuan then produced 500 yuan from his wallet, hesitating as he looked at my youthful face. You appear younger than me. Why don't the three of us just squeeze together? You need not stay in this room. I extracted 200 yuan from the offered amount and tucked it away, assuring him, fear not, I am experienced. Consider this 200 as your payment for my services. Otherwise, if you leave the inn, the ghost may follow you. My earnestness elicited laughter from some onlookers, but I ignored them and stepped into my room. Soon, the corridor was deserted. However, upon returning to their room, neither Ji Yuan nor Wang Sijia could sleep. They strained their ears to hear if I would wail like them. But I had no intention of indulging their expectations. I placed my backpack on the bed and surveyed the room. The atmosphere was indeed thick with malevolence, yet I did not see the ghostly figure Ji Yuan had described. In a hushed tone, I urged, come forth. It would spare you some suffering. Should I send someone to drag you out, it will not be as gentle. At that moment, Zheng Xiaocui appeared before me, accompanied by a low growl from the large black dog. The oppressive ambience weighed heavily in the room. I summoned the ghost-hunting whip, gripping it firmly in my hand. Before I could utter another word, a shadowy figure emerged from the wardrobe. To be frank, this female ghost was indeed more terrifying than any I had previously encountered. Her face was ashen, her eyes a ghastly crimson, her skin decaying with visible maggots writhing in some areas, clad in a blood-red dress, her hair cascading down her shoulders. I fought against my nausea, desperately suppressing the churn in my stomach while mentally repeating, I must not vomit. I am a professional. I am here to work. Yet, I could not hold it any longer and rushed to the bathroom to retch violently. When I emerged, the ghost had transformed. She no longer appeared as frightening. Though her skin remained pale, the grotesque features had vanished. Chapter 66. A final glance at my son. Could you not be so terrifying? My voice was hoarse from retching. laced with irritation. The malevolent spirit that had frightened Ji Yuan and Wang Xijia dared not meet my gaze, casting a furtive glance before resuming her silence. Why do you terrify? Did you die here? You seem to be imprisoned in this place, unable to leave, correct? I posed 3 questions, observing the ghost. Yet she remained mute. After 5 minutes of waiting, my patience began to wane. It was already 3 in the morning. First, I had been awakened by a couple's quarrel. And now I was incensed by this ghost's obstinacy. I raised my ghost-hunting whip, pointing it at her coldly. I shall grant you one last opportunity. Answer my questions, and I shall provide what you seek. I will assist you to the afterlife, even if I do not know if you can be reincarnated. This tactic had been taught to me by Lao Lu. He had advised me that, like humans, ghosts possess varying temperaments. Not all are amenable to reason. At times, one must employ a firmer hand, lest they perceive one as weak and easily bullied. The ghost, perhaps struck by my words, lifted her gaze with a look of forlorn hope. Can you truly help me? I nodded. I cannot condone murder or arson, but I shall do my utmost in other matters. The ghost began to sob, her voice a broken murmur, barely audible. I wish to see my son once more. She revealed. Her name was Zhang Yuejun, hailing not from Shishir, but from a place called Zhangjia village in the neighboring city. She had been blessed with beauty from a young age, and her parents had instilled in her the importance of marrying into a good family, hoping to secure a prosperous life in the city. Zhang Yuejun held this advice close to her heart. Upon reaching adulthood at 18, she became the object of affection for numerous single men in the village, with many seeking her hand in marriage. Initially, she and her family were uninterested in local suitors, yearning instead for a match in the city. They dreamed of living in an apartment one day, hoping to bask in the glory of their daughter's success. However, there was one man, Huang Xingwen, who had harbored feelings for Zhang Yuejun since she was 13. He implored his parents with tears, declaring that if he could not marry her, he would renounce all thoughts of marriage for life. Witnessing their son's distress, his parents were moved. In that era, it was not uncommon for dowries to reach 11,000 yuan, symbolizing the rarity of such a bride. Zhang's family thought that while they may not have secured an apartment, 11,000 yuan was still a significant sum. Their son was also approaching marriageable age, so they decided to use the dowry for him. Thus, Zhang Yuejun and Huang Xingwen began their life together. They did not obtain a marriage certificate, as they were not of legal age. They simply cohabited, intending to formalize their union later. This arrangement was fundamentally flawed, yet it was prevalent at the time. As they settled into their life together, Zhang Yuejun continued to yearn for a life beyond the village. Although Huang Xingwen treated her with utmost kindness, she remained unsatisfied, her heart longing for the vibrant life of the city. One day, whether it was a festival or a holiday, I cannot recall, an acquaintance from the city returned, adorned with possessions Zhang Yuejun had never seen before. Recognizing the envy in her eyes, the city girl struck up a conversation with her. Through their exchange, Zhang Yuejun learned that this girl had not married a city dweller. Rather, she had thrived in the city, earning recognition from her employer and securing a promotion. Unable to resist her desire, Zhang Yuejun yearned to venture to the city, dreaming of a life adorned with wealth and luxury. Yet, she underestimated the challenges ahead. While the city girl had a degree of education, Zhang Yuejun could barely read, possessing only her beauty. Blinded by her aspirations, she shared her thoughts with Huang Xingwen, expecting him to readily agree. Yet she overthought, as Huang Xingwen rarely lost his temper, slamming the door behind him. Huang Xingwen understood that if Zhang Yuejun left this time and went to the city, she would never return and their life together would come to an end. He sought solace from his parents, who offered him a strategy. They suggested using the pretext of having a child to keep her with him. Once Zhang Yuejun bore a child, no matter how much she longed for the city, she would be bound to stay. A mother's love is fierce, but a child is also a vulnerability. Zhang Yuejun acquiesced. A year later, a son was born, resembling her closely, and he was named Huang Jie, meaning outstanding. While she was in confinement, Huang Xingwen tended to the fields, feeling pity for Zhang Yuejun, so he brought the child to his parents to help care for him. After finishing his farm work, he made a special trip to the market, buying a hen for Zhang Yuejun, intending to prepare a nourishing soup for her. Upon returning home, he found the house empty, save for a letter on the Kong, filled with misspellings and an abundance of pinyin letters. Yet, Huang Xingwen wept, for the letter was from Zhang Yuejun, announcing her departure to the city and stating she owed him nothing. Upon learning of this, Huang Xingwen's parents wanted to confront the Zhang family, but he stopped them, holding the child close and choking back tears as he uttered 3 words, "I will wait for her." At that moment, Zhang Yuejun had already disembarked and encountered Qian Yadu, who had come to fetch her. She had anticipated being taken to a luxurious apartment, but instead, she was led to a dilapidated residential building. Qian Yatu explained that this was the house she had saved up for. While it wasn't grand, it provided at least a refuge in the city, and she believed that one day she would reside in a high-end community. As she spoke, Qian Yatu smiled brightly, but Zhang Yuejun felt a surge of disdain within. Qian Yatu helped Zhang Yuejun secure a job as a waitress at a restaurant. With no education or skills, Zhang Yuejun was relegated to entry-level work, a position arranged through Qian Yatu's connections. It was then that Zhang Yuejun began to realize that city life was not as glamorous as she had imagined. After aimlessly working for 6 months, she encountered a middle-aged man, exuding charm, and they soon became entangled. However, after some time, Zhang Yuejun discovered that the man was married. In a fit of despair, she demanded an explanation from him, even tracking down his wife and pleading with her to divorce him. This tumultuous situation dragged on for quite some time. The wife took their child back to her family and initiated legal proceedings against him, as he was at fault and would lose everything in a divorce. The man, although furious, maintained a facade of calm and invited Zhang Yuejun to the evening market, claiming he had divorced his wife and wanted to take her out to relieve her worries, promising that they would marry upon their return. Zhang Yuejun believed him. Chapter 67. Am I hallucinating? By the time they reached the inn, it was already 9 o'clock at night. Like the couple before them, they found that the surrounding inns were fully booked, leaving them with no choice but to stay here. As soon as she entered the room, she felt a sharp pain. Instinctively turning her head, she saw the man's menacing face. On that day, she died, having been stabbed multiple times and bleeding out. She had been wearing a skirt that day. The spirit of one just deceased is not very solid, yet her red dress brimmed with resentment. Still, as a recently departed soul, even if her form was somewhat tangible, she could not harm the man in any way. She could only watch helplessly as he dismembered her body and stuffed it into a suitcase, dragging it downstairs. She intended to follow him, but found herself unable to leave the room. Years passed in a blur, and her anger only grew. Having recounted the entire story, I grasped the sequence of events. I truly did not know what to say. This relationship was exceedingly chaotic. Yet one thing was certain. The man was a toxic influence in Zhang Yuejun's life, embodying her fateful entanglement. Your desire is to see your son one last time, is it not? Zhang Yuejun nodded. I looked toward Zheng Xiaocui, who wore a similarly solemn expression. Could we perhaps place her in the hall first? Her resentment is too great to leave this place. It is the only way to assist her departure. Zheng Xiaocui nodded in agreement, and then took Zhang Yuejun away. Thank you, young master. Zhang Yuejun expressed her gratitude. I heard her words echo in my mind. You need not thank me just yet. Be patient for a couple of days. I shall first visit Inxiu Mountain before heading to your home. I pulled out my phone to check the time. Zhang Yuejun had spoken for 2 hours. I lay down on the bed, eager to catch up on sleep. At 8 in the morning, the guests in the inn began to awaken and looked toward my room. Did anyone hear any noise last night? They inquired, shaking their heads in response. Could he have been scared to death? Ji Yuan, who had switched rooms with me, spoke slowly. His words prompted a wave of concern among the others. The bald uncle went to find the owner, and they gathered at my door. Just then, I opened it, startling us all. What are you doing? I asked in confusion. Ji Yuan recounted the recent events, and I couldn't help but laugh. Upon seeing the owner, memories of Zhang Yuejun resurfaced, but I couldn't inquire in front of so many people. I didn't want to disrupt the owner's business. I pulled the owner aside and whispered, Has anything happened in this last room before? Upon hearing my question, the owner dropped the room card in surprise. Bending down to retrieve it, he asked, How do you know? I replied, Zhang Yuejun told me. The owner's face turned pale as he instinctively spoke. 20 years ago, a woman named Zhang died here. His words confirmed my suspicion. Zhang Yuejun had not deceived me. If she had fabricated such elaborate tales merely to manipulate me into helping her leave this place, the consequences for me would be dire. Ignoring the owner's further inquiries, I turned to settle my bill and left for Inxiu Mountain. As I approached the plaque bearing the words Inxiu Mountain, a sense of clarity washed over me, as if all my worries had dissipated. I continued along the path, unaware of how long I had walked, until I reached the Dragon King Temple. Many were there, lighting incense and praying fervently. The atmosphere was vibrant. Yet I felt this was not my destination. Moving forward, I encountered a massive stone standing firm in place. Beside it were steps leading upward. Climbing those steps, I arrived at the God of Wealth Temple. No matter the time, the incense here never wanes. Continuing onward, I came to another grand hall, the most renowned temple of Inxiu Mountain. I paused, as there were 2 legends regarding the origins of the deity within, which I shall not elaborate on here. Further ahead lay the cave where the deity achieved enlightenment. I entered the hall, respectfully offering 3 sticks of incense and bowing in reverence before turning to leave. Yet, I sensed this was still not my destination. Eventually, I found myself at the Guanyin Temple. At that moment, my heart felt settled. I entered the hall, offering incense and kneeling in prayer. Before I could rise, I heard the sound of quiet sobbing. Looking around, I saw only myself and a girl kneeling beside me on the mat. I shifted slightly and discerned that the sound was indeed coming from her. Just as I was pondering this, the girl abruptly lifted her gaze and met mine. In that instant, I thought I saw her adorned with 2 playful buns. Dressed in ancient attire, resembling a doll from a traditional painting, smiling at me with a slight bow. "I'm sorry," the girl spoke timidly. Before my eyes, she transformed into a modern figure. Confused, I murmured, "Am I hallucinating?" "Sang Tsuehua. Just now, I projected an image for you." She was originally a maiden under Guanyin's guidance, but ventured down to the mortal realm out of mischief. Monkihua, Avalokitesvara, unable to impose punishment, assigned her a task, urging her to rescue those fated to her. "Then why did you show me this footage?" As soon as I uttered these words, a sharp pain surged through the back of my head, as if someone had struck me forcefully. "Monkihua, are you foolish? This is undoubtedly because you share a bond with this girl. You need to establish a connection." Instinctively, I voiced my refusal. That simply won't do. However, to my surprise, in a moment of panic, I spoke aloud. "What do you mean it won't do?" The girl gazed at me with tear-filled eyes. I was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Perhaps she sensed my irritation at her tears, for she fell silent and stood to leave. "Monkihua, there is nothing that cannot be done. Do not underestimate yourself due to your youth. Your abilities, along with our family's lineage, are formidable." I sighed, rising to my feet, aware that this was a path I must traverse, and I followed the girl outside. Chapter 68. This girl holds a grudge note. This entire book contains no romantic subplot. I remain unmarried to this day. This narrative recounts the significant and peculiar events I encountered over a decade of establishing my lineage. The girl about to appear is merely someone I met during my youth. Another divine child, who sparked a fleeting, shameless thrill within me. "Wait," I called urgently as I saw the girl quickening her pace. She halted, sunlight bathing her form, her tear-filled eyes turning back to me. At that moment, I was frozen in place. My heart raced, uncertain if it was from the sprint or the preceding 19 years. I had never felt this way before. The girl wore simple attire, yet I could not avert my gaze. Suddenly, I forgot what I intended to say. She seemed to perceive my embarrassment and laughed. "You're not chasing me for my contact information, are you?" "No, not at all." My voice faltered, tinged with embarrassment. "Are you aware that you possess a fateful connection?" The girl scrutinized me, her eyes inquisitive. "Can you foresee things?" I nodded. "Indeed, I possess lineage. My name is Zhou Ruoshui, and you?" "This is also a pseudonym. Zhou Tai." After a moment, we found a secluded spot and sat facing each other. Though my heart had settled, I still dared not meet her gaze, my eyes fixed on a hole in the wooden table as I briefly relayed Monkiwa's words to her. However, upon finishing, I feared she might perceive me as delusional. Zhou Ruoshui remained silent, while I wrestled with my inner turmoil. I knew my parents had sought guidance from others, and they had said the same. Her voice remained calm, devoid of any tremor. I raised my eyes to find her not looking at me, but rather lost in thought, gazing at the surrounding mountains. "Why haven't you established your lineage? Normally, this should have been done long ago." Zhou Ruoshui shook her head, offering a rueful smile. "You may not believe it, but I have sought many diviners. Yet none could establish my lineage, claiming that the celestial beings behind me are formidable." She recounted that not long ago, she had consulted a well-known diviner from a nearby village. When he attempted to establish her lineage, as soon as the deities began to drum, she felt a sensation within her. The diviner suddenly fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing to her, exclaiming, "We welcome the venerable celestial." How could a lineage be established under such circumstances? If the master bows to the disciple, how would the hierarchy be determined? What good could come from seeking such a divine? That night, Zhou Ruoshui had a dream. She dreamt of Inshio Mountain, accompanied by a man whose face she could not discern. He guided her through the mountain until they halted before the Avalokitesvara temple. The man declared, 3 days hence, at the Avalokitesvara temple on Inshio Mountain, a fateful encounter awaits you. Upon waking, she found this dream vividly etched in her memory, unlike her usual dreams, which faded from her mind. Thus, 3 days later, which is today, she arrived at the Avalokitesvara temple, where she met Zhou Tai. Upon hearing this, I recalled a saying from old Lu. Ordinary dreams are easily forgotten. Even if remembered upon waking, they soon vanish, leaving no trace. Yet, the dreams of devotees, filled with toilets, filth, and even cats or dogs bear significance. Such dreams are unforgettable. I still recall a dream I had just yesterday, where a girl stood beside me, reaching out to grasp my hand. The attire she wore resembled that of Zhou Tie before me. Zhou Tai, can you help me establish my lineage? Upon hearing this, I was at a loss for how to respond. At this moment, I had just turned 19, while Zhou was already 23, a 4-year difference. Should we establish a lineage, she would have to refer to me as her master. However, this was not the primary concern. Even though I regarded old Lu as a mentor, almost a father figure, I did not call him master, but rather simply Lu. Between two individuals, such informalities pose no issue. However, should I become her lineage master, I could only hold that title. Zhou perceived my dilemma. It's all right, Zhou Tai. Our meeting is fated. I also came to Inxiu Mountain per that man as promise, so I am not dishonoring anyone. I understand that one cannot force matters. With that, she rose. Zhou Tai, perhaps we shall meet again by fate. Wait. I stood up, blocking her path, and hastily explained, I am not unable to establish it for you. You see, I am 4 years younger than you. While I understand the saying that an older woman brings wealth, Zhou seemed to grasp my meaning. Or perhaps she did not. I think I understand your concern. You feel apprehensive because you are younger and have never established a lineage before? That is not my intention. Old Lu has taught me the customs of establishing lineages. According to our family's traditions, this matter is quite simple. Taking a deep breath, I looked directly into her eyes and articulated slowly. What I mean is, if I establish your lineage, I can only be your master and nothing else. Otherwise, you might wish to. At this, Zhou ears flushed with color, and her words faltered. I too felt a twinge of embarrassment and turned my gaze away. Will you linger in the evening market? I will fetch my lineage master to establish your lineage. Zhou, initially shy, turned to see my expression and seemed to take delight in teasing me. So, we will be like siblings? Is that acceptable? I discerned the underlying implications in her words, and met her mischievous gaze, my heart racing like a wild thing. Then you must call me senior brother from now on. I feigned a serious demeanor. We exchanged contact information, and during our descent, I called Old Lu in her presence, putting the call on speakerphone. Old Lu, do you have time to come to Inxiu Mountain? I have a lineage establishment task for you. Old Lu, likely in the midst of a meal, spoke with a mouthful. Why aren't you establishing it yourself? Why make me come all the way there? Just tell me if you're coming or not. Old Lu chuckled, perhaps recalling something amusing. Is it a male or female? A girl, 23 years old. I see. Zhou Tai, you're experiencing the stirrings of youth. But it's not even spring yet. Are you hoping to pursue her after establishing the lineage? Old Lu's teasing voice reached me, and I hastily switched to handheld mode, stealing a glance at Zhou expression, which remained unperturbed. I then lowered my voice. Don't say such things. I'm not. All right, you're not. You definitely want to get through today. I'll come tomorrow, probably in the afternoon. If we can't establish the lineage in the afternoon, we'll prepare the materials tomorrow and invite the elder deity the day after. After hanging up, I conveyed Old Lu's message to Zhou. I accompanied her to her lodging, and as I watched her retreating figure, I felt an emptiness within me. At this moment, Old Lu called again, requesting the girl's name and birth date, so he could ascertain whether any malevolent spirits lingered behind her. I sought out Zhou, who provided the information, which I relayed to Old Lu. The term malevolent spirits refers to those who possess no capabilities and contribute nothing, merely seeking to benefit from the energies of others, as opposed to diligent practitioners of the path. After a moment, Old Lu's tone grew serious. This young lady has a curse. What is a curse? Curses can manifest in various forms, and I shall enumerate a few. 1. Ancestral transgressions against sentient beings or spiritually adept animals. This includes instances where, for example, a family ancestor harmed a weasel, which has no spiritual essence. But what of its grandfather? Or its great-grandfather? Such inquiries necessitate meticulous investigation to uncover the root of the issue. 2. Ancestral offerings made to a spiritual altar that were later discontinued, severing the connection with the spirits. Altars can be categorized into several types. 1. For instance, is the ancestral altar, typically inherited through generations, where the spirits may retain a bond with the family. If one ceases to honor them, resentment may arise. 3. In efforts to avoid offerings, one might attempt to suppress other altars. There are numerous variations, and each family's circumstances differ. Upon hearing of the curse behind Zhou, I was startled. Can we identify its nature? Old Lu suggested we investigate further upon my arrival the next day, and advised me to summon my ancestral spirits for precautionary measures. After concluding the call, I checked into a new inn. I had initially anticipated returning home that day, but meeting Zhou Ruoshui seemed destined. The following morning, I received a call from Zhou Ruoshui. She invited me out, and filled with excitement, I hastily prepared and rushed out. However, upon arriving at her inn, I was taken aback by her disheveled appearance. Dark circles under her eyes. I inquired, "What is wrong? Did you not sleep well?" "I had a dream," she replied, shivering slightly. I observed goosebumps rising on her exposed skin. "What sort of dream?" "I dreamt of an enormous dog with a gaping maw, relentlessly pursuing me until I fell off a cliff and awoke." Her voice trembled, fragmented with panic, as if she had relived that terrifying nightmare. Listening to her words plunged me into contemplation. The dog in her dream symbolized a malevolent spirit, and its relentless chase indicated the curse she bore. I gently reassured her. "This is likely a curse. Old Lu will arrive this afternoon. Fear not, for I am here, and we are together." That afternoon, Old Lu drove to the market. After exiting the car, he stretched his aching back. We chose a restaurant and settled into a private room. After listening to Zhou Ruoshui's dream, Old Lu remarked, "Zhou Tai was correct. This is indeed a curse behind you. He senses your intent to disrupt the balance with your emergence into the spiritual realm." He then asked, "Did your ancestors ever maintain an altar?" Zhou Ruoshui reflected before responding, "My mother mentioned that my grandmother used to maintain one, but for reasons unknown, it was discontinued. Now that she has passed, clarity on this matter eludes us." I reassured her, "Do not fear. With Zhou Tai and me by your side, no one would dare harm you. Proceed with your plans to establish your altar." Zhou Ruoshui appeared astonished when I mentioned my own affiliation with a ghostly altar. "Yours is a ghost altar? Isn't that supposed to be negative?" "It varies," I explained. "My ancestral spirits do not bring misfortune or harm. There is nothing amiss." I poured her a glass of water to shift the topic. After our meal, we promptly gathered the necessary items for setting up her altar. I returned Zhou Ruoshui to her inn, while Old Lu accompanied me back to mine, where we shared a room. It had been quite some time since our last meeting, with only a few phone conversations since I left his home. Yet, upon reuniting, I felt no discomfort. We conversed until the early hours, our connection as strong as ever. Before sleep, Old Lu, weary yet vigilant, advised, "You and Zhou Ruoshui share a significant bond, but the sustainability of this connection depends on you. As a man, do not be timid. Additionally, you must ascertain her feelings towards you. Avoid being overly persistent." His tone resembled that of a father imparting wisdom to his son. Warmth filled my heart, yet I couldn't resist teasing him. "And you, at your age, are still alone." Old Lu chuckled softly before drifting into slumber. The next morning, we rose early and gathered our belongings to visit Zhou Ruoshui's inn. Old Lu explained that traditionally, altar setup occurred at night due to the spiritual nature of the proceedings. However, times have changed, and so have the practices. As long as one possesses reverence, the formalities need not be as rigid. Before the official establishment of the altar, Old Lu's ancestral spirits needed to descend to provide guidance, as he was to be the officiant. Knowing that Zhou Ruoshui's family was of a scholarly nature and favored tranquility, coupled with her ancestral spirit's capabilities, we proceeded without engaging additional deities for assistance. Old Lu closed his eyes, resting his hands on his thighs, muttering incantations. I beheld a spectral figure from the Hu family manifesting behind him, exuding an innate authority. "I am Hu Tianba. Today, I shall oversee the establishment of the Zhong family's altar. This should have been done long ago, but the malevolent spirits have continually obstructed it. If they cause a disturbance, instruct your guardian spirits to restrain them and uphold the sanctity of this ritual." I bowed respectfully to the apparition. "Understood, esteemed spirit." Each family's altar ceremony differs in its rituals and customs. Old Lu preferred to complete the crucial matters first before addressing ancillary concerns. As Hu Tianba concluded his address, Old Lu slowly opened his eyes, smiling at Zhou Ruoshui. "Do not be nervous. Allow your emotions to flow freely. If you wish to cry, cry. If you wish to laugh, laugh. Next, you must express your desires, for your spirits have grievances that must be voiced. The sensations experienced by each spirit during the ritual vary, and thus, one's reactions may also differ." Old Lu offered further reassurances to Zhou Ruoshui before addressing the empty space. "Esteemed spirits, your cultivation has not been easy. Today, you emerge into the light, and there must be many grievances to share. However, as this is a young lady, please be gentle in your expressions. Should you cause a ruckus, it would be a pity." He continued, "May the spirits of the Zhong family aid in her spiritual growth and grant her the merits to return to her rightful place. May all spirits forge benevolent connections and achieve renown across the seas." I observed countless ethereal figures manifesting behind Zhou Ruoshui, bowing in acknowledgement to Old Lu. "Come forth. Let us commence our work, I silently urged within my heart. Simultaneously, a line of protective spirits materialized behind me, clad in armor and wielding steel blades. Old Lu signaled to me. From a nearby bag, I retrieved a small cup, pouring a measure of liquor for Zhou Tie. Observing her puzzled expression, I clarified. This is your family's spirits speaking for the first time. A little alcohol will help ease the transition. This was not mere superstition. Consuming alcohol tends to weaken the body, dulling the mind's sharpness, facilitating the spirit's ability to communicate. I recalled instances when I accompanied Old Lu in assisting numerous visitors, many of whom had indulged in excessive drinking the night before and unwittingly attracted spirits while traversing the night. Subsequently, Old Lu retrieved a fragrant burner and placed it upon the table of the inn. He lit a stick of incense. Behind him, Hu Tianba emerged, igniting the incense. While Zhou Tie closed her eyes, resting her hands upon her knees, her body soon beginning to tremble irregularly. Old Lu and I remained silent, patiently awaiting the outcome. The spirits of my clan's ghostly generals stood guard in the corners of the inn room, vigilant against any unforeseen events. 10 minutes elapsed. Zhou Tie occasionally furrowed her brow or shivered, and I could perceive a crowd of ethereal figures standing behind her, yet none spoke. At that moment, Hu Tianba began to utter celestial incantations, communicating with the celestial beings behind Zhou Tie. After a while, it became apparent to the naked eye that Zhou Tai's face flushed slightly, her body seeming to be electrified, the tremors growing more pronounced. Just then, Old Lu's voice rang out. When shall the celestial beings speak? With his call, I observed that the ethereal figures behind Zhou Tie became clearer. Ghosts from the Hu and Huang families were present in abundance. One figure stepped forward, adorned in a blue robe, his long hair as dark as ink, bearing an expression of indescribable authority. I am Hu Tianshan, the leader of the Hu family. I request the assistance of Lu Minfu and Zhou Minfu to establish a hall for my family's protector. In the realm of spirit mediums, the names of various halls often bore great similarity, particularly among the leaders and elder spirits, whose names frequently overlapped. However, each celestial being was unique to their respective halls. There were no instances of one spirit traversing multiple halls. It is said that long ago, among the 4 great families of Hu, Huang, Chang, and Mang, many of the venerable divine generals attained enlightenment, some receiving celestial titles, while others became protectors of the way or achieved Buddhist enlightenment. Their names have been passed down through generations, evolving into titles rather than mere names. Old Lu once imparted a memorable lesson to me. Pointing to a figure in the hall, countless celestial beings have traversed this space, sharing the same title, accumulating virtues, and performing good deeds solely to achieve enlightenment. Yet, those who frequent the riverbanks are bound to get their shoes wet. They too may suffer, their spirits may dissipate, and when that occurs, another celestial being will assume the title and continue their cultivation. Old Lu remarked, though you possess considerable skill and cultivation, I must inquire whether the celestial beings consent to this leadership matter. After a moment's pause, no other ethereal figure spoke, suggesting an agreement had already been reached among them. Old Lu nodded. Very well. Let the Hu family leader register. The figure in blue turned to look, and the ethereal beings behind Zhou Tie stepped forward one by one. Simultaneously, Zhou Tie began to recite a series of names: Hu Tianba, Hu Tianlong, Hu Tianbing, Hu Tianqing, and continued to list several more. Old Lu swiftly recorded the names, pausing to clarify the spelling when uncertain, ensuring each character was accurately inscribed. For instance, was Hu Tianqing written with the water radical or the green mountain? The correct spelling was imperative. The male spirits of the Hu family were duly noted, and a portion of the figures behind Zhou Tie vanished. Next, he began to document the female spirits: Hu Tianmei, Hu Tianfeng, Hu Qianlian, Hu Tianhua. The number of male and female spirits recorded must remain equal, as per tradition. Hu Tianshan, standing beside Zhou Tie, spoke solemnly. The Hu family has completed its registration. It is now time for the Huang family leader to step forward. As the ethereal figures behind Zhou Tie dispersed, those who were not on the list did not necessarily lack ability. Some simply chose not to be recorded, while others, lacking sufficient cultivation, would continue their training in the background, aided by the incense's blessings. Soon, another group of figures emerged behind Zhou Tie. However, unlike the Hu family, the Huang family was more vivacious. Without prompting from Old Lu, one of them declared, I am the Huang family leader, Huang Tianbao. His voice was steady, yet tinged with joy. Before he could continue with the names, Old Lu interjected. Today marks a momentous occasion for the elder celestial being, a cause for celebration. However, I urged the Huang family leader to proceed with caution when registering. A misstep could adversely affect our disciples. The term flipping the hall implies a complete overhaul of the existing hall, which can occur for various reasons, including an unstable temperament among disciples, ineffective communication with their mentors, or instability due to an excess of scattered spirits. Huang Tianbao did not manifest in human form, but rather in his true essence. He placed his front paws together as if in a gesture of respect. Rest assured, I cherish our disciples. How could I bring harm to them? Huang Tianbao continued with the registration at a much swifter pace than Hu Tianshan, naming an equal number of spirits, also tallying in the dozens. Old Lu, adhering to the traditional approach of establishing halls, believed that listing too many celestial beings was unnecessary. All must be grounded in practical realities. He often recounted an instance where a hall had nearly 200 spirits listed, yet only a few were present in reality. At that moment, he felt the approach was just right for Zhong Ruoshui. Next, it was the turn of the Chang and Meng families. The Chang and Meng families were, strictly speaking, a single entity. The Chang and Meng spirits differed from those of the Hu and Huang families, as they were predominantly martial figures, often emanating a chill when they manifested. Yet, there were also a select few celestial beings capable of diagnosing ailments through pulse reading. I once encountered a Meng spirit, a master of pulse diagnosis, who explained to me that many skilled physicians carried a touch of the divine within them. Initially skeptical, I later witnessed a physician reading a pulse while an ethereal figure lingered behind. When the patient exhibited unexplained irritability, the physician simply inquired if they had traversed a dark path recently, to which the patient affirmed. The physician then advised them to burn some paper at a crossroads that evening. Following the registration of these two families, we moved on to the outer five elements, encompassing creatures that soared through the skies, roamed the earth, and swam in the waters. I witnessed two pure white eagles, a leopard, and a turtle manifest behind Zhong Ruoshui. We then arrived at the stage of summoning the Tablet King. The previous families had not broached the subject of the hall leader, indicating that the Tablet King held a significant position in this hall. In any hall, the Tablet King is of utmost importance. Some halls are presided over by the Hu family, while others are under the Tablet King's authority. The Tablet Kings are often those who, during their lifetimes, established halls, taking on the role after their disciples passed away and attained a certain level of cultivation in the underworld. Many folk deities or yin-yang masters also fulfill this role, or even those who met untimely ends, such as through accidental deaths, carrying a heavier grudge and thus possessing deeper cultivation upon reaching the underworld. Typically, a hall's Tablet King is an ancestor of the family, referred to as a threshold spirit. It is also possible for the Hu family leader to summon someone from outside, who, while lacking blood relations to the disciples, possesses karmic connections to their mentors. The Tablet King primarily traverses the underworld, facilitating the work of spirit mediums, and generally travels between realms. If the Tablet King lacks sufficient cultivation or cannot navigate the underworld, the hall is likely to encounter issues. Old Lu once recounted an incident where a disciple, after establishing a hall, found life increasingly difficult, family discord arose, and health issues emerged. Initially, they believed it was due to a misstep or a fault in the hall's establishment. However, it turned out that the issue lay with the Tablet King. Summon the Tablet King. I saw Zhong Ruoshui trembling, but this time it was a different sort of shivering, a chill that coursed through her body. Old Lu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Why does the spirit from the underworld remain silent? If there are grievances, speak freely, do not suppress them, lest they harm our disciple. Zhong Ruoshui's lips quivered, and she began to weep, her voice resembling that of an elderly woman. She raised her hands, striking her knees. I am her great-grandmother. I wish to be part of the hall. Please include me. Upon hearing those words, I sensed something amiss. This was not the Stone King. It was her great-grandmother, insisting on entering the hall. Just as I was about to step forward to pull her out, Old Lu intercepted me, questioning my capabilities. The elderly lady, Zhong Ruoshui's great-grandmother, paused and declared, I must enter the hall. This situation bore a striking resemblance to a tantrum thrown by a petulant woman. Old Lu furrowed his brow and ceased to obstruct me. However, at that moment, Zhong Ruoshui fell silent, and when she spoke again, her voice had adopted a serious tone. It is resolved. She has been escorted away. This voice, though reminiscent of an elderly woman, carried an air of rationality. You are indeed the Stone King? Old Lu spoke in a deep tone. I am the Stone King, Yang Shumi, her ancestor. Since you are the Stone King, I presume your understanding of the ethereal is profound. Why then did you allow Zhong Ruoshui's great-grandmother to intrude? After all, she is a member of the family. I initially thought she wished to speak, but unexpectedly, she threw a fit. It was my oversight, the Stone King replied. Old Lu nodded, saying, in the future, do not permit anyone to cross the threshold, whether inside or outside. Otherwise, wouldn't chaos ensue? The Stone King closed her eyes. Her brow furrowed, displaying signs of displeasure, but old Lu continued, you, as the Stone King, have lived longer than I, having consumed more salt than I have rice. Today, I too have overstepped, but we all desire what is best for Zhou Ruoshui. Old Lu's words were akin to a slap, followed by a sweet treat. The Stone King sighed, you speak wisely. I am not unreasonable. Very well then, I request you to summon some ethereal beings, seeking those of refined capability, preferably from within the family. The ethereal winds refer to male spirits, while the smoke souls pertain to female spirits. The numbers must be equal, the Stone King stated, listing 3 ethereal winds and 3 smoke souls. Will these individuals be able to traverse the underworld? Old Lu inquired. The Stone King nodded, rest assured. Though they may not match the prowess of your companion beside you, traversing the underworld will be effortless. Surprisingly summoned, I felt somewhat astonished but, adhering to etiquette, offered a polite reply. Your praise is unwarranted, Stone King. Zhou Ruoshui kept her eyes tightly shut, but turned her head towards me. Behind her, the Stone King smiled. Your Stone King is the East City Lord, Zhou Xiofan. I cannot compete with her, yet you share a connection with my disciple. I wonder if it might blossom into something more. I scratched my head, feeling a bit bashful, noticing a hint of pink on Zhou Ruoshui's ears. I was aware she had been restrained, thus she surely heard Yang Shumi's words. Old Lu, noticing my emotions, changed the subject. This young girl, Zhou Ruoshui, is still very young and emotionally unstable. Do not rush to investigate or divine. Let her temper her heart first. Indeed, we did not come solely for divination. You must know she carries a task with her. Old Lu nodded with a smile. If you do not wish for me to know, I shall remain ignorant. After all, it was you who selected me as the master of the hall. Hearing this, I was somewhat taken aback. Logically, if I were disinterested in Zhou Ruoshui, I should have been the one to take charge, but I had entrusted this matter to Old Lu. Regardless of how long one has been in this profession, one can still be startled into goosebumps. Your celestial companion possesses considerable prowess, and your young apprentice's spirit hall is no less impressive, given her youth. You may yet provide assistance. Of course, Old Lu affirmed, and the Stone King continued. This child does not require the 7 stars to open the horse's path. We have already facilitated that, and the order from Hu Tianlong has been secured. Thus, the registration process concluded. After bidding farewell to Zhou Ruoshui's ancestor, she slowly opened her eyes. Long hours of sitting had left her legs somewhat numb, and she wished to stand and stretch. However, upon rising, she lost her balance and nearly fell. Instinctively, I stepped forward to catch her around the waist, our eyes meeting momentarily before I quickly averted my gaze. I gently guided her back to the stool, then retreated a few steps to create distance. Old Lu teased, take a break, there is more to come. What more is there? I questioned in confusion. Didn't I finish the registration? Old Lu approached from behind and playfully thumped my head. Are you foolish? That was your spirit hall. This is the proper horse's hall. Who is not proper? I feigned indignation. Old Lu glanced at the ghostly general behind me. But then again, a spirit hall is not necessarily inferior to the horse's hall. Good deeds know no hierarchy. Just as Old Lu believed he had smoothed over the situation, Zhou Ruoshui, resting nearby, interjected, Master, do you think my hall is not as good as Zhou Tai's? Old Lu chuckled awkwardly. I need to step out for a smoke. I'll be back shortly. Observing his flustered demeanor, I remarked, thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I couldn't counter him. When Old Lu returned, his expression had settled into a calm demeanor. He retrieved a red hall list and various offerings from his bag, meticulously transcribing the names of the celestial beings in order. After setting everything up, Old Lu presented her with an incense burner, saying, this will be the incense burner you must carry with you from now on. As the entire process was completed, Zhou Ruoshui looked at Old Lu with confusion. Master, did you not say I have an enemy? Have they arrived? Chapter 72. Am I unlucky? Old Lu walked to the window and swiftly drew back the curtains. The sunlight, now gentle rather than harsh, warmed our skin. His tone was solemn. The time has not yet come. Do not rush. All karmic ties must be resolved today. Zhou Ruoshui listened, bewildered. Yet I understood Old Lu's meaning. Today, as Zhou Ruoshui established her hall, her enemy would undoubtedly seek trouble. They would either come to bring calamity to Zhou Ruoshui or cause chaos in her rear camp. Everything remained uncertain. We could only brace ourselves for what was to come. At 8 in the evening, Both old Lu and I were acutely aware that a fierce battle lay ahead. Staying at the inn might disturb others. So we sought a nearby rented house. The house featured a modest courtyard, with a stove in the center and 2 rooms on either side. Old Lu and I occupied the left side, while Zhong Ruoshui took the right. I summoned the ghostly soldiers and generals to guard the perimeter. While Zheng Xiaocui observed the scene, eager for action, where should I stand guard? I glanced at Zheng Xiaocui and the great black dog. You stay here for now. There will be time to walk the dog later. Old Lu chuckled at the sight of the ghostly generals surrounding the house. Are we taking this enemy so seriously? Zheng Ruoshui had just established her hall and likely still had many matters to address. If she were unprepared, it could lead to her harm. Time passed quickly, and before I knew it, it was 11 at night. Old Lu had already fallen asleep on the bed, but I was deeply concerned for Zheng Ruoshui's safety. Grabbing a cigarette from Old Lu, I quietly slipped out of the room. In the courtyard, I found a lounge chair and lay back. Gazing at the moon high in the sky, I lit the cigarette and took a puff. The smoke caught in my throat, causing me to cough. To avoid disturbing their rest, I sat up, stifling my cough, tears streaming from my eyes. Through my tear-blurred vision, I noticed a figure standing in the corner of the courtyard, shrouded in darkness, exuding resentment and malice. As soon as the figure appeared, the ghostly soldiers guarding the courtyard quickly surrounded it, and instinctively, I summoned my ghost-repelling whip, gripping it tightly. I took a few steps closer to the figure. It was a Huxian, of considerable skill, and I surmised it must be Zhong Ruoshui's enemy. With this thought, I clasped my hands in greeting, slightly bowing. May I inquire if the celestial being has any connection to Zhong Ruoshui? Upon hearing her name, the Huxian scoffed, his garments fluttering despite the still air. Step aside. His tone suggested hostility, and I understood. If the celestial being sought peace, I would step aside and guide him. If he intended to confront us, my ghostly soldiers were not to be trifled with. Before me, the ethereal figure of Huxian grasped the void, conjuring a long axe into his hand. Just them? His tone dripped with disdain. I chuckled softly, summoning the Ghost King seal bestowed upon me by my second aunt, pressing it against the emptiness. A surge of ominous energy erupted behind me, and thousands of ghostly soldiers assembled in perfect formation. Kill! 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 They thrust their spears into the ground, stirring up clouds of dust, the sound resounding like thunder. I raised my ghost-slaying whip, silencing the clamor as I locked eyes with Huxian, taunting, "Shall we converse now?" Yet, truth be told, it was not an invitation for dialogue. The long axe in Huxian's hand vanished as he gazed upon the dense throng of ghostly soldiers. His lips pressed into a thin line. I stowed away the ghost-slaying whip, maintaining my gaze upon his face, and suddenly, an image emerged in my mind. It was a village, within which a household was embroiled in a struggle. Shattered porcelain lay scattered on the ground, dust clung to every surface, and a wooden table lay in pieces, cleaved asunder, with a rusted axe nearby bearing remnants of wood shavings. A man, seething with rage, mouthed words in fury as he forcefully pushed a woman before him, tearing apart whatever she held, casting the remnants into the air before storming out. The woman wept on the ground, gathering the broken shards when suddenly, the door swung open again. A little girl, perhaps 6 or 7 years old, approached unsteadily, embracing the woman's neck. The girl's visage struck a chord of familiarity within me, as though I had encountered her before. Zhong Ruoshui. This was the childhood of Zhong Ruoshui. The shards on the ground were red. Could they possibly be remnants of a ceremonial cloth? That porcelain bowl was undoubtedly the incense bowl once used, and the dust was likely the ashes of the incense. Zhong Ruoshui once mentioned that her grandmother had established a ceremonial altar, but for reasons unknown, it had ceased to exist. It appeared this woman was indeed Zhong Ruoshui's grandmother. As the vision faded, I observed Huxian before me, his expression a tempest of fury, his teeth clenched, as if he would next summon the axe to sever my head from my shoulders. Now do you comprehend my resentment towards her? Her grandfather tore apart my ceremonial cloth, shattered my incense bowl, severed my offerings. Yet now she dares to re-establish the altar. What, then, do you deem my tribulations to be? Mere misfortune? I nodded slightly. Huxian furrowed his brow, casting a silent glance my way. I hastily interjected, I do not mean to imply your misfortune. My nod was merely to convey that I understand your grievance towards Zhong Ruoshui. However, every occurrence bears its cause and consequence. It was not Zhong Ruoshui who tore the ceremonial cloth. Huxian let out a cold laugh. Indeed, it was not she, but she is the reason. Through his narration, the origin of the events unfolded before me. Zhong Ruoshui was a maiden, also referred to as Huajia, distinguished into true and false forms, ascertainable through one's birth date. She was the genuine Huajia, Zhong Ruoshui's grandmother, Wang Sulan, had ties to the altar. From a young age, Zhou Ruoxue had been frail and sickly, often beseeching the celestial beings behind her. Among them was Hu Xian himself. Hu Xian had indeed invested effort into Zhou Ruoxue's well-being. However, one fateful day, as Zhou Ruoxue played with her peers, she accidentally fell into a river, falling gravely ill and nearly perishing. Hu Xian sought out a familiar celestial being, Huang Xian, procuring several elixirs to save her life, assuring her recovery with a period of rest. Yet her grandfather, Zhong Yuchuan, who already felt embarrassed by Wang Sulan's intervention, had initially tolerated her improving condition. Upon seeing Zhou Ruoxue still unwell, he seized the opportunity to express his grievances, demolishing the ceremonial cloth, incense bowl, and altar. Wang Sulan, too, harbored doubts, questioning whether their ancestral celestial beings had failed to lend support. This left Hu Xian feeling aggrieved. I sought out Huang Xian to procure elixirs to restore your granddaughter's life, and you dare accuse me of inaction? Anger surged within him. Yet he was a reasonable being. That very night, he entered the dreams of Wang Sulan and Zhong Yuchuan, unveiling the entirety of events and his grievances. Upon awakening, they compared their dreams, realizing they were not mere figments of imagination. Coupled with the evident improvement in Zhou Ruoxue's health, they felt a pang of guilt for misjudging him. Chapter 73. Chasing and slashing. They sought counsel from a familiar deity, inquiring how to reinstate the altar. The deity remarked, once the ceremonial cloth was torn, the celestial beings departed, save for one, Hu Xian, who remains. Wang Sulan, upon hearing this, grew anxious and urgently asked, how do we summon them back? We were in the wrong. The deity cast a sidelong glance at her, his tone unkind. What were you thinking when you tore the ceremonial cloth? Did you ever consider that one day you would seek their aid again? They are bound by fate to your family. If they were truly benevolent beings, why would they all depart? Zhong Yuchuan, displeased by this, retorted. The celestial beings accompanying the deity scoffed, stating bluntly, your wife's family has, to some extent, a debt of gratitude towards them. They vowed that should they attain immortality, they would protect her lineage for 3 generations, which aligns perfectly with Zhou Ruoxue's generation. As for you, repaying kindness with enmity, only this foolish Hu Xian remains to continue protecting your family. After a moment, Wang Sulan raised her head. You are aware that our Ruoxue is the true Huajia. Without the support of these celestial beings, what shall we do? Hu Xian communicated to the deity that should they sincerely repent and construct a small temple in the village for him to continue his cultivation, he would continue to safeguard her family. The deity responded in celestial language. You need not concern yourself with previous vows. Your family has repaid kindness with malice, and you are under no obligation to uphold your promises. With your capabilities, serving as a master elsewhere would be no overreach. Why linger here? Listening to his earnest entreaties, Hu Xian regarded the two before him, smiling. Very well, I shall be magnanimous. Indeed, your family has previously shown me kindness. The deity conveyed Hu Xian's requests to Wang Sulan and Zhong Yuchuan, who readily acquiesced, acknowledging that having one guardian was better than none. Thus, shortly thereafter, a temple dedicated to the fox Immortal rose in the clearing at the eastern edge of the village. Initially, only the Zhong family offered incense, but gradually, word spread throughout the village that the fox Immortal granted all requests. From that point on, the temple flourished with offerings, to the extent that Zhong Yuchuan and Wang Sulan could hardly find a moment to pay their respects. Nevertheless, Hu Xian remembered the favor bestowed by the Wang family and would often return to check on Zhong Ruoxue, aware that her lifespan would not extend beyond 18. He orchestrated numerous offerings and spiritual herbs, laboring tirelessly to secure her life. He intended to enter their dreams that very night to share the good news with Zhong Yuchuan and Wang Sulan. However, a more pressing matter arose that night, causing him to set aside this concern. The following morning, Zhong Yuchuan stormed into the Fox Immortal Temple, hurling accusations. It turned out that both he and his wife had been feeling unwell. Hu Xian, incensed, inspected the situation and discovered that another celestial being, who had departed after the ceremonial cloth was torn, was now tormenting Zhong Yuchuan and his spouse, seeking to establish their own temple. In light of their efforts to build a temple for him, Hu Xian resolved the matter. He planned to inform them of both occurrences that evening in their dreams. However, to his surprise, Zhong Yuchuan's fury only escalated, and during Hu Xian's absence, he razed the Fox Immortal Temple to the ground. Upon his return, Hu Xian was furious, time and again subjected to humiliation, first the tearing of the ceremonial cloth and now the destruction of the temple. He filed a complaint against Zhong Yuchuan to the heavenly court. Upon learning the entire story, the heavenly court issued a decree allowing Hu Xian to punish Zhong Yuquan. Unyielding, Hu Xian possessed Wang Sulan's body one day, wielding a blade as he pursued Zhong Yuquan through the streets. Zhong Yuquan fled to the residence of the previously mentioned deity, seeking refuge. The deity emerged, observing the wrathful visage of Hu Xian, and addressed her. I warned you from the start. You did not heed my words, and now the temple lies in ruins. With that, the deity closed the door, ignoring Zhong Yuquan's pleas. At this juncture, I witnessed a triumphant expression on Hu Xian's face. And then? What transpired next? You may inquire about her grandfather's condition. Hu Xian tilted his head, and I followed his gaze to find Zhong Ruoshui standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Zhong Ruoshui's expression was peculiar. I heard from my mother that one day my grandmother suddenly seemed to go mad, always chasing my grandfather with a knife. My mother sought the advice of a deity, who merely stated that my grandfather had spoken ill and acted wrongly, revealing a hidden past. Hu Xian scoffed. I didn't take his life directly. I showed him mercy. At that moment, I felt perplexed and looked at Hu Xian. I failed to understand one thing. Logically, Zhong Yuquan should be the real culprit, and since you've avenged yourself, the resentment should have dissipated. Why do you seek trouble with Zhong Ruoshui again? Hu Xian turned away from Zhong Ruoshui, his tone filled with indignation. Why should their family torment me to the point of homelessness? While she establishes a shrine in honor of me, I am still the old Xiong'an. How many times has Zhong Yuquan had me killed? Do I not have the right to speak in the old Zhong family? Why have I not been enshrined? Chapter 74, Magical Artifacts Soaring. Ascending to heaven and earth, do you wish to ascend the shrine? I detected a deeper meaning in his words, my expression turning somewhat strange. It appeared that he had elaborated so much just to reach Zhong Ruoshui's shrine. Hu Xian turned his head away, avoiding my gaze. His voice somewhat feeble. I want to ascend. What is wrong with bullying her? Observing his awkward demeanor, I couldn't help but chuckle softly, turning to Zhong Ruoshui. She too understood Hu Xian's intent and approached me, speaking gently. The old immortal has connections with my family. In truth, my family owes you. If you don't mind, please come to my place. As we led Hu Xian into Zhong Ruoshui's room, red shrine papers adorned the walls. Hu Xian glanced at us, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. I'll leave. He vanished into the shrine. Zhong Ruoshui looked at me and then at the ghost standing in the courtyard, remarking with a hint of amusement. I thought that confronting a rival would lead to a dramatic scene, with various weapons and magical artifacts flying about. Ascending to heaven and earth. I didn't expect it to be so simple, just a few words would suffice. Following her gaze towards the ghostly soldiers outside the courtyard, I waved my hand casually, and they bowed slightly before departing. It wasn't so precarious. Moreover, the celestial beings are heavily bound by karma, primarily relying on dialogue with intimidation as a supplement. Had the courtyard not been filled with those ghostly warriors, would he still have been so agreeable? Zhong Ruoshui nodded, a look of realization dawning upon her. I wondered why he had put away his long axe. It must be because of the intimidation from the ghostly soldiers behind you. I pondered for a moment. It's half and half. His cultivation is not low, but primarily, I believe that his resentment and hatred have already been vented upon your grandfather. Coming to you is merely an expression of injustice. Some rivalries truly intertwine with the threads of fate, making resolution far from simple. After chatting with Zhong Ruoshui for a while longer, noticing her growing weariness, I returned to the room with old Lu. The next morning, upon rising, I found the room empty. Exiting, I only saw Zhong Ruoshui and, not spotting old Lu, I inquired, "Where's old Lu?" Zhong Ruoshui, retrieving breakfast from her bag, replied, "Uncle Lu said he had matters to attend to, so he left. He mentioned that you handled this matter well, showing less recklessness than before." I picked up a bun from the table and bit into it fiercely, inwardly grumbling. Why doesn't old Lu just tell me directly? Is it so hard to praise me face to face? With this thought, I inhaled deeply and smiled. You and he are quite alike, like father and son. Upon hearing Zhong Ruoshui's words, I looked up in confusion. How so? I am far more handsome than he. Zhong Ruoshui nodded, surveying me up and down. You are also far more narcissistic than he is. I can't quite articulate it, but there is a resemblance. Well, old Lu has once again taken advantage. He has become a happy father once more. After our meal, I packed my belongings. Exiting the room, I unexpectedly encountered Zhong Ruoshui, who was also carrying her luggage. I am leaving. I spoke first, feeling somewhat reluctant to part with Zhong Ruoshui. Yet my mind lingered on the ghost of Zhang Yuejuan's wish to return home for one last glance at her son. Zhong Ruoshui also lowered her head. I must leave too. My vacation is nearly over, and I must return to work. We accompanied each other to the train station, boarding two different trains, Zhangjiakan and Yang City. Zhang Yuejun had appeared before me as soon as I disembarked, following the route from her memories. She led me to the former home of Huang Xingwen. The previous dilapidated house had vanished, replaced by a two-story building of red bricks and white tiles. The front door stood ajar, and peering inside, I spotted a man in the courtyard, seemingly in his 20s. Zhang Yuejun, Xingwen? She called out the man's name in my mind, but something felt amiss. 20 years ago, Zhang Yuejun was murdered. Huang Xingwen should have been of the same age. How could he possibly still appear to be in his 20s? As I pondered this, the man set down his broom and approached, asking, "Who are you looking for? Is this Huang Xingwen's home?" The man regarded me with suspicion. "What do you want with my father?" Upon hearing his words, I realized that this was Huang Xingwen's son. Yet I could not ascertain whether he was Zhang Yuejun's child. What if Huang Xingwen remarried after Zhang Yuejun's departure? Zhang Yuejun asked me to bring you a message. Upon hearing her name, the man's expression shifted, but not with disdain. Rather, it was a peculiar emotion. The man led me inside. During this short walk, I learned his name, Huang Jie, the very name Zhang Yuejun had mentioned for her son. At this moment, Zhang Yuejun recognized that the man before her was her own son, and she began to weep softly, yearning to reach out and touch him, only to find her hand pass through his body. They could no longer recognize one another, speak, or make contact. Entering the house, the decor was simple, featuring white ceramic tiles and a sofa with a television. A man lay on the sofa, his clothes somewhat dirty, and his shoes still caked with mud. Huang Jie spoke softly. "My dad just returned from the fields and is asleep. Please wait here." With that, he approached and gently shook Huang Xingwen's body. Dad. Huang Xingwen awoke, his voice hoarse and puzzled. "What is it, son? The Zhang Yuejun you've been mentioning has come." Upon hearing those three words, Huang Xingwen sprang from the sofa, but seeing me, his expression gradually turned to disappointment. "You are her son?" I shook my head, glancing at Huang Jie, and remained silent. Huang Xingwen sent Huang Jie out, and I settled onto the sofa. Does he not know Zhang Yuejun's identity? No. Over the years, I never told him, after all. It's not a glorious matter. Huang Xingwen lit a pipe and began to smoke. How is she? After all these years, I have had no news. Did she marry in the city? Did she have children? As he spoke, his voice faltered, and suddenly he looked up, as if struck by a thought. Has something happened to her? Why has there been no news all these years, and why do you suddenly appear today? I glanced at the figure of Zhang Yuejun standing beside him. Should I tell him? Separated by realms, Zhang Yuejun reached out, attempting to caress his face, and with a bitter smile, nodded. You tell him, and also let him know that I deeply regret not having lived well with him back then. Seeing my silence, Huang Xingwen grew anxious, stepping closer and tugging at my clothes, pleading, "Please, don't remain silent." What happened to her? She is dead. I interrupted as he began to inquire further. Huang Xingwen's expression twisted in disbelief, and he fainted from the shock. Chapter 75, followed by a female ghost. Huang Xingwen slowly regained consciousness. How did she die? I took a deep breath, concealing much of the truth, and revealed only parts of the matter to him. Huang Xingwen's expression grew peculiar. So, she has now become a ghost due to her obsession. And you can still see her? Having said this, he stood up, propping himself against the sofa, and pointed towards the door. Leave. Noticing that he seemed to regard me as a deceiver, I whispered to Zhang Yuejun in my heart. Zhang Yuejun, he does not believe me. Zhang Yuejun, he has a deep brown birthmark on his backside. I relayed this to Huang Xingwen, who stood dumbfounded. After a moment, he asked, "Is she here now?" The rugged man, at that moment, was both laughing and crying. I nodded and gestured to the seat beside him. Huang Xingwen turned his head, and in my view, he and Zhang Yuejun were merely an inch apart. Yet, in his sight, there was not a trace of a ghost. He turned back and grasped my hand. "Is there any way for me to see her?" I shook my head. It is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to perceive a ghost. Those with slightly weaker constitutions or some spiritual affinity might sense their presence. But it is exceedingly rare for anyone to actually see them. Huang Xingwen inquired, "Is she still wandering? Can we keep her here? We scarcely lived as a married couple when alive. I wish to be buried with her in the afterlife." His tone was heavy with sorrow. "No, she cannot remain here. I must guide her to the underworld." Noticing Huang Xingwen was about to plead further, I hastily interrupted. Living beings and ghosts exist in entirely different realms, and if they were to stay together for long, it would adversely affect your health. However, if she wishes, she can wait for you in the underworld. You have waited for her all these years, and it is time for her to wait for you as well. Huang Xingwen nodded through tears. At dinner that evening, the round table was set with 4 sets of chopsticks. Huang Jie counted the people at the table and initially intended to remove 1 set, but Huang Xingwen stopped him. "Today, our family shall dine together." I understood he meant himself, Zhang Yuejun, and Huang Jie. Yet, to Huang Jie's ears, the words took on a different meaning. As expected, after the meal, Huang Xingwen went to wash the dishes, and Huang Jie approached me and quietly asked, "Are you my mother's other son? Do you know who your mother is?" "I do not." "Then do you know who Zhang Yuejun is?" Huang Jie leaned against the sofa. "Whenever he drinks too much, he mutters this name and cries, 'She must be my mother.'" Before sleeping, I could faintly hear Huang Xingwen not returning to his room, but instead sitting on the sofa, murmuring to the air. The following morning, I said, "Uncle Huang, I will take my leave now. Zhang Yuejun has already promised to wait for you. I will take her with me, so you must take care of yourself." He rushed out and exchanged contact information with me. Just as I was about to depart, I noticed a boy approaching from a distance. He appeared quite young, perhaps a year or two younger than me, around 17 or 18. He was fair and delicate in appearance, dressed neatly, but the dark circles under his eyes and his unsteady gait suggested he was troubled. As he passed by, I saw a shadow following him. Seeing me gaze at the boy, Huang Xingwen inquired, "Zhou Tai, why do you keep looking at Xiaoming?" Lowering his voice, he added, "Is there something unusual about him?" I nodded. "Yes, do you know him?" "I do. His father is He Yukai, and he is He Ming. I have a good relationship with his father. I'll just call him to come over." 5 minutes later, a figure rushed in. It was the boy's father, He Yukai. He Yukai glanced at me and then turned to Huang Xingwen. "Old Huang, why did you call me in such a hurry?" Huang Xingwen recounted the entire situation. I could see He Yukai's disbelief as he spoke. "Your child used to have a gentle disposition, but recently he has become exceedingly irritable. He fights whenever you speak to him, and he has no energy, sleeping from morning till night." He Yotsai's eyes widened in shock. "How did you know that?" "There is a female ghost following him, but I need him to come here, so I can examine the situation. I cannot speak recklessly." He Yukai left. Half an hour later, He Yukai called. Huang Xingwen answered, only to hear shouting and crying from the other end. "Old Huang, He Ming refuses to go. I can't even tie him up. It's harder than trying to restrain a pig for slaughter. If it comes to it, can you have the young master come over?" He Yotsai's home was not far from Huang Xingwen's. When we arrived, we found He Yukai in a scuffle with He Ming, a woman standing beside him. Presumably He Yotsai's wife, brandished a rolling pin, aiming at He Ming's body. As I stepped into the doorway, I saw the rolling pin arc through the air, striking He Yukai squarely on the forehead. He Yukai fell to the ground, and as He Ming attempted to flee, he stopped upon seeing me at the entrance. I noticed a female ghost merging with his body. He Ming squinted at me, his fingers curling into a delicate gesture, his voice transforming into a high-pitched tone reminiscent of a woman. "You little bastard, thinking you can come between us?" "Us? Who is with whom? The ghost and He Ming?" Upon hearing this, He Yotsai's wife, Gao Yuju, collapsed to the ground. "You shameless ghost. Get off my son." The ghost glanced at Gao Yuju, placing her hands on her abdomen and slightly bowing. "Greetings, mother. He Ming and I are a perfect match, a pair fated to be together. Anyone who tries to intervene deserves death." As she spoke, the ghost cast a resentful and venomous glare at me, as if she wished to devour me whole. Sensing the surrounding ghostly energy fluctuating, Zheng Xiaocui and the black dog appeared, with the dog barking furiously at the ghost, causing her to retreat in fear and relinquish control of He Ming's body. "We are already bound in marriage. If you forcibly separate us, do you not fear retribution?" He Ming declared, his movements mimicking those of a woman. Zheng Xiaocui advanced, and I called out to her, "Xiaocui, come back." The barking of the dog is ringing in my ears. Through He Ming's body, I observed the ghost, pondering. This ghost appears shameless. If I were to drive her away now, she might return on a day when I am not around. Indeed, as she claimed, she and He Ming are already bound in matrimony. I considered intervening, but as she currently possessed He Ming, a careless move could injure his soul or body, resulting in grave consequences for me. Suddenly, I recalled a method taught to me by old Lu. I slowly addressed the ghost, who said, "I wish to separate you." The ghost's expression was filled with confusion, but upon hearing my words, she seemed to relax a little. However, Gao Yuju quickly interjected, "Young master, you cannot allow her to cling to my son. If she continues to do so, how will my son live in the future? How will he marry?" The ghost's emotions flared again, suspecting I was deceiving her and casting a wary gaze in my direction. Sensing that the situation was about to reveal its true nature, I turned to Gao Yuju, speaking earnestly. "Aunt Gao, your words are misguided, while you may not see it. I can clearly perceive that this ghost and your son are indeed a celestial match. Furthermore, she can serve you in life and even in death. She will continue to care for you. What a blessing." Gao Yuju's face flushed with anger at my words, and she was about to unleash a barrage of insults when she noticed me wink, signaling her to hold her tongue. Hearing my defense of her, the ghostess' mood improved significantly. She turned to Gao Yuzhu. Mother, I will surely take good care of Ming, even after you pass. I will continue to serve you. You curse who? I have no daughter-in-law like you. The ghost ceased speaking, but her expression was filled with triumph. As I pondered over something, I couldn't help but shake my head and feign a sigh. Why do you shake your head, young master? Could it be that you were truly deceiving me just now? Upon noticing her changing expression, the ominous aura surrounding her began to re-emerge, prompting me to speak quickly. You are indeed well suited for each other, but your union contradicts the laws of propriety. What propriety? She retorted. As long as there is true love between a human and a spirit, all else is nonsense. I am not referring to the distinction between humans and spirits, but rather the fact that you have not formally wed. Seeing the change in her demeanor, I seized the opportunity to press on. You love Ming, and Ming genuinely loves you in return. Although you have shared a room, you have not yet tied the knot. Is this not a violation of propriety? I do not care for such things. I detected a hint of hesitation in her tone and sighed. You and Ming are already like a married couple. You cannot consider only your own feelings. A man always wishes to provide his beloved with a home, a promise, a ceremony. You must not strip Ming of this right simply for your own sake. My words caused the ghostly maiden to smile shyly, her lips curving upwards. Then what should I do, young master? I shall heed your counsel. First, you must detach from him. Traditionally, couples about to marry do not meet. Depart from here and wait at the village entrance at midnight. I will prepare some fruits for you. Time is too tight to order wedding garments. So I shall provide you with 2 new outfits instead, and I will officiate your wedding. What say you? Observing her indecision, I urged, what are you afraid of? If Ming and I do not arrive, you can always return. My words reassured her, and she relinquished her hold on Ming's body. Ming collapsed to the ground, and the ghost glanced back, reluctant yet slightly bowing her head in gratitude. I entrust this matter to you, young master. When you pass on, I shall attend to you and Ming. A wave of exasperation washed over me as I watched her dissipate into the air. Gao Yuzhu approached Ming, shaking his body. Ming slowly regained consciousness, his demeanor returning to normal. Mom, what just happened? Why do I feel so sore? Gao Yuzhu, too angry to comfort him, glared at me. As she was about to speak, I raised my hand to silence her and turned to the corner of the yard, saying, Aunt, rest assured, this ghost has a kind heart and will treat your son well. 5 minutes later, Zhang Xiaotsui nodded slightly at me. She has left. Only then did I turn my attention back to Gao Yuzhu and, lowering my voice instinctively, said, Aunt, do you not realize? That ghost was just possessing your son. If I had attempted to drive her away, what if she wished to harm your son? After explaining further, she finally understood that my earlier words were merely to coax the ghost away, and her expression softened considerably. At that moment, Zhou Tie inquired, So, Zhou Tai, what now? Should we pack and head out for a while? No. If you go out now, the ghost will immediately realize I was deceiving her, and that would complicate matters. Ming, who was cradled in Gao Yuzhu's arms, was trembling uncontrollably, having gleaned snippets of the earlier events. Gao Yuzhu, filled with concern, embraced him. Her voice tinged with tears. What are we to do? Fear not. Ming and I shall confront her tonight. Chapter 77. The ghost before the paper man. That evening at 11:30, Ming and I stood at the crossroads, his face vacant, his eyes devoid of light. Zhang Xiaotsui merged seamlessly with the night. She is nearby. You need not reveal yourself. Just remain here and stand guard. If she senses something amiss, you shall restrain her. I instructed in my mind. I checked the time on my phone. As the clock struck midnight, I produced a lighter and ignited the clothing laid upon the ground. Flames shot up, swirling around Ming and me. I pulled Ming back a step, the air heavy with ghostly energy, as the female spirit appeared before us. Clad in the new garments I had burned for her, she bowed slightly, her demeanor transformed. Young master, you are indeed punctual. I underestimated your intentions. Just as I was about to speak, the ghost interrupted, her brow furrowing as she leaned closer to the dazed Ming. Why does my husband seem different today? She inhaled deeply, sensing his essence. His scent is familiar, yet something feels amiss. I quickly masked the truth. It is merely guilt. Guilt over what? Have we not already wed according to his wishes? Because it was so rushed, the clothes and home I provided may not meet your expectations. And I feel I have wronged you. The ghost laughed lightly, taking Ming's hand. Ming stood there, numb, while the spirit radiated warmth. Ming, it matters not. As long as you hold affection for me, I care not for these superficial trappings. I am grateful to you, young master. I withdrew a paper document from my pocket and cast it into the fire, an official contract for a ghostly marriage. I proclaimed loudly, These two are a match made in heaven, yet separated by the realms of yin and yang. They must unite through a ghostly marriage. Two souls shall reunite, forever bound in heart. The ceremony was complete. At that moment, the female spirit appeared transformed. Her gaze fixed solely on He Ming as she pulled him away. I had thought she would discover that this He Ming was a mere imitation. The real He Ming, meanwhile, was at home, huddled on the sofa with his parents, trembling uncontrollably. The spirit had taken the false He Ming, a paper effigy adorned with his old garments, imbued with his essence, crafted from his nails and hair. Thus, his expression was vacant, unable to approach the fiery inferno. Zhang Xiaocui emerged from the shadows. Observing the remnants of the fire, she knows, her heart understands. Yet her love for He Ming is so profound that even a mere substitute suffices for her companionship. I sighed and returned to He Yotsai's home. Upon entering, I found that He Ming was free of any lingering ghostly presence, and the bond between him and the spirit had been severed. She would not return. I conveyed this news to them, and He Yukai handed me 200 yuan, which I accepted gladly. While this was ostensibly for services rendered, I had done little more than converse with the ghost, with the family providing the offerings. A payment of 200 seems fair enough. The following morning, I boarded the train home. Throughout the journey, I felt an unusual heaviness in my back and a fogginess in my mind, but I dismissed it, attributing it to a lack of rest the previous day. Upon arriving at the paper shop and setting down my luggage, my phone rang. I opened it to find an unfamiliar number. "Is this Master Zhou Tai?" A robust male voice inquired on the other end. "This is he. Who am I speaking with?" "I am Lu Renda, a friend of Jiang Lixian. I just added you as a contact, but you haven't accepted yet. I understand you may be busy, but I am quite anxious to seek your assistance. While traveling to Shishir Market, I rescued a child from traffickers. The child's father is Jiang Lixian, and we exchanged contact information. I accepted Lu Renda's friend request. It seemed he had been waiting for me. As soon as I was added, he sent a red envelope. Before I could respond, a video call came through. I answered, and there was Lu Renda, seated upright, though his beer belly was somewhat distracting. "Master, I've heard Jiang Lixian speak of your abilities. Your fee is 200. I sent you a small token of appreciation and would like your help." As soon as he finished speaking, two images flashed in my mind. The first image, Lu Renda sat in an office chair, a look of melancholy on his face, as he absently smoked, with the decor suggesting he was in an office. The second image, Lu Renda knelt before a futon, hands clasped together, facing a golden Buddha statue. Although the two images featured the same man, their expressions were starkly different, one filled with sorrow, the other exuding triumph. Observing his current demeanor, I surmised that the second image preceded the first. The two scenes were undoubtedly interconnected. Zhang Xiaocui, he once prayed for blessings but did not fulfill his vow. He must honor it to attain success. What would you like to know? Career? Lu Renda was taken aback, exclaiming, "The young master is indeed formidable. I have been in the real estate business, and at first, things went quite well. However, recently, I find myself in a precarious situation. My financial chain is on the verge of collapse, and several friends I reached out to were unable to assist me. It was only with the help of Lixian that I managed to barely pull through. Young master, could you possibly discern where the problem lies? Have you visited a place resembling a temple, where a golden statue of Buddha resides?" Lu Renda continued. "I have indeed been there. It was during the inception of my project when I went to pay my respects. It has become my custom. Now that I think about it, I remember making a wish during my visit, but I never fulfilled it. Could this be related?" I nodded in acknowledgement. The furrowed brow of Lu Renda seemed to ease considerably as he remarked, "If what you say holds true, once I navigate through this ordeal, I shall personally visit and offer 3 sticks of incense at your altar." He had made another wish upon me. However, I could not refuse him outright and merely nodded in agreement. After ending the video call, I accepted the red envelope he had sent. Initially, I intended to tidy up my belongings, but my head was spinning too much. I lay down on the makeshift bed in the paper-making shop and quickly fell into a deep slumber. When I awoke, it was already deep into the night, and the exhaustion and aches in my body had not diminished in the slightest. As I rose, intending to pour myself a glass of water, I was startled to see a figure standing amidst the sea of paper effigies. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that the feet of this figure were not touching the ground. It was not a human, it was a ghost. Chapter 78, The New Ghost Immortal. This is a tribulation. At first, my mind was clouded, and I struggled to comprehend the situation. However, upon seeing Zhang Xiaocui beside me, I silently chided myself. What am I afraid of? I am a pillar of the righteous. I am the bane of evil spirits, the savior of the destined. What do you want? How dare you intrude? I admonished the ghostly figure standing before the paper effigies. Before the ghost could respond, Zhang Xiaocui kicked me, and although her leg passed through my body, I still felt a sharp pain in my backside. Zhang Xiaocui, that is the Ghost Immortal we just recruited for our altar. He has passed the review and officially joined our ranks. Can you not see clearly before you speak? Rubbing my sore behind, I began to understand. Is my discomfort due to him? Zhang Xiaocui, he has been lingering on you all this time, yet you failed to sense his presence or allow him to cultivate in the back camp. And thus your discomfort has persisted until now. I was puzzled, since this Ghost Immortal was brought in by you and had already undergone scrutiny. Why not just let him head to the back camp? Zhang Xiaocui, our altar has rules. When someone new arrives, they must first be reviewed, and the disciple must be aware and formally invite them. Without such protocol, would any random person be allowed to join us and cultivate? Zhang Xiaocui's rare reprimand cleared my thoughts considerably. I turned to the ghostly figure and clasped my hands respectfully, inquiring, "May I ask the name of the Ghost Immortal? Whence you hail, and what abilities you possess?" The ghost turned around, revealing a fair face, hair neatly combed to one side, and an androgynous appearance. As the saying goes, the countenance reflects one's heart. If a person's inner self is compassionate, their outward demeanor will be harmonious and gentle. Confucianism speaks of moderation, while Taoism espouses the principle of yin and yang. I am the gatekeeper of Inshou Mountain. I widened my eyes upon hearing this title. I was certain it was formidable, the gatekeeper of Inshou Mountain. But Zhang Xiaocui sighed, her expression one of exasperation, while the large black dog snorted disdainfully. Zhang Xiaocui rolled her eyes, saying, "What a sham. Dying at the entrance of Inshou Mountain and unable to leave that circle, and you dare call yourself the gatekeeper?" The ghost chuckled awkwardly. "I haven't spoken to anyone in ages. I was just joking around with the disciples. You took me seriously. My name is Yi Baokai. I practice massage, face reading, fortune-telling, and I can even scare children. I used to be a wandering spirit, but having revealed too many secrets of fate, I knew my end was near before going to Inshou Mountain. However, I still hope to discover a way to break free. Who would have thought that I would be struck and killed by a speeding car at the entrance, driven by a drunk driver who was subsequently imprisoned, leaving me trapped there until I met you and was able to depart?" Yi Baokai's voice was filled with sorrow. After guiding Yi Baokai to the back camp, I felt a significant reduction in my discomfort. I lay down and slept soundly until dawn. That afternoon, I received a call from Lu Renda. He informed me that the financial crisis had been resolved and requested my address to express his gratitude in person. This time, Lu Renda seemed to have learned his lesson. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a luxury car pulled up in front of the paper shop. Lu Renda emerged, approached the altar, produced a red envelope from his pocket, placed it under the incense burner, and respectfully lit 3 sticks of incense, bowing 3 times. "Young master, I came in haste this time. There are still many matters to attend to, and I must return shortly, so I won't trouble you with a meal. Yi Baokai, on the 30th of this month, someone is destined to die on his construction site. A person will fall from a height. Yi Baokai, that person is bald, always dressed in black shorts and a tank top, of short stature, with a round face and a black mole on his ear. This is his calamity. Is this Lu Renda's calamity or the bald man's?" I pondered silently. "Yi Baokai, it is undoubtedly Lu Renda's calamity. The bald man's time is up by the end of the month. He will die regardless of where he is. Haven't you heard the saying? If the king of hell decrees death at the 3rd watch, who dares to let him live until the 5th? At this point, Yi Baokai paused for a moment, adding, "Of course, you are an exception. I have seen only you survive despite the death summons at birth." Upon hearing this, my brows knitted together, and I called out to Lu Renda, who was about to leave. "Lu Ji, wait a moment." Lu Renda turned back, puzzled, thinking perhaps I found the amount he offered at the altar insufficient. He hurriedly said, "Young master, I came out in a rush and didn't bring much cash. I can transfer you the difference if necessary." I waved my hand dismissively. "It has nothing to do with that." I stopped him to inquire, repeating the description of the person Yi Baokai had just provided. "Do you know anyone like this?" Lu Renda pondered for a moment and nodded. "Isn't that old Tang? What has happened to him? On the 30th, do not let him go to work, no matter how short-staffed or pressed for time you are. Ensure he stays home to rest." Seeing my serious demeanor, Lu Renda instinctively asked, "Why?" "Old Tang is a good man. He never shirks from work, and we pay him daily." I interrupted, "Lu Ji, I can only say this much. Believe it or not, that is up to you." Lu Renda got into the car, and through the window, we exchanged glances. I could see from his expression that he seemed to understand my intent. He honked the horn twice and drove away. That night was uneventful. I had intended to retire early, as the past few days had left me feeling quite fatigued. Just as I lay down, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Upon opening it, I found a woman standing there, her face etched with worry. I recognized her as Yang Mei-chan, the woman who had recently spoken ill of me at the village entrance. "Aunt Yang, why are you knocking at this hour?" I asked, trying to remain polite. Yang Mei-chan grasped my hand, attempting to pull me out. I quickly jerked my hand away. "Aunt Yang, I know you don't think highly of me, but you can't just throw me out of the village." In a state of panic, she explained, "Zhou Tai, I spoke out of turn the other day. I'm here to apologize. You must come with me to see my daughter. She has gone mad." She slapped her thigh and reached for me again. I dodged. "Aunt Yang, please clarify. What do you mean she has gone mad? How am I supposed to help if you don't explain?" She's standing right in the middle of my yard, wielding a kitchen knife, attacking anyone who approaches. She has already hurt several people. "Zhou Tai, please come with me to see. She must have lost her senses." Attacking people? A vivid image flashed through my mind. A woman in her 30s standing at the center of the yard, eyes tightly shut, brandishing a glinting kitchen knife. As someone cautiously approached from behind, attempting to disarm her. But that woman seemed to have eyes on her back, wielding a kitchen knife with a swift horizontal swing. Fortunately, the person managed to evade it just in time. Otherwise, witnessing such a scene sent shivers down my spine. I thought to myself, I want to go. If I do and get harmed, who will I turn to for justice? Chapter 79. A resounding slap. Seeing her pleading expression softened my heart. "Fine, I will accompany you. But let's make it clear from the outset, Aunt Yang, I will merely observe. If the situation becomes unmanageable, I will leave, so do not hold it against me." Yang Mei-chan nodded, grasping my hand as she hurried me along. The sky had already darkened, a time when most would be settling down for the night. Yet her courtyard was as bright as day, bustling with a crowd of people chattering animatedly about strategies. Upon my arrival, they fell silent in unison. Yang Mei-chan led me through the courtyard gate. In the center stood a disheveled woman with her eyes closed. It was Yang Mei-chuan's daughter, Zhou Tai. The kitchen knife in her hand bore traces of blood. "Is there anyone here? Come forth to protect me. I am but a fragile mortal. A single strike could take my life." A chilling breeze swept past, and I noticed a circle of ghostly generals standing behind me, their swords drawn, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Mang Tsuehua emerged beside me, clutching an unsheathed sword. Observing them bolstered my confidence. Stepping forward slowly, Zhou Tai lifted her head. Though her eyes remained shut, I could sense her gaze upon me. A layer of sinister energy enveloped her. This was no ordinary occurrence. I stepped closer and coldly demanded, "How much longer do you intend to stir chaos?" The ghostly generals advanced menacingly, raising their swords in unison, creating an intimidating spectacle. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Tai's face, as if questioning why I was unafraid of her. Narrowing my eyes, I stepped forward again, commanding, "Drop the knife." "This is quite perverse. Do you dare to wield it against others? Do you believe I won't slap you across the face?" Zhou Tai trembled, instinctively discarding the knife onto the ground. Observing this, the crowd outside the courtyard began to murmur in disbelief. Goodness, this truly works. Little Tai's words made Hying drop her weapon so easily. This old sage in the hall is remarkable. Look, there's still blood from her father on that knife. Ignoring their chatter, I stepped forward once more, kicking the knife aside. As Yang Mei-chun noticed Zhou Tai's sudden calmness and the discarded knife, she moved to pull her into the house. However, upon touching Zhou Tai's hand, Zhou Tai abruptly shoved Yang Mei-chun to the ground. I cleared my throat, prompting Zhou Tai to halt her actions and look towards me. "Return to the house." Zhou Tai turned, her eyes still shut, yet she walked steadily up the steps without assistance. Once inside, the crowd that had gathered outside followed suit, surrounding the windows and door. Zhou Tai sat upon the Kong, and beside her sat an elderly woman in her 80s. I recognized her as Yang Mei-chuan's mother, Wu Xiao. Nodding in acknowledgement, I turned to Yang Mei-chun, saying, "Aunt Yang, please go to my paper shop and fetch a cloth bag." In the rush, I forgot to bring my tools. Yang Mei-chun exited, and Zhou Tai sat cross-legged on the Kong, remaining utterly still and tranquil. "Little Tai, here you go." Yang Mei-chun returned within 5 minutes, breathless. I took the cloth bag from her, retrieving an incense burner and handing it to Yang Mei-chun. "Pour some rice inside. It should suffice to hold the incense." After preparing, I placed the incense burner facing east and lit a stick of incense. I respectfully adjusted it, watching as the smoke initially rose straight up but soon split and dispersed to the sides. Frowning, I wondered, is someone obstructing the incense? I turned to the onlookers at the door, scanning each face until my gaze settled on a woman I did not recognize. Mang Tsuehua. She belongs to a different hall. "You must leave." Upon hearing Mang Tsuehua's words, I addressed the woman. She frowned, crossing her arms in disdain. You think I will leave just because you say so? Is this your home? I remained silent, looking to Yang Meichun for assistance. Yang Meichun, appearing troubled, approached the woman with a conciliatory tone. Sister, I understand you are here visiting relatives. Let's not damage our goodwill. My daughter has finally calmed down. Please, just leave. Before departing, the woman shot me a contemptuous glare, muttering under her breath as if cursing me. I noticed one of the ghostly generals retracting his sword, pursuing her. He halted before her, extending a leg to trip her, causing her to fall unceremoniously. I redirected my attention, sitting before Shen Haiying. Mang Tsuehua interjected, tracing back 4 generations. Does your family also possess a seer? Quite remarkable. Adept at navigating the shadows and banishing spirits. Yang Meichun pondered, her expression conflicted. However, Guo Xiao, seated on the Kong, slowly spoke. You must be referring to my father. Correct? Mother, but didn't my grandfather pass away at a young age due to illness? How could he have been a seer? Yang Meichun questioned, her face filled with confusion. Guo Xiao sighed softly. That was a lie I told you. Your grandfather did not die from illness but was buried alive. It turns out Guo Xiao's father, Guo Qingzhong, had lost both parents at a young age. His relatives believed his fate was too harsh, bringing misfortune to his family, and thus severed ties with him. By his teenage years, he had begun to read fortunes and was known as a skilled diviner. He became renowned as a small fortune teller. In his 20s, he married Guo Xiao's mother and a year later had a daughter, Guo Xiao. However, he concealed his abilities, knowing that such practices were looked down upon. Deeply in love with Guo Xiao's mother, he chose to keep this secret, willingly moving into her family and living in a village unfamiliar to him, even abandoning his fortune-telling. When Guo Xiao was 7, her grandmother fell ill and was hospitalized in the county. Unable to leave her mother, Guo Xiao accompanied her to care for her grandmother. Only Guo Qingzhong remained at home to work. While laboring, a man sought him out, kneeling before him in desperate plea for assistance. Soft-hearted, Guo Qingzhong agreed. But the matter required him to traverse the spirit realm. Calculating the time, he deduced that his wife and child would return in 7 days, allowing ample time for his journey. He instructed the man to return home and await his guidance. Yet, as he descended into the underworld, his wife and child unexpectedly returned. Prompted by Guo Xiao's insistence on bringing home a wooden rabbit carved by her father. Upon their return, Guo Qingzhong's wife discovered him cold and lifeless. That day, she arranged his funeral. Chapter 80. Haunted by 5 ghosts in those days. There was a local belief that those who died of violent or mysterious death could only remain in their home for 3 days before burial. A grave could be mounded, but no headstone could be erected. Additionally, pregnant women, those who had recently given birth, and individuals with conflicting zodiac signs were to avoid the area. During the return journey, one must not look back, especially for those of weak constitution, to avoid disturbing the spirits. At that time, Guo Qingzhong had calculated that his journey to the underworld would take about 4 to 5 days. However, upon returning, he found the surroundings shrouded in darkness, his hands merely brushing against the cold wooden boards of his coffin. Unaware of the events that had transpired, he frantically pushed against the coffin lid, calling out his wife's name. Villagers passing by, engaged in their own work, heard his voice from the newly dug grave and hurried to Guo Xiao's home. Was wife, you must check. There's movement in your husband's grave. Has he returned? Upon hearing this, Guo Xiao's mother panicked and rushed with several villagers to the grave. However, by the time they arrived, all was silent. This left Guo Xiao's mother at a loss, kneeling before the grave and weeping. My dear, rest well. I will raise our Xiao. The grave remained undisturbed, and the group returned home. It wasn't until the 7th day that, on this day, the 7th day after Guo Qingzhong's passing, strange occurrences stirred within his grave. At that moment, Guo Xiao's mother resolved to excavate the grave. Yet, no one was willing to undertake this grim task, so she took up a hoe and began to dig, surrounded by a crowd of villagers eager to witness the spectacle. Once the coffin lid was exposed, she removed the nails securing it, and, summoning all her strength, managed to lift the lid. Upon doing so, she collapsed to the ground. Her gaze fixed upon the sight within the coffin, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Inside, the coffin bore scratch marks stained with blood. Guo Qingzhong's fingernails had been worn down, his eyes wide open, forever unclosed. At this moment, Guo Qingzhong, possessing the body of Shen Haiying, burst into laughter after listening to Guo Xiao. Yet, despite the laughter, tears flowed from his tightly shut eyes. Alas, my powers were insufficient at that time to communicate with her, to assure her I held no blame, thus preventing her from succumbing to despair and causing you so much suffering. Please, restrain your weeping. Shen Haiying cannot bear such commotion. What brings you here? I inquired with a furrowed brow. Guo Qingzhong swallowed his tears. My great-granddaughter possesses a unique connection to the martial realm. I have come to be her guiding spirit. Yi Baochai remarked, though this young lady is in her 30s, she remains unmarried. While a foundation can indeed be established, I fear her future husband may have reservations. I sighed softly. You are aware that your great-granddaughter is yet to marry, correct? Undertakings of this nature do not strictly require marriage. Yet considerations for her future spouse must be taken into account, especially if they harbor opposition to such matters. Rest assured, young master, I shall find her a suitable husband. One who possesses a foundation of his own, allowing for a union of their respective realms. Will she be honored with individual worship? Or will one side govern while the other assists? Guo Qingzhong raised his chin proudly. Naturally, she shall receive individual worship. My descendants shall not be subordinate to others. The name Dragon and Phoenix Hall arose in my mind. The Dragon and Phoenix Hall differs from the husband and wife hall, yet they share commonalities. The dragon symbolizes the male, while the phoenix represents the female, not as reincarnated beings, but as a legally recognized couple in the realm. Each possesses their own martial foundation, with distinct leaders, and their respective halls are worshipped separately, allowing both to observe divinations. However, the husband and wife hall is different. They each have their own fated celestial beings and martial forces, yet upon leaving their halls, their forces combine under a single governing entity, with the other serving as support. The essence of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall is, in fact, a variant of the husband and wife hall. However, true Dragon and Phoenix halls are exceedingly rare, requiring both parties to be evenly matched, lest internal strife or various calamities arise. Through subsequent discussions, I promised to establish a hall for Shun Haiying and dismissed the villagers who had gathered. The celestial beings accompanying Shun Haiying were reasonably capable, yet she was burdened by the haunting presence of 5 malevolent spirits. When I established her hall, those shameless spirits would likely disturb the proceedings. Please advise them to maintain their composure. I will dispel this affliction during the establishment of her hall. What is this affliction? The severity varies according to one's birth chart and fluctuates with fortune. Common afflictions include the 5 malevolent spirits curse, the night-walking spirits, and various other maladies. Some can be addressed before, during, or after the establishment of the hall, depending on the preferences of the officiating master. Old Lu taught me to address them during the establishment process. Guo Qingzhong nodded, indicating his understanding. Aunt Yang, please visit the paper shop once more. There is a piece of red cloth in the cabinet that I need. Half an hour later, all preparations were complete. I began the process of establishing her hall. Just as the celestial beings were preparing to register, I sensed a strange aura of malevolence surrounding us. I turned to glance back and saw 3 spirits pinned to the ground by a ghostly commander, while Zhang Xiaozi stood before them, whipping their faces with her elongated tongue. I ought to find time to speak with Xiaozi. While her tongue is impressively long, it should not serve as a weapon. At 2 in the morning, fatigue washed over me, and I rubbed my temples. The registration process had concluded, and the next step was to initiate the spiritual rites. This process, simply put, involves petitioning the celestial beings for recognition and blessings, signifying that the newly established Disciples' Hall has received affirmation from both the celestial and underworld realms, essential for future divinations and observations. The talismans and flags serve to summon spirits, akin to a pass that facilitates movement across realms, unbound by the constraints of earthly deities. In layman's terms, it is akin to a business requiring a license, for without it, one would be operating unlawfully. I led Shun Haiying to the courtyard, where Zhang Xiaozi had gathered additional spirits, all appearing battered and defeated. Shun Haiying began her supplications to the celestial beings. After her prayers, a star in the sky shimmered, and I sensed that all talismans and flags had been duly received. With all procedures completed, I approached Zhang Xiaozi, waving my hand to confine the spirits within the rear quarters. This affliction had been dispelled, while the standard process is complex as a ghostly master. I am not bound by such intricacies. I confine them to the hall's rear, pacifying them to prevent further disturbances to Shun Haiying. As long as she maintains righteous thoughts and intentions, she would face no further afflictions, especially with her protectors and celestial beings by her side. Upon returning to the paper shop, I intended to sleep until the following afternoon. However, at 8 o'clock, my biological clock roused me, and due to insufficient rest, I felt foggy-headed until the afternoon. Seated in the small room of the paper shop, I practiced crafting paper horses, for the horses must not have raised manes, nor the paper figures have painted eyes. While I was engrossed in my practice, 2 figures appeared at the entrance, peering curiously inside. Chapter 81. evil bones and flesh. As I sat amidst the paper scraps, I lifted my gaze to the entrance, where I recognized Yang Meichun and Shun Haiying. Visitors rarely come without purpose, I thought. Yang Meichun chuckled lightly and ushered Shun Haiying inside. She opened her garment and produced a red envelope, presenting it to me. You established a hall for Haiying in such haste yesterday. I neglected to offer you any remuneration. I waved my hand dismissively. It suffices for Sister Shun to bring offerings to my master in due time. You may keep the money. Yang Meichun insisted, pressing the envelope into my hand. That won't do. A matter of principle is a matter of principle. After several rounds of protest, I relented and placed the envelope atop the incense burner in the hall. Turning back, I noticed they had not yet departed. I raised an eyebrow. Aunt Yang, if you have something to say, please do so directly. We need not be so formal between us. Little Iron, despite my previous words, you have gone above and beyond to assist Aunt and your sister Shin. I remained silent, simply observing her. She offered a nervous laugh and got to the point. I have a younger sister from the neighboring village, Baiyun Village. She has also established a hall. But recently, I am unsure what has transpired. She has been bedridden from day to night, barely able to rise, with her husband attending to her every need. I was hoping you could take a look. Inwardly, I pondered, this must stem from an inadequately established hall. Suddenly, I recalled Zheng Xiaozui's voice. I just visited. This hall is empty, lacking celestial beings, only attracting wandering spirits. An empty hall, as the name suggests, contains only one or two celestial beings, with no clear patron, resulting in no spiritual response or sensation. Usually established by a master without proper guidance, such halls attract many wandering spirits over time. It is too late today. Let us visit early tomorrow. After they left, I lay on my bed and inadvertently glanced at the calendar. It was mid-August, and next month would be my birthday. Zheng Xiaozui, Little Iron, I wish you a happy birthday in advance. I looked at Zheng Xiaozui standing beside me and teased, isn't this a bit too early? Zheng Xiaozui said nothing and simply departed. The following morning, I had prepared my cloth bag early, waiting in front of the paper-making shop when Yang Meichun hurriedly arrived, carrying 2 bags of seasonal fruits from her home. She took an apple from her bag and handed it to me, and I graciously accepted it. Together, we took a ride to Baiyun Village, following Yang Meichun to her sister Yang Jia's doorstep. Brother-in-law, I'm here, she called out as we entered the yard, only to be met by a voice from inside the flat that sounded impatient. I glanced at Yang Meichun, who smiled awkwardly in return. Zhou Tai speaks like that. If he says something unpleasant later, don't take it to heart, Zhou Tai, she advised as we stepped inside. There sat Yang Jia's husband, Dai Xing, looking irritable on the edge of the Kong, while Yang Jia lay on the Kong with her eyes tightly shut, appearing to be in a deep slumber. How long has she been like this? I inquired. Quite a while, frankly speaking. It's as if she is dead, Dai Xing replied impatiently, glancing at me and then at Yang Meichun. Sister, why do you insist on bringing these odd people home? Yang Meichun remained silent, her expression turning serious. Zheng Xiaozui claims that the evil spirits have taken one of Yang Jia's souls away. The term evil spirits is a local dialect in standard Mandarin. It implies that a person's fate is light, attracting misfortune. I, too, am considered to possess a light fate. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to bear the weight of such spirits. Thankfully, I have many masters protecting me over the years. Otherwise, this situation would be dire. I intended to help Yang Jia reclaim her lost spirit. Open the door, and I will summon her soul back, I stated. Yang Meichun nodded and moved to open the door, but Dai Xing stopped her. What do you think you are doing? Why should we listen to you? What nonsense is this about souls leaving the body? You're too young to be spouting such nonsense. There are no ghosts in this world. Hearing this, I looked at Yang Meichun, recalling her earlier warning. Suppressing my rising anger, I spoke calmly. Your lack of experience does not negate the existence of such phenomena. Not to mention, your family has a spirit altar. Do you not believe in that? Dai Xing scoffed. The one who established our altar is a master, a true expert. What do you, a mere child, know to compare? He continued, if you want to help her, fine, I don't care. Frankly, if she has gone, I can just find another. Yang Meichun exclaimed, Dai Xing, what are you saying? I unburdened my cloth bag, placing it into Yang Meichun's arms, and grasped my talisman, revealing its handle. With a swift punch, I struck Dai Xing, causing him to stagger back, clutching his face in disbelief. Well done. Yang Meichun cheered from behind me. As Dai Xing attempted to retaliate, I did not afford him the opportunity, delivering a blow to his abdomen that forced a cough from him. Grasping the talisman, I flicked it towards him, and a shadow was expelled from his body, attempting to flee. Zheng Xiaozui suddenly appeared, her long tongue flicking out. Capturing the shadow, and tossing it before me. This malevolent spirit felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of the woman I had driven away while dealing with Shen Haiying. First, confine this evil spirit in the rear courtyard, I instructed, turning to Dai Xing, who was now cowering in a corner. Are you awake now? I asked. He nodded, bewildered. Why did you hit me? Sister, why did he strike me? Yang Meichun recounted his previous words, and Dai Xing, incredulous, protested. How could I have said such a thing? Seeing our expressions, he grasped his hair in distress. You were possessed by an evil spirit. It used your voice to express those words in an attempt to drive me away. Do not take it to heart. Do you know who established the altar for Yangjia? Dai Xing replied. Possessed by an evil spirit? No wonder I can't remember what just happened. Where did this evil spirit come from? His eyes darted around as he continued. The one who established the altar for Xiaojia is the village's great deity, Wei Qiyu. Could this malevolent spirit be connected to her? Wei Qiyu? Zhou Tai, do you recall the woman you drove away when setting up Haiying's altar? That was Wei Qiyu. Yang Meichun exclaimed, her tone tinged with astonishment. Is Xiaojia's condition related to her? I nodded, approaching Dai Xing, who was still shielding his face and eyeing me warily. Rolling my eyes, I produced a talisman from my bag and handed it to him. Keep this in your pocket. It will prevent external spirits from possessing you temporarily. Dai Xing hastily accepted the talisman, placing it in his breast pocket, speaking cautiously as if afraid of detection. I glanced towards the yard's corner, where two shadows lurked, watching me intently. However, two powerful spirits from my household stood guard at the entrance, preventing them from encroaching. Closing my eyes, I summoned Mang Tsuehua, pulling out a blank yellow paper and a vermilion brush. She adorned the paper with flourishing symbols. Dai Xing leaned in, observing, Little Master. Why do your symbols look different from Wei Qiyu's? Hers are much more elegant, and even have lotus flowers. While one cannot generalize, true practitioners of the craft seldom have the luxury of painstakingly embellishing talismans with flowers. I retorted coldly, real masters are more focused on the task at hand. With my fingers pinching the talisman, Mang Tsuehua and I merged, chanting in unison, Wandering souls, where do you linger? Graves and forests. I beseech the mountain gods and land deities, the five generals and the kitchen god. Retrieve the lost souls and bind them back to their bodies. Open the heavenly gates. Open the earthly gates. Bring the souls from afar. With the final word, I abruptly opened my eyes, flinging the talisman into the air. It danced briefly before igniting and turning to ash, settling upon Yangjia. Her fingers twitched, and she slowly opened her eyes, her voice weak. What has happened to me? As she struggled to rise, Dai Xing, closest to her, assisted her, tears glistening in his eyes. Thank you, little master. If it weren't for your help, Xiaojia might never have awakened. He recounted the events that had transpired, while Yang Meichun approached, grasping Yangjia's hand, tears streaming down her face. If it weren't for Zhou Tai, your soul would still be wandering out there. Yangjia looked at me sincerely and expressed her gratitude. At that moment, I noticed two shadows beside her, one dark and one pale, the latter even missing a tuft of hair atop its head. These must be the two protective spirits of Yangjia's household. I waved my hand, saying, your altar should only have two protective spirits. It should be a household altar, not a horse altar. Now, those spirits are being tormented by the external demons. If you truly wish for this change, I can transform your altar into a household one. I offered. Yangjia's lips were pale, and she forced a smile. During my time wandering, I recall enduring much hardship. I cannot return home. To be honest, when I first set up the altar, I had ulterior motives, hoping to profit like Wei Qiyu. But after this ordeal, I realized I'm not cut out for this. I no longer wish to delve into this line of work. I just want to live a peaceful life. Hearing her words, I smiled. People like you are doing just fine, living ordinary lives and enjoying a stable existence. As I spoke, I sensed Mang Tsuehua's gaze upon me, her eyes holding an inscrutable expression. Assuming she was displeased, I quickly thought, Master Mang, having you here is quite good, as it comforts her. Please don't overthink it. Mang Tsuehua shook her head, sighed softly, and departed. I dismissed the matter from my mind, preparing to cleanse the external demons from Yangjia's altar when, suddenly, Yangjia suddenly stood up, pushing aside Dai Xing. Her face twisted in a grimace as a shadowy figure merged with her. This was troubling. The door outside was guarded by malevolent spirits, yet the room itself was unprotected. Having just awakened, Yangjia was physically weak, and with her meridians fully opened, she was susceptible to being possessed by the external spirits lurking in the area. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, shouting, hold her down. Dai Xing and I rushed forward simultaneously. We had to separate this malevolent spirit from Yangjia, for any harm inflicted upon it could very well injure her. Just as Yang Jia attempted to leap through the window, Dai Xing, positioned close by, grasped her leg, while I stepped onto the bed and pressed her down onto it. Yang Jia possessed an astonishing strength, thrashing her legs wildly and attempting to bite. However, Dai Xing managed to free one hand and swiftly grabbed a piece of clothing from nearby, shoving it into Yang Jia's mouth to muffle her. At that same moment, I summoned dozens of spirit generals. 2 of them advanced to forcibly extract the malevolent spirit from Yang Jia, casting it onto the ground. A dark figure stood there, surrounded by several ghostly apparitions, exuding an ominous aura that suggested it was far from benign. Yang Jia fainted again, this time not from a loss of spirit, but from sheer weakness. I rose, the spirit generals encircling the dark entity, while I brandished my ghost-busting whip towards them. The generals, well-trained, unsheathed their swords. "Identify yourselves," I commanded. The leading shadow remained silent, glaring at me with malice. A sense of foreboding washed over me. "This is your last chance. Were you sent by Wei Qiuyu?" The malevolent figure spread its arms, and in an instant, its claws elongated, lunging at the nearby spirit generals. They responded swiftly, blocking the attack with their swords. As the weapons clashed with the claws, sparks flew, reminiscent of metal striking metal. Seeing their obstinacy, I leaped down from the bed, swinging my whip fiercely at the shadow. It dodged to the side, and the malevolent spirits behind it surged forward to attack me. However, my spirit generals were no novices. With a swift motion of their swords, 3 of the evil spirits disintegrated into nothingness. The remaining spirits, realizing the dire situation, attempted to flee, but I lashed out with my whip, and upon contact, their souls shattered like tofu against stone. In light of this turn of events, the remaining malevolent spirits, now resembling deflated balloons, trembled uncontrollably and were easily captured by the spirit generals. I approached, lowering my head to address them. "Were you sent by Wei Qiuyu to occupy Yang Jia's domain?" "Yes," the leading spirit admitted, fear evident in its tone. "She instructed us to remain here and occasionally afflict Yang Jia, compelling her to seek her out again." Another malevolent spirit whispered, "She must be aware that you are cleansing her domain of another evil spirit." Chapter 83. The struggle between ghost halls. After clarifying the situation, I took the remaining malevolent spirits into the underworld, where they awaited judgment and punishment. I approached Yang Jia's domain, gazing at the 500 names inscribed above. A wave of darkness washed over me, realizing how many malevolent spirits had perished beneath my whip. Turning to Hu Xian and Huang Xian, who sat beside me, I instructed, "Do not wander off. I am going to burn this red list and establish a new yellow list for you." Upon seeing their nods of agreement, I tore a corner of the red list with force, transforming it into a protective household list. Yang Jia awakened, appearing significantly more rejuvenated than before. Dai Xing retrieved a money box from the wardrobe, producing a stack of pristine banknotes to hand to me. During this time, fearing that Xiaojia might never awaken again or that something extraordinary might occur, I withdrew 10,000 yuan in advance to keep at home. "Now that you have resolved our issue, we no longer require this money. Consider it a reward for your efforts." I waved my hand dismissively. "There is no need for such a sum. I uniformly charge 3,000 for my services, and I cannot accept more. No reward without effort." Before departing, I inquired, "Where is Wei Qiuyu's residence?" Dai Xing pointed in a direction, and I followed his gesture. There, before a 2-story courtyard, stood a woman. It was Wei Qiuyu. Our eyes met, and in that fleeting glance, I discerned her true nature. Her family was also involved in the ghostly realm. Yet, the distinctions between ghost halls were significant. The spirits affiliated with my domain were primarily those who engaged in earnest cultivation in the underworld, including my second aunt, the East City Lord of the Underworld, suggesting that they were not malign. Conversely, the spirits within her family's ghost hall were predominantly those who had met untimely ends, unable to restrain their malevolent inclinations, and had committed numerous misdeeds, diminishing their virtue. I observed her countenance darken before she turned and retreated into her home. I understood that such matters were exceedingly likely to breed animosity. Severing one's means of livelihood is akin to murdering their kin. It seemed a fierce battle awaited me that night. Returning to the paper-making shop, I lay on my bed to recuperate, not overly concerned with Wei Qiuyu. Those malevolent spirits would be dealt with. Their presence in the human realm would only sow further chaos. In the military camp, I opened my eyes to find myself within my second aunt's military encampment. The ghostly soldiers stood in orderly formation, awaiting some directive. I passed them by and entered my second aunt's tent. Upon entering, I encountered a familiar figure, a red fox, previously collected from Zhangguing, now wielding an axe. A scar marred its handsome face, rendering it more hardened than before. Red Fox, it has been far too long. I scarcely recognized you, I exclaimed. The Red Fox turned, casting a sidelong glance at me. How impudent. I am now, at least, your mentor. May I inquire your esteemed name, master? I asked. Huifa, as we exchanged pleasantries. My second aunt entered the tent. Upon seeing me, her tone was unexpectedly gentle. Soon, someone will come to challenge us. Are you prepared? I shrugged nonchalantly. Of course. I am prepared. Besides, you are all here, right? I can merely assist. My second aunt smiled warmly. Zhou Tai, remember this. If one day you can no longer feel our presence or see us, do not be afraid or panic. You must take care of yourself and consider whether you wish to take on the hall again. If you decide to accept it this time, there will be no turning back. I will provide you with an address and a name that you must remember. If you desire to reunite, seek him out. If not, live well, and we will ensure your needs are met. I furrowed my brow at the sorrowful expression in my second aunt's eyes, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread. What are you saying, second aunt? I sensed an unusual tension in the air lately. Zhang Xiaozui's premature birthday wishes, the peculiar gaze of Mang Zuohua, and now these strange words from my second aunt. Just as I was about to question her further, she softly stated, "You should awaken now." With that, I jolted upright from my bed, my eyes bloodshot, and without pausing to turn on the lights, I stumbled toward the ghost hall, lighting 3 incense sticks. Is anyone there? Speak to me. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, there was no response. I sensed no presence, so I closed my eyes, attempting to project my spirit into the black list, only to encounter a transparent barrier isolating me. Zheng Xiaozui? Xiaozui, the hey go? I called out repeatedly within the paper-making shop until my voice faltered, collapsing in front of the blacklist, succumbing to sleep. In my dream, 2 armored soldiers approached, wielding seals intended for my ghost hall's entrance. Instinctively, I stepped forward to obstruct them. No. One soldier, radiating golden light, regarded me with a stern expression yet a gentle tone. Zhou Tai, the sealing of the hall has its reasons, but it is unrelated to your affairs. You need not worry. Zhou Tai, you must consider whether you still wish to inherit this ghost hall. Ignoring my protests, they affixed the seal upon the ghost hall's door. When I awoke again, it was the next afternoon. I attempted to summon my ghost-busting whip, yet felt nothing. My hands were empty. At this moment, I felt as if I had plunged into an icy abyss, shivering uncontrollably, my mind involuntarily replaying their words. Was it not due to my errors in managing the spirit hall? What could it possibly be? My great-aunt suggested that I contemplate whether to re-engage with the spirit hall, implying that a return was still possible. I sat on the ground, cradling my head in my hands, a void forming within me. Until now, I had been reluctant to accept the ghost hall, repelled by it. Yet in this sudden moment, I found myself devoid of any connection to them, filled instead with sorrow. It seemed I had long considered them family. While I was lost in thought, the phone by the bed rang. I crawled over to answer, and it was young Meichuan's excited voice. Little Tai? That Wei Qiuyu has lost her ability to speak today. Is it the doing of our old immortal? Chapter 84. 3 Prohibitions. I guarantee she will no longer be mad lost her ability to speak. I recalled my last encounter with my great-aunt. When she mentioned that someone would soon come to disrupt the spirit hall, was it indeed Wei Qiuyu? Were Xiao Chui and the others unharmed? Was the barking of the big black dog still as thunderous? Yet, I knew nothing. I'm unclear. Aunt Yang, I must hang up. Without waiting for her to finish, I disconnected the call. At that moment, a realization dawned upon me. I could not sever my ties with this ghost hall. Even if I were forbidden to read fortunes or investigate matters, I would still cherish the chance to see them again, to converse with them. I rose to my feet, warmth igniting within me like a flame, dispelling the icy chill that enveloped my being. I must retrieve them. I hastily gathered my belongings, packed a few changes of clothes, secured some money, and pushed open the door of the paper offering shop. Just as I was about to step outside, I noticed a large python coiled in front of the door. It had been waiting outside for who knows how long, its body glistening with dew. This must be the true form of the python, Zuohua, whom I had encountered previously. Master, wait for me. I shall return for you, I murmured, bowing slightly to the black python. The python raised its body, its head nearly the size of my own, yet I felt no fear. This was my master, the true form of Zuohua. I stood still, observing the cold, serpentine eyes that radiated a semblance of humanity. After nodding at me, it turned and departed without hesitation. Watching it leave only solidified my resolve. I boarded the train, my heart racing, nearly wishing for wheels of fire beneath my feet. 3 hours later, it was already 9 p.m. I arrived in Dongning City, found a modest inn to stay in, and planned to visit the address my great-aunt had given me the following morning. After a restless night, I awoke to find my face damp, unaware of what dream I had experienced. I packed my belongings, checked out of the inn, and set off for the address that lingered in my heart. 2 hours later, at 9:30, I reached my destination. Before me lay a remote village, the sign reading Happiness Village in bold characters. To my right, fields stretched out, with several people laboring diligently. I even spotted a farm vehicle traversing the land. As I followed the narrow path ahead, a sudden scream pierced the air. Whirling around, I was horrified to see a child had been swept beneath the farm vehicle. Without a moment's hesitation, I rushed over, and by the time I arrived, the child had already wriggled free from beneath the vehicle, brushing off the dust from his sleeves. Relieved to see the child unharmed, my gaze shifted to the woman nearby, whose expression was one of shock, surrounded by a circle of onlookers who were anxiously regarding her. Why were they all focused on her rather than the child who had just been in danger? If she were the child's mother, their concern should have been for him first. Yet, their gazes remained fixed on her. Why was this so? A sense of bewilderment filled my heart. Xiaoguang. The woman called softly, her tone normal and devoid of any oddity. The crowd exhaled in relief. The child, identified as Xiaoguang, ran into the woman's embrace. She exchanged a few words with a man beside her, though I could not discern what was said, and then they departed together with Xiaoguang. I approached an elderly man nearby and inquired, "Sir, why did you all look at that child's mother after he was nearly in danger instead of checking on him first?" The old man glanced at me, his dark skin gleaming as he smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. "You're not from this village, are you?" I shook my head, replying, "No, I'm here searching for someone, but I have no idea who." The old man, as if understanding my plight, nodded knowingly. "Listen closely, and you may discover whom you seek. The woman's name is Chun Xiulan, and that child is indeed her son, Xiaoguang. The reason we were all watching her is that we feared she might go mad again. Chun Xiulan, in her 30s, was the most beautiful woman in Happiness Village. Many years ago, she had a beloved suitor, but her family vehemently opposed their union because he was poor. Her parents believed she would suffer if she married him and tried every means to thwart their relationship. However, the day after their separation, Chun Xiulan fell into madness, losing her ability to care for herself. Her father thought she was merely pretending and, in his anger, confined her. As a month turned into 2, her condition showed no signs of improvement. In desperation, her parents admitted her to a psychiatric hospital, but there was no change. Eventually, her father, realizing that conventional treatments were futile, sought out the village's old Wang. Skeptical of such mystical remedies, he had little choice but to try. Upon consulting old Wang, he received a cryptic warning. In due time, someone will come to propose to her. Do not inquire about wealth or family, nor should you concern yourself with appearance. Just accept, and I shall ensure she never goes mad again. Infuriated, Chun Xiulan's father took her home, believing old Wang was mocking him. To his astonishment, 3 days later, a matchmaker indeed arrived with a proposal. This left Chun Xiulan's father in turmoil, but recalling old Wang's words, he reluctantly agreed to the union. Even on the eve of her wedding, he worried that she might be returned by her in-laws. However, to his surprise, after marrying, Chun Xiulan regained her senses. She could wash clothes, cook, and tend to the fields. Suddenly, she could do everything. Since her marriage, her family prospered, and she bore a son and a daughter, with Xiaoguang being the youngest. I blinked, absorbing the story from the elderly man's animated recounting, and instinctively remarked, "So you were worried that such a shock might drive Chun Xiulan mad again?" The old man nodded enthusiastically. "Did you not see? Chun Xiulan is not mad. She speaks normally." A mother witnessing her child nearly harmed would be terrified, yet Chun Xiulan, who once suffered madness, seems unaffected by such a scare. My heart raced with revelation as I confirmed who I was searching for. I hastily asked, "Who treated Chun Xiulan?" "Old Wang. His home is at 306 in the village. Just follow this road straight ahead. It seems he currently has visitors seeking his counsel." Chapter 85. The spirit of Lu descends and upsets the rice bowl. I took off running. 5 minutes later, I leaned on my knees, looking up at the door plate outside the courtyard. 306. I stepped into the yard and called, "Is anyone here?" The door of the single-story house stood ajar, and I walked inside. My eyes were immediately drawn to a bronze statue of Guangong and a statue of a bodhisattva placed on the table. In front of the two statues were corresponding incense bowls. I bowed respectfully to each of the statues, when suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. As I raised my gaze, I beheld an elderly man, appearing to be in his 80s, with a robust physique and hair grizzled with age. He furrowed his brow and remarked, "I did not expect that the hall behind you would hold such fortune. Being sealed may indeed be a blessing." With a mere glance, he discerned not only the existence of the hall behind me, but also its sealed status. You must be Master Wang, I surmised. He nodded. Do not call me Master Wang. It is too cumbersome. Just refer to me as Uncle Wang. For certain reasons, I shall refrain from disclosing his real name. Henceforth, he will be referred to as Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang, please assist me in unsealing the hall, I implored, my voice tinged with urgency and desperation. Unexpectedly, Uncle Wang shook his head. It cannot be done. The time is not yet ripe. Come inside with me. I followed him into a modest yet complete little room. On the windowsill sat several potted plants, alongside a uniquely shaped wine pot. I instinctively inquired, is that wine pot not made of pure wood? Won't it crack under the sun? Uncle Wang chuckled softly. Tomorrow, when I invite you to savor the wine from that pot, you shall discover its mysteries. It is not to be spoken of lightly. Above, a slender string was tied to the ceiling, appearing thinner than my pinky finger, extending from the ceiling to the radiator by the window. Noticing my puzzled expression, Uncle Wang remained silent, a hint of a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Why did Qin Xiulan seize her madness after marrying that man? Just moments ago, she witnessed her child being caught beneath a vehicle, yet remained composed. Uncle Wang lit a dry cigarette, taking a few puffs as he replied, because she owes her husband. In their past life, there existed a karmic connection. And in this life, that connection must be resolved with clarity. Karma? Can it truly be wielded with such flexibility? Sensing my thoughts, he queried, what is your name? Young man, I am Zhou Tai, I replied. Would you be willing to address me as master and learn from me? I was taken aback by his proposition. I had come to unseal the hall, not to become a disciple, and politely declined. Uncle Wang, I already have a master. Uncle Wang responded with a smile. That is your foundational master, distinct from a teacher. Why would you desire me as a disciple? I countered with a question of my own. Some matters are preordained. We merely act in accordance with fate. You may ponder this further. I have a visitor arriving. Almost as soon as he spoke, footsteps echoed from the outer room. The door curtain was lifted, revealing an individual with unsteady steps, darkened eyes, and a skin covered in goosebumps, exuding an air of agitation. Based on prior experience, I surmised that a spirit was present within him. Uncle Wang carelessly discarded his cigarette, and turned his attention to the man. Since you have arrived, do not conceal yourself. At these words, the man trembled, his voice turning shrill. I have long heard of Master Wang's prowess. Indeed, it is as I have heard. Uncle Wang ignored him, instead directing me. To the side is the kitchen. Fetch a bowl of rice, and look beneath the offering table for a stick of incense. I obediently rose and quickly returned with the rice and incense. Uncle Wang lit the incense, placing it in the bowl of rice, and set it beside the Kong, saying, You have come. I invite you to partake of this rice and incense. After consuming them, you may depart. Do not torment him further. The man inhaled deeply, drawing in the smoke from the burning incense, a look of contentment washing over him. After a moment, he opened his eyes, swept the rice and incense to the ground, and scoffed. On what grounds? Your family has been hunters for generations, stripping us of our skin, extracting our sinews. How could it be so easily forgiven? You have tormented him for nearly a decade. Throughout this time, he has suffered from various ailments, squandering the wealth accumulated by his ancestors, and has developed real afflictions. Is that simple? Indeed, his family has been hunters for generations. But does that make him one? You have caused suffering to each of his ancestors until their demise. The karmic ties between you have long been severed. Your torment of him now is merely an act of vengeance. Uncle Wang's previously murky eyes sharpened with intensity. The man retreated 2 steps, a cold snort escaping his lips. As the saying goes, a father's debts are repaid by the son, even if the debt is settled. What harm is there in collecting some interest? Are you still unwilling to acknowledge your wrongs? As Uncle Wang's anger flared, a flicker of fear crossed the spirit's face, and he attempted to flee through the door. Quick as a flash, Uncle Wang shut the door, and the spirit turned to escape through the window. But I hastened to close both windows as well. The spirit glared at me with icy eyes. What do you know, you ignorant child? He struck out with a hand, sending me sprawling to the ground. Uncle Wang retrieved a crumpled yellow paper from his pocket. Upon seeing this, the spirit panicked, controlling the man to climb the slender string, hanging upside down from the ceiling. The string did not quiver or break, and I stared in disbelief at this scene. A man weighing 150 to 60 pounds scaling a string as thin as a pinky? As Uncle Wang prepared to fling the yellow paper at the spirit, the door creaked open, accompanied by the voice of a child. Grandpa, a child, around 5 or 6 years old, entered the room. The spirit moved, descending from the ceiling. In that instant, I lunged forward, cradling the child in my arms. Pain shot through my back, and I instinctively let out a grunt. Uncle Wang shouted, You seek death. grabbing a battered wooden basin from beside the Kong. He struck down upon the man on my back. The man trembled at the impact. With another strike, the spirit possessing the man wailed, "I was wrong. Do not strike again." After a third blow, accompanied by a piercing scream, the man collapsed to the ground, and the spirit fell silent. I carefully set the child down, glancing at the now normal man lying on the ground, and then at the battered basin in Uncle Wong's hands. "Uncle, is this your weapon?" Uncle Wong tossed the basin onto the Kong and stepped forward to embrace the sobbing little girl, soothing her gently. Once the child had ceased her tears, he turned to me and explained, "A magical artifact, akin to the hard whip you possess." Could it be that he discerned the ghostly whip still residing with me? I swallowed hard, still incredulous. "You mean to say that with just 3 strikes of this basin, the troublesome spirit was banished?" "Not banished, but vanquished, scattering its very soul." As he spoke, Uncle Wong's gaze bore into me, imparting an invisible pressure. I nodded, acknowledging his words. "Are you not afraid? Do you not wish to inquire why I killed it? Then let it be. Even if you banish that spirit, it will return when you are not watching. Moreover, did you not say that this man shares no karmic ties with the spirit? Its actions are merely acts of spite." Uncle Wong chuckled, releasing the little girl to the ground and giving her a gentle push. "Go play." Once the girl had departed, he turned back to me. "Are you now willing to take me as your master? Must I kneel to acknowledge you as such?" Perceiving my hesitation, Uncle Wong burst into laughter. "The wine in that pot is ready. Tonight, we shall share a drink, and that will signify your apprenticeship. Very well. I shall raise a toast to you, Master Wong. What I just taught you serves as the first lesson. In the realm of spirit mediums, karma weighs heavily, yet one must not allow it to bind one's actions. At times, decisive measures must be taken. If one does not possess a certain ruthlessness, those spirits and entities will not regard you. And wicked ghosts and malevolent beings will only seek to torment you and harm your loved ones." Uncle Wong's perspective diverged from that of old Lu, who advocated for guidance rooted in karma. Uncle Wong acknowledges karma, yet believes in decisive action, even leveraging it to awaken Qin Xiulan from her madness. Perhaps this illustrates the paths of the two. What then is my own path? My approach to matters seems to have been consistently influenced by the esteemed Lao Lu, to the extent that I might be emulating him. Yet, I ponder whether this truly aligns with my own path. What is the Tao? The Tao is the essence of all, akin to the fruit stemming from its roots, or water emerging from its source. Here, the Tao does not pertain to Taoism, but rather to the true heart. A fleeting moment of clarity flickered in my mind, yet it was too swift for me to grasp, leaving me engulfed in a haze of confusion. Elder Wong gazed at me, a look of satisfaction gracing his face as he stroked his beard and chuckled. "Do you have any further inquiries?" His words jolted me back to reality, prompting me to indicate the slender rope suspended from the ceiling and gesture towards the man still lost in slumber, asking, "How is it that Lu Xian can navigate that rope as if it were solid ground, suspended in midair?" This delicate rope, so slender it barely matched the width of my pinky, remained unwavering. Elder Wong retrieved 2 pipes from the side, handing one to me while igniting the other for himself. "Do you understand what it means to manifest the Tao in a duel of magic?" I tucked the pipe behind my ear, recalling Lao Lu's words that such manifestations belonged to a bygone era, seldom witnessed nowadays. Elder Wong took a puff from his pipe. "Indeed, such occurrences have become rare. Today, you are fortunate to witness one. Are you suggesting this is the divine manifestation of the Tao?" I asked, astonished as I observed the slender rope. A duel of magic requires the binding of vital points, and only those with considerable Taoist cultivation dare to engage in such feats. Indeed, there is nothing to be astonished about. When winter arrives and the river freezes, you shall see Lu Xian delve into the icy depths, and that will be truly fascinating. My eyes sparkled with intrigue as I settled beside Elder Wong. "What do you mean by Lu Xian diving into the ice?" After a few puffs, Elder Wong finished one of the pipes, extinguished its embers with his fingers, and spoke slowly. "A skilled practitioner carves an opening in the frozen river, binds their vital points, and plunges into the icy abyss, swimming a circle before resurfacing through the same opening. Please do not emulate this scenario. In the water, one may lose their sense of direction. Amidst the frozen surface, there exists but a single opening, making the endeavor perilous and fraught with difficulty. What if one cannot resurface?" Elder Wong cast a knowing glance my way. "Rest assured, they will resurface, for it is not a mere mortal who swims, but Lu Xian. Not to mention the difficulty of finding a suitable disciple, they would never allow their centuries, even millennia, of cultivation to be lost in an instant. Do you know what it means to grasp the red thread and consume the red date?" Noticing my confusion, he burst into laughter. "Have you ever seen an iron chain as thick as a bowl? Heat it until glowing red, and a skilled practitioner may touch it without harm, emerging unscathed, unburned, and unbroken. That is true mastery of the Tao. As he spoke of consuming the red date, he referred to charcoal, brushing off the ash to reveal the red core, chewing it, and finally spitting out the extinguished ash. This is what he meant by consuming the red date. I was taken aback, realizing that the practitioners possessed such remarkable abilities. They wielded immense power, capable of determining life and death, contesting against fate. Yet there were limitations to their actions, bound by the laws of their realm. Minor disturbances may be overlooked, but certain actions could disrupt the order of the mortal world, thus they are prohibited. Just then, urgent footsteps echoed from outside. Elder Wang rose. Adjusting his attire, "Take this basin and accompany me." As I grasped the cracked basin, confusion swirled within me. Where were we headed? A frantic voice called from outside. "Elder Wang, come quickly. Zhou Yuan seems to be possessed by a yellow weasel. He is causing a ruckus at home." Upon arriving at Zhou Yuan's residence, we were greeted by a piercing voice. "Now you see my might." Following this, a chorus of pleas arose. "We understand now. Huang Xian, your cultivation is unparalleled. Please descend. Whatever you command, we shall comply. Oh, great immortal, have mercy. Do not torment De Yuan any longer. Please vacate his body. Humph. I demand a little phoenix, grass rolls, and wine. You must honor my offerings." Elder Wang stepped into the house, taking the basin from my hands, speaking coldly. "What more do you desire?" The yellow immortal's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Elder Wang, attempting to leap from the bed using both hands and feet. With a swift strike of the basin, a cry of agony pierced the air, followed by a sound of breath leaving the body. Gradually, Zhou Yuan regained consciousness, rubbing his head, bewildered. What just happened? He had no recollection of the recent events. Upon hearing his family recount the incident, fear washed over his face as he scrambled off the bed. "Elder Wang, it cannot return, can it?" Elder Wang replied, "Exit your home and head eastward. You will pass several stacks of firewood. When you reach the third one, stop and investigate. You shall discover whether it will return." Although perplexed, Zhou Yuan complied and left his home. I felt a surge of eagerness, and Elder Wang said, "You may follow him, but then return directly to my place." With that, he hummed a tune and departed. I hurried to catch up with Zhou Yuan. Upon reaching the third stack of firewood, we halted. Before we began to search, I caught a faint whiff of blood. Zhou Yuan picked up a branch and began to rummage through the woodpile. Suddenly, he screamed, collapsing to the ground, pointing at the stack before him. Following his gesture, I beheld a yellow weasel, its head severed from its body, blood still fresh, its eyes reflecting sheer terror. Was it for instance, if a certain Huang Xian has performed 10 good deeds, but has committed one bad act in your presence, would you strike him down? Naturally, you would not, as he has done 10 commendable things. But what of that single misdeed? Wang Diye's words left me momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Now, consider this. If that same Huang Xian had committed 10 wrongs, and you were aware of those transgressions, yet upon your arrival, he performed a good deed in your sight, would you still choose to kill him? Certainly you would. He has committed 10 offenses. Yet that solitary good deed is undeniably real. How could you choose to disregard it? As the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, my vision blurred, and I felt myself teetering on the brink of slumber. At that moment, I heard Wang Diyi remark, "In this line of work, no matter how cautious one may be, one inevitably bears the consequences of their actions. It is better to follow one's heart, as long as one is true to oneself." When I awoke, it was already midday the following day. I had anticipated a throbbing headache, yet instead, I felt remarkably refreshed. The peculiar wine jug remained on the windowsill, and I sensed something amiss. Approaching it, I gave it a shake. Chapter 88, Another Incident at the Pig Farm. Last night, Wang Diyi and I each had our fill of baijiu. Logically, the jug should have contained little liquor, yet it felt nearly full when I shook it. "Wang Diyi, Wang Diyi." After calling out several times with no response, I surmised he must have stepped out, leaving me some food on the comm. I fetched an empty bowl from the kitchen and tilted the jug, quickly filling the bowl with liquor. Peering into the jug, I was astonished to find it still brimming. Could it be that the liquor was inexhaustible? Lost in thought, a hand suddenly snatched the jug away. Wang Diyi looked at the bowl of liquor with a pained expression. "You wasteful child, why must you squander everything so recklessly?" Wasteful indeed implies a disregard for resources. "Wang Diyi, this jug harbors secrets." He said nothing more and left with the jug. After the meal, I inquired, "Wang Diyi, could you assist me in resolving the hall's closure?" He shot me a glance, still somewhat miffed about my handling of the jug, and coldly huffed, "I can, but you must consider your choice carefully. If we unlock the hall, You can no longer distance yourself from them. I am resolute. Wang Di continued. It is not yet time. I have observed a long-tongued female ghost and a large black dog accompanying you since your arrival. As if they have something to convey. Here is the plan. Tonight, you will reside in another room, and I will bring her into your dreams so you may converse. Perhaps you will understand why the hall was sealed and when it may be reopened. The long-tongued female ghost, Zheng Xiaozue, and the black dog. That night, I lay alone on my small bed and drifted into slumber. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself still in the dim room. But a familiar ghostly figure appeared before me. Xiaozue, why has the hall been sealed? Zhou Tai, listen to me. This situation represents a reform for our family's hall. A transformative blessing, even. I struggled to grasp her words. How could a sealed hall be deemed beneficial? It may not apply to others, but it certainly pertains to you. Zheng Xiaozue's words left me increasingly bewildered. With patience, she elaborated. Our family operates as a ghost hall, while our procedures are complete. We are ultimately not the same as a legitimate spirit medium hall. Your second aunt wishes to transition this hall into a new form, and the higher powers have consented. Although you have never committed evil and your intentions are pure, your temperament is unstable, and you cannot uphold this hall. Hence, you must venture out for training. What new form? Zheng Xiaozue shook her head, indicating she could not disclose further details. She gathered her hair from her face into a simple ponytail, and the long tongue vanished. It was the first time I beheld her face. It was a delicate and gentle visage, and the simple hairstyle added a touch of charm. Zhou Tai, separations are brief. We will reunite one day. Remain at Wang Di's and rest assured. I have another matter to disclose. Upon waking, you may resume using the ghost whip and the yin-yang eyes. Zhou Tai, calm your heart and steady your spirit. Only then can you lead our ghostly assembly forward. Upon finishing her words, she gazed at me and gently pushed my shoulder. In that instant, I felt as if I were plummeting, awakening with a start from my bed. A beam of sunlight streamed through the window, and I flexed my fingers, the familiar sensation of the ghost whip returning. I scanned the room, but found no trace of Zheng Xiaozue. Life stretches ahead. We shall surely meet again. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the small room was rapped upon, accompanied by Wang Di's voice. Zhou Tai, rise quickly. Another incident has occurred at the pig farm. I sprang from my bed and opened the door to find Wang Di's face etched with urgency for the first time. What has happened? What do you mean by another incident? Wang Di scrutinized me from head to toe. Well, your magical tools and yin-yang eyes have returned. You shall no longer be a burden in our endeavors. With just a glance, Wang Di discerned the changes in me, and I clearly saw a fleeting shadow pass over him. I had never witnessed such an investigative speed in anyone before, and a cold sweat broke out on my back. I hastily shifted the conversation. What incident has occurred at the pig farm? What exactly happened? Wang Di strode ahead. Stay close. You will understand soon enough. 5 minutes later, we arrived at an open expanse of land, surrounded by dirt walls enclosing the pig farm, the foul stench of pig manure assaulting my senses. I frowned. A crowd had gathered, chattering animatedly, and through the gaps, I caught sight of them encircling someone. Simultaneously, the cries of a 7- or 8-year-old child reached my ears. Wang Di cleared his throat, and the onlookers turned to see him, parting to create a pathway. At that moment, I widened my eyes, fixated on the figure seated on the ground, weeping inconsolably. What on earth is happening here? Chapter 89. You must help us, mother and child. Before me sat a man in his 50s, emitting the cries of a 6- or 7-year-old boy. He slumped on the ground, pounding his knees, reminiscent of a child throwing a tantrum. Wang Di glanced at him, the urgency fading from his expression, and patted my shoulder. You handle this. As he turned to leave, I instinctively grasped his arm. I no longer possess a hall. I lowered my voice intentionally. To my surprise, Wang Di also spoke in a hushed tone. Don't you have your magical tools? When in doubt, summon them. Without further ado, he turned and departed. Given it was broad daylight, I could only make out a faint shadow enveloping the man. The source of the child's voice was that shadow. My gaze sharpened as I locked eyes with the apparition. I could see the man's expression freeze, wiping away tears with his sleeve, before lifting a nearby woven bag and turning to depart. I followed closely behind, listening to his intermittent wails, punctuated by curses directed at the pig farm. After a turn into an isolated area, the man halted, turning to regard me coldly. Why are you following me? His voice had returned to normal, yet I still detected a hint of childishness within it. Are you afraid of me? I met his gaze firmly. The man said nothing and bolted away. I called out after him. I will only offer you this one chance. If you do not detach yourself from this man, I shall not be lenient. As he distanced himself further, I wasted no time in summoning the ghost whip. The familiar, chilling sensation surged back, and almost instinctively, I flipped my wrist, causing the whip to circle beside me. My hands gripped the handle of the ghost whip tightly, my arm raised high. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted as the ghost-repelling whip struck from above. An invisible force stirred the winds around, howling as it rushed towards the man in the distance. Just as it was about to make contact, a female ghost in a red dress appeared behind him, intercepting the attack. However, she was not spared either, as she was instantly sent flying. A small boy emerged from the man's body and hurried to check on the ghost's injuries. The man collapsed onto the ground, gazing around in confusion, murmuring to himself, "What is happening? What is going on?" I approached him and offered my assistance. "Who are you?" the man asked, pushing me away with a wary expression, clutching a cloth bag to his chest and stepping back. Just as I was about to explain the recent events, I heard the boy beside the ghost scream, "I will kill him. If it weren't for him, my mother and I wouldn't have died." The boy was enveloped in resentment, and I sensed there was more to this story. Instinctively, I grasped the man who was attempting to walk away. "Let go," he insisted, trying to shake off my grip, but to no avail. The boy bore a striking resemblance to him, and judging by the boy's ghostly aura, it didn't seem like he had died recently. Rather, it felt like many years had passed. Realizing this, I inquired, "Did you once have a son?" "He looks quite like you, around 6 or 7 years old." The man paused, but remained silent, still trying to break free from my grasp. In the struggle, the woven bag he held fell open, revealing countless papers inside. I casually picked up one sheet to examine it. It was a missing person notice adorned with 2 photographs, one of the ghost and one of the boy, both of whom I recognized all too well. The man snatched the notice from my hands, hastily stuffing it back into the bag. I glanced at the boy, whose face was etched with sorrow and fury as he clutched the ghost tightly. Despite trembling in fear, he defiantly met my gaze. I led the man over to the boy. Before I could speak, he felt a chill wash over him, yet found nothing before him. The man instinctively shivered. I could clearly see the ghost's face, filled with resentment, only an inch away from him. I placed the visible ghost-repelling whip on the ground, intimidating both the ghost and the boy. "Are you not searching for them? They are right before you, watching you." I softly spoke to the man. "Are they dead?" He stammered, his voice quaking, glancing around erratically. At that moment, the ghost glared at the man with palpable hatred, and seeing my lack of reaction, she suddenly possessed him. The man collapsed, convulsing on the ground. "What do you want to tell me?" I sat cross-legged on the ground, observing the ghost as I toyed with the whip. "I implore you, young master, to help us seek justice," she pleaded. "First, tell me what transpired. Why did you and this child die? What did this man do to you?" The ghost wiped away the tears welling in her eyes, her tone filled with poignant sorrow. "Young master, you must surely be able to assist us. The spirit accompanying you seems powerful." I glanced sideways, noticing Zheng Xiaocui crouched behind a tree, peering at me. Her pale, delicate face appeared before me, but upon sensing my gaze, she quickly withdrew behind the tree. "Speak freely. She will not intervene while my life is at stake." My words momentarily stunned the ghost, and just as she was about to respond, I sensed an eerie wave of ghostly energy surrounding us. I picked up the whip and stood, scanning the area. From the direction of the pig farm, a shadowy figure emerged ominously. I raised the whip and declared sternly, "Step forward, and do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The figure's gaze was not directed at me, but rather at the ghost beside me, sensing her fear. I stepped forward to shield her from its sight. Its eyes glimmered with greed and desire. After casting a menacing glance at me, it reluctantly retreated, drifting back into the pig farm. Chapter 90. Blood and guts at the pig farm. Once the shadow had departed, the ghost ceased trembling. She composed herself and began recounting the entire story. The man was named Zhao Mingluan, the ghost was called Pan Minglan, and the boy was Zhao Song. Initially, Pan Minglan had a suitor from the county town who wanted her to elope with him. However, with her mother deceased and her father injured while tending sheep, leaving younger siblings to care for, she was compelled to reject her heart's desire and marry a relatively decent man in the village. Pan Minglan thought that marrying nearby would allow her to receive a dowry and return home to assist her family. Zhao Mingluan, though not handsome and in his 40s, appeared honest and hardworking. The matchmaker assured her that he only drank occasionally to unwind after labor. Pan Minglan dismissed any concerns, believing it normal to indulge in a drink after a long day. Little did she know that once married, Zhao Mingluan was an alcoholic, often returning home in a drunken stupor, smashing household items in his rage. Initially, Pan Minglan tried to reason with him. She merely wished to live a peaceful life with Zhao Mingluan. However, upon learning of her previous suitor, he would become enraged when intoxicated, resorting to violence. Unable to endure any longer, she planned to leave while he was away, but just as she was about to depart, she felt nauseous and discovered she was pregnant. Returning home, she surveyed her reflection, dark circles under her eyes and a swollen face from the beatings. Despair engulfed her as she questioned the cruelty of fate. Just as she contemplated suicide with a rope from beneath her bed, Zhao Mingluan returned. Having heard of her pregnancy, he rushed home and fell to his knees. Weeping upon witnessing her state, Zhao Mingluan vowed never to harm her again, promising to quit drinking and work harder to provide a happy home for her and their child. He insisted that having a son in his old age was a rare blessing and implored her forgiveness. As he spoke, he struck himself repeatedly, swelling his face in agony. Moved by his remorse, Pan Minglan embraced him, deciding to keep the child, who was Zhao Song. At first, Zhao Mingluan kept his promises, refraining from alcohol and diligently working to fulfill Pan Minglan's desires. However, after Zhao Song's birth, the cycle of abuse resumed. Pan Minglan, though disheartened, found some solace in Zhao Mingluan's affection for their son. Yet everything changed when her former suitor returned to the county. His first action was to visit Pan Minglan's father, coincidentally, while she was home caring for her younger siblings. Though innocent, rumors spread through the village that Zhao Song was not Zhao Mingluan's son, claiming he resembled her former suitor. This was utter nonsense, as the timeline proved otherwise. Yet Zhao Mingluan believed the slander. That night, he brutally assaulted both Pan Minglan and Zhao Song. The following morning, Pan Minglan resolved to leave Zhao Mingluan, packing her belongings. If she stayed, Zhao Song would likely not survive for long. Before departing, she took one last look at her siblings and father. Though her father's leg had healed, he still limped, but it did not hinder his ability to work. Her siblings were growing up, soon to be of age. Though sorrowful, she chose to leave her hometown for Zhao Song's sake, embarking on a long journey to Happiness Village. As they passed by the pig farm, the owner's wife noticed the weary appearance of the two travelers. Moved by a moment of compassion, she allowed Pan Minglan to stay and work at the farm. Initially, everything went smoothly until that fateful day when the farm owner happened to see Pan Minglan shoveling pig manure. His lust ignited. He had seen her before. Then her face was marred, bruised, and she was burdened with a child, rendering her true beauty unrecognizable. But now, her wounds had healed. That very day, he forcefully violated her. Tears streamed down Pan Minglan's face as she gazed helplessly outside. At that moment, Zhao Song, her son, burst through the door and witnessed the horrific scene. Though he did not understand their actions, he sensed his mother's sorrow and approached, pushing the farm owner. Caught in a moment of exhilaration, the owner tossed Zhao Song to the ground, assuming the pain would drive him away. However, Zhao Song struck his head against the corner of a table and lay still, clutching a bouquet of vibrant wildflowers he had gathered outside. Seeing this, Pan Minglan lost her sanity. She pushed against the farm owner, but the disparity in strength was evident. With a shake, the owner straightened his pants and, spitting upon the lifeless Zhao Song, cursed, "What bad luck." He believed Zhao Song was merely feigning unconsciousness. After he left, Pan Minglan knelt beside her son. Discovering to her horror that he was dead, her own child had perished. Frantic, she rushed into the room of the owner and his wife, cradling Zhao Song's lifeless body. Her attire disheveled. The owner's wife, upon witnessing this, realized the depths of her husband's depravity. Yet, she coldly remarked, "Sister, I did not seek you out. Yet here you are. Put down that knife, and I shall overlook your seduction of my husband." Pan Minglan, her heart bleeding, retorted, "I seduce your husband? I wear tall rubber boots, shoveling pig manure. What could I possibly use to entice him?" Enraged, she set Zhao Song down and began to pursue the couple with the intent to kill. As screams echoed and blood splattered the walls, both the farm owner and his wife fell beneath her knife. Yet, in that moment of vengeance, Pan Minglan lost her will to live. Her only source of solace was gone, leaving her with no reason to continue. From the owner's wife's wardrobe, she selected a white dress, but deemed it too pure and simple for her. She soaked the garment in blood, transforming it into a red gown, which she donned. Pan Minglan felt guilty, convinced she must have committed heinous sins in a past life to warrant such divine punishment. She carried Zhao Song to the desolate courtyard of the farm and lay beside him, plunging the knife into her chest without hesitation. Upon awakening, she became a vengeful spirit, while her son Zhao Song, having met an untimely death, transformed into a malevolent ghost. She had hoped to wander the world alongside her son, but unexpectedly, the farm owner and his wife, consumed by resentment, also became spirits. In the beginning, Pan Minglan could suppress them, but once these wicked beings transformed into ghosts, their malevolence only intensified. They began to harm passers-by, demanding offerings of gold for their own ascension. Gradually, Pan Minglan and Zhao Song found themselves at a disadvantage. Thus, when Zhao Song possessed Zhao Mingluan, it was with the intent to emulate their malicious antics. Yet, in a twist of fate, he discovered that it was his own father. The female ghost vehemently shook her head, exclaiming no. It was only after realizing it was Zhao Mingluan that Zhao Song possessed him. We have never harmed anyone. Observing her sincere demeanor, I was momentarily swayed. The spectral figures I had seen before must have been the farm owner, for his greedy gaze was unmistakable. Yet, a cautionary thought lingered. Ghosts could deceive as well. Turning to Zheng Xiaocui, I asked, is she telling the truth? Hesitation flickered across her face before she slowly nodded in affirmation. Upon receiving her confirmation, I stood and inquired, do you possess a method to shelter them for the time being? They cannot remain within Zhao Mingluan. It is impractical. Zheng Xiaocui nodded and approached, waving her hand, causing Pan Minglan and Zhao Song to vanish from my sight. Zhou Tai, what are your plans now? To vanquish the evil spirits and quell our grievances, I declared, rising to my feet, feeling the ghost-slaying whip tremble in response to my fervor. You must reflect carefully. I can offer assistance, but only in dire circumstances. These two malevolent spirits are beyond your capability. Zheng Xiaocui warned, concern etched upon her face. Ignoring her, I called Wang Dai to inquire about the current owner of the pig farm. Wang Dai confirmed his acquaintance, stating, if you wish to enter, I can make a call. But you must understand, these ghosts are unlike any you've encountered before. Resolved, I affirmed, this is my true intention, to punish evil and exterminate the spirits. 5 minutes later, the gates of the pig farm swung open. A man clad in a purple shirt and green trousers, disheveled and unkempt, surveyed the area without uttering a word. Despite the farm's secluded location, devoid of sunlight, the oppressive aura of malice was palpable. At midnight, I stood alone in the farmyard, Zheng Xiaocui concealed nearby. Suddenly, footsteps echoed around me. The pigpen's door creaked open and shut. The pigs within emitted piercing cries, a cacophony that resembled the wails of vengeful spirits. With a fierce determination, I shouted, show yourselves. 2 figures materialized before me, one male and one female, their hearts brimming with malice and envy. You little brat, you seek your end, they snarled, eager to drag me into the depths of despair. They lunged at me, their hands transforming into claws. I summoned the ghost-slaying whip, hurling it forth in a circular arc towards them. This strike, however, inflicted no real damage. They deftly evaded my attack. As they closed the distance, their claws grazed my face, prompting me to retract the whip. In the moment of their passing, I swung the whip with force, eliciting a pained wail from the male ghost as a gash appeared upon his ethereal form. Though it quickly mended, the dulling of his essence was evident. The female ghost halted, eyeing the whip with trepidation, hesitant to approach. As I cautiously advanced, both spirits recoiled, revealing the male ghost lurking behind the female, his eyes glinting with greedy malevolence. He opened his gaping maw, ready to consume her. I observed with cold detachment as the male ghost devoured the female ghost, augmenting his own power, her cries echoing in desperation, seeking my aid. I scoffed, you deserve this. Without waiting for the male ghost to fully absorb her essence, I charged forward. In a panic, he emitted a strange sound, and a chilling wind swept through the farm, an eerie symphony of voices rising from the mist. This spectral fog was the very source of the farm's malignancy. Do you understand now why this place is so tainted? It was a mass grave decades ago. The male ghost cackled, reveling in the belief that I would soon join him in death. I gripped the whip tightly, remaining vigilant, aware that he lurked in the shadows. The next moment, a ghastly visage appeared before me, a face of ashen hue, mere inches from mine, grinning with a grotesque and rigid smile. Without hesitation, I stepped back to create distance and swung the ghost whip, producing a mournful wail as the specter dissipated into thin air. From the thick mist, more apparitions emerged, encircling me, some with severed hands and heads, others missing a leg, and some even hurling their own skulls at me. Yet, my expression remained unchanged, a smile still lingering on my face. The first ghost I encountered in my childhood was none other than my own father. Subsequently, encounters with spirits became a commonplace occurrence, culminating in my encounter with a ghostly immortal. Was that all they had? Did they truly believe they could instill fear in me? Malevolent spirits and vengeful ghosts. I had once contemplated alleviating their grievances, guiding them to the underworld for reincarnation. Yet, I was mistaken. Some malevolent spirits deserved to be vanquished to prevent future calamities. With each lash of the ghost whip, countless lost souls scattered in terror. But soon I found myself in disarray. The The ease I once possessed vanished. The male ghost, observing this scene, sensed the opportune moment to strike from behind, aiming for a fatal blow. In an instant, the panic on my face dissipated as I swiftly thrust the ghost whip into the male ghost's heart. He gaped in disbelief at the glowing whip, his eyes filled with regret. You deceived me? You thought these inconsequential entities could restrain me? I scoffed, pushing the whip deeper. Today marks your retribution. You shall be forever scattered from this world. With my furious shout, the glow of the whip intensified until the male ghost vanished without a trace. Having dealt with him, I scanned the surrounding lost souls, who stood frozen in place. They had congregated over the decades, forming a formidable presence. When the man at the pig farm opened the door today, I noticed a hint of dark energy swirling around him. Initially, I thought it was caused by the two ghosts, but now it seemed the lost souls had a hand in it as well. I swiftly dispatched the lingering spirits, and the ominous energy in the courtyard dissipated. At that moment, I felt as if my strength had been completely drained, collapsing to the ground. When I awoke again, darkness surrounded me, and a familiar figure appeared in the distance. Chapter 92, The Curtain and the Rolling Pin. Grandpa Wong stood before me, and the scene around us was his home's inner room, where a grimacing man lay on the bed. The man's leg was swollen, and I could vaguely make out a snake-like shadow coiled around it. Grandpa Wong approached the cabinet, extracting a silver needle and deftly piercing several acupoints. I perceived the needlework and angles in slow motion, observing each detail with clarity as the man's leg visibly deflated. The scene shifted. The man on the bed disappeared, replaced by a woman. Behind her loomed a spectral figure, a fearsome yellow weasel. The weasel possessed the woman, vociferously challenging Grandpa Wong. This time, he produced 3 silver needles and struck, causing the needles to pierce the weasel's shadow, which instantly transformed into smoke and dissipated. The woman beamed, declaring her back no longer ached. The scene changed again. Now, I faced Grandpa Wong directly as he raised a silver needle and began to speak to me. Little brother, don't sleep away the day. I felt a jolt, and upon opening my eyes again, I found myself before a pig farm employee, still clad in tattered clothing. It had all been a dream. Grandpa Wong had spoken to me at length, but I could not recall the words. Only the technique and acupoints he had demonstrated. Shaking my head, I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. Perhaps it was a boundless dream after all. Exiting the pig farm, twilight had begun to descend, and a man's voice called out to me. Is that you, Zhou Tai? I turned to see a stranger. It's me. Who are you? The man explained. Grandpa Wong said you should be awake. I happened to be passing by and called you back for dinner. Watching the man's retreating figure, I felt a surge of astonishment. How did Grandpa Wong know I would awaken at this moment? Upon returning to Grandpa Wong's home, I intended to clarify the meaning of that dream. I found him sitting on the bed, a knowing smile on his face. How was your sleep? Did you remember those acupoints? A cold sweat broke out on my back. It turned out Grandpa Wong had indeed entered my dreams, as if he were constantly monitoring my movements, aware of my actions. How profound was the mastery of his lineage. Almost. But I forgot most of what you told me after I woke up. Grandpa Wong remained unfazed, stroking his beard. You must remember as much as you can. After all, those are the 13 ghost needles. The 13 ghost needles. It is said that in ancient times, a saying circulated, in matters of cause and effect, only those of great virtue may use them. The maladies caused by 100 evils can be treated with 13 acupoints. It was rumored that no one dared to employ all 13 needles. To do so could bring calamity upon the practitioner. In my dream, Grandpa Wong saved people with the silver needles, at most administering 5. At the dinner table, I frequently inquired about the complete usage of the 13 ghost needles, but he remained reticent. Only when pressed would he say, everything has its destined cause and effect. In the dream, I will demonstrate all the acupoint applications of the 13 ghost needles. How much you remember depends on you. Just then, sounds of horse hooves resonated from outside. Grandpa Wong set down his bowl and walked to the kitchen, retrieving a rolling pin and a curtain. The curtain was a rural dumpling steamer used for steaming dumplings and buns. The one in Grandpa Wong's hand was crafted from sorghum stalks, the back showing signs of darkening. Before I could ask, a middle-aged man burst in, kneeling before Grandpa Wong and clutching his leg. Grandpa Wong, I'm from the neighboring village. Please come and take a look. My son suddenly has a blank stare, mumbling incomprehensible words. He cries out at times. We climbed onto his horse-drawn cart, heading to the neighboring village. During the ride, I found the 2 items in Grandpa Wong's possession curious and asked, Grandpa Wong, aren't we going to handle a matter, not to make dumplings? Grandpa Wong shot me a glance. You'll understand soon enough. 10 minutes later, we arrived at a paper shop. Brother, what are we doing here? Aren't we supposed to check the matter first? Shouldn't we prepare the offerings? The man chuckled awkwardly at me. This is my home. Grandpa Wang chuckled softly and led the way, while I fell silent, following him inside. Upon entering the inner room, I saw a 7 or 8-year-old boy sitting on the bed, his eyes bloodshot. As I contemplated how Grandpa Wang would handle this situation, he unexpectedly pulled me forward. You handle this. I don't have a platform right now. I glanced at the man and woman in the room, presumably the boy's parents, and whispered. Seeing Grandpa Wang's unwavering decision, I stepped in front of the boy. If you have grievances, come forth and speak. After repeating myself twice, the boy remained expressionless. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Grandpa Wang struck the curtain with the rolling pin, singing, "Oh, spirit of smoke and gentle breeze. I do not know, were you the one who perished before the cart, or did you die behind the horse? Why do you shed tears? If you have grievances, speak them." Grandpa Wang's melody was melancholic, the rhythm of the strikes resonating well, creating a hauntingly beautiful sound that evoked a sense of sorrow, compelling one to voice their pent-up emotions. I then witnessed the boy shudder, his voice transforming into a sorrowful theatrical tone. A young girl of merely 18, forced by her lover, fell into a well and lost her life. Behind him, I saw a spectral figure of a woman clad in a vibrant red opera costume, her face adorned with heavy makeup. To my surprise, Grandpa Wang was indeed a master of dual arts. In traditional practices, it is customary to have one master and one assistant, the latter often wielding a ceremonial drum to invoke and send spirits, lament the souls, and understand the celestial protocols. To my astonishment, however, Master Wang, equipped with a curtain rod and a rolling pin, managed to summon the spirit haunting the young boy. I stepped back, intending to allow Master Wang to communicate, but felt a firm resistance behind me. Upon turning, I discovered that he was pressing the rolling pin against my back. Faced with his uncompromising expression, I reluctantly returned to the boy's side and inquired, "What grievances weigh upon you? I cannot comprehend your song." The spirit, weeping softly, revealed, "I was once the esteemed matriarch of the Chen family, a celebrated actress. Yet my husband, the patriarch, deemed my profession disgraceful, frequently subjecting me to humiliation. On one fateful day, he uttered particularly cruel words, and in a fit of anger, I stormed out. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed him pursuing me, and in a moment of mischief, I leaped into a well, hoping to impart a valuable lesson.